also got this with light, right? Which is light goes through the atmosphere, it attenuates through the atmosphere itself. Light gets scattered in all directions, right? This is why we can't have parallel light rays as it is, because the parallel light rays assumes that the sun is really far away. Okay, that's what their claim is with the globe. Okay, and then they say they know the Earth's curving because we have shadows. Because obviously, imagine if the Earth was flat and the sun was really far away, right? You wouldn't be able to have a shadow because the sun would always be hitting the top of everything instead of hitting it from an angle, right? So they're saying that the sun is so far away that we've got parallel light. But then that doesn't make sense because we have shadows coming off of things being cast from directionality, right? Well, they say that's because of the shape of the Earth itself underneath it. That the Earth's changing shape, so the angle of the parallel straight ray is able to hit something and go past it at different angles based on the curvature. Well, this is bullshit. Like, we know that the Earth and experience on said Earth, we know that rays are not parallel. We can show multiple instances where they are divergent, where they are crepuscular, like your own observation. Your observation
I've seen it
debunks the globe. Yeah. So let's just post some crepuscular rays though, just for the. Like, see, this is what I mean. This is a black swan, like straight away. Like, if we can show one image of crepuscular rays, we can disprove. So, what's your question with the crepuscular rays? What do you think that means?
Well, it looks like lights coming from a spotlight that is very close, that is very small. I didn't think that the sun is larger. Yes, this is what I thought. What I thought when I saw it more than once. But it doesn't matter. The sun is a million times bigger than the Earth, and the sun is millions of miles away from the Earth. It doesn't match.
Yeah.
It doesn't get.
Of course, it doesn't, bro. We're clearly bigger. We're clearly bigger than the sun. This is obvious for anybody to see, right? So if we look at
what I can't get. What I can't get is why, if it's that obvious, why people doesn't see it. So there must be something I'm missing.
No, but people are seeing it, right? You do realize the globe is right. So we've spoken to people that are like 90 years old that were taught the Earth was flat when they were in school. The globe is only a new thing, really. The Greeks have been talking about it for thousands of years, yes, but as established as the way of being taught, this only goes back to like higher academic places, like, you know, private schools and stuff like that. They were teaching it 150, 200 years ago, 250 years ago. The Jesuits were teaching this stuff, right? You know, this is to do with the tech age that's about to come. It's about having something to imagine, to care about, in order for people to start working out orbital mechanics, which for some reason, all of these formulas for orbital mechanics, for heights, for angles, the way optics work, the way light works, is all the shit that's needed to make all of the weapons of war that, you know, ensued the making of and manufacturing of all of the weapons that were used in World War I and II, to completely change the world banking system of the whole Earth. So we won't talk about that. That's basically when the globe came out. A lot of what it did was make people start to make mathematical models that helped towards the inculcation and creation of machines that took basically a lot of us down a rabbit hole that we are still in right now. So this stuff's very important. It's the same stuff with the moon landings. The moon landings was an emotional reaction that people had to make to choose whether or not it happened or not. Either accept it happened and get a world achievement and be the best country in the world, or don't accept it and kick off and say that the moon landings are fake and that rockets can't do this. And if you do that, it will cause such a problem and disharmony within America that they would be viable to be attacked by the Russians, who are currently baying at the bay to attack America with missiles off the coast in Cuba. Right, this is what people aren't understanding. Like, the Americans didn't have a choice but to believe in the moon landings. They had to. Because if they didn't, they would have caused a huge commotion in their own country. And they would have been taken advantage of by the people that they believed had nukes pointed at them, the Russians. So this whole thing has been deeply involved in making sure there's a timeline that's controllable with technology and technology's advance, and making sure that it happens at the speed in which they want it to happen at. This whole thing's tied up in that.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, brother, right? They didn't have a reading of the radius, right? We go back to the Greeks, right? So, like I said, you say who someone would have noticed. People have noticed. I personally know 2 people that work for NASA, right? Okay, that are flat earthers that are calling this shit out. I can show you these people. They're real people. People are noticing it. There's 20,000 of us in this server, and this is our second server. We have YouTubers that have got hundreds of thousands of followers, millions upon millions of views of people whistleblowing saying that the Earth is not a globe. And this is literally just 100 years after it's been established as the mainstream thing. The globe, it literally has barely got its foothold in place. It's 1 generation deep, or 2 generations deep, of being taught religiously. It's got no validation for it, no measurements of curvature, no detection of axial rotation, no proof of how you can have an open system adjacent to a vacuum with a high pressure system here, where the second law of thermodynamics dictates that entropy would push our whole atmosphere into that privation, right? We literally have that globe model, and that globe model in literally about 70 to 100 years is being decimated, and people are blowing the whistle left and right. Everywhere, people from the Middle East are coming here daily saying, what's going on with the Earth? I walk past people in the street, half of them that I ask, I say, do you believe in the globe? And they say, nah, haven't for years. Look, what a lot of bollocks. No one thinks the Earth's a globe really anymore. It's only a few select people. The globe is slowly but surely dying out, and it was barely seen as a fact by society for a very long period of time anyway. Like I said, 150 to 100 years at the most. And then maybe a few hundred years going back to a certain aristocratic department of society. And that is it. But for the common man, the Earth has been flat. You wake up, you see the Earth to be flat. The Earth is demonstrably not the size they say it is, because with spherical trigonometry, we can detect how far away the horizon should be based on the size of the sphere that they tell us we live on. And the horizon, unfortunately, appears to be 10 times the distance away to match this number, sometimes 20 times the distance, sometimes more. Sometimes we see 100 miles and see things that should be behind literally a mile of curvature, as in a drop rate. There should be a mile of Earth curvature behind this, in front of this thing that we see, but we see it. Apparently they say it's refraction. That's why we can see it, light bending. Well, bending perfectly to the shape of a sphere, always. And then, if that's the case, cool. But your issue then is how did you ever derive geometry or find the radius using spherical trigonometry, right, from the horizon itself to be able to get into space? Because how did you measure that place? Because you're saying refraction affects where it appears to be. So now it's not a physical location. You can't measure the non-physical or the optical. They now say the horizon is not a genuinely physical area. It's an optical effect, the horizon. Well, then that means you could never derive a radius from the horizon, so you don't know the circumference, so you don't know how much fuel to use for the orbital mechanics to be able to catapult out of Earth in order to place the ISS in low Earth orbit. They're dead in the water, brother.
You know, when you say it like that, but I think the lie is if it is a lie, it is a very, very big lie. So
yes.
if we can talk about the gravity and the law of the gravity that it has been taught, and also if we can talk about the space. The space and the enormous distances between space objects.
We can I can help you through.
Yes, they measure with the speed of light.
That's not even how they measure it, but
unit.
They say that's what they do. But this is brilliant. This is all stuff that I can talk to you about. Every part of that. Right now, we can talk about it.
Yeah, I understand, but it is in my opinion, it's a very, very huge, big lie about the.
Do you think lots of people wait there? Do you think lots of people need to know physics? No. Listen, the physics people don't need to lie. No, listen, they don't need to lie, right? You know, physics professors and stuff. They believe the Earth's a globe, mate, and. You know when they're measuring, like, right, so gravity is based on the gravitational constant, right? Force, right? Okay? So you understand F equals ma, yeah, mass.
Well, gravity is something. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let's say gravity is something I couldn't grasp even when I taught it in the school.
No one can.
Gravity has...
many attributes.
Some properties, or many attributes. Yeah, I mean, it
Bro, I know what you're going to say before you say it. I know what you're... That's amazing.
I can't... You know, I know the magnets. The magnets can pull some sort of metals, iron and something, but gravity pulls everything. Water, air, people, Earth, whatever. Yet it can't be identified as. They say it's a magnetic field, but it's not magnetic. It's something else, right?
Yep. Well, where does the magnetic field come from on the globe model, mate? The core of the Earth, right?
The core of the Earth and the Earth pulls.
Yeah, so they say it comes from the core of the Earth, right? And they say that the hot molten core in the middle creates this electromagnetic field, right? Well, do you know that any good blacksmith, right? I literally, I do a bit of blacksmithing, right, and metallurgy.
Yeah, this is something I've learned. I know where you're going. Yeah, I know where you're going. If you want the magnet to lose its property, you have to heat it. Yeah, you heat it.
Yep. Yeah.
And it loses magnetism.
Yeah, the magnet doesn't actually lose its magnetism either. That's the other part of it. It's just that it ends up touching something that is so negatively charged at that point that it takes on the magnet, but it has no ability to have a plus and a minus attraction or a propulsion. It's just that the magnet still is magnetic, right? It doesn't take its magnetism away. This is the other thing that people don't understand about magnetism. Magnet is still magnetic. The metal that it's sticking to, though, unfortunately, is in such a state where the energy that would usually be the implicated ionized, directionally ionized pieces that create the plus and the minus force in that metal of the magnetism that's inherently within inside of it, that itself is out of whack because all of the grains have been heated up, and the heat itself, right, creates such expansion and dispersal that there's no ability for an intermolecular alignment, for there to be any magnetism inside of the piece of metal that's hot. But the magnet itself is still magnetic, but you try to stick to the hot sword. But like, this is what people don't understand, is like the Earth's core, right, could be technically magnetic, but the issue would be that if you heated it up, the source of where the magnetism comes from itself wouldn't be able to produce the magnetism needed. It's got the properties in it, iron and nickel, and it's round and it has movement around it, which would create a directionality that would allow for an alignment of the parts of it inside for it to be magnetic. But the temperature of it is too hot all the time, so this force wouldn't be there. In fact, the way it would work would be so different, it's unreal. It would be very weird what would happen, I believe. It would probably cause some sort of issue over time with the metal itself, having metal continually heated. Because if you've ever made like iron ore or tamahagari like the Japanese do, when you make iron ore, if you overcook it, You literally can cook all of the carbon out of the steel itself, like and then you end up with such a low quality steel that it's pointless. The Earth's core itself would have had massive problems because of this.
Yeah, I understand
Would
that.
that be the center of the R value?
Yeah, the center of the R value, exactly. You know, it's for them to know the radius, they would have to dig to it.
On space, then.
Mm-hmm. Well, this guy gets it. This Hamari, you get it already. I can tell, bro. Like, what is it you spoke about? You said about something else that you would have to speak about gravity. Remember?
Yeah. I've almost I said it already. The gravity have some properties that I cannot understand.
You know, it can't be a force, right? It can't be a force because it has too many vectors to it. For one, it pushes, it pulls, forces generally don't pull either. They generally push. And forces are constants. So they, like, if I have 12 foot-pound of force, 12 foot-pound of force over a certain surface area is always going to move a certain weight of thing against a certain resistance. As long as it can move it, and it does move it, and it's got enough force to go against the resistance, and it moves at a certain speed, this arm, for instance, with a certain amount of force behind it, it will continue to move that thing as long as it has that much force behind it forever against the same resistance. But gravity isn't like that. Gravity apparently grabs hold of different objects of mass, and that's why it pulls them back down to the earth, and that's why they fall. Well, the resistance of the air itself dictates the speed in which it falls towards the earth. Well, if it was a force, it wouldn't matter about the resistance in the way. The force would simply, like I said, if a real force that pushes, unlike the gravity that pulls, a force grabs something and it doesn't care about resistance. It will force through the resistance. That's why it's called. No, that's not why it's called a force, but that's part of what being a constant force is. Right?
But I think, but if you're trying to push a box against a wall, but there's there's something in between the box and the wall, you're never going to be able to touch the wall with the box until that stuff gets moved over by the box, correct?
That's not the same thing. That's
the same thing. It's just air. Replace air with the thing in between the wall and the box.
No, I'm saying this.
It's resisting the box from touching the wall.
Yeah, that would be called something being in the way.
The air is in the way between the earth.
The air is in the way. I understand that. I get that. But remember, like I said, if I have a box, let's say, that has a tensile strength of 2 tons, 2 tons can be put on top of this box, right? It's in the way of me in the ground and stopping my hydraulic arm, right, from being exactly flush with the ground, right? I've got it on top of my wooden floor or against a wall, even the whole setup, I don't care. My hydraulic arm has 3.6 tons of pressure behind it. That's the force it exerts. It will crush said box, carry on crushing through said box until my plunger is flush with the ground. The ground itself will be same as the wall.
The box will stop it for a second.
Listen, the box, literally, listen, that's what I'm trying to say. The wall itself will even have a hole in it because the force is enough to go through the wall. The resistance of the wall wasn't enough in tensile strength, and neither was the box. So the force moves the thing, regardless, to where it needs to move it. Yes, it doesn't touch said wall, but the wall isn't the force that I'm asserting as the cause of things falling and then them being slowed down. The arm is. So the wall being touched is neither here nor there. It's just whether the arm is able to move against said resistance. The force is established. The force is established as being apparently able to grab hold of things and pull them towards the center of mass. Resistance of the air between it and the bottom wouldn't affect its fall rate if it was a force. This is why Einsteinian, the warping and bending of space-time, right? Time dilation is that's why that superseded Newtonian gravity. and force equals mass times acceleration equals that was completely superseded by Einsteinian gravity.
Here's the thing, right? If you try and
that's why it's called a pseudo force. Pseudo force.
Hold up. So what are you trying to argue here? Let me ask that first.
I wasn't arguing you at all because I didn't even know you were here. I was talking to some other man about gravity.
Yeah, and I know. I just came in, and I'd like to know what you're trying to say.
Well, I was explaining to him why gravity is not prescribed as a force and why it cannot be thought as even as a force, because it doesn't have the actual attribution. We cannot attribute properties to it that would allow it to be a force.
So can I ask what you think pulls stuff towards the Earth?
I would say that in fact you only need so what came first, the globe or gravity? Just answer that and then I'll answer your question.
I don't know.
The globe came first, obviously, then they've made up gravity as a way of explaining. Well, because you need a gravitational force that pulls.
Hold up. Please answer the question that I asked.
That's what. Yeah, I am now. That's it.
So, what is the reason when I drop a pencil, it goes down to the ground?
Why did it fall?
Yeah.
You're the one that you disequilibralized it, as in it was in equilibrium. There was something. It was on the table, right? The table has a higher tensile strength than its weight.
Okay, so why does it fall to the ground?
Wait there. I'm answering your question, brother. Okay, so the pen doesn't move while on the table because the tensile strength of the table itself stops it from doing so. Okay, but the pen now picked up has been disequilibralized. Okay, so it's out of equilibrium. Its natural resting state is to not float in the medium or in the air. It is more dense than the medium that's around it, i.e. the air, right? So when you let go of it, it falls down toward the ground, right?
Let me ask this.
It doesn't continue.
Real quick. No, but just one question.
Right.
Do you believe in gravity? I'm guessing no.
I agree that there's a 9.8 meters per second or 9.8 meters per second squared agreed upon average rate of fall toward the ground that I agree exists. I do not agree to all of the other things that is attributed to gravity. No.
So density can't happen with gravity, right? Because then things won't have weight.
What are you on about? Gravity apparently exists, and so does apparently density in the globe model.
Okay,
so that would just debunk your own claim of the globe if you state that now.
No. Okay, no. Carry on with your argument. Sorry.
My argument is this: that you are in a gravity itself. Gravity is asserted as the cause of things falling. Well, no, you cannot assert that the reason. So the effect that you see as things fall, then you call the effect the cause. That's circular reasoning. You can't say, well, gravity is why it fell. Well, what caused it to fall? Gravity. What was the cause of the effect? Gravity. What's the effect called? Gravity. What? That's circular reasoning, buddy.
I think that... hold up.
You would first have to validate gravity as something that actually exists.
I mean, gravity is what I call when things fall down, right? Like, gravity is the thing...
Cool.
That is when things fall down. Does that make sense?
But what causes it? Yeah, but what causes them to fall down?
Well, no one knows why gravity exists.
No. But they say that gravity is actually an attraction, right, to the center of the
exactly.
mass. A gravitational well based on the fabric of the pressure. So the pressure on the fabric of space. The displacement therein creates an emergent force of gravity based on the displacement on the fabric, based on the size of the mass. Every individual object apparently has its own gravitational well based on where it is, and its displacement on the fabric of space, right? Mm-hmm. So, my point is that claim being the cause where the things fall from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Runs counterintuitive to what we know to be true, because if I can manipulate, let's say, the directionality of something falling, right, based on using nothing to do with the fabric of space, because apparently that's what makes things go down. So if I don't have to turn that off, I don't have to affect gravity, I don't have to manipulate gravity at all but I can affect the vector in which something falls, then that proves instantly that the cause of its vector is nothing to do with that thing, because I didn't have to manipulate that thing in order to create the same effect. So I can change the vector of the way something falls quite easily by using medium, i.e. denser substances beneath it. I can make things go sideways. I can make things go up. Balloons of helium go up. They do so because they are what? Less dense than the medium around it. Yeah. So now we've got a vector of up. Right?
Okay, so then what causes density?
Right.
To you.
So this is where. Right. So what causes density is this. Well, not what causes density, because how dense something is based on
what is the reason that density
how heavy
exists?
it is. Well, it's because something's a certain weight, right? Something's heavy, right? You're heavy, right? And the point is you're just heavier than the air that's around you. It's that simple. Yeah. So therefore, it's more than likely that based on your displacement in it, you are more heavy than it, so you will be below it, because it cannot hold you up. If you were lighter than it, and you were made of helium in a balloon, the very medium would hold you up and place you up and let you float. But it won't do that because you're denser than it. Relative density doesn't need a cause. We don't need to assert the cause of relative density right now, because we can show that relative density exists. We can manipulate it. We can show it working.
Show that gravity exists by. I don't have to show the cause of it then. Apparently.
No, you'd have to manipulate it.
I can just drop a pencil and say that's gravity. It exists. So
because that's affirming the consequence. No, that's affirming the consequence. Listen, you can't manipulate anything. What's the sign? How do we validate something? How do we validate something?
By assessing its cause and effect.
We established the cause and the effect relationship. You're correct. Yeah. Right. Okay.
So what is the cause and effect of density? What causes density so that it can affect things?
That is the point. The differentiation in density of things is what causes the density relative to themselves.
That is circular thinking. That's exactly what you just told me I can't do.
It holds
density
true.
is the reason that density exists.
Wait there. Shush a sec.
Gravity is the reason that gravity exists.
Wait there. No, because we can't manipulate or demonstrate with gravity, can we? Remember,
what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Explain that a little bit more. Dumb that down for me.
Yeah. Circular reasoning sometimes is a bad thing. Sometimes circular reasoning isn't always a bad thing, right? Because
what? Wait, so then why is it bad when I say it?
Because with gravity, we cannot do any further investigation into it, right? Okay? We can't manipulate it at all. But with relative density, we understand what we mean by that term. That this thing is heavier than this thing, that this medium is lighter, this thing and this thing and this thing, right? We have other things that we can validate. I can make a hypothesis that I believe lighter gases go up, right, in the atmosphere. I can then basically say, right, so I'm observing higher to low pressure movement. Oh, that's because I just saw those gases there get cooler and there's some heat. So which way? My naturally observed phenomena is gaseous exchange in the distance, right? So then I say, well, maybe that's because those gases were this way or this way. I can then basically start to draw a hypothesis of what's going to happen if I do something. So tell me this.
Okay, I understand your argument.
So I've got the variables that change, and I can manipulate a variable, and I can make something constant, so I know the cause of what happened and the effect I saw, right? I can do that with relative density, so that I've got a piece of evidence, that connects to the logical philosophical framework of what I'm saying this thing is. But gravity doesn't have any support. Gravity has no supporting evidence to build a scientific theory on it.
Okay, so here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, right? I can drop a pen. Okay, to go back to the pencil, I can drop a pencil, right, and it falls. I can drop a desk and it'll fall. That's two different variables that I can change and manipulate, right? And here's another variable I can change. I can go to a different planet. I can drop another pencil, and it will also fall.
Right, let's do it.
Which is crazy. I can manipulate those variables.
So we're talking about sticking to the scientific method first.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing, right?
No,
I let you finish your argument.
You're gonna let me. You're gonna stop. You're going to stop. Listen, I'm a moderator here, so you're not doing that, right?
Cool, dude. Okay. Mod abuse.
Listen,
That's cool and fun.
No, that's fine.
Can I ask
Yes,
this
it's
guy a
fine.
question?
This is a dictatorship, not a democracy. Yeah, who is that? Ask away.
Yeah, it's a new perspective. Hey, so if do you think that if the pencil and the desk, if the pencil and the desk,
Yes, mate.
hello?
Right there. One sec. Someone's calling me out.
Yeah, Crack, how are you?
Who's
What
that?
happens
Hold on a
when you
second.
drop a
I'm gonna ask
pencil
this guy.
underwater?
Hold on.
Exactly,
I wanna ask a question
buddy.
This guy. I want to ask this guy a real quick question.
Let New Perspective ask this guy a second, Batman, and then we'll get to
Do
that
you
afterwards.
think without
New Perspective's cool.
Do you think? Do you think without gravity that the pencil and the desk would weigh the same?
No, because then gravity isn't a factor. They don't
No, I'm
have
saying
weight.
without
They
gravity-
don't have weight.
Without
Without
gravity,
gravity.
with the pencil, right? So you're saying that the pencil would be just as light as the desk without gravity?
No. Matt, like that wouldn't even exist in anti-gravity.
No, I'm asking. You
Wait a
said
minute.
you drop a desk, it goes to the ground. You drop a
Yes.
pencil, it goes to the ground.
Yes.
But
New
your
Perspective's got it,
idea
guys,
is
don't
that
worry.
without gravity, that they would both weigh the same.
No, they wouldn't weigh anything. They'd be
So they would
without
both
weight.
float. They would float.
Yes, without gravity.
And there wouldn't be any difference between the desk floating and the pencil floating.
Yes, because they're without weight.
So you're saying that there's no difference
weight-
in the density.
Weight is
You're
how
saying
much?
that- wait, hold on, just a sec.
Okay.
Now,
Okay,
the air has a certain density to it, right?
Yes.
And the weight of the desk and the pencil both have a certain density to it, right?
Yes, but
Sorry,
without
guys.
gravity.
And they're both denser than the air, regardless of gravity, right?
Yes.
So you're saying that
Oh,
without
wait, say that one more
gravity,
time. I'm sorry. I said yes without actually
they're
listening.
both denser than the air. They're both denser
Yes.
than the air, even without gravity.
No, because density doesn't happen without weight, and weight cannot exist in
That's-
anti-gravity.
That's
So
that's
listen,
where
wait
you're-
there,
That's
guys,
why.
guys.
That's
You
why.
think-
Wait
you
there,
think
guys.
Gravity causes density.
Listen, yeah, dude. Let me,
I
wait
mean,
there,
yeah.
dude, stop a second. Wait.
Because-
That's the
Let
problem.
me explain how.
Because if you
what-
go,
wait
no,
there,
let me
No.
explain his argument. Let me explain my argument.
No,
Against
We
his-
know
Stop.
your argument.
I'm gonna mute
We
you.
know
I'll mute
your
you, else,
argument.
mate. Listen.
Cool,
I'm
dude.
letting
Mod
you speak,
abuse. That's
dude.
fun and cool and
Dude.
epic.
Because I don't want three people to
No,
jump on you.
we
So I'm
know
slowing it
your
down a
argument.
second. Listen, wait there, we get. Right, we've got to let this kid say what
Yeah.
he wants to say, okay? Listen, dude, I'm not trying to take the mic from you, alright? Remember, I want to just go back to, because we were already talking, me and you, kid, and I've handed off to someone else, alright? But we didn't finish our part of our argument, so I'm trying to keep
Yeah.
that to its logical conclusion first, buddy, alright? You hear me?
Yep.
That's
Right,
what
so,
I was
like I said,
listening.
Yeah, so because the point was, right, remember we said it, circular reasoning, right? Density, cause, relative density. The thing is with gravity being the cause and the effect, gravity and gravity, same thing. Well, relative density is the relative nature between the different dense objects. The dense objects, though, however, are not relative density because you can't have 10 things be one thing. So it's not circular reasoning because you're actually pointing towards two differing things. Yeah, one is called the objects that cause the thing that is the density, and therein the differentiation between them causes the relative density or the density tower, but they are still not the same thing. And I just wanted to establish that for you, that's different to gravity, right?
Sure.
And that's
Okay.
all I wanted to say. But yeah,
Back
dude, like,
to the other argument. If I
Yeah.
put a water droplet in space, right? If I go to the ISS, right? Or, if I, whatever. If I went into space, right, where there's no gravity, and then I had a container that had air in it, and I dropped a water droplet, the water droplet would not fall to the ground. Or it would not go down.
Which ground?
Because
can you
density...
prove it?
Exactly, it
Do
wouldn't
you have
go
a
to any
ground
ground.
where you-
Where that?
flying?
Can you prove? Yeah, but you can't validate or prove that. When did you ever go
Dude.
to this magical made-up place that you're talking about?
Oh my god. Okay.
No, seriously, dude.
He brought up the
No,
ISS.
he needs to stick with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen
needs
the
to stick with
bathroom,
it.
the bathroom tour on the ISS? By the way, you ever see the bathroom? tour?
No, I have not.
Okay. They don't even have a seat to sit on. They hover over a 3-inch pipe hole, and they're totally gaslighting you the whole time, saying, "Oh, it gets a little messy in here."
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I don't believe that.
It's all an act. It's all an act, and it's obvious, bro.
Do you remember the last time that the ISS?
So then, how did they just float around?
Right.
Well, they have lots of camera tricks these days, don't they?
Computer graphics, especially.
Wait, have you not seen? Wait there, guys. Can we not just post the evidence to show him of the people on the strings and all that? Like, where are those images?
Yeah, there's tons of them.
We have all of those videos, dude.
I'll
we
post
have all
the bathroom tour right now. You'll laugh your ass off.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, we've got all the videos to show you, literally, them on wires with harnesses on.
Sure, show them to me.
Yeah, we can show you that stuff. So I'm pretty sure Omega Genesis. I'm sure he has access.
Are you in live stream voice text? Are you in the live stream voice text?
I'm looking at it. I may not look at it right now because I don't really have time. I'm about to go somewhere.
Right above this is the live stream.
I'm saving them.
Text.
Here, no, it's not going to be videos. I'm saying you're going to be able to look at it at a glance and see what.
Okay, teleportation on the ISS. That's very clearly a joke.
No. That was from the live stream, dude. The guy just accidentally disappeared. We took that from a live stream. I promise you, mate. We can show you thousands of these examples, right? Do you want to see the images of them in Mars? These ones. Right. Do you want to see these? These are.
What are those pointing to? Those little red dots.
Wait there, I'm about to send some shit. I don't know. I'm not looking at the live stream right there.
Can I butt in for just a second?
Yeah, man.
There's a problem.
Talk away.
The orbital mechanics claim to put the ISS where it's claimed to be is relying upon an R value. There is no measured radius value to Earth. So the claim is bunk.
Yeah, they need the radius value, dude, to be able to know how much fuel to get the orbital mechanics right to slingshot out of low Earth orbit. And no one's ever claimed to even go to space either. This is the other thing that I need people to realize. No one's ever been to space. NASA don't even claim to have anyone in space. No one claims that.
Okay.
Because you got to remember, they say that the moon is in low Earth, in the upper layer of the Earth's atmosphere. The moon is inside of our atmosphere, apparently. As of 2 years ago. Right, so that's apparently the furthest that they've ever been. And bear in mind, there's only something like 24 or 26 people that claim to have been that far. No one's been further than that. No one's been to the privation, i.e. the place where there's no gas, called space. No one's ever been there. We don't know anything about it. We don't know that it exists. It exists apparently next to our pressurized system, which is Earth, bear in mind, yeah, with a 14.7 psi pressure, which would be impossible without containment because you can't.
Listen, I'd love to sit here and have this conversation, but I'm getting a call, so I'll be back here later, maybe. Probably another day.
Listen,
you know
dude, you've got the answers in your head.
Look at the thing that I just posted.
I'm looking at it. I gotta go into this call.
Can you imagine going into a bathroom in that for months on end? I mean, come on, bro. Get serious.
Listen, this kid knows anyway, right? That kid knows that what he's talking about is nonsense. He knows already.
He realized it just now and had to leave.
Oh yeah, of course. This keeps happening nearly every other day. I come in here, and then one person will come in, and then within 10 minutes they're like, "Oh fuck."
Oh shit! Wait. So I'm depending upon this shit that's totally fucking fake. Is obviously fake as
fuck. Yeah. Trust me, bro.
I think
that bathroom tour though is the most hilarious.
It's hilarious when they get into the gravity argument where they want to beg the question of a center of mass that they're standing on, and you ain't got a radius for that, bro. There ain't no center of mass. What are you talking about?
Who dug
You're obviously just observing a proportionality and ascribing cause to it.
Exactly, bro. This is literally mate, it's been my argument from the beginning. People go, Al-Biruni, you're roboting, dude, for some reason. Sorry, I wasn't talking over you.
You know, Crack, you were actually
dug straight down and you found friggin' lava, big fucking deal. You're measuring flat, bro. It's flat.
Yep. What were you saying, Get?
You were very generous a little bit earlier. You told someone about measurement of the radius. Like you literally have to dig, all that way. And actually, it doesn't work like that. In fact,
no,
if
you
it's a
need to
ball,
know another
you have
angle.
to dig a hole through it.
Yeah,
so you
twice.
can measure it. Yeah.
As well. Twice as well.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I know, mate.
So you were generous, to say that only halfway the radius.
Well, hold on. There's another way. There's another way that it could have been measured, but there's a problem with it. With the geometric horizon measuring the angle, and using spherical trig.
Yeah, you can't derive geometry from it because it's not a physical location. So the only method that they would have is to dig, motherfuckers. And then I would like to know how they would establish on a globe that big anyway, like the angle in which to exit to dig out the right line to and figure out the radius. They would struggle to be able to do it.
You can't be on a globe without curvature. That's insanity. You know what I mean? You're measuring it flat. Your only claim was that horizon was geometric. If you're going to say it's refracted, it's not geometric. The claim's over. Back to the drawing board, I guess.
Well, you know what their fucking claim is, though, bro, right? Yeah, is that basically, they don't give a f. And that's why they're losing. They're going to lose badly, but just saying they don't care. Well, we don't care about that little discrepancy. Well, that's the discrepancy that's going to kill you.
Yeah, that's a big one, because that's what everyone assumed for all their pseudoscience. You got center of mass R, orbital mechanics R, you got, orbits of Mercury R, you got everything's got R in it. You better be able to measure R, or you're just making shit up.
Correct.
Sorry, that kid got me upset just listening to him.
Listen, he was a kid and he understood things enough to know there's a.
Oh, I just reminded outside my city, when I go outside, I live in a field, no hills, no mountains, and in certain days, I can see very distant in the horizon shape of some very distant mountain, but they are visible only on certain days and weather condition. Otherwise, I see only flat horizon. And you don't
looked at it with a telescope or any other kind of viewing or measuring device?
That will be very interesting, yeah. But if I go, for example, tomorrow and take a picture, you will not see. You will see normal horizon, but in the summer, you can see the shape of the mountains.
Yeah, that's why I was asking is because I'm going to have to be careful not to make a claim on this, but what I think the horizon is something within the measuring device itself. Like they like to say neutrinos can measure the geometric horizon, but everything's got a diffraction point. You know what I mean?
No, they're gonna have to verify that those even exist first. Sorry, but
well, like even begging the question. Even begging the question, you gotta be able to measure this thing. So how are you going to measure it if the horizon only exists in the device you're using to measure with? It's like saying the end of my ruler is the end of measurements.
Exactly, brother.
That's as far as I can see. That must be the edge of a ball. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Because if you use something else,
like this is what I'm saying. He was using spherical trigonometry with dip angle and all that stuff on the horizon. Why were you even doing spherical trigonometry? You had no clue of the very object you stood on, and you're using a methodology that derives value sphere.
The reason is because of the dip angle. Because as you go up, the horizon does appear to change. It's apparent. There is an apparent dip angle to it, but it's not geometric.
These motherfuckers knew, that the horizon changed based on the day, like was attenuating for the atmosphere and the parts of the atmosphere itself, right? They must have known this, yeah. So any angular change based on the horizon to itself, they could have easily distinguished as actually an optical effect based on the fact that they are looking down from lower to higher pressure, no matter what, right? Because there's more pressure. We know this to be true anyway, but they're looking down as well at an angle with an angle of incidence itself that effectively affects how they're seeing things based on said horizon due to the way that they're resolving it from where they're stood. Like you see the bigger base of something when your eye is close to it and in line with it at the same height as it. But when you're above something looking like at a bowling pin, the base of the bowling pin sometimes looks smaller. Tip can look larger because it's closer to in a straight line, and the light is attenuating through that part to your vision in a certain way from that angle anyway, like looking through water but on a less extent with a stick poking in, and you see the divergence, the change, the light's actual mirroring effect where it changes. Snell's law, medium to change, right? Quick, quick refractive change of the bending of the light. But my point is that when you're looking at that horizon and you're seeing things on it, you know that it could be a reification fallacy, it looking like it has an angle to it based on your distance and your height to the higher part of that object. Like I said, the lower part of the object would appear to be bigger, and it would appear that the angle of the thing was like all towers. When you look at the stand at the bottom of a tower and you look up, all towers appear to get smaller and smaller to a point, even though the whole pillar is the same size, and it appears to be leaning away from you because you can see the whole thing there and the angle that you're looking at it. Like this is all optical, and they would have known that. That has nothing to do with the geometric shape of the Earth.
Hold on. Now that you are correct, but they were looking at it through a philosophy first, because for them to acknowledge that, for them to acknowledge something exists that is not objectively there, would have destroyed the whole belief system that they had.
Right.
You know,
I get you. I get your point as well, mate. Like, I get your point. 100%. Yeah, not wrong. Yeah, I couldn't disagree with you, mate. Yeah, bang on.
Exactly. Yeah, they chose their religion over their common sense, is what they did. And now we got this stupid globe model that everybody worships, and they don't even know it.
Yeah, you're right about that. They don't. The people are literally waking up and telling you. You know, people try and tell me, oh no. I'm like, well, I speak a lot. Everyone that I see in the talk, I talk to. I know what's going on. I know what people, based on what they tell me.
Well, it makes me wonder too about the internet, because like flat Earth, as I guess as a societal movement, I hate putting words on it like that, but I have to at this moment.
You have to. Yeah.
Would it exist without the internet? Because it seems as if flat earthers are drawing on each other's knowledge within these debates. Like, if it was just one guy.
It would exist, but I know what you're saying, not in the same way.
Right, not in the same way. Like, I think there's something to how computers work. You ever see the supposed experiments that they did back in the 70s with talking into tubes.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? And they were able to get an alignment of like they were all talking on the same topic after a bit.
Yeah.
Just by listening to someone else talk, and like it I think there's something in that about flat Earth, because it's like a mimetic trap. I mean, it got me. I laughed at it at first, and then I cried about it, and then I just got the hell over it. But I mean, it's hard to ignore.
Yeah. No, mate, you're bang on the money, mate. You are, mate. Really. But do you know what I'm finding more annoying? Actually, that. All right. So let me put it this way for you, right? Would it have happened the same? All right. Just because I know that's the point that you can't bother to talk about it. It's hard to think about. So I've just put myself through it all. Right. Well, the flat Earth, people have been trying to get it back out since before the advent of, right? So if the internet was the cause therein of the movement, only alone, right, it would have happened instantaneously as the advent of itself, or the advent of the first forms of social media. It would have happened instantly. It wouldn't have happened at the time that it happened. I believe a lot of this is a revelation. Can you hear me, bro? No.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Right. Can you hear me though? Yeah. Even if you go. Oh, because I'm only. I'll wait for.
Hear you very fine.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Yo, dude.
Welcome
right,
back.
so let me just say that, right?
Nah,
get.
Clear up.
What, dude?
So here's my question, right? Before I argue with you further, I just want to know, why does this matter?
Right, so you wouldn't really understand why something would matter, and so like it would be like me.
Yeah,
saying
why
this,
wouldn't
right?
I?
Wait there. Let me just say this example, get you in the frame of mind, right? Would it matter to you if you had a kid? Well, at the minute, it wouldn't matter, would it? Because it wouldn't change anything about your life, right?
If I had a kid?
Yeah, if you had a son.
Of course that would matter.
Well, no, I mean if one magically appeared right now, you didn't know it appeared.
Was it mine?
Yeah, well, it's yours, but you just don't know it exists, right? Okay.
I mean, it would matter, just, not to me, because I don't know of its existence.
Right. So, like, how are you going to know if flat Earth matters? You don't, literally, you're not yet to validate that this thing is a real thing that's occurring or existing yet.
But why does it matter? How does it affect your daily life?
How does it affect, how does a kid that you don't know about affect your daily life?
It doesn't, right? So then it doesn't matter to me.
Right. But it will matter, though, if I tell you who the kid is and where it lives and it exists, right? It will matter then, though,
okay,
right?
So if you tell me a flat Earth theory, then it still doesn't matter to me, because it doesn't affect my daily life, right?
It will, because the moment
what do you know about
wait there.
living
Let me
alive?
just finish this. The moment that you understand that, let's say the flat Earth, right, is the proverbial child you don't know about, right? The moment that you know that the Earth is flat and that you now know you have a child, yeah, right? That's the moment, and that's the time when you're going to know what it changes about your life and how it affects your life.
But the flat Earth is not a kid. I don't have to care for it, feed it, give it paychecks.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
I don't.
Wait there.
Because I know that I don't have to give an ideal, a theory, paychecks, food, water, care, love.
Dude, I'm being very patient with you. I'm being very patient, and I'm being very philosophical and speaking in parables.
I'm trying to be patient with you.
Yeah, because you think that I'm talking dumb, but I'm talking in long parables, right? To elucidate a bigger point. I understand why you're getting frustrated, because it seems like I'm being vague, and I'm not really making a point, and that I'm misunderstanding you. I'm not. I could be direct, but it wouldn't help or work. What I'm doing is, I said, the logical framework, right? how do you know the Earth isn't a baby that you have to hug and hold and feed? Wait there. So if the nature of the Earth changes to flat, right? How do we know that we basically are not? What if we're doing stuff completely wrong with the Earth because we don't understand?
Like
the way
what?
Let's say.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, I will right now.
Thank
Let's say,
you.
for instance, the electromagnetic field is not caused by the Earth's core. Let's say it's caused by ionized lithium, right?
Yep.
It's caused. So now we're mining for lithium ion, right? To make batteries in salt flats all around the world, yeah? Taking loads of it out, fracking.
Actually,
What if that? Listen, wait, please let me
China.
finish. Let me finish. I know, but let me just finish. What's happening in Mexico? It's happening in Bolivia now. They found these lithium plates, but anyway.
Yep.
What if that is the thing that carries the electromagnetic field? And what if the electromagnetic field is the thing that causes energy input to the very...
You have evidence that us taking it out of the Earth has changed the electromagnetic field.
Listen to what I'm saying a second. Well, it will change the electromagnetic field. Anything
it hasn't yet, though.
If I change the topography of all of the salt flats, right, and change what's inside of the Earth, in your own...
We've already done a lot of that, though.
Wait there. In your own Earth theory, the globe model, yeah, the electromagnetic field is affected by any mass displacement of the counterparts therein between where the source of the electromagnetic field is. If you change anything of the pathway in which the electromagnetic field emanates out of, in the globe model even, you will change parts of the electromagnetic field, effectively affecting its pattern and the way it is.
So
you can affect.
Can I say something, real quick?
No, let me just finish my tangent of why I'm saying this. What I'm trying to get at, bro, is if the Earth is flat, right? You don't know that it doesn't need to be fed differently like a baby because you might not know how to care for it. Meaning, let's say this is a hypothetical that us taking those things out of that part of the Earth could destroy the way that gas is generated and the way that gases are transported around the Earth because we destroyed the toroidal field or the electromagnetic field, and that's the very thing that, let's say, orbits the planets around us, the sun, which causes the heat input for the ability for us to have weather and for it to be changing.
So let me give you an argument.
So my point, listen, wait there. You have to
I understand your point. I understand your point.
So my point would be is if you didn't know the Earth was flat, you might not realize that it might be affecting you because
yes, I understand your point.
Kids. Right. So
So then how do animals walk on the Earth then?
What? So it could. Can you agree then that it could affect you, right?
It could affect me. Now let me say why it doesn't. Right. Let me give you an argument. Okay. We have already done a lot of iron and the mining that you were talking about. Right. We've already done a lot of that over the millions of years we've been alive. Correct?
Not over the millions. No.
Correct. What, dude? Okay.
No. Incorrect.
Just tell me how we've done a lot of mining of the stuff that you say causes the magnetic field. Yes or no?
No.
No.
Have we already done a lot of mining?
Not of the thing that causes the electromagnetic field because we haven't gone down to the depth that they claim the electromagnetic field is caused by.
Okay, no. What you claim. I'm asking what you claim. Right, you say, what was it? Causes the electromagnetic field?
Listen, I haven't got a claim on it. I'm saying that if...
You said one of the things...
I said to you, a hypothetical, right, is this, right? If we
I want a real example that you have. Right. Real example that tells me why it fucking matters.
That is a real thing, though, right? You change the very ground
then tell me what you're talking
about. Listen. You change the ground, right? It can. I gave you something that really could affect something in real life. Change the ground, right? You change the permeation of the field that goes through that ground. You change parts of the electromagnetic field. I'm saying if that was to have a negative connotation on the Earth because we don't understand the way the whole electromagnetic field works because we've got it wrong,
the system,
then that system could be affected and we might not know that we're affecting the system is what I'm saying. This is a hypothetical based on something that is tangible and logical.
Yeah. Nature actually is not a system. Nature is a complex assembly of system working fine-tuned together. Fine-tuned. Ultra fine-tuned.
That's even in the globe
Yes.
model as well. This is what they don't get.
Yeah.
So, like, did you get my point? Like, we're saying it could matter to you, the Earth being flat. You just don't know it. You won't know it until you know the Earth is flat either. It's the same thing.
Okay,
as,
so you guys know the Earth is flat, right?
I'm saying from my position.
So you guys know the Earth is flat, right?
Can you let me
Yes, we
answer?
know.
Okay,
Right,
so
let me
yes, you
answer.
know that,
Let me
right?
answer you.
That
Wait there, let
that
me
one.
answer
No,
you.
let me
Let me
talk to that
answer
one
you.
guy who said yes. Please.
No, because you're not choosing
Okay.
who to speak to and what. No, wait there.
No, I am choosing who to speak to.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're not because I'm the moderator.
You
and I'm
don't
telling
choose
you,
here.
I was talking.
Who
I
made
was
you
talking
moderator?
to you first.
The
I'm
moderators choose here. Yeah.
Exactly, dude. Mod abuse.
Yeah.
No guy who
yes.
does that.
Listen, it's not mod abuse. I'm saying you can talk to him as well, but you're not going. You're not allowed in this conversation to me. This is my house, not yours. So I'm allowed to talk here. Is what I'm saying. You're not going to tell me not to talk because otherwise, what's that?
I'm not
Membership
asking you not to
abuse.
talk. I'm asking to talk
Right.
to someone
So
different
you
right
asked the question. You asked the question, and I'm answering it. He answered it. We both are going to answer the questions that you ask. Is what I'm saying.
now. But you're not
that
even
is
listening to the
actually-
question that I did ask.
Yes, I
You're
did.
trying to make
listen,
me.
Yes, you did.
You're trying
You
to
said
answer
you
questions
do,
that I'm
you
not
know the
having.
Earth's
Did
flat.
answer you, but
No,
you're not
well, you
acknowledging.
asked.
Yeah.
Listen, you asked. Do you know the Earth is flat? Right?
Do
So
you?
asked. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to answer.
Okay,
But
so
you're
let
saying
me
I'm
let me
not
ask my
listening.
let me ask my second question. Please.
No, listen. Let me answer it then. Can I answer the first question?
You
This is
just
what I'm trying to
answered
get
it.
at. No, I didn't.
Okay,
I
answer
didn't
it. Answer it.
Right.
Please.
We know the Earth is at least 70% water, right? We know the hydrostatic states
Sure.
of water,
Yep.
which is level, but flat is not a shape claim because the Earth can't be flat's not a shape. Flat's just a descriptor of
Yeah,
the surface. Right?
I know that. I know that. I'm not that
So
dumb.
I'm just letting you know what our claim is because I don't want you like thinking, right, you've claimed this. The claim is directly that, bro. We observe the Earth and measure water to be flat, but we know there's topography and mountains everywhere. And
I know that you don't think it's a flat disc like a CD.
Yeah, of course. We're not.
It has to have some curve to it, mate.
Who keeps doing that? Is it Pro Slammer?
I don't
No.
know.
I don't know who we're talking to right now.
Pro Slammer's the one trying to argue with you. That's me. I am Pro Slammer.
Alright, I don't know who the other dude is who keeps shouting in. Weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's
Hey,
actually
Pro.
there.
Right. The whole point is that we know that it's flatter than what it is claimed to be. That is the most important point.
Okay.
We don't know to what extent. It's just that whatever they claim, the governments of the world, whatever they claim, it's not that. That's the most important.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right?
That makes sense? Does that make sense?
Why do the government? Yeah, that makes sense, right? Let me just tell you this. Let me
why
ask
would they
this.
lie? Why would they lie? To us?
Exactly. That's my question.
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Why does it matter to them?
You can't come up with a single reason why the government would lie to its people. You really can't.
Well, why would it lie?
Stretch your
Okay, yeah.
imagination.
The government.
Wait there.
The government
Have
lies,
they
right?
lied
Can I answer
Have
you?
they lied to you?
Can I answer him, please?
Yeah,
But my
get him,
question-
answer him.
Yes, please answer.
Let-
Yeah,
get me
I will
going,
answer
yeah.
you. Why will they lie? Are you alive?
Yes.
Yes. Good. Now,
Good. Sorry. That's funny.
if someone is if someone is lying to you, does it
Yep.
matter to you?
That
I mean,
depends.
you have parents, and if they lie to you or not, does it matter for you? Or if you have a girlfriend and she's lying to you, does it matter for you? If you have a job, if you work for someone, and
Yes, it matters.
so
It
matters.
matters depending on what it matters.
So
That's my
then
question.
why do you
Right.
ask? Then why do you ask?
But
Why would they
what's
lie?
What's the
Because
situation
what
where
they are
it's good to lie?
taking is they're
Not where it's good, where it doesn't matter. It would be if
No.
my boss lied about how much like fucking Reese's they buy every year.
That's irrelevant. That's
Yeah.
irrelevant. Not
Sure.
important. What is important is that with the lie, they are taking your life. You are not living your life.
'Cause
You
they
are
can
living
change the way
for
you
them.
exist. Yeah,
Yes.
listen, they can change the way you exist and the way you live your
Yes.
life based on a lie.
They control
They-
that.
Yeah, like because
Through
the
the
Earth's a
lie.
globe, Listen, because the Earth's a globe, you're going to have to pay 20% extra taxes over the next 10 years.
What?
Sure that...
Hold up.
Listen, hear me out. Because they're going to force my country, your country, to pay for more space travel to escape this dying planet because we're destroying it. They're going to use that narrative, right? You know, the only sector of science that actually puts any weight into climate change. Climate change, the issue with it is that we don't know how the climate was 200 years ago. We've only been accurately measuring the climate for about 70 years at the most, right? And we still are not predicting things correctly. The Mayans had better weather prediction. They didn't need a globe model. But the point is this, mate. They are going to use that narrative to scare the life out of you, sign accords to do with climate change and force you to pay taxes and force you to get rid of cars. They're going to tax you on emissions on your cars. They're going to make you buy electric vehicles. They're going to make you change your whole way of life based on something that is to do with us apparently changing the weather, right? And changing the earth itself. When all of the things that we use come from the very thing that we're on, it's hard to destroy. You do realise that, though?
Do you believe in climate change?
Listen, the climate changes. The climate changes, but the causality in which of the climate changing is bullshit. Because if climate change was true, we would have pockets and transitionary things that happen. No, I can track where the geese are going to migrate to next and where their next landing base is based on the electromagnetic field. The same way that they post-dict and post-date or predict. You would know the term too, but it's post-dating. How they fucking show meteorite showers and when they're going to happen. Like, dude.
Does this young man believes in climate change?
I believe in climate change.
If you believe in it, what is the correct temperature?
Yeah, what's the correct temperature? The optimal.
Well, that's personal preference.
No, it's not. What's the current?
I like to put 71 in my own home.
Because NASA says it's wrong. What is the correct one? What's the correct temperature?
Fuzzy, wait there.
Climate is not just the temperature. Let me get that right. Climate is weather. It is
let Hank come in
moisture,
dude,
humidity,
let Hank say
global warming.
Dude, one sec. Let Hank say something.
Real fast.
Yeah, Hank, go ahead.
Real fast, Hank. Go ahead.
Please.
Go ahead.
According to the mainstream, the last ice age ended like 10,000-ish years ago. Was it the humans who caused that during their lowest population? Or did it just happen all by...
Right, so you're right.
Lagging for anyone else?
Is he breaking up for anyone else?
I heard what he said. Wait there, let me just say his point. His point was like, right, the ice age occurred, right, however many million years ago, right? But what was it that caused that, right? Was it the people that didn't exist at the time, right?
Let me tell you, that the Earth's climate naturally goes up and down, right?
Answer it.
SUVs that the cavemen have been driving.
Dude, you need to reply to what Hank's saying, though. Like, sort of, like, talk
I'm trying to. You're interrupting me.
All right. No, someone else did.
The Earth's climate, right? All of Earth naturally will go up and down in temperature over thousands and thousands and thousands of years, right?
So then we're not figuring the climate
we have been accelerating, right? This rate of change.
Who took temperature readings 1,000 years ago?
Dude, we can just tell, like...
Oh, you can? Oh, tell me how you can tell the
okay, I don't know the exact numbers.
Please
know the exact
me. How do you tell? How do scientists tell who are smarter than you? Okay. How do they tell?
No, seriously.
I don't have the exact numbers.
Okay, so you don't believe in whatever they tell you.
No.
They tell you a number.
We don't want the numbers.
Numbers, time, and date.
We want the methodology of how they tested the temp.
What do you mean methodology? They put a temp. They put a what?
How did they get the
1,000 years? Did they do that 1,000 years ago? They put a temperature.
No, but even over 200 years.
Right there, 1,000 years ago.
Let's say I'm gonna trust the numbers that you gave me. Right? I'm gonna trust you. A random person is gonna trust you, the group, right? Just like how I trust the government, right? That's how you would put it, right? I'm gonna trust these obligatory numbers that you give me, right? 200 years we've been tracking accurately the weather, right, or the climate, I should say. Correct.
Accurately. How do you
According
know it's
to you.
accurate?
According
Did
to
you
you.
confirm their numbers to
According
determine
to
its
you.
accuracy?
According to what you
Fuzzy,
guys.
right, listen.
According to
He's
what
a
you have
kid.
told me.
Kid,
200
I'm moderating
years,
the room to make this better for everyone, right? Wait there. Fuzzy, you're going to have to work with this kid. He's younger. He's got a better mic than you. You're just fuzzy as fuck. Right, no, I'm serious.
I'm walking the dog.
Please,
this
guys,
is comical.
be respectful of one another because it's sounding like shit. That's why I'm having to be such a controlling dick all the time. It's how it sounds on the live stream.
I would love to know if he could substantiate.
Right. So, but I'm just saying, if he's saying something wrong, don't say information. I prefer if you're going to talk over one another to get each other to stop. I prefer. That's why I say wait there a lot, because I get people to stop talking before I start saying any more information. It's easier that way. If you're going to overtalk, just overtalk to stop each other. Do you see what I mean? That's all. Anyway. Carry on with what was being said. I don't know if you can fucking hear me now, like, because everyone's gone quiet, but mic check.
Hi.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right.
Please,
so what the kid just said, though, what the kid just said a second ago is really quite funny, right? Measuring temperatures in the past, buddy, right? We can't just trust the numbers. Remember what you said about who said what accurately, right?
You just told me that 200 years you've been measuring climate accurately.
70. I said 70 years. I said we haven't even.
Where you said 200, but okay.
We've got a live stream. It's on live, right?
So alright.
We can rewind it back. I promise you, I said 70 because.
I don't know where I got the number 200 then. I'm sorry about that.
Because because I spoke about 200 years about something else. I know where you got that number. Anyway, so 70 years roughly is how long we've been measuring climate, but not accurately, right? Like, as in not correlationary, as in a unified system of. We've been measuring climate for much longer than that. Yeah, but we've not had a unified body to measure and to change and match and meld numbers to understand it as a whole system for the whole Earth, right? We still don't have that because we still don't have all of the data that collects from the Antarctic and the North Pole to stitch into what we're doing directly properly.
I mean, that's like saying if I don't take a measurement from every square inch of the U.S., I can't tell what the climate change of the U.S. is, right? That's what you're trying to argue.
You're right. No, that's not the argument. But yeah, I see why you think that, actually, yeah.
Okay, so then explain yourself more, please. I want to understand this.
Yeah, right. So what I'm actually definitely saying to you is accurately, right, measuring the weather itself, so how a whole system is affected by a micro change in one place, right? So, like you said, you know the temperature in Texas, you know the temperature in South Texas, but for you to say that there's a storm coming to Texas, could you say that it's because of Florida's low pressures that's just happened and occurred because of a cold snap? And then all the, and there was a huge state of entropy that changed, it created a storm. And then the high pressure and low pressure between Texas caused a storm to occur that's going to head towards New York, right? For you to be able to establish all these other portions and these accurate weather pattern changes based on the cause of why it's happening, you need to have like a grid reference system that implicates all the land to understand it all correctly. I'm saying we haven't had a system like that until very recently. That's what they claim they have now. But it still isn't accurate and still doesn't cover all of the land. The reason why that would matter is because all weather around the spherical ball is attached and connected to one another, pushing against each other in all directions and sides in an atmosphere, right? So
now,
that's why
I'd like to. Now, I don't think we need an extremely accurate measure of climate to say that the climate over time, right, over the time of the Earth. Listen.
Listen. I'm sorry, I've confused you. What my claim is. I've confused him what my claim is, though, guys.
I did not even get to the point of my sentence, and you're already arguing against it.
Listen, no, because I'm not arguing with it, guys. One sec. No, because I've accidentally made you think I'm claiming something I'm not, and that's why I did. I'm not claiming that that because we have accurate, right, and because we didn't have accurate, I'm not saying you can see climate changing, and things getting warmer, and places getting colder, right? I'm not saying that you're not seeing that, and that because we can't look at it accurate enough, we can't say that it's this or this. I'm saying we can't look at it accurately enough to know the cause of why those things are changing in temperature, for one. But I'm also saying we don't know that isn't normal, because we have only been measuring this stuff accurately for a small period of time, which tells me that this could all be part of a cyclic weather system where the Earth naturally has these cold pattern changes.
Exactly.
Do you see what I mean?
Okay. Now I'd like to ask you, right?
Real quick. Let's just pick one.
Well, you cut out, Fuzzy.
What's the correct temperature for New York City? Let's just pick one spot. New York City. What is the correct temperature for New York City?
Listen, okay, can I say what I'm trying to say before I answer that?
Do you understand why I'm even asking that question?
Yeah.
Why
am I asking
that question?
Please let me answer.
Why
so
am
then
I
you
asking
can debate me about, we don't know the correct temperature because it doesn't exist.
We're not trying to debate you. Dude, we're not trying to debate you.
Now, listen, I'm trying to say
this isn't
there is no correct yeah. There is no correct temperature, right, for places, right? Because, let me backtrack a little bit, because you guys were bringing up multiple points that I was trying to, talk about, and then you were cutting me off to go to the next one. Right?
Finish what you were just saying. Go ahead.
Well, hold up. I'd like to
There's
go back.
There's no correct temperature because...
Okay,
what?
Let me go back. Because I'm trying to answer that with points that we brought up earlier. Okay? I do not think that we need a crazy accurate or even a super accurate climate measuring system, right, all over the earth to say, right, we've had a pretty accurate one for longer than 70 years, right? So we can say that we have more data to say that the earth, right, the earth's climate as a whole rises and falls, right? We just know that because of prehistoric evidence and shit like that.
What if it's a 100-year cycle?
It just goes
and
up
we've
and
only
down.
had 70 years of it, and otherwise it's normal.
Because there are people who are.
Wait.
Never mind.
Wait.
How do you know?
How can you point
how
to
do you know
what
it's not
causes
some
the change, though?
Exactly.
Listen, even if you see the change in temperature, right, dude, it looks horrible and drastic. How do you know the cause of the change, right? Because we haven't accurately measured it to see that the pattern has been. So let's say we did measure the temperature of the Earth over 100 years in the Dark Ages, for instance, yeah? We would be able to see whether humans having modern machines and burning fuels had affected that 100-year cyclic pattern. That we know that the toroidal field's placement over the Earth basically changes and inculcates around as the...
I hate to do this again, but I'm getting a call right now and I gotta go. I'm really sorry. I'd love to keep on having this discussion.
Dude.
I gotta go again.
You're
Come back 24/7.
Come back.
See you guys later.
Peace.
Because what the kid needs to understand, guys, with that is that the toroidal field, right, it does change on a cyclic pattern that's bigger than 12 months, right? We literally can see where geese are slowly. People say, "Oh, this place is getting too hot, so geese don't want to live there." Well, no, they're actually still in the same pocket of the toroidal field at that time of the year of what they were in before.
Yes and no. The kid needs to realize that he doesn't need to trust the government for everything. He said he did. I don't know why you would do that.
No, I
hear what you're saying, but man, that's like the second or third hurdle.
Yeah.
But I hear you.
But he's definitely listened to me, this kid, anyway, because he hadn't looked into the globe that much. I know he hadn't, right? And then he spoke to me another time. I know he has. And then he went away and looked into it more because I could tell he knew more about it. And he was how do I put it? Adding bits to his arguments that were clearly newer, but not crap. He had looked it up himself, which is what was interesting. He didn't come in with just a Professor Dave try and debunk standardized techniques. That's what I meant.
I got a Professor Dave. Someone sent me a Professor Dave link today saying, "Learn something for real for once." Sent me a Professor Dave link. Yeah. But you're right. I hear you. No, he just needs to talk it out more.
Debate us then, Dave.
Who sent that video? Was it now?
Yeah, please come in here, Professor.
No,
please learn us uneducated flat earthers.
Someone sent me a Professor Dave video the other day when I was talking to someone online, and I'm like, just show me the science of eclipses. Sent me a Professor Dave video. I was like,
wow.
Okay, cool stuff, bro.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Like, you know when they always say, "Oh, you sound like QE." I established this the other day. Say this back to them when they say this. So, well, yeah, obviously, I'm citing the second law of thermodynamics. We're talking about Gay-Lussac gas laws. We're talking about Charles's law. So you're not going to say that I sound like Einstein, are you? Or I sound like Gay-Lussac or any of these authorities you believe in, even though I'm stating the exact words they say, not QE's words. So they've managed to add a negative connotation to the very things that they add weight to. By
you know what I do? I tell them that. Sorry, bro. I tell them that QE must take up a lot of real estate in their mind. Yeah. Because they're always talking about him.
This is what I say.
Yeah, they always say. Yeah, they're always like, "Well, you're just parroting QE." And I'm like, "Well, cool. You're just parroting NASA, clown."
Well, I just tell them, I say, well, like, you're saying I parrot QE, but you're just going on about him all the time. So, like, it sounds more like you know his arguments better than me because you're the one equivocating my argument as his, which means you clearly actually attribute every individual one of these arguments to QE as if he's a god of flat Earth. Because you're still here, which proves that you haven't defeated us yet, which means that you're admitting that you haven't defeated the god of flat Earth, which is the person you say all the arguments come from, which is QE.
Yeah, is QE incorrect? Am I parroting, or am I just like that's it? You're just saying I'm copying someone who may or may not be correct. Tell me if he's correct or not, and show me where he's wrong. Yeah.
Well, why would they debate any of us if they're saying QE's incorrect, right? And we're all parroting QE, but they say, "Wow, QE's done. He's been proven and debunked." Well, okay, why are you debating any of us? Because we only apparently speak QE, so you just choosing to debate the less effective QEs only, while smearing.
Well, here's the deal, guys. They all stand on the shoulders of giants, right?
Yeah.
Don't they stand on Newton and Einstein, right? And they parrot their bullshit. Well, I use some of Catextus's arguments, and Catextus got his arguments from someone else. He went to college, something to do with philosophy. I use some of QE's arguments. There's nothing wrong with using someone else's argument or someone else's data citing your source. Yeah, people have been doing it for a really long time. In fact, some of the best material is someone who's constantly citing their source.
Yes, because it's someone that if there's someone types up in a video or anything, you're not going to end up having someone like QE turn around and say something stupid about gases that could make you look dumb in the future. Or why wouldn't you cite someone that cites sources all the time that are from accepted authorities that they don't like him because he's someone that people that are like-minded to them look at their videos and see his video and they're going to go, "Oh shit, this guy's actually talking about Carl Sagan." They're going to start seeing the information that they love and know in a different light that doesn't destroy that information but holds it in a different regard. That's what's so dangerous about the approach of the scientific method.
And QE's best argument is the science acumen test. Because once he exposes people that have absolutely no clue what science is, regular nerds, normies, it doesn't matter what they say that once they get exposed. Regular normies that are nerds, they're going to fucking know.
Yep. Listen, the nerds are going to see that and go, "Wait a minute, this motherfucker claims to be smart and he didn't. Oh, he didn't pass 5th grade science. Alright, maybe I shouldn't listen to this twat then." Yep.
Yeah, that guy who sent me the Professor Dave, he said that, well, it doesn't matter. Science proves it. I'm like, cool, show me the science.
Show me where science says that it proves anything.
Here's Professor Dave. Cool story, bro.
Mate, he said science proves stuff. Science is used to disprove shit. What's he on about?
No, he said science proves eclipses. So
no, that's
it was a good conversation.
So stupid. Science would allow you to have evidence therein of something like an eclipse, but it wouldn't allow you to prove eclipse because eclipse is just a fucking word Like, even an action, you don't prove an action. Like, well, an action happened. Yeah. Improve the constituent parts of it, or look at what they are in a microscope, but that doesn't show me the cause of the effect of why they are what they fucking are. Like, this is what people aren't getting. It's like, it's not you, obviously. I'm just saying people in general. It's what winds me up with people's scientific accuracy. Can't even go anywhere and have a debate with anyone because no one understands shit. Yeah, Hank, how are you today anyway? You alright?
Yeah, I'm at work. I can't complain.
Yeah, you're at work. Alright. Fucking work, mate. Why are you at work at this time? Oh yeah, it's 3 in the morning for me. What the fuck? What time is it in America, bro? Not you, Hank. Someone else. Get. You know the time.
It's almost 7:30.
It's 10:30 on the East Coast.
Shit. Why is Hank still working?
Hey, people like pizza at Saturday
we don't
night.
close till like 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes.
Oh shit! You work at a pizza place. That makes sense.
People need the propane and propane accessories. You can't shut down. People need that 24/7, yo.
Mate, what time is it? Oh, it's too late for me to order food. Actually, I can get KFC. I can get KFC and McDonald's delivered by Uber. Uber everywhere. Where? Oh, bros, I managed to eat 4 nights in a row. Yeah, for like not in a row, but like 4 nights. The last month, managed to get free food from like those Uber Eats and like Uber things. So easy. Managed to find like vouchers and codes and stuff like that where I can just like use the voucher or code and then order from them and like make a new account because you get 50% off for being a new member, and then just make a new account and then yeah. Get 50% off and then get money off from somewhere else. And then I ask my mates, like, do you want some food and that? And then they get money off and then they end up paying for my food for me.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
So about that climate change thing, if the climate change is such a dire emergency, like Obama said, it's like the #1 thing, right? How come we can't grow hemp? How come we're not allowed to grow marijuana?
Yeah.
Because if we were making pot oil, like marijuana oil, marijuana fuel, right?
It'd be hemp everywhere, bro. It would be producing so much good shit. But they say our greenhouse gas is why, mate. You can't have too many
it's supposed to be a runaway greenhouse gas, right? You guys heard of marijuana? It's this plant that just fucking grows like...
Emphasis on the green.
But they've been setting that claim up, Hank, haven't they? But they've been setting the claim up, haven't they, that you can't just have like just green plants basically everywhere, weeds everywhere, because they have different values and different abilities to transfer. And do you see what I mean? Like that's what they're saying now.
Well,
like they're basically saying bullshit. That's what they're saying.
Anyone controlling the stuff that freely falls out of the sky or freely grows out of the ground are not to be trusted. That's yeah. We'll go with that. I like the way you said it better.
Mate, we look. We get why we can't have like just anybody just like chilling with buckets of toxins at the river. We get why we can't just have people just putting pumps into freshwater lakes and just emptying the lake out into something else. Like we get that. Like we can stop that from going on, but still, people should be able to do that shit in the right way. Like,
but that's what they're doing here in America. They're dumping fluoride in the water, right? But oh no, you can't fucking marijuana's bad.
Go take it. That's what I'm saying.
Against the will of the people who voted against it. Against the people in San Diego voted to say no, we don't want fluoride in the water, and the government was like, Yeah, but we're gonna do it anyway. So fuck
Yeah,
off.
because you know how they do that? They use the federal government at that point to say, well, because this one state's waterways could affect the whole country as a whole,
Yeah.
we can take a median of the responses of people that didn't say, let's not have fluoride. Their main amount of the countries and different parts of the United States as a whole have not disagreed with fluoride in any water. So they just use like an eminent domain law almost. It's like this law supersedes your law eminently because of the whole country as a whole is affected by this thing in your state. That's what happens when you globalize statism. So we had the same thing as the United States in England. We had the EU saying, you've got your laws, but certain things within inside of your law system at times may have to change because it may supersede because, you can't do this in this part of the ocean because it might affect the French waterways in the long run. Right? It's a double law system, and then no one can be blamed for everything that goes wrong. Right?
Yeah, where are the French going to get their water?
Yeah. Your people stay patriotic because of your state system. Because you are able to get angry at your governor and then change him over to a different party or change the governor altogether. And then you have the governor's ability to blame any bad or wrongdoing on the federal government, and he becomes like the hero fighting for your state, even though your state's still doing shit. You don't blame him because it's the Fed keeping you down.
Yeah, but he comes as the villain, or he becomes the hero or the villain. Right now, they are the villains. Well, no, they're the ones that are actually passing down the mandates, not the Fed. The Feds are like,
yep.
Yeah, we're just saying maybe you should. Exactly. They're the buffer between up high. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. They're the buffer, but exactly. Yeah, bro. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen in America. You're likely going to end up with just 3 states. Just 3. This is why the mandates have been passed down by Texas, where they said, don't worry about wearing them. People are going to
I love your enthusiasm, but I don't see it.
Bro.
I mean, I hear you, but...
I'm not saying it's even a good thing. Listen.
Yeah.
There is something that if it happens, it will end up needing to happen, because the issue is if Biden gets called into question as a legitimate president, mate, people will run and flock to who they think capable of tech, and then that's going to basically be indicated towards instantly. California will cuck to Texas, and in a way, because everyone will know there'll be protection area, and basically Florida, I believe as well, will be absorbed in Texas somehow, like a strip going up to it. Like, I genuinely think it will turn into 3 states. Certain things, only a couple of things need to happen. I'm not saying it's likely.
But yeah, not every state is as independent as Texas or California, or like California's economy is like, I mean, I hear you. But again, if anything, it would be more divide and then conquer. Like,
yes, this is my point. It wouldn't be a good thing. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so what it would do is it would cut off all of the economic industries that rely on one another. So the North with the South, right? And then the obviously as well, California with the South and the North. Like, those two are the go-between. Like, you've got the tech coming out of California and out of that state, and a lot of the, like, almost a lot of the background interference and a lot of the, like, lay work that's done for, like, the rotationary doors and in government, oiling the pipes, as it were. They're like the middlemen. And then you've got the workers and the actual proper industries in the South, in Texas, and then in the North as well. You have the industries where we're poorer and will work. It's quite a bit cooler. Work hours there. Factory.
Yeah, well, with factories more and more moving to China and other places, there's nowhere to work anymore. What are you talking about?
But America, like Texas, the ones that power the northern factory, right? They power it, okay, to make it cheaper. So the government's going to use its own cheapest resource to power its extra biggest things. So if there was a freeway split where like I said, there will end up being 3 main states to America. If California doesn't end up implicated with Texas, it will ruin your economy. And yeah, if Texas are against the North in any way, it would ruin your economy. The way it's balanced currently, the way that they set America up is incredibly brilliant. It stops people from rising. The way they set the industries out, the tower they've got, even with Canada, they've accounted for what Canada is capable of, and who they're best to work with. That's why, like, Canada and the North of America are basically like one country. It doesn't matter what they do; it won't affect the South. But it's like banned. It's crazy. How you doing, Witchcraft?
My biggest issue is what Joe Biden has done at the federal level, inviting immigrants into my state while not helping, even though it's their job to help. So we got like all these children in cages because of Democrats or because of Democratic policy, right? So he's created this problem.
Yeah, they're blaming Trump.
Yeah, they're going to blame Trump for it, even though when it was
they caused it.
When Obama had kids in cages, it was like, well, we just, we got to do it. And then when Trump had kids in cages, it was like, oh, Trump, he's the one that caused this. Actually, it was Obama's policies. And then now that it's Biden's policies, we're going to blame Trump.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
Yeah, and then as well, the left aren't going to call it. Like, how did they vote for Biden, saying they wanted to get away from a racist president? Makes no sense. He is the most racist candidate ever. He's been stopped from going for president more than once. He literally voted to stop black kids from being taken to school, and he voted at a time when busing wasn't being used to buffer out and change just the ethnic population. He literally voted against the first stage of busing, where it was like literally these black kids had no school to go to in that area whatsoever. And he voted against letting them go to schools, and like he's so racist, it's unreal. It's hilarious.
To be fair, he's just as racist as all the presidents.
No, I'm just saying he's more racist than Donald Trump.
I know. I got a video of him talking about the nigger big shot governor.
Yeah,
we don't need any more nigger big shots.
Yep, seen it, bro.
Well, I need that. I haven't seen that. I need it. Please. Hank, please. I need that.
I'll upload it.
Thank you.
Oh, have you not seen that video?
He really oh my god. When did he say this?
Dude. He's literally stood there going like, he turns around and he says, Obama is the only clean and well-educated black man I've ever met. I'm like, whoa. Like, you are severely racist, and I don't know how you're getting voted in against someone just based on racism.
I love that. Poor kids are just as bright, as intelligent as white kids, right?
Yeah, that's what. Yep.
It is astounding. This guy, man.
Listen, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. How racist is that? That's pretty racist, man. Like, that's trying to use a whole system of a whole country, right? Using race alone to be the thing that implicates the system against the very race after he's racist.
Yeah. I just saw that video the other day where he's saying, I don't even know what I'm signing. Just sign it anyway. And he literally, this is such a facade. I don't even know if that's the right word. It's insanity.
The thing he did, where he had he was like to pick up a picture off shot, right? And he was like, or a mirror, I can't remember what it was, but like he purposely was like, oh, this is really heavy, and he like leans over and picks it up, and like it's clearly not very heavy, and he like picks it up really easy, but like he makes sure to say like he's really making out how heavy this thing is, so that he could like show off that he wasn't sick, and you could clearly tell it was like an object that was made to be lighter than
styrofoam or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like, and he's like, and like you can see he's doing it just to try and reassure people psychologically, subconsciously, that they're like,
I mean, yeah, they're at the point where, yeah, they can't even like with what was his fucking name? The guy, I don't even know his name. But they can't even pose for a photo op anymore. They can't even fake a photo op correctly anymore.
Nope. They're losing a lot of the people who had the skills to do it because people started to get the idea in media that they can make more money from alternate media. So everyone started to dip their toes in, even secretly, against the wishes of the governments and stuff, right? And because of that, some of the best work in media and stuff like that is disappearing, right? Like before, you may have been able to get like the best journalists in the world to work on New York Times and work on BuzzFeed and work on Blaze and like the Young Turks and like another place and do a little bit of media work with editing for all of them. But now,
what's journalism?
Well, my point is a bit of editing.
No, I'm kidding.
To make a piece. No, but do you know what I mean? I know you're kidding, but I'm saying to make a piece look like palatable. This very magical editor that can tie these pieces together. He's not writing the journalism. He's not doing that. He's just a photo editor. Because they've become so tribalistic, they can't share the skills these individuals used to help all of them. Right? And these people are getting less work. It's artistic types. I know a few of them. So they're going to work for people like Louder with Crowder and alternate media because they'll let them go other places. Right?
Yeah, no one reads anymore anyway.
They've lost so much skilled workers that were willing to work with. I'm on about old school media. They've shot themselves so hard in the foot with the artistic side of the world. That's why they're clinging to celebrities. They're just hoping celebrities like lust back in them so that people want to start drawing art for free again. People realise that shit runs. You know, all they.
I mean, I know it's just we joke about it all the time, but I don't know what would it take or what would ever make this better. I don't ever see it getting better in its current form. It's only ever going to get worse, right?
It's going to collapse soon, right? What makes it better? Yeah. Listen, this is why Jordan Peterson became very unpopular, right? Do you know his work?
I know of him. I don't watch enough of him to have any kind of specific, but I know of him, yeah, for sure.
What he teaches mainly is philosophy, life skills, leadership skills. He's teaching people to take responsibility for everything. And have
right wing skills is what it is, right?
Ownership of his life. Yeah, have ownership of your life, right? Take responsibility for things you do yourself wrong. Fix everything. Have some self-responsibility and do it early, and let that work in your life, and just see how everything stacks up. Because eventually you will have support systems left, right, and centre doing the same for you. Or everyone's the same. You'll never be able to lack. Is my point. Like you'll never have a day where there's not someone around that you helped in the past that won't be there to help you because you're always constantly on the ball. You're always doing it right. Yeah. This is what he's teaching. So ultimately, more people learn that, and then the more we get trust in. It's people's responsibility that they take over themselves. What they learn, information they hold, none of it will matter if all this goes tits up and all the governments fail. We have educated right.
People, I mean, you could teach it. Jordan Peterson could say that all day, but unless you've went through K through 12 years of high school in a certain way of indoctrination as to live a certain way, it doesn't matter what Jordan Peterson says. He's going to be the enemy because you were taught a different way. It's so. Oh my God!
That was my point. Is that, he might be the enemy. You have different ideas, right? But the people that are currently right now, right, that have just gone through all this stuff to do with language, America, this free speech debate. The free speech debate's over. Do you want to know why?
Guys.
What's up, James? So that was James, right?
Hello?
Alright, hey, I posted that video Big shot mayor. We don't need any more. Yeah.
Somebody said hello, guys.
I see it. Thank you. Yeah, who said hello?
I've tried.
Thank you, Hank. Thank you, Hank.
Hello, Gemzy. Is it Gemzy? Someone needs to tell me what the fuck.
Is my mic working? Hello?
Yo, what's up? Your mic is working. No, it's not. I can't hear that one. Hello? Anybody? What happened? Discord just broke. Right, anyway, can I get a mic check from someone?
You're coming out just fine, Crack.
Alright, sweet. So,
Yeah, loud and clear.
what I was just talking about then, right, is that with the idea is that if it all goes tits up, like what's going to happen, right? Well, yeah, Jordan Peterson, you're right, Fuzz. You can sit there and say it all day, but unless you, like you said, you're right. But no, the people that are in education systems, the free speech debate is over. The gun debate's over. People have stopped talking about it, which means that people have made up their mind that they know that they're going to be censored, right? That means that they have agreed that they shouldn't be censored because people are self-censoring right now, right? Quite a bit.
Yeah, they think it's a good idea.
Yeah, but that's the good thing about this. Is my point is that people self-censoring and changing what they say based on the worry that they will end up being censored are perfectly primed to just hear a few bits of information and go, what the fuck? Because they're in a state of feeling that their government will not allow them to say what they want. So these people are the perfect. This is the time where we need to be rallying. This is why they don't want us on the streets right now. There's going to be an economic downturn based on lots of geopolitical events going on. There's a pull and pull at the minute between different elites on who's going to take this thing.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But I would be willing to wager that this economic situation is going to be a way for a lot of people to start feeding off the government teat.
Of course.
For lack of a better word.
That's the way they want it to go, yeah.
Therefore, economically, it looks okay, but just what they did is just cancel all the jobs and have everyone be subservient to a system. But paint it as a great thing.
There's a reason for why it's happening. There's a reason for why this is happening.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
I think this got rushed, and I think it happened too quickly. And I feel like they've been righting the ship ever since. And I feel like this was half-assed done and had to be done because of certain things that started to occur.
Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of people going along with this that are totally fine who think it's all
because they don't know any. They're just trusting the authorities.
I know that, but I'm saying I think that they planned it. I don't know that it's rushed per se. They've taken a year at least.
No, I think they definitely.
But
I think they planned it for a long time as an option.
Yeah.
I'm saying this, I think, is an option. I don't think this is something that was necessarily bound to happen. Like I feel like they have more than one option for each reaction of society at different times.
I hear you. Yeah. I totally got you. But I think that but I thought this years ago. I'm like, wow, a pandemic would be the perfect way to fuck everything up because it affects literally everything.
But why did the pandemic happen? Is my point. What was happening around the world?
They wanted it to happen.
Well, the media wasn't talking about the fact that the Crimea was annexed, right? Yeah, right.
No, the media
was annexed by pro-Russian.
You shouldn't have been trusting the media since 2001, if not longer.
Of course, but the media weren't reporting on this. They tried to a little bit, and then they ducked out. People are still shooting each other every day on that border. Every day, there's been a war in Russia and Ukraine for years. No one talks about it. It doesn't exist, right? Listen.
Unless CNN says something.
Do you think Joe Biden has anything to do with that?
Mate, I know exactly why all of it's happening. It's like so obvious to me, right? Then you have the Suez Canal right? The big problem with it being closed down at the beginning of the Holocaust. Remember? They literally closed it down. There was a massive world event.
What is the deal with that canal? Like, I've heard that it's stuck. Other than that, I haven't looked into it.
This is the whole war, mate. This is the shipping war. This is what's happening. This is why they need some. Like, this is the biggest economic port of the world, mate.
Yeah, of course, it's huge.
So if it stands still, it will change the whole economy of the whole world. Yeah. So they need a reason.
Right.
Or ownership
I
of the
see
docks.
What you're saying. Yeah,
Listen,
they need something to blame. Yeah. They need to say, like, this, because of that Suez Canal, the whole economic system has crashed. We need to fix it. This is the way. Solution.
Because of COVID. Listen, because of COVID, that's why everything's fucked up. And then hide the Suez Canal shit that's been going on since the beginning, and no one knew about it. They heard a talk, and then they've heard, oh, it's blocked. It's been getting blocked every other fucking day on purpose by people. The docks are handing over keys and changing. So, like, the Irish used to run shit in Montreal, in Canada, because they own the docks. Whoever owns the docks is the serious player. The Saudis own the docks, the Suez Canal, and the Iranians own parts as well. And so whoever owns those docks, the docks ownership has been changing over. Shit's been kicking off at the docks, boys, all around the world.
Yeah. Like the trucking, like whoever's getting the goods. So
you're telling me when I watch Daredevil and Luke Cage and Iron Fist, when they're having wars over the docks, that shit is like serious.
Oh yeah.
Yes, mate.
Elijah, that shit is legit. 100%.
This is true though. Like, people don't realize that, like, the docks of a country, whoever runs that runs the country. That's why,
for real, because exactly everything is water, but if everything is going to be maritime law, whoever's controlling the transition from land to sea or sea to land is going to be a power player, for sure.
Yeah. And that's it. If you've got the money to, like, build, like, England, mate, you make a lot of money by building jetties.
I don't have to do any of that. I'll just buy me a star.
Yeah, man, exactly.
No, now you can be knighted. You can buy a knighthood, or you can also buy a piece of Scotland to become a Scottish lord, right? For $50.
I want some lunar real estate.
I'm already one. I'm already a Scottish lord. So, wait there, guys. Think about that, right? What Elijah just said. I'll just buy me a star instead. It's true though. That's
get one of the ones that's part of my belt.
They've had every motherfucker looking up there saying, oh, you buy a portion of the moon, like, oh, wouldn't it be great to go to space? And you've got going on down here, people fighting over the docks that control the commerce and trade. The stock market ain't shit without movement of products, mate. That's just the numbers on a board. So, the stock was crashing. Cool. It's because of this COVID. All right, well, what's happening with the Suez Canal? What's happening with this place? What's happening with this place? What's happening... Well, who's making a deal at the minute with Mexico to mine the salt flats?
Yeah, they could just make up the thing like, well, because of COVID, we had short staff, and therefore that's what caused the Suez Canal, because we didn't have enough staff on hand because of COVID. They make up any fucking shit they want, and we just have to take it. This is the world we live in, right? Who's got the pitchforks? Like, who's got the torches? What are we doing? Like, how does this ever change? Or is it ever meant to change? And we just have to, that's part of the test of this realm. I don't know. What is this?
That's why the Bible makes a lot of sense.
Is there even a such thing as pitchforks? Or is even that like an idea to be killed? Because it can actually never be practically implemented.
Yeah, like they always talk about the French Revolution, all these different things. Like, well, okay, that's the same story we're supposed to believe. Yeah, exactly.
They always tell you revolutions happen, but they never tell you how you switch over the money and the power and how it happened.
Right.
Like, oh, there was a revolution, but okay, the revolution. This is what Hitler, right? This is why people hate Hitler, because Hitler was a Chancellor of Exchequer. Then he took over the SA and changed it to the SS, right? Yeah, the beer putsch was a failure, ends up in prison, ends up getting his book put into every house, becomes the Chancellor of the Exchequer, gets some fucking massive amount of legitimacy because of that in the book, then turns around Germany's economy, where you can even buy bread with a wheelbarrow full of money, in literally a space of about 3 years, and the country's looking strong, and he uses patriotism and low pay and the agreement that everyone will just work toward a better nation as a one group, right? That's why that was scary, because it fronted out communism and got rid of the idea of a conglomeracy of socialist countries towards one country that has the ability to rebuild and remake itself better, no matter how badly it gets crushed. Because it would just use a love of itself to power itself, right? But the issue is that obviously there are bad ideas in communism, there are bad ideas in National Socialism, there are bad ideas in capitalism, there are bad ideas in all of these political systems. This is what people don't get. It's like all of them are corrupt and terrible and shite.
How dare you? How dare you defile the democracy of?
Yeah.
How dare you, sir?
How very dare you? But you know it as well, Fuzzy Bro. They're all
100%. It's all nonsense. It's all an illusion of choice. The only reason that shitty places exist elsewhere is so that people say, well, at least it's not like this shitty place elsewhere. And then the nicer place elsewhere looks like, well, if we just work a little harder, we can get to be as good as that other nice place over there. It's all nonsense.
Nonsense. Bullshit, brother. Yeah, exactly. This is my point. It's like, until we understand, actually, this isn't like, it's not like a debate that we're having on this stuff, guys. It's like a debate of whether or not the earth would be better off with a government. We need municipalities because we can never choose what other countries decide to do with their power if they are.
Why would we even have other countries without them? Why would we divide ourselves unless absolutely necessary for whatever reason? Why would we divide ourselves into different countries or regions? Yeah, you can go different places and it is what it is, but why we would never be like, no, if you want to go from here to there, you're going to need to fill out a whole bunch of forms.
We need to know why they did it to know why we wouldn't do it, right?
Well, sure. Well, I think the only reason, I don't think anyone would naturally do it unless they were intending to control people.
Listen,
right.
So we only populate and inhabit around about, I would say, not even 3% of the earth. It might be 0.3%. That's actually land that's been either aggregated agriculturally, right, or had stuff put on it, land made roaded, and 3% at the most. So they needed to congregate people together into cities. This is what Chicago was about. Chicago used to be a bigger city than New York and was more booming. That's where the World Science Fair was, right? Yes, we had H.H. Holmes, Murder House, Al Capone, right? This place was the fucking
Chicago's crazy.
Heartbeat.
I mean,
it was the
before they burned it down. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was the wooden city, right? So again, this place. Well, think about it though. The same with the gold rush, right? Where they have these whole towns prop up over very short spaces of time.
Oh, yeah, but that's
quickly make their buck. I'm saying
that's part of that lie, though. These towns didn't just pop up. You don't just pop up
I know that.
These stone structures. Right. Yeah, but I hear you. That's all a
No, I'm saying
story
there
as well.
is a big influx that we. No, I'm saying, but it's been recorded influxes of men going to individual places throughout time, time and time again.
Right.
So we have, the Germans with the Blitzkrieg, for instance, that mass movement of individuals in a group going into France. I'm saying this happened, this occurred. We have the same thing with the gold rush. We have lots of men going there, getting jobs, and then leaving again. I don't care about the stone structures that are there. That's from other civilizations, peoples, whatever.
Right. Well, they were there. Whoever got there first got to claim what they wanted to claim, not dig for gold. Yeah.
But my point is this, mate. My point is regardless, it just shows that when you make a narrative, i.e., that people need to live together for the Industrial Revolution and the shipping industry, so people come to the coast of England and let's make a city called Sheffield and Manchester and Liverpool and London. And people in America come to the World Science Fair in Chicago, build your hotels here. This can be a center of commerce and trade, right? People end up thinking the world's smaller because they get a narrative that tells them to move close to one another. They do so out of ease and out of the pleasures of the wiles of the world of of wonderment, of intrigue.
Technology and all the wonders that we can bring people closer, even though it's this big. Yeah.
Then they reify the idea that we're all really far away from one another, that we're living on something that we're covering the whole surface of, by saying we're vastly connected all the way across the world via the internet, and this internet system is huge and diverse. It's a web. So now it makes us think that we're really far away from all the individuals that we're actually really close to, because we had one part of the narrative make us close together, then the other part of the narrative makes us subconsciously further away from one another. Because if we all actually zoomed out and realized what parts of the world we actually take up, and we understood exactly who we were and where we were and what we were taking, we would understand that actually, in fact, nations would never even have existed, because the only reason they do is because so many people congregated together in the first place in order that you would have to draw a borderline by staking claims in strategic positions that are in the same strategic positions as the other civilization who all congregated together for the same narrative. So, like, you end up with clashes of micro states, of groups of individuals in nation states that really are just cities.
Yeah. But I hear you, but I think that partly would be the propaganda told to the people who live in those places too.
Yes.
Right. Not that the people, like, it's all. Yeah, I hear you. I got you.
My point is if everyone's spread out, you would realize there's more than enough land for everyone.
Oh yeah. Didn't someone? Whatever documentary I saw where they basically said everyone in the world could get 2 acres of land to farm and do whatever they want, and it would take up the size of Texas or something.
I can't remember what. I think it might be like. Wait there. I can't remember if it's 19 billion. Let me just check a sec, buddy. We'd have to go by.
I mean, either way, you could fit it. I mean, there's more than. I mean, I drive around all the time. I'm in like upstate New York, Vermont, up New England, Canada. Like there's woods to spare.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look up the livable land. Acreage.
Well, yeah, but I mean, wherever it might be. But the point being that it wouldn't take up the size. I mean, if it took up Texas, the United States alone or whatever, it wouldn't. There's more than enough for everybody. This scarcity is something it's a fear-mongering tactic.
Yeah, the vacuum of space might not exist, but there's still lots of space.
Infinite possibilities, but no, let's fight over this bullshit. And let's solve the homeless situation with spikes. We can't feed the homeless with this free food. We need to throw it out because of lawyers.
Sorry, Fuzzy. I'm disconnected, Fuzz.
What?
I disconnected them, bro. Sorry, I said.
Oh no, you're good.
No, yeah. What I meant is this. Yeah, like maybe 200 people will exist and live themselves in one place. So like that's 200 in just 2 acres. Do you see what I mean? Like maybe that will occur 20,000 times. So maybe that would mean that everyone that chooses to live homesteady, support the rest of society, would probably have hundreds. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like,
yeah, that's the thing. Like if left to our own devices, we would figure it out. There's no reason we need to ship California oranges to Florida and Florida oranges to California. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, we hear you.
Oh, I apologize if I interrupted. No, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
How bloody dare you, Gogi? I'm joking. Nice to meet you, dude.
Nice to meet you too, man.
Yeah, but
How did you find your way here? Out of curiosity.
I found it on a site called Disboard.com.
Disboard.
Yeah, Disboard, like this and a B.
Yeah, I know.
O-A-R-D. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah, but I was looking for a flat earth server.
Sweet. Why would that be? Why would you be looking?
Well, I saw like
Genuine question.
I saw on like, man, I'm trying to keep this short without giving you my last story. So
No,
I'll
you've
try.
got the mic, bro. Do what you like.
I saw this asshole on YouTube debunking flat Earth, so I decided to go to the person who was quote unquote debunking and watch his videos, and they were pretty good. It was Glowbusters, by the way.
Yeah, man. So
and
you
Glowbusters videos were pretty good.
You ended up watching Professor Dave or Simon Dan, and then
Yeah,
ended up
that was the asshole's name.
Yeah, and they led you to someone's video. They were debunking, and I'm guessing they told you that the Earth was flat and shit, right?
I didn't. You cut out a little bit for me.
Yeah, I didn't even understand what you meant just then.
Right, so I said, so they sent you these assholes, people like Simon Dan and Professor Dave. They ended up by showing you these debunking videos, sending you actually to flat earthers that were making videos, right? And you watch said videos and realize that they're debunking, show any debunking of that material, and actually the claim stands. It shows it, right?
Yeah, that's about right.
That's sort of what I was saying, brother. Yeah, man. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Thank you.
I love those sort of little short and sweet stories where people are like, yeah. So basically,
Yes.
the globe has caused me to be a flat earther. Oh, sweet.
Well, that's it. You're trying to prove the globe, and you're trying to look into it, and it's just only a matter of time if you're honest with yourself.
Yeah, like someone said earlier, like, how would this lie withstand for so long? I'm like, no. The globe's not been widely taught for that long. It's less than 100 years in some places, and like I said, like, it's not withheld the stand. It's not stood the time. It's not withheld very well. It's not. It's really been shook into pieces in a short space of time.
It just takes a generation or so.
Literally 2 generations I've worked out to be that have been taught the globe and have just started to already shake it apart. People say, well, there would be whistleblowers, people from NASA. Well, there are. I know people from NASA that say the Earth's flat. People are whistleblowing. Here we find. Hello. I love it how people trick themselves into believing what's actually currently going on is the very scenario that they say they need to happen for something to come into question. Well, I would need first a group of people to whistleblow that the Earth was no longer a globe. Okay. Hello. You are talking to a group.
And so, yeah, like blowers won't, they're not going to get on the news. They're not going to get much coverage. You really have to go out there and try and find it or source it. So, but yeah, loads of people, airplane pilots, people in the military, people in the Navy, submarine. It's a whole lot of people now with professional backgrounds coming forward, and like surveyors, like engineers. It's all there. It's just gotta look for it.
Exactly, bro. I said.
Which most people.
If Jesus were to return right now, and the mainstream news didn't cover it, do you think anyone would know?
Yeah.
Would he be on Deal or No Deal?
Man, we would know, bro. Why? What's your claim? I know what you're.
I was just joking. Jesus would be
If
on.
Jesus was in Jerusalem right now, oh man, he'd be pissed, and they'd kill him again.
Yeah.
He'd have to hire his own advertisement agency.
Jesus is a mirage. But yeah, it does feel like these who's like Professor Dave and the science guy or whatever. I don't know if they're just intellectually being dishonest or if they're gatekeepers, or don't know what the go is.
Who knows, buddy? The gatekeeper. It's obvious. We're gaining momentum. We have two good arguments. So yeah.
And that's it. There's too many long distance measurements and with infrared and lasers, and to just discredit every single one that disproves the curvature formula or whatever.
Yeah.
You say refraction or whatever. Like there's just too many to have the refraction argument.
Fuck.
Can I say something for a sec?
No.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Wait, I sent this. I can't post images, so I sent it to Craigville. If you could post it for me, that I'd be thankful. So the other day I was out. I took this picture, and they really want us to believe that this is a planet. Not, it couldn't just be a star or something. Apparently it's Jupiter, but this
Dude,
come on, man.
4 moons of Jupiter in there as well, man. Yeah, bro, I've never ever seen the moons appear like that, and I live like right next to 2 of the biggest and best light reserves. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I never see it appear to be like that. Right? But it all depends on where you seem to be on the Earth, to whether you can see it like that, the way you posted it, yeah?
Yeah.
I've seen people. I've got better equipment than you, and I can take better pictures than whoever took that. And I never see them appear like that, bro. Like it's a rare image to get, and they're never like in different positions. They're always like that, like 4 dots in a row.
Yeah, seriously, like what the fuck? What is this?
Orbit.
Like, come on.
It's like they don't orbit around. That's what I'm saying.
Someone post a picture of marijuana. I don't.
Come on, guys. No.
Okay.
That's not marijuana. What California post?
Oh, okay.
Look at the stems. Yeah, that's not. If it was.
Hey, Crack, you're cutting out.
I'm cutting out.
You're okay now.
I'm trying to fucking get ready to leave the live stream. But I've been trying to get a conversation to go for ages.
Didn't I hear a documentary's coming out? Like a real documentary about Flat Earth that's going to be honest and stuff?
Oh, no.
Oh, on what platform? Is it like real or is it like some?
I don't know, and I just heard it somewhere that
I hope that's
like it's
true, but like
going to be legit.
Why aren't we would all be talking about it though if it's true though.
I think I think that's the next logical step to someone to do a real Flat Earth documentary.
They can't. It'd be suicide, right?
Yeah, they wouldn't allow it. Like, imagine they let like people like Indio and QE and like Hank, even people like myself, appear on these documentaries, and we were to like show our everyday lives. Like, you know, I could show them me working in my everyday life, doing the things that I do. They would see a skilled man. They would see people like QE and Hank, like just everyday people that are clearly good at what they do. People that are experts in certain topics.
Yeah, level.
That's it, level. There isn't a day that goes by for over years now that I don't think about how I would make a documentary about this subject. And I don't even know how you would approach something like this on a documentary. I mean, I've made documentaries about it. I have the camera equipment, like all the gear.
I thought about it for
years. How would you start?
Thought about it for
I don't
years.
even know.
The Math Powerland way was the best one that I saw, like the introduction, right? The one where you remember when you saw math at the beginning, right? And he's just like doing a presentation, and it's almost like he's just like, wait, this doesn't make sense. Like, why is this like this? And like, I didn't realize they admitted this, and I didn't realize this said this, and like, what the fuck? Like, you're discovering it with them, right, as you go along, right?
Yeah, like, I feel like that'd be the only way to approach this.
And then at the end, once you'd established that the Earth's flat through doing that and really pulling it apart, you would then have to go where the logical mind goes. And I feel like there's 3 phases to a documentary about flat Earth that you need to get, which is the why they're doing it question, how and why they were doing it. So show the setup, show that it exists.
Why would they lie?
But first, knock it off of its axis and debunk it. But some people clearly need to get rid of the curvature, then they need why. Some people then actually need how. But like, you could do it in 3 parts, like show there's a crime, dismantle said crime scene, show that the causes of the effects of what they say the crime scene was created by are wrong, then show the segment that explains how or why. But you would have 3 segments, and you could structure them in 3 different videos to have it every way around, so that it was perfect for every type of person.
Yeah, you'd have to.
You know what I think would be great? If we could get people to agree to debate us, like on camera, right?
Yes.
And we could get like people to analyze the Glober, right? Because there's like certain people that work in police that like analyze pre-verbal, non-verbal communication.
Bro.
So it would be like
language
so
analysis, body language analysis. Well, no, this is another thing. What Hank just said is so true, right? So body analysis, estimation, but remember, guys, the times where I get like 6 people in a room around me, they start going, wait a minute, you might be right about the flat Earth, right? One of my other friends, my best friend today, turned around and said, my other friend said, do you know that he says he's a flat earther now? And I was like, wait, he was just, only the other day he got destroyed by Bambi, right? And now he's saying he's a flat earther, right? And this is like 3 weeks of him hearing me talk about this shit. But it wasn't him that told me he was a flat earther, it was another one of my friends. I said, wait, you're a flat earther now? And he's like, well, yeah. He's like, yeah, I am. I was like, why didn't you tell me? He was like, well, you know, like, oh, like, a bit embarrassing. He was like, because I thought you were stupid for it. I said, right, cool. But imagine it was me that debated my friend and got him to the level to try and understand it. He wouldn't have been able to be objective. So I didn't debate him, right? I didn't ram it down his throat. I showed me debate a couple of physicists or proclaimed physicists. I showed him me destroy the fuck out of other people. And then I had him debate someone else that's a friend of mine, like Bambi, and she destroyed him, not me directly. So we didn't have that ego between us, and it really helped him stay objective on information. A lot of the time, this is why we get bad results in here, because we're in a debatory sense. It's not a good idea. It's not a time where people take on new ideas. Okay? Unfortunately. The whole structure of it. Please tell me I don't really care if it.
No, you're still on.
That's all right then, because I'm saying this shit for a reason. I want people to understand, like, if you want to teach people around you that Earth is flat, you either need a documentary or a video, or to be able to debate them indirectly, so that they don't have emotional responsibility of defense of you're calling me stupid. And get rid of all that vitriolism, especially between men. This is why people can't teach their brothers someone else, because there's a lot of competition. So one doesn't win the argument for the sake of truth. I think we all know that deep down true. Like I said, this should be the place where, yeah, we're debating people so they won't. Because they want to win an argument. But the people that we show this stuff to, that's why we've got to start making sure when we clearly destroy someone on a certain angle, it was perfect. Make sure we clip that shit, start compiling it into a very short, condensed video of like even just an hour long, of just like the most perfect rundown of why the globe is bullshit. 50 different people speaking about it, showing a vast array of accents, different types of people, and it would just be like the biggest proclamation of we are flat earth, and this is everybody unified saying this is bullshit, this happens this way, this occurs this way. And people will start to feel, it will normalize it and humanize it, because they'll hear people accents that are from a similar community to them, same economic background. They'll hear accents similar to their brothers and sisters who they're arguing with about the topic, who they can't be objective with. They will hear the voices that sound similar to theirs, and it will make their family members that are flat earthers crazy, because we'll have a bigger array of sample size pieces of voices of talking intelligent, audibly well about the flat earth. That's kind of where I'm saying like a good type of video, a good unified argument, start to end, 45 minutes, lots of our voices involved in transition.
And that's it, because
if it was a real documentary, it'd have to be 90 minutes long at least. To be,
I'm saying that could be
for me. But yeah, I got you.
I'm on about making this as a tool just to show our loved ones, like, because they get to get all of the points dismantled, but not them. We need it to be they need to hear someone else that's voice. This is why these authority figures are great, like people that come in and say they're PhD. When we have a video that dismantles everything about the globe, but in a conversation with one of these people, on camera especially, where we see their reactions as well, we have an edited video of like 60 of these professors all systematically being destroyed on every point that every person destroyed to understand that it's not a globe, see it's flat. Then now we don't. Not only do we not have their own emotionality being involved in determining who won the argument, they get to feel like they're watching professors get destroyed, people with higher approved access to society than themselves, and that person is the authority that they're told to trust. So they get to not only have their own argument destroyed in their own paradigm, they get to have it destroyed from the perspective of someone that they would love to hate at the same time as someone that they trust. It is a perfect dichotomy that elicits the perfect response emotion. This is why I know for a fact that I've been more successful giving people the flat earth truth when they are listening to me destroy someone else in a debate on here than when I'm debating. Like, I have so much worse results when I directly debate someone, my friend. They just don't respond the same. But when they hear me debate someone else, it's a completely different response.
Yeah, when I was watching, what's his name, Dr. Dino debate, like all those greaseball, professors, I just remember like him destroying like 3-on-1, and like his only thing that he wanted equal speaking time, and he didn't want them to cut the video and like edit it in a way that made him look stupid. Right? So that was like his only caveat for a debate.
It's the only
like I'll show up anywhere, anytime, and I'll debate your ass. Huh?
Yeah.
What's that? So after watching those videos, right, and then trying it out on the people that I worked with, it kind of put like a huge wedge between me and the people that I worked with, right? Because I'm kicking their ass on the daily because they think that they come from monkeys, and the proof of that is a fraudulent drawing of embryos, right? And when you debunk them and show them like, hey, this is fraud,
they hate you.
They say, well, that came off of a Christian website. Like, oh, is that the genetic fallacy? Okay.
This is my point.
Once you start debating people, and then you're never actually talking to the person you're debating. You're always speaking to the audience, right? Because the audience is who you're debating.
Decides wins the debate. This is my point. It's about the audience.
Right.
The debate is not about. You're never going to prove. Listen, the person in the debate you're debating, you're never going to disprove what they're saying to them. You're not changing their mind. You're not changing someone's mind in a debate. The people watching, maybe. Not the cunt you're debating. You don't care what you got to say. I think people forget that. I think keeping up with this. I prefer the person than my copy. Hank in the Hill.
Yeah, I'm here. So what I was going to say is, as far as I know, I'm like the first person in the flat Earth community that started challenging people to debates. Now, obviously, I didn't see every video that was ever made.
No, yeah, no, I agree. No, you are. Honestly, I've been involved in this for a long, long time, mate. Yeah, myself. Like, not always involved, but like watching. Bro, I was reading Robotham in 2013 myself, right? So like,
oh no shit.
Yeah, like literally, this is what I mean. So like, I remember your ass, bro. Remember I told you this before. I remember you. Like, I was a kid, bro, but like I remember your style and like looking up to what you were doing, and I remember QE as well, what he was like. And I mean, but I remember you even. This is you were doing the Google Hangouts thing, right? You were doing shit before then,
right.
even. You were doing shit before then.
Yeah, I was making videos before the Google Hangouts.
Yep.
And I was challenging people. I was challenging anybody, anywhere. Doesn't matter who you are, I'll debate your ass. And it was because I wanted to hear the debate, and I thought I was the best person for that job.
Do it. Yeah. No, well, but dude, I remember like when I come here and I heard you speak, and I was like, no way, like, and I went to my mum's house because my mum had like watched shit of yours before as well, and like I was like, look, I said that guy, I was like, that motherfucker, he's in here. I was like, listen, that's him, and she was like, no way, like, and then yeah, eventually, that's why I got you to speak to her that one day, because she wanted to talk to you anyway. Because like we'd seen your shit before. But that's what I'm saying. Like that just proves the point that like it literally like you were the first person that come out, first person that I heard come out and start debating people as well, and actually like spanking them hardcore, like really showing them up.
Yeah, they used to say, "Better watch out, you get Hank spanked."
Mate, you literally used to spank them, bro. Like for real. Like that's what I mean.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, guys.
No, talk, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, we got a troll in VC checking one pretending to be a flat earther. His name is.
Right, I'll go up.
His name is Carl Adams.
I just wanted to say, but it was never about me. It was about me wanting to hear the debate. I wanted to hear because anybody can like make a claim, right? But what's the other side of the coin? Like, how does this weigh out? What is the evidence going to produce on both sides? And then, you weigh it out, right? In your own head and use your own discernment, right? And for me, it was all about, like, I've heard these imbeciles try to debate flat Earth that didn't know the argument, and it seemed like a huge setup. So I was like, okay, I could do way better than these guys, right? And, I've never debated in school. I didn't know about logical fallacies, and I probably sucked really bad in the beginning. I probably did, but the debate had to happen. Like, it was just festering, and it just had to fucking happen. So my first video was like challenging anybody anywhere to a debate. And then once the debate started happening, like, they were getting crushed before QE came along. And then I went to Robert Bassano's. He was hanging out. And then QE started coming into the debates, and it was like, oh, I finally found someone better than me. And I'm kind of a pompous ass a little bit. Am I still on?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I think you DC'd for a little bit, but I hear you now.
So in the early days, the debates were raw and nasty and like fucking. It was really difficult because like 10 people on a hangout, right? And you think that's that's good, right? But man, 10 people can really disrupt. And it was like every time a debate started going like my way, flat earthers or people claiming to be flat earthers would start obfuscating, right? And it was like, wow. And then people that really were flat earthers thought that these obfuscators were real flat earthers. So when I say that it was like nasty, like it was fucking nasty. Like people would just interrupt just to hear their fucking self talk. And interrupt like points being said and talk over people. And then, eventually people would say, let Hank finish, because I'm not trying to talk at the same time someone else is talking. It's just a waste of breath. I'm wasting my time. So, like, all I want is, just a little window. And if you notice, I try to be concise and quick, and I talk faster than I normally speak. Just so I can get that, little point across, and then I do this. And it got to the point where I could talk really fast like this, like the Micro Machine Man. And I was like, okay, like I got really good at talking fast, which helps out because I can put out, a lot of words really fast if I want to. The only problem is my reception. It sucks. My reception sucks so bad. And I apologize to each and every one of you. Всем привет. Vlad, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up, guy? I've been watching these George Floyd trials and shit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, did you watch them yet? Huh?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking liars, bro.
Here's the truth, you are not walking away from me.
There's the left and the right, like always, bro. There's a whole bunch of lefty witnesses that are lying through their fucking teeth, But they're getting caught, though. They have a good, what's his name? Chauvin has good lawyers, man. I don't think they're going to pin shit on him because they can't. They even have all this new footage of the EMT, how they were trying to resuscitate the big guy. You know what I mean? They have this fucking bitch-ass fucking fire department hoe. She was fucking lying on the stand. It was nuts.
Why do they think they can get away with lying? Don't they have that thing on recording, like the body cam footage or whatever?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
What the hell?
Fucking idiots, man. They're lying straight through the teeth. It's fucked up.
Oh, man.
They're just trying to start some shit,
Yeah, be on the front page, like.
Yeah.
Fuck those guys.
That's right. Fuck those guys. Fucking assholes. I just woke up too. I was like, I fucking fell asleep watching them. And they're still going on. There's like fucking clip after clip, witness after witness. New shit. When Big Floyd was high as fuck in the store before he got arrested, where he was trying to pass off a fake 20. Like the dispatcher was the best witness, one of the better witnesses. She didn't even know what she was fucking saying, but she was like giving information that was like helping Chauvin. You got fucking different angles where nobody sat on the fucker's neck. Everybody was sitting on his back, you know? Nobody went on his neck. It was straight on his back.
Yeah, and when you see him get up near the end, like you could see there was like he had like almost no pressure, no weight on him. Like I see near the end he gets up and it was like I don't know.
Yeah.
You could tell the angle that he was at that his weight was centered on himself.
Yeah.
And I seen a video too. He had previously had an incident like that because when I first watched it, I was like, "Oh shit, they've got him really upset," and he's like crying and all this shit. But there's a video of like 2 other times he was arrested. He did the same fucking routine. I was like, "This is just the fucking shtick that he pulls into every time he gets fucking arrested."
Right.
And on that one, they had to take him to the hospital. Because he
swallowed the fentanyl, like the same fucking thing he did here. Because he was with his drug dealer. Was with his drug dealer in the car. The cops pulled up on them. He quickly swallowed the fentanyl, right? And thought he was gonna get away with it. It was gonna be fine and dandy, bro. It's fucking
and he had
stupid.
What was it? Meth also in his system.
Yeah, he had meth. He had fentanyl. He was fucking high on everything, bro.
Yeah, that's people die.
Yeah, they have cameras from when fucking Big Floyd was in the store. You can literally see when he was in the store before he got arrested that he was off his mind in that store. That's why the police were called on him because he was making a ruckus inside the food store. The cup food,
fucking around and slipping fake 20s and just fucking all over the place.
Right, you know?
But
so what do you think the cops were called on for, man? Fuck.
Yeah, and when you do like a hardcore upper and downer like that, it's called speedballing. Like that's some hardcore shit. Like people are dropping like flies around where I'm at. In Indiana, it used to be a real big meth problem, but now since fentanyl came out, heroin and fentanyl was like overtaking shit. Before that, it was crack. The first big problem we had, but then it was meth from all the people out in the country and bringing it into the cities. Like every factory you go to is like almost everyone is fucking on meth. But with fentanyl, that shit was that was like the new shit. But speedballing, when you do an upper and a downer like that, that's what killed like fucking Farley, Belushi. Like that shit's so fucking deadly that it's so bad and so fucking hard on your heart.
Well, I don't understand how people. He had a cardiac arrest, bro. Obviously, you know, so he fucking killed himself, and they're trying to pin that shit on some cop. It's so fucked, man.
Yeah, that shit's fucking deadly as hell. Like I've know over 10 people I went to school with that died from fucking speedballing. Like that. Like it's more intense than like fucking smoking crack, they say, for the high, but it's so fucking deadly. It's so easy to kill yourself. I don't understand how people they knew if they would educate themselves a little bit about drug use like that, like that's like fucking retarded fucking high risk behavior.
Exactly.
What I saw about this fentanyl in the beginning, like, I don't know, the first time when I saw about it, about 10 years ago or so, I saw a documentary made by a guy, individually, mainstream media. And he was showing how this drug was designed by the army, and this drug is telling your internal organs that you are dead, and then all the organs, they enter into a state of preservation, so they stop all their functions, and that actually kills you. But they can come like after 2 weeks, you died, you're very good for harvest. Require no cooling, The organs still good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of the jury selection, but it was so much bullshit I couldn't even watch it anymore. I was like, fuck this shit. It's gonna be a fucking circus. Kangaroo court.
Yeah.
It's a show they just try to instigate this black people community.
Oh, yeah. It's exactly what they're going to do, because they're going to say not guilty, they're going to let him go, and they're going to be fucking riots all over the place again. Fucking idiots, man.
Yeah, and the video, like he was already fucking I can't breathe, like wandering around fucking being belligerent. They're like, dude, get in the car. And he's like pulling his fucking shtick. I busted his ass, seen him on like 2 other fucking videos. He pulls the same fucking shit. Like it's a fucking routine he's pulling. He won't get in the fucking car. And he starts fucking wigging out all over the place. Those poor officers.
Maybe he had the COVID, bro.
He did.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Why don't they just say the normal shit? They should have just said he died like COVID, like all the rest, and call it a day. So they normally do. But yeah, he's fucking dicking around all over the place. Poor fucking officers have to deal with the fucking neighborhood menace. And he's a big dude, wasn't he? I can't remember where I seen it, but
medium size.
Oh, he's like 6'6", 240 pounds. This guy was massive, bro. What are you guys talking about? He's a huge motherfucker.
What's the basketball player or something that he's called his twin or some shit? That's why I was pretty sure he's pretty big. But they're having to wrangle this fucking nuisance or menace to society. You can tell, like, when somebody's acting like they're listening, but they're fucking resisting, like, at every turn. He's, like, doing everything possible to be a pain in the ass, probably just to create a big distraction and scene so he could drop all his shit and swallow the other half of it. I seen, like, 2-3 points. He drops one out of his leg when he's walking over. You could see it. It comes out from by his foot. So he either dropped it down his pants or he dropped it like being all slick. And then when he sits down, he drops another little fucking baggie. And then the third one I seen, you could see it in his fucking mouth. So he's like causing this big fucking ruckus to offload his fucking all his drugs.
He was on probation too. That's why he's doing that, man. He's on fucking probation. He got caught. He's gonna go back to jail, right? Because he breached his probation. So he's fucking around. That's it. Pure fucking around.
Yeah, he's fucking slick Rick. Nothing but a fucking 2-bit fucking grifter, like putting on his big act. Meanwhile, he's slipping fake 20s and dropping his fucking baggies.
Not only that, fucking putting fucking guns up to ladies' stomachs in front of their children and robbing them. Guy's a real flying piece of shit, guy. He deserved every bit of what he got, man. Fuck that guy, man. Now they're gonna fucking start more fucking riots, more fucking autonomous zones. You know, it's gonna be fucked up now.
Yeah, fucking St. George, they fucking turned him into a martyr, like so it can fucking inspire many other youth to go pistol whip pregnant women and slip fake 20s all over the place.
Yeah.
Fuck bullshit.
Motherfuckers.
Like, you'd think people would want to distance themselves and be like, no, man, that motherfucker don't represent us. Fuck that dude. That's a fucking piece of shit. Like, we don't do that. We don't fucking beat on women and pistol whip them and do all this other bullshit. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but that ain't nothing like what we do. Like, you don't fucking stand behind and prop up and support pieces of shit. Like, you don't defend people just to defend them because they look like you. That shit's retarded.
Yeah, that shit is retarded, man.
Yeah, it's like if some white dude if some white dude starts fucking a dog or something, I'm not gonna be like, no, you don't understand. Like he's got issues, and we gotta. I'd be like, what the fuck is your problem, motherfucker? You don't do that shit. Like, and then fuck him up or send him to jail. Like, dog, we don't do that in our fucking country or our community here. Like, I don't know. But yeah, you're right. They're gonna fucking. Even if they weren't gonna let him go, they're probably gonna let him go just to get more fucking riots. That way, it'll help them with their stupid bullshit narratives. Fucking whitey bad.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Have any of you heard of a Witsit, Austin David? He was charged with a felony count of marijuana possession of over 20 grams.
So what's wrong with that? Do you think that's
Isn't it just quite humorous how he was a flat earther and how he was under the possession of marijuana and he got arrested for it?
It's really humorous that people with plants get thrown in cages like animals, right? That's really fucking funny.
It's quite humorous how a flat earther gets arrested for the possession of marijuana.
Let's take you by force and put you in a cage because you were harvesting herbs.
Herbs?
What
kind of herbs?
Herbs, motherfucker.
What kind of herbs? He was on herbs. He had herbs in his possession. Over 20 grams of herbs. He got arrested for the herbs.
What's your point?
Let me get this straight. You've never done anything illegal, right? Because obviously, you followed every law since you were born, right? Right?
What's this? Somebody muted him. Let's just.
Was he done now?
Ban him. Yeah, no, hold on. Yeah, why are you tripping, bro?
What do you mean? I'm not tripping.
Yeah, you're tripping balls.
Well, here's the thing, bro.
You're probably tripping off marijuana yourself.
I hope and pray to God that you never get caught by the police for doing a victimless crime because
I've never done anything illegal.
Hold on, bro. Let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, let me finish. I hope and pray to God that you never get taken by force by road pirates and thrown into a cage for a victimless crime, because I would feel really bad for you if that happened, even if you're a globe earther, right? You know why? Because you have the right to harvest any herbs or do whatever the fuck you want, buy anything you want. It's called capitalism, right? And just because marijuana is scheduled as a Schedule I narcotic, right, which means it has no medicinal benefits, even though they took out patents on medical marijuana because it has benefits, right? Right?
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. I'm not even a real pothead. I smoke every now and then, right? But the only thing wrong with marijuana is the laws. The marijuana laws are corrupt as shit. And the only reason that marijuana became illegal is because after the first prohibition of alcohol, right, because they didn't want farmers growing their own fuel, right, because they used to run their cars off of ethanol. When that ended, well, the best next fuel for you to grow is hemp fuel, right? Because you can take marijuana plants like hemp and turn it into fuel, right? Can't have anybody competing against big oil, right? So what do? They fucking turn marijuana into a Schedule I narcotics, meaning that it has no medicinal benefits. Now, is that
I understand.
True? I'm asking you a question. Is it true that marijuana has no medicinal benefits?
No, I mean, depending on the person, no,
hold
it's
on.
not true.
You said no. You said no.
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Why would Why would the federal government lie?
Well, I don't know. A lot of the stuff the government
What do you mean you don't know?
It's fake.
What do you mean you don't know? It's because, okay, look up the 13th Amendment. I think it's the 13th Amendment. It talks about we're ending slavery now, right? Except for people that are duly convicted, right? So do you think it's okay to turn anybody, flat earther or globe earther, into a slave because they were harvesting herbs, You think that's
No,
right?
of course not.
Well,
Okay,
then you
can
better
I ask
fucking
my
call the
question
police.
now?
Hold on, bro. You better start calling the police station that's holding Mr. Whitsitt and demand his release, because slavery is wrong, isn't it?
I understand, but if someone's so passionate about the consumption of marijuana, especially when they have over 20 grams in their possession and they're so flawlessly just holding it and getting caught with it, why can't that person just move to somewhere where it's legal rather than resigning where, it's
Okay,
illegal?
first of all, okay, you
kind of
stupid
foolish.
motherfucker. Okay, now you're on mute.
Grams of
You
marijuana.
clearly are a dumb motherfucker, right? Because you clearly don't know what really fucking happened. Whitsitt doesn't fucking live in Florida. He got caught in Florida because he was doing a tour. He was having fun with friends, and they just got stopped fucking randomly in Florida. Right?
He was
They were just driving through Florida. He lives in a state where it's legal, bro. The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, but even then...
yeah, but even then, you're a dumb fuck, but even then.
Hey, that's just kind of rude. I didn't call you a dumb fuck.
I don't give a fuck. Well, you are a dumb fuck.
You are that, yeah.
Yeah. You're fucking retarded. Beyond fucking retarded. I should ban you right now, you dumb fuck.
He's a clown.
He's a clown. Coming in here talking about people he doesn't fucking know. What kind of fucking gossip bitch are you? Huh?
Hey, did you guys know that one of your boys
actually
got
my
arrested
brother.
by road pirates and turned into a slave over herbs? I bet you guys feel stupid, huh? Like, no, motherfucker, whoever made that law was stupid.
This fucking asshole. He's not your brother. The fuck out of here.
Yeah, I apologize. That was a joke.
In my opinion, Whitsitt's just retarded.
Well, Ben, you're fucking retarded, bro. You're muted too. Fucking retards in here. You guys are just hating on the guy because he has more attention. He's more famous than all you motherfuckers put together, you useless fucking clowns. Yeah.
He's a crackhead flat earther. You're calling him famous? I don't understand.
Yeah,
He's a crackhead flat earther.
What do you mean by crackhead? Do you think he smokes crack?
Yeah, probably. He is a flat earther.
Yeah, probably. Okay, well, there goes your ban. Here comes your ban, dumb fuck. You copy ID. Here's an S-ban forever, bro.
So this dude's going to resort to slander, right? It wasn't enough that he's reporting that this guy got kidnapped, right? Whitsitt got kidnapped by road pirates for possessing herbs, guys. You know what? He could possibly be turned into a slave and put into a work camp.
Talking shit about.
You guys realize how serious that is?
Yeah, we should all pray for him, bro.
Fucking dumb fucks. Here, take it all here. You guys both motherfuckers are banned. Get the fuck out of here.
Ban them, Vlad.
I already did, man.
Man, that's just really sad, honestly.
Yeah, I didn't even hear about that.
Yeah, people coming here trying to like defame someone for just being in possession of that. It wasn't even his possession; it was in the car with him. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, fuck them.
I think they came in here. I think they came in here deliberately to do that.
These people are more disgusting than cow dump.
Yeah, I agree.
I cannot be happy for anyone who gets in prison. You know,
I was like second or third grade behavior. You run up and na boo boo.
Dude, that was just low, man. Anybody who's watching this that's a Glober should be ashamed of that guy. He's like, hey, one of your guys might get turned into a slave. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, he was like, what's that all about? A flat earther got arrested. Oh, gee, like everybody doesn't get arrested. All kinds of people don't get arrested.
Yeah, what was the point? The earth is flat no matter what any one of us does. So like, just because somebody does something like or somebody knows more about the realm that we're in, that doesn't change anything about them as a person. So it's like everyone's a flat earther. They just haven't realized where they're at. So
walking on the grass is illegal. It's a crime. To live is a crime. Being alive, that's what they are doing.
They're making it illegal.
Yeah. simple living, like what God gave us, everything, all these plants and flowers and fruits and animals and stuff. You cannot touch them. It's forbidden.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly hope that dude never gets arrested for illegally downloading Metallica songs in the early 2000s. You know what I mean? Like, I hope he doesn't have to do 5 years in prison and a maximum of $500,000 fine.
I do. I hope he gets beat up at school, at his elementary school.
Yeah, really. He sounded like he was a kid or like he was pretending to sound young or something.
Yeah, I hope his teacher raps him on the knuckles with her ruler.
Anybody live out here in California?
That guy was like, slavery's cool, man. I heard one of your flat earthers might become a slave.
I would've
Fucking
done
look
that.
at the 13th Amendment and tell me that people in prison aren't slaves.
Well, we're slaves anyway, but it's worse.
He doesn't know the First Amendment.
Yeah, they get a lot of free labor out of the prisons, huh?
Oh yeah, lots of license plates going out.
There's many.
Oh no, they get paid. They get paid like 3 cents an hour or some shit, and they get to spend it at the commissary, which puts the money right back into the prison. Oh.
They get to buy top ramen and cheap suckers.
I don't know if all of them are like that, but I know in my state, like, you have to work. Like, you can't just, only the people in, like, solitary or some special shit, but most of the general population, like, they have to go and actually they work, like, laundry or the kitchen or the fucking shop.
Yeah, I heard they're making a lot of profits off of them.
Yeah, the prison industrial complex is really winning, right? Because when you own people, especially in Texas, the privately owned prisons in Texas, oh man, they're making a killing, bro. They're making a killing because when you own people, right, you get to make lots of money off of their labor. Especially, you know, like marijuana people, the people that smoke pot are usually docile and non-violent, right? So they make good slaves, right?
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
and they get money.
People that smoke pot are non-violent.
They get money from the state too. I forget how much it was, but it's like 70,000 or something a year for
Yeah, so we're paying them taxes and they get free labor. Shit, maybe I'm in the wrong business, boys.
Yeah,
like
really.
Let's go apprehend some peaceful potheads.
Yeah, we should have got smart a long time ago and took over the government, huh?
Well, we're not sociopathic enough.
Well, you know what I mean.
Right.
Take control of it, is what I mean.
It's hard to get the whole group involved. You need a certain percentage of people, but what do they say? You think about the average person, how stupid they are, and like half of people are dumber than that. It's kind of hard to get them going the same direction.
I'm not sure I agree with you about it being impossible. I think you just need the right dictator. You need the right dictator.
But some things I think you just got to go through. Like, it'd be like best. I think we could just prevent and like skip out of everything. But some things like people just got to go through, like, because you can warn them and warn them and warn them, and it's it doesn't stick for some people.
No, it doesn't.
Like, we gotta learn as a people that if you you keep fucking around, eventually you gotta find out. You gotta see how shitty your shitty decisions can get. Then they'll be like, oh, okay.
Oh yeah, when you hit your bottom, that's usually when you figure shit out. Or hopefully anyway, before you kill yourself or something.
Yeah, what do they say? Lessons not learned in blood are soon forgotten.
Yeah, that's true. Huh? There's a lot of interesting people out here on this chat. Well, I wasn't going to stroke any one particular person's ego. You know.
All right, guys. Just so you know, that's what I sound like when I'm angry.
Didn't really change much.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, but I was pretty livid when he did that. Not because what he said, right? But the fact that he was too blind to see that turning people into slaves over herbs is a bad thing, right? So he acted like Whitsitt was the criminal, when all actuality, it was the government that was the criminal in this interaction. The government's the one that broke natural law in this case, not Whitsitt.
Exactly.
I was sensing that he knew all along that what he was doing was deliberately just like he was, somebody told him to do it, and he's just doing it to be funny. The way he was giggling and the way he was laughing, I could hear some giggling in the background on his mic.
Yeah.
Or did anybody else not notice that?
I did, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of sensed that he came in here with that deliberately, just trying to poke and see which bear he could get, to go off and get angry or whatever. They do it a lot.
The way he exposed it was to incriminate us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they try to suck you in by making you think that there's hope that you can turn them, and then they slam that in your ear.
Yo, Hank, are you at work?
Yeah, bro.
Oh man, I was gonna say, let's play some Warzone, guy. It's been a while.
Yeah, I'm not playing much video games these days. I put an alternator in my car today, and ever since I did that, my power steering pump has been whining. So I'm gonna have to replace the hose pretty soon on that because apparently I ripped it. It's overflowing and vortexing inside the reserve. What's that called?
Shit, eh?
Yeah, it's old rubber. It's like 2001, right? So it's not a big deal that I ripped that shit. My hands were way too big to be working on an alternator in a fucking Acura. But at least I have to pay a mechanic.
Has anybody been watching the sky lately out here in California?
Not in Cali.
I live near Oakland.
Did you say Oak Cliff?
Oakland, like East Bay. I live in east of Oakland.
Gotcha.
But I noticed that they were spraying like before it even got light out. And they continued spraying until right before it got
Bill
dark.
Gates is trying to block off the sun, bro.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I don't know what the hell they're trying to. I don't know what they're trying to do.
You might need to look that up.
Yeah, I know what I've seen. I've done all that research, but I'm starting to wonder if there isn't some other stuff involved. You know what I mean? Like, you know how there's always more than one trick to the, it's never a one trick pony. There's always 2 or 3 different little sidebars that they throw in there to make it interesting. You know what I'm talking about?
No, sidebars to make it interesting. What is it, like side bets? What are you talking about?
Psychological operation is generally not just one operation. It's generally 3 or 4 that work in unison.
Okay, so they're blocking off the sun. They're cutting off the canals. That way people can't ship goods. They're making the food prices go up. And what else are they doing?
Hang on, let me turn these notifications down. So
They try to cause a perfect storm. That way they can blame it on, when shit actually hits the fan, they can blame it on CV Axle 19 and, the canal mishap with the ship, right? Because if they didn't, we'd blame the government. Like, oh, these guys done screwed up. There's no toilet paper on the shelves because the government sucks.
Yeah, right.
Can you imagine the populace actually blaming the government? No, those fucking white devils, man. They're fucking shit up.
The reason why we ran out of toilet paper is probably because some idiot went online and paid a bunch of people to go and buy a bunch of toilet paper. And then because everybody saw that there was a bunch of missing from the shelf, everybody started panicking and it just spread because in social media. That's probably all it was. No one social media and people nowadays.
Well, I didn't panic buying any toilet paper.
No, but I've been stockpiling canned goods.
I got a Costco membership.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, those canned goods are gonna kill you faster than anything. You gotta stock like dry stored goods. Those are better.
Well, of course I have
cans are like aluminum. They have plastic. That's disgusting. They're bad for you.
What is it? The BPA coating on the inside of the can to keep it from rusting is like plastic and it's female growth hormone.
Yeah.
BPA, guys, and then anything that's BPA free is probably replaced with something worse. So.
You know what's funny is that all the auto parts that they make in this country, they put a little warning label, and all the products like that you buy, like electronics, they all say, in here in California anyway, they all say that they contain, health risk, warning, they cause cancer and all this. But yet the machines that they make all of our food in and put it into and whatever have the same chemicals, but they don't put the same warning.
I remember not so long ago arguing with people about the radio frequencies from their cell phone being harmful. And they're like, no. It's like, dude, open your Apple iPhone. Go into like the about. Go into like the warnings. I don't remember exactly where it's at now. Look on their phone. They're like, I'm not the one saying it. The phone manufacturer is the one saying it. And it's like, I get to the guy and I was like, okay, well, who do you work for? He's like, I work for the telecommunication. I was like, oh, you fucking asshole.
Mm-hmm.
So these special interest group agents are in here with us. Like, this is a limited hangout. Like, there's agents in here with us.
Yeah, I call them agents too. That's funny that you say it that way. The way I look at it is anybody who gets paid to go on to wherever, whatever the case may be, and try to I don't know, sabotage or whatever, or make it look bad or whatever you might call that. Blacklisting or anyway. I think those people are called agents because they get paid. So
yeah, I mean, it was a conflict of interest to say the least, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he wasn't like an actual agent or whatever, but it pisses me off that he knew that there was evidence, and the first thing he said was, I haven't seen any evidence for this. Like, motherfucker, you liar. Because after that, I posted the woman.
One way or the other, and someone talked him into doing it. That's what I think.
Well, I think he makes too much money to disagree. Or to agree. Because I posted a woman. She was the first woman that made it illegal to smoke on airplanes. Like, that was her. Right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I didn't. Another thing I thought was odd is his attitude towards drugs. It's like, well, so what if you got caught with some weed? Who cares? I mean, like, yeah, I can. That would suck for me too, because I live in California where it's legal. So if I was in another state, yeah, I would be very upset. Of course, I carry my medical thing, so it usually isn't a problem, but it could be. I guess I'm boring everyone.
Hey, can I say
No, I'm
something
busy
really
playing
quick?
a game, bro. I'm gonna try not to die.
Are you serious?
Can I say something?
What do you gotta say?
So, me and my girlfriend work split shifts, and I just get home, right? I'm just trying to relax. I cooked myself up a couple steaks, and they were doing extra nice. I got a good crust on there, and oh man, they look delightful. So what does she do? Her ass needs to get up and go to work, right? No. Instead, she comes over barking at me to give her a bite, and I didn't want to. I just made the steak. I just wanted to eat my steak in peace. So she started a full-on fight because I didn't give her a bite of my steak. Now, who's wrong here?
She is, man. But why wouldn't you give her a bite, bro? What's wrong with you?
I'm not her goddamn slave. And second, I already brought her home food, and then she wanted to take even more from me. It's like shit. Like, I don't know. I just don't like people picking out of my food. Like,
That's women for you, bro. You don't know that's what women do?
Well, I still don't like it. All I did was tell her no. I wasn't mean to her or anything, but
You should have been like, here you go, have it all, man. Let me starve.
I'll put it to you like this: women, you can't live with them, you can't live without them, right?
That's right.
So what you should have done is you should have shared your fucking steak, because doesn't she, do things for you?
Yeah, she ain't gonna massage your balls later on tonight, bro. She's angry now.
Yeah, like when you got a headache, doesn't she massage the balls of your neck, like right there where you're?
That's the thing.
Yeah, that good one, Hank.
She doesn't even do that cute shit or nothing. Like, she's just a lazy girl. And to be honest, I don't want to be with her anyways. But like,
well, then don't leave her, bro. What's wrong with you? Never be with someone you don't want to be with.
I'm working on it.
So you're working pretty slow, bro. Yeah, I drop bitches like flies. I drop them
Why
like
are you
flies.
wasting her time?
Yeah, wasting your time, bro. Why?
She has a very limited window, bro. You shouldn't waste her time, right? You can get people pregnant when you're like 90 years old, bro. She's got a limited window, bro. You're doing it wrong.
Yeah, man.
To put it this way, before she got knocked up, I wanted to break up with her, and I was going to break up with her the same day that she told me she was having a kid, and I was like, well, fuck.
Was that even your kid?
But man,
how do you know it's your kid?
I had a DNA test done.
Oh, okay. See, you don't even trust her to that point. You have to get the DNA test done. Imagine that's fine.
No, she's ghetto.
Wait a minute. You have to get a DNA test
I
done.
didn't know that she was this ghetto. It was my bad.
Do you got a brother?
Me?
Yeah. Do you have a brother?
Yeah, maybe she fucked your brother, bro.
How do you know it's your kid, bro?
It wouldn't be my brother. My brother is 16, and my other brother passed away.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I did not mean to make a joke that was gonna incur like that.
Oh, no worries. I was just saying, it's not a brother thing.
Motherfucker. I almost died because of that. That was nuts. You guys are funny.
So Hank, do you think it's possible for like an evil twin to murder someone and then pin it on the good twin with the DNA evidence?
Depends on what kind of an athlete is.
Well, here's the thing. Like fingerprints and DNA, it's not an exact science like we've been told, right? Like it's okay, especially with DNA. What they do with the DNA test is they take the most likely person, right? So if an uncle, a brother, and a cousin, like all sleep with the same girl, and they do a DNA test, I wouldn't bet the farm on that. I'm just saying. Right? I wouldn't bet the farm that it was actually that person. I think it's just like, well, this is our best guess. But if it's like a Hindu, an Arab, and a Greek slept with the same girl, maybe. Like, okay, right? But if it's like a girl goes, where I'm from, black people are often related. Like, that's my cousin. You've heard that before. Like, I wouldn't be sure that that's the baby's daddy. Like, I wouldn't trust those tests because I don't know. You know what I mean? It's not an exact science. Just like the fingerprint thing. Like, people think that every fingerprint is like unique, but it's really not. They just get the closest match. I mean, yeah, it does help solve crimes, like, for sure, but it's not as an exact science as it's been made of.
Yeah, they look which one is more similar, not actually a match.
He looks more like me than he does his own mom.
Well, my suggestion would be to take care of that kid, and you're going to pay child support either way. So try to make the girl happy. Unless you absolutely can, then you better get 2 jobs. And don't go to divorce court.
The one reason I'm staying with her is because of my son. Like, that happened with my daughter. My ex wasn't very cool, and I only got to see her every other weekend, like, you know, typical dad time. I didn't even get the half and half or anything like that. So now with him, even though she told me if we ever split that I would get him half time, I don't. First of all, I don't believe that, and second of all, that's still, it just, I don't know. I just want him full time either way, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, the woman that you're talking to now, she's not the same woman post breakup. I just want you to know that. They're not the same person.
Oh, she's psychotic either way. I've seen it. It's not great.
Oh, wow. Okay, so for all the young men in the room, like, be careful. Like, who you have sex with.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you a doctor?
No. This is just.
Then why do you call her psychotic?
Well, given the nature of what she does and how she acts, I would perceive her to be that way quite legitimately.
No,
does she have empathy for the kid?
You are not entitled.
Does she think she lives on a ball or something?
Yeah.
No, come on. That's psychosis. That's different. Does she have empathy for the kid? Like, when the kid cries, does she, like, nurture
She
the
lacks.
kid and, like,
She lacks a lot of empathy. That's a big one.
Ooh. Okay, so
And
does
if
she
you
have
want me to-
narcissistic tendencies? Like, she can never do wrong? She never takes the
Never
blame
wrong.
for anything?
And kind of a shit mom, like, quite literally. I hate saying that, but just not really a good mom at all.
Damn, you fucked up.
Like,
Man,
who
you fucked up, bro.
Me. Who plays with the kid? Me. Who takes him on walks? Me. Who actually teaches him? Me. Everything? Me. All she can think about is
Who's
fucking
getting
laying on her
custody?
ass and going on
Not you.
Instagram. It's like she's not even pretty, and she has this illusion in her head that she's going to be some sort of fucking Instagram model. And it's like, dude, spend time with your fucking kid. And I watched her sister do that. And I'm just like, I'm appalled.
So you're not
bro.
man enough to put her in order, is it?
Oh, dude, this generation? Fuck no. There's nothing. I've tried everything. Now, the only thing I have now is arguments don't work. Telling her how she's being, it doesn't work. I just literally don't say shit most of the time, and then she'll apologize later, going, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that, and I might need to go back to therapy because I have depression." And it's like, holy shit! Like, if you have,
Bro, here's my advice. Do yourself a favor, right? Get her to take the 16 personality test. Study the fuck out of that thing and try to understand her and make it work. Try to make it work. And if it doesn't work, after you try for 6 weeks, like, try your best to be like a good person for her. Be there. Pay attention to her. Do things for her. And if it's not reciprocated, if she doesn't do that back towards you, after 6 weeks, cut you off.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Is that good advice? Because if she's not She's not returning the favor after you're trying like 100%. There's no such thing as 110%. So you're actually trying like 100% to be like a good partner, a good dad, right? And she doesn't repay that. Like if she gives nothing back in return, you're wasting your time.
I think that's good advice because even if you know the answer already, what it'll do is later on, you'll not only feel better about yourself that you made the right choice, but when your kids are older and when they get older, they're going to want to know what happened. They're going to be curious about it. And you'll be able to feel a lot better about giving them the answer. So you'll be able to tell them, hey, look, I tried everything I could to make it work with your mom. I even did this. I set out time. I read. I learned and studied, and I did this. And then even at the last effort, I put in extra effort, and it just was not working. And I'm sorry that it don't work out. And that's how life goes sometimes. And but I don't know. I think it'll help you feel better about the choice you make, even if you already know the answer. It's always good to double and triple check.
Oh, I trust me, I do, and I do a lot of things for her, and I've been super patient with her. But there's like, I mean, there's only a certain amount of patience you can have for an amateur gaslighter. Like there's like what do you do? It's like talking to a fucking child, like a 5-year-old, trying to explain to you why they didn't get into the cookie jar when they have cookies all over their goddamn face. It's just like, to me, that's what it feels like. And it's like, holy fuck, like, okay, I can't even reason with her because her logic is just, it's my fault, end of story, even if it sounds fucking dumb.
Did she understand the stakes? Does she know that you're ready to leave her over these things?
Oh, I think she does, but she doesn't quite really. It hasn't really clicked. You know what I mean? Like her, and I'll be honest with you. Like, I mean, she's attractive, but she's not a fucking 10. And the last guy that she dated was kind of a loser, and she had him fucking whipped around her finger. But it's like, not me, dude. I've dated better, and I can get better. And it's like, I don't know. She's just convinced that because I'm staying, that maybe it's just for her and not for the kids' sake, you know? And I can promise with both hands, on the Bible, that I'm not in this relationship for her. I could give a shit less. Honestly, it's strictly for the kid. That's it.
Well, you know, it might be that you're the bad person in the relationship, right? That's why I said you need to check. Right, you need to check by trying to understand her, and I'm not saying like be whipped for 6 weeks. I'm saying put in like 100% effort to make your relationship work, and then if it doesn't, you know it's not your fault because you can't do better than 100%. Right?
Yeah.
Is that correct? So if you do 100% and then she's giving you 0, then it's not really a relationship; it's a relationship, right?
Yeah, no, I get you. It's just
but at first you got to at least try. You got to try to make it work.
Yeah, and a good thing to do that would inspire some people is if you let them know the stakes. Like if you're able to tell her and talk with her and say, hey, look, I don't know if you fully understand the situation here, but I'm ready to end this. I'm ready to walk away and leave this relationship. Like this is just intolerable for me. The only problem is when you have like an immature woman like that, is it can give them more time to prepare and fuck you more in a breakup. So it's like it's kind of a judgment call based on what you think her integrity is at. So a person with a lot of integrity, you can have a talk with them like that, and it can have some positive impact and help influence some change. It's like set a new paradigm. But unfortunately, it's a lot of mature people to just give them more of a running room to try and maneuver. And I don't know. I know a lot of women that if she sounds like she's bipolar or borderline or something like that, it might. If you're still in the same house with her and she knows that she'll start seeing you as the enemy. It'd be when you're battling for custody and shit like that, they'll start like recording you and trying to set you up to fuck you up in a custody battle.
Paranoia.
Does she like to dance? Go salsa dancing with her. Learn to dance the tango with her and dance the tango with her.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't get in custody about arbitration.
No, and the real problem here is she tries to talk to me about she wants more kids, and I'm like, hell no. I told her to her face, I said, fuck no. There's no way in hell I would have another kid with somebody who treats me like that. Not in a million years. No way. Like, I never would have thought that I would have, like, based on the way I was raised, okay? Now, the way I was raised, sure, it might not apply today, but I never would have thought that in a relationship, you know, based on the household I grew up in, that I would be the one cooking, I would be the one cleaning, I'd be the one taking care of my kid. Also, holding down a full-time job, trying to work and study at the same time, while getting treated by some fucking, like, shit, by some loser mom. I mean, I get that she's immature and whatnot, but it's still just...
So you don't like to suffer, is it?
You're living in post-feminism America, right? So there's two ways that you can do this, right? That's going to work, right? Two viable options. Either A, you can earn the bread, she takes care of the house and raises the kids, or B, you could both work, pay the bills, like you split the bills, you pay your half, she pays her half, and you get to keep the difference, and you split the housework. Right, but it doesn't make sense that you would do all the housework and all the earning. Does she have a job?
Yeah, she has a job.
Well, then you got to fucking do housework. Yeah, you're living.
I have a job.
Edward
So the
Bernays
thing
America.
is we both work the same hours. Like, do you get what I mean? However, I'm in the kitchen for 2 hours a day. I also have to clean up everything. Otherwise, guess what? The house is a mess. Who spends it? And I still spend the most time with the kid. Like, back in the day, dude, I held down 2 full-time jobs to where I only had like 4 hours of sleep every night just to make sure that I could try to get everything smooth with my daughter, get my own place, get everything on track. I did what I could. But with somebody like her, I don't really have any empathy or time for somebody who just wants to sit on their ass and watch somebody else struggle while they take care of them. Like, she's not my fucking dependent. Like, I don't know. I knew I should have broken up with her from the beginning, and maybe it would have been best just to do so. But, like, financially,
Yeah, it's what he was recommending is very accurate, though. Whether you stay or break up, you're going to want to have a good working relationship, because when it comes to custody and child support and all these other things, it's going to be way better. Yeah, and what you'll find if you get somebody that's very hostile and bitter and petty, it's very difficult to get them to abide by the rules, because you'll get stuck in a cycle. I've seen a lot of people where you'll have a court order and then they don't have to follow it. Then you can call the police and say, "Hey, I have a court order. She's not following it." They can't go in, and they're not going to go in and grab the kid and say, "Hey, it's his visitation," and grab your kid and stick him in your car. And the women, they or the other partner, they can get control of the situation, and the police will say, "Well, look, you're going to have to go back to court and tell the judge she's not abiding by the court orders here." Then you go to court and tell the judge, and the judge says he amends the order and says, "Hey, you need to follow the order." And then you can get in the cycle where you're going back and forth, and there's nobody to actually enforce that order. So it's like, I think it might be best just to be honest with her and say, "Hey, we are family now. We're going to be, whether we're separated or together, we have a kid together, and we're going to be in each other's lives for a long, long time here, good, bad, or ugly. So we got to figure out a way to make this work to where we're not driving each other nuts." So then you got to be honest with her and tell her these things, that you feel like she's not doing shit. She's sitting there watching you struggle. There's this building bitterness and resentment, and tell her you're feeling it's best now that you guys separate, and see if she can help you figure out a way to where you can separate. It's going to be more workable. And that'll do one of two things. She'll either be like, "Oh shit, I don't want to be alone," or "I don't want to separate," and it'll help motivate her to change. Or it sounds like you're already planning on leaving her. It'll be a more peaceful, you'll split more peacefully, and she'll have more respect for you. So she'll have a lot more respect for you, that you put yourself in a vulnerable position, that, "Hey, I'm I'm wanting to break up, or I'm wanting to split up, and let's figure something out. To where we can be a family. We're gonna be living in separate households, and we're not gonna be in a romantic relationship together. But we're always gonna have a relationship. We're always gonna be family. We've got a kid together, so we've just got to restructure this to where we're not gonna be in the same household. We're not gonna be romantically linked, and we're gonna be separated. And so you don't. You have relationships with everybody. It's just certain amounts of access. So I think that's going to be your best bet there, because if you can have your integrity and say and get the and just like say, hey, fuck you, and you can get your revenge, like some people do, quitting a job to like flip the boss off and knock some shit over on the way out, and you feel better. But that's like, this is somebody you're gonna have to see for, or at least deal with and interact with on some level for a very long time. So
here's the thing: like, it doesn't matter. Oh, go ahead. Somebody else.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Hank.
Here's the thing: whether you like marry the girl or not, right? You're common law married, and once you're common law married, even if you get like a divorce, you're never really truly divorced, right? You're always going to have to deal with this person. So the best way to do it is to not deal with the courts. Stay out of the courts if at all possible. And when things have calmed down, then arbitration is a lot easier. But what these lawyers do is they take advantage of emotional people who are separated, and they milk them dry with the judges and both lawyers until they've, you put the house up for mortgage, and you got all these loans out, and you had all the psychiatric checkups and to see if you're fit to be a good parent. And then when you're completely broken and dead up to your eyeballs, then they allow you to have the divorce. It's so much easier if you just do it on your own. Like, how hard is it to negotiate, right? Can you negotiate when you buy a car? They say $3,500 and you go, I'll give you 27, right? And you're negotiating. Can't you do that with her? Like, without someone in the middle? Like, can't you just... Because that's the number one problem I see, is those vultures, those fucking parasites.
Yeah,
Like
I
a
get
tick
you.
on your scrotum.
I do. I really, to be honest with you, I don't know how she would act given that situation. Give me 1 second.
No problem.
I have a pretty good idea.
I wanted to
drop him like a bag of bricks.
Push to talk really quick. But when I was saying she's psychotic, now the other guy said, "Oh, why are you a doctor? Why would you think that?" So the thing is,
I said that. Yeah.
That's fine. I understand your question, and I do, like, it is a serious question, and I do, semi believe that based on what I've seen. Now the thing is, and that goes into what he's saying, because she is a good person. I think at the very end of the day, whether it's the last minute or second and a half, at the very end of the day, she might decide to make the right choice. I think eventually she would make the right choice, but I don't know. She just she does good things here and there, but her ability to be a functioning parent or a functioning person, almost in general, it's not up to par, I believe, with almost anybody's standards, including her own child.
Then why would you want to leave her with your kid, knowing that she's going to get custody because you have balls? You don't.
I don't, man.
And the courts always side with the woman, guys. She'll get custody regardless, guy.
Yeah, especially where I live. I promise you that.
Well, I know, bro.
Is she ever accusing you of anything?
No.
So she's never accusing you of anything.
Oh, she tried. Are you talking about, like, in regards to, like, if we separate, she's going to try to say, like, oh, well,
No,
I'm the...
not threats. Like, I don't know, she tells you to do some things and you're not doing, you don't want to, you have a disagreement with her,
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like she's very bad at gaslighting people, but in her mind, she thinks she's good.
Yeah. Like you mentioned earlier, the Bible. Have you read it?
Bits and pieces. What part, or why do you ask?
The Bible. I mean, have you read it?
Okay. I couldn't recollect any given verse. That's why I'm asking you what part are you talking about, or why do you ask?
Well, it's a book. And when I ask if you read it like from cover to cover, you take it and read it. It will take a couple of months
never
to read it.
cover to cover.
Okay, good.
Well, that's really pertinent
did
to the situation.
Did she ever read this Bible?
No.
Is she so? And she's spiritual or not?
To be honest, I think she is. I'm not entirely sure. I think in a way she wants to be, but she doesn't really, or hasn't ever really practiced it. It wasn't one of her family's.
Well, if she is spiritual, then she will be judging you by the law, by the spiritual laws and by the laws from the Bible, not spiritual law. But
don't forget the commandment, thou must always take thy wife dancing.
She doesn't know them. And what you need is to know the law, to properly judge upon your situation, because you present us with your version of story. And I'm not saying you're a bad man or she's a bad woman. I don't personally know any of you guys, and all I have is your own word. And we don't have her word, and her version of a story.
Right. No, I definitely get you. I definitely understand what you're saying.
Is it irreconcilable? Like, if she made changes and acted how you wanted to act, would you still be?
Life is pain and suffering. Why would you expect more than that? It's sacrifice, You sacrifice yourself for somebody who doesn't deserve it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Look, here's the thing. You might be an asshole, she might be an asshole, but either way, you have room for improvement. So why don't you talk to her about improving, and you make like 100% effort for like 6 weeks, and if she don't, then she's probably not going to change, right? Because no one can change you, right? Like, nobody can change me, right? I can only change myself. And that comes from like practice and willpower, right? So the thing about it is that if she's not willing to change, are you going to leave your kid with that girl? So you're kind of in a tough spot. Like, because the way that you describe her, she's, I don't know, like you said, she's not a fit mother. That may or may not be true. But if she's not a fit mother, are you going to leave your kid with that girl? Come on, man.
Now, for me personally, I don't often talk on this channel. To be quite honest, I was just simply stating the fact that, like, this literally happened 5 minutes exact situation. It happened. She walked out of the door saying a bunch of mean stuff, and I always have to bite my tongue. Like always, I'm the one that gets shoved by her, never shoves her back. I can get hit by her, never hit her back. She slams doors in my face, never slam doors in her face. She blocks me in rooms, chases me around.
That's her prerogative.
Left alone.
That's
her
prerogative.
I don't do that to her. She yells at me, I won't yell back. She cusses at me, I won't cuss back. She calls names, I won't.
She wants attention, bro. You gotta be a man and tell her to go fuck herself, bro. Straight up. See, she's looking for a man. She doesn't need a beta cuck, And that's what women do. They test you.
Yeah, you shouldn't hit back, but you should yell and cuss back sometimes.
Yeah, man, tell her, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. And you just keep saying, shut the fuck up, until she shuts the fuck up.
I don't know. If anything, she's a beta female.
You should
she's really not
report
a
her.
responsible woman.
You
What?
should report. Listen, you should report this.
don't do that.
I'm not. Hold up. I'm just saying you should report it so that maybe that might scare her into getting back into being like a little bit of a decent person.
Oh, are you talking about like the CPS? Or the
You know
police?
what?
No,
I did
because
tell her one time.
unless she's violent to the children, CPS won't do anything. I'm talking about like a police report of if it's
Yeah.
becoming a little bit violent, you know?
Yeah, I can tell you
I
how
wouldn't,
that'll
I wouldn't
go.
call the cops. Cops
That'll end
have
up with
guns,
murder.
No.
and they're not really concerned with the
that?
truth.
Hell
Cops have guns, bro.
Yeah.
Oh no,
You should videotape
They-
it then.
You'll
I
piss
did.
her off.
I
Don't
did.
videotape.
No, I did. One time, here's the thing. I understand. She does have a point. One time when I felt like I was in danger from her, and she had done stuff like that prior, and not only that, but I did catch it on film. Her being overly aggressive, throwing my shit and whatnot. I got it all on film. Now, in the act of a crime, certain laws aren't held to the same standard. So if you feel like somebody is committing a crime against you and you videotape it, then that videotape is you're allowed to use that in court. So I do have footage of that, and she knows I have footage of it. And secondly, I told her that, if it were a man doing what she's doing, she would have been in fucking prison for doing half of that shit. Not even all of it, half of it. It's just bullshit
She
what she
doesn't
thinks is
care.
okay. No, she
But
doesn't.
she
Yeah, she
knows
doesn't have
that you
any
have the
sex.
video, and the wise thing to do will be to take that video, show her,
No.
and delete it in her face.
Oh yeah, you said show her and delete it.
Wait.
Yeah, in her
Why?
face.
Why?
Because
He's right.
that's actually a problem. She's perceiving him as a coward.
Threat. Yeah. But yeah, I can. The way you're describing her, if you start reporting and doing that type of shit, somebody that immature and sounds like she has a lot of energy. She probably has a lot more energy.
You
than
don't
you
need
for
that
this fight.
video, and if it happened long ago, I mean, get over it. Forgive, yeah. If you don't, that's a problem. Women detect this very quickly. They feel when they are not being forgiven.
I don't know, but yeah, people that.
Hey, I'm not saying don't record anything. By all means, record wherever you want. But just remember that when you shove a camera in someone's face when they're angry, they think you're antagonizing them.
Yeah, sounds like she's bipolar and extremely immature. So the problem, if you start doing shit like that, people that are that petty, and if she sounds nuts like she is, they get very energized by fights and squabbles and shit like this. And
Oh no,
it'll
she
wear
started.
you down.
The problem was the reason that I grabbed the camera is because I have like 600. I have like 4 or 5 guitars that are all worth more than the car that I drive. And she started picking them up, and I told her over the camera. I said, I don't want you handling these. I was just trying to get feasible proof that if anything was broken or she slammed it down, that's not $600 out of my own pocket per guitar that's broken.
Buddy, if you're married to the girl, what's yours is hers. You know that, right?
Is she bipolar?
She hasn't been diagnosed, I don't think, as being bipolar, but as far as I know, she was taking some sort of like antidepressant or whatnot before she was pregnant. When she became pregnant, she hopped off the antidepressants. And as far as her medical history, I wouldn't know.
Does she have a lot of mood swings?
Yes, and dude, the thing that I hate the most, okay? I always go out of my way to do nice things for her, shit that nobody does for me.
What you think is nice things.
Stuff that I think a lot of people would think is nice.
When you argue with her for your guitars, be careful how you handle them and stuff. That means that you value more those guitars than herself,
I do. Indeed, I do.
Yeah, and this is the problem, because you don't see her as a living being.
She wasn't handling my stuff. She was grabbing and throwing. That's why I picked up.
She
married with this girl, but what's yours is hers, and what hers is yours. Like, you gotta understand that,
Go
right?
to the shop and buy a new one,
When you're married to a woman, guy, it's 50-50 down the line, guy. Those guitars are hers too, bro, at that point.
Yeah.
Don't split it up like that.
If someone comes in your house and kills her, who's gonna make a new girl to her parents? To replace
Here, hold
her?
on.
You can
Hold on.
replace a guitar, but not a person. You know?
Are you in a? That's a little different though. We got westernized women; they're a little more aggressive.
Hey man, good luck to you. I'll just keep praying, and I mean, I'm not sure what else to say, but good luck.
All right, thank you.
Do you like a lot of drama and fighting, or does it exhaust you and leave you feeling drained afterwards?
I try to avoid drama at all costs.
I mean, does it exhaust you and make you feel like shit? You feel like amped up and like pumped up.
I don't.
What you
I don't
fear
get-
and what
I
you
don't get
run
pumped up.
away from, that's what you won't get rid of.
Because you got to understand, people like that. There's some people that like a lot of drama. They like fighting and excitement, and it may be just what they grew up with. So they have a certain stimulation level that they're used to. So if they have like big family or there's a lot of drama and fighting all the time, they're like trying to stem, and to keep and maintain these levels that make them feel good. So the problem is, if you start shit and you turn it into like a battle, they're gonna run circles around you. They're gonna exhaust the shit out of you, and they're gonna seek confrontation and drama. And that's why it's bad to go down those kind of roads if you're not somebody that is like that as well. So I wouldn't recommend somebody that's bipolar or it's very dramatic. The second you start getting like petty or immature like that, that's like they'll drag you down to their level and like beat you with experience, and it'll just get worse and worse. And they'll feel good, and they're actually getting entertainment out of it, and you're just getting your life ruined and feeling like shit and feeling like traumatized.
True.
Well, that's why I said she's kind of like an amateur gaslighter. Like I've been with girls that are way better at playing games than she is, and the thing is like the chips that she thinks she's bargaining with. In my mind, she doesn't have those chips, but in her mind, she thinks she does. Now, in her mind, like I told you, her chips are coming from the fact that she thinks I'm with her for her. Like, in all reality, like I told you, I'm just with her for the kid's sake, and I've given
she?
it an honest chance.
20?
Yeah, we're
How
both
old
in our
is she?
20s.
Yeah, so she's probably not a bad person, but you're probably just incompatible, and she might need more life experience to really understand what a good partner is and what she even wants out of life. So
We
she
don't
may
know
not have been
nothing
ready
about her.
Yeah, she may not have been ready to settle down. You may not have been. Maybe you were ready to settle down. I don't know. I know I was ready younger than a lot of people, but so it's she may not even know who she is yet. So she might need like decades. Some women in their 30s and 40s, they just start to figure out who they actually are. It takes them a long time to get used to their all their hormones and emotions. Then you got your periods thrown in there and pregnancy hormones if you guys had a kid. And then just figuring life out by itself, it's that's a huge thing. That takes people a long time just to get used to the workflow, paying bills, setting aside time for yourself, and then you figuring out. It takes forever with all that hustle and bustle to figure out even what hobbies you might like or what should actually fulfills you, what motivates you. So it's she's probably not a bad person, but you also got to be careful if you're describing things accurately. You can't if you're not able to stick through all that. It's not fair for yourself just to be her training ground and punching bag to beat her way and grind you down to get to who she is and who she wants to be. So yeah, I don't really think anybody.
I'm not upset about it, man. Like I said, she's an amateur. Like I've been with a woman that was extremely like toxic. Now the thing is like I think she's just a little immature. I think deep down she's a good chick, but like she just doesn't know how to treat people right. Like she really doesn't. I was looking through my text messages, and there's text message after text message after text message because she'll constantly scream and yell, and I just never respond. I don't. No matter how bad I just want to yell and scream at her back, I don't. Because, I mean, something like that, I've been in a toxic relationship before. It never works. It just doesn't. You know, then you end up breaking up and apologizing.
You know what makes her happy?
A few things. I mean,
things.
Yeah, if you've already been over
Could you try find out more things that makes her happy, and do that? Actually, get started doing this, making her happy, regardless. You know, like, oh, I'm doing all this work. Don't ever complain. Quit complaining. You know, and expect results.
If you already sounds like you guys are struggling though already.
According to your input, that will be the output.
Well, I don't get anything. If I were to sit here and lie to you guys for my own gain, that would make me the psychopath.
I'm
Not only that, but like I said, I never talk in here. I don't really care what you guys think of me. I'm mostly here just to listen about flat Earth, since everything on YouTube is being censored. That's why I'm here.
Okay.
And so,
you ask for and you
Hey, wait a second. A few minutes ago, you said your wife believes she lives on a globe. Well, hey, I got an idea. Why don't you just do your best to show her that the Earth is flat, and maybe she'll be a little more mature or something or whatever.
Dude, I thought about that, and I started to, and then all of a sudden, once I realized she was crazy, I was like, dude, one day when we do break up, she's going to tell everybody I'm a kook because I believe in the flat Earth and whatnot. She's going to tell the judge, and the judge is going to go, wow, we have a class A psychopath. You know, he believes the Earth is flat. And then tell me how good I am then.
How is her diet? Does she eat a lot of? Does she eat, like, I don't know, good food, or she eats a lot of sugar or something? Why is she so aggressive, like you're saying?
She said before that she thinks she's bipolar. She wants to talk to a doctor about it, but
does she consumes a lot of sugar?
No, she doesn't drink alcohol. She doesn't smoke cigarettes. She doesn't smoke weed. She doesn't do any drugs, to my knowledge.
Does she have excessive use of social media or have any bad friends?
Excessive use of social media, not enough friends. She's getting a few more friends. I think she tries. She's a tidbit socially awkward, but other than that, like, I don't know. I think she has
too much energy, man. You have to let her release her energy somewhere else. She's putting it all on you. From the conversation that I'm hearing, man, it's like,
no. She goes and hangs out with her cousins and her friends more than I even hang out with my friends. To be honest,
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you might need to have a talk with her, but you can't just spring it on her. Let her know, hey, we've been fighting a lot.
You got this, bro.
So we've been fighting
the one thing lately. The one thing that he said that actually really help, like, I try to involve her, like this time of year, I want to go like mushroom picking. That's my favorite thing to do. That's the only thing I want to do. Hey, what's wrong? Okay, there you go. That's not a sock. That's a glove. That's a glove. Guantes. No, it's a glove. Okay, here. It's yours. Yep. Have fun. It's not gonna fit. He's getting mad because the glove won't fit on his foot. But
give him the glove. The glove. He wants the glove. Give him the glove.
Yep, it's all good. But what was I? Oh no, what made sense is like this time of year, like I said, I want to go fishing and mushroom hunt, and it's my favorite thing to do. And so I try to involve her with that stuff. But I mean, in regards to what she likes to do, like you were saying, do something that she likes to do. To my knowledge, I think she likes to draw, and She likes to draw, color. She likes to watch, and this is the thing is like she likes to watch movies. I cannot stand watching movies, let alone the same movies over again. Like it actually like makes me go nuts. Like I'd rather plug my ears. But that's what she likes to do is watch the same movies over and over and over again. I don't like watching movies alone. Nonetheless, watching the same movies over again. So there's drawing. There's doing that. She's kind of a homebody. She doesn't really like going for walks. I like going for walks. She's kind of a poor sport when it comes to board games. So what she's allowed to do is sit there and rub it in my face, but the second the game turns around and I make even a smirk, then I'm the bad guy. I don't know. Like she's just more of a homebody. She doesn't like
bro.
the outside.
You got this.
Yeah, what's her horoscope, guy, and what's your horoscope?
I think I'm a Sagittarius. I'm pretty sure. Mine's December 13th.
Yours December 13th?
Yeah.
And what's hers?
March 5th.
Say that again, I didn't hear. March 5th?
Yes.
Yeah, she's a Pisces, bro. Oh, good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Why is it good luck with that?
Oh, bro. Pisces are feisty, bro. You're not allowed to drink, too, so thank God she's not a drinker, because if she was a drinker, she'd be even worse.
I didn't say she wasn't allowed to drink. She just doesn't drink. I don't really drink much either.
If she ever drank, you'll really see her true colors.
She will like it if you start to.
But she needs a man. She doesn't need a man that's soft. That's what I'm telling you, man. She needs a man that's like.
Whenever you have a fight with her, push her by force into the bedroom.
Oh no! I will never.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, they're right. They are right.
no.
Like to control a woman like that, you'd have to be a lot meaner and
Like very
Yeah,
controlling.
you gotta be, I told you, you gotta be a man, guy. Don't be.
Dominant. Yeah.
But you can't pretend to
Gorilla.
be someone you're not. So you might need to recognize that you're not able to control somebody that's like that or wild. So
Oh no! I'm just this day and age. Her being a fucking Biden supporter or believing that the media is correct or not giving a shit about that. No, I don't
For
trust
sure.
her like that.
She's
I
not
wouldn't.
stupid woman.
No, I've tried to expose those types of truths, even more so than the Globers, and she's just indoctrinated to believe that the white man is the bad man, even though I'm white and she's with me. She's a kind of a light-skinned Latina, but she's more brown than white, obviously, and I'm white. So it's like I just don't get it. I don't know.
Stop being racist, bro.
Oh, more about the Latin culture, buddy. they can,
that. Sorry, I failed to mention that she is a Hispanic, an angry Hispanic.
Oh, here you go, bro. I'm posting a video. I want you to show it to her because here's Creepy Joe saying the N-word like nobody's business.
I was waiting for everybody to go, oh, and angry. I mean,
Latinos are
the stereotype is almost
Latin women are.
I mean, I'm
awesome,
Hispanic.
bro.
My wife is Hispanic.
I've always heard that stereotype, and I never believed it until I was with her.
No, Latinos are good people. You just got a crazy one.
Yeah, if you felt like she chipped in and did enough, and you felt like the workload is fair, would you enjoy being with her, or you just don't enjoy being with her at all?
Oh no! If I felt like I wasn't being gaslighted by a 5-year-old, and that the workload was divvied out fairly, and that we were both putting into our child equally as parents, trying to give him the best possible life that he can have, then yeah, I would be totally happy and all about that, and it would be worth it.
Oh my God! That kind of opinion. How do you even get along with her?
Exactly, man.
Wait, is that Battle Mod talking?
Yes.
Oh,
And
I didn't even know he was in here. Jeez.
Yeah, I just showed up. You want to go to Battle Mod School of Marriage Counseling?
Yeah, let's hear it.
It's a little too pornographic for the live stream, bro. We'll have to do it. I'll tell you how to
getting into that.
Yeah, so yeah. You was slowly getting into there, but I'll show you how to take command and be a man. Or I'll tell you, I'm not going to show you. I don't do porns.
Did you just say how to take a man and be a man?
No. Take control. Am I roboting?
I heard you say how to take a man and be a man.
Well, that shows a pre-latent homosexual tendency. I feel sorry for you. No wonder you're having a bad marriage.
Are you talking about like lodging or something weird?
No, I said take control. But apparently you're not a man. You can't even hear right.
Yeah, he's gonna show you how to be a man.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yes, it sounds like she has control over you, and you don't have a leadership part in the relationship, man.
Yeah, first you got to control your emotions and not let those things control you. That's the first step.
And I don't. Like when she's having her little fits, honestly, I can sit there and look her dead in the face.
Yeah, that's emotional. Because none of us are perfect and we'll never do it right the entire time. And women tend to worry more than men. So what's not as applicable to you might be to her because they hold on to things. They stress out a little longer. Know your partner, man. Right. You got to comfort her. You know that everything's going to be all right. Just got to have patience.
Yeah. Yeah, no, even though like I said, she's kind of more of a homebody, and I just hate being at home, dude. I'd rather be outdoors and whatnot. I'll try to figure out some stuff that she likes to do and possibly do that. I don't know.
Yeah, see, when I have problems, this is how I try to do it because I think a man should do it. I try to look at, review my actions and see how I add to the problem. And I don't point fingers about who causes problems. I try to find solutions and I just try to not help the problem, not add to it.
I mean, there's so many.
You can't control other people.
There's so many places that I've taken her, and so many places that I'd love to take her, but she doesn't hike. She doesn't want to hike. She doesn't want to do really anything outdoors, and it sucks. She doesn't like to camp. She can't hardly stand it if the kids throw a fit.
What does she like to draw?
I know
when she draws. What does she like to draw? Does she like to? Could you get her to like to draw landscapes? What does she draw?
You sound like you're the one that's not happy.
I'm really not, but I'm trying to work it out.
Yeah, that's a personal problem.
Yeah, might be.
You want her to do all the things you love to do to please you, so you're happy, while you say she's unhappy and nothing I can do pleases her.
I think you're missing part of the story, and that's for recreational fun, not for like home duties and whatnot. In regards to chores, when it comes to making somebody else happy, I think I'm kind of fulfilling my part a little more than I should, to where I feel like it's lacking on her side.
Some women don't like recreation, though. I'm a woods man. My old lady didn't go out in the woods with me all the time, and I was cool with that.
That's what I'm getting at. Like I'm trying to take. You know, you guys are giving me some advice and whatnot on
sit down with her and watch a woman's movie. I used to do that. I hated it. It almost killed me. It pulled the very masculinity out of me. And if I actually jerked a tear during this movie, I was mad for a month. But I not so you know.
Instead of her taking care of the children, you are taking care of the children, and who's taking care of her?
She lays at home like pretty much anytime she has. Oh, we're gonna go to the park and whatnot. You want to come?
Took over her responsibility. You know, taking care of the children, doing the house cleaning, everything.
Well, I'm not gonna let
her task.
I've tried. I used to talk to her in the past. No, it's not going to get split fair. So I have to do this. Otherwise, I'm going to live in a shithole. Now, 2, I want my son to be, smart and to, you want to know something? Until I really started spending insane amounts of time with him, teaching him and teaching him how to talk, she was going to go try to get him checked to see if he was autistic. And I was like,
but she's having a Latino culture, You said she's Latino, right?
Well, yeah, but the point I was trying to get at is,
Well,
my
that's a
son's not.
different culture, different kitchen. They have many different.
What does she draw?
Yeah.
She just likes to draw different patterns, I guess, flower stuff, sometimes different anime things, and I've seen some for artwork, and some of it's actually good. I mean, it's not like professional, but she definitely has a nice creative side and a way of.
Well, I tell you what, sell a guitar and buy her a drawing tablet.
That's actually good advice, man.
That it would be a nice gesture. It would be a nice gesture. Honestly, it really sounds nice, but she already has a bunch of drawing material. Her favorite thing to do as of now is to go to bed and just sleep.
Like what? Canvas and paint brushes?
No. Most of it's like I think just pencil, either full pencil sketches or color pencil and whatnot.
No, I meant something like professional, a tablet, digital for drawing. For professional drawing.
I guess I don't know what you mean. What is a tablet?
Well, there are tablets with pen for drawing, digital art drawing.
You said you like
digital art. I got you.
Yeah, special tablets with a pen. Yeah, that's why I told you to sell a guitar.
I don't know. The guitars I have, they're kind of sentimental to me. One's from my grandpa, and he passed away. One was from my mom on my 16th birthday, and the other one was from my dad on my 16th birthday. Those are the really expensive ones, though.
Yeah, one of the two can go.
No.
Yeah.
Those are, no.
Or both of them.
Just
2 in 1.
Just to put an end to this, all the stuff that we told you, just tell her this. So tell her, hey, I know we've been fighting a lot, so I don't want to have a fight, but we do need to have a talk. So the next day or two, when we get some time, we gotta have a talk. Then tell her all the stuff you told us, and you'll be able to gauge from her reaction there whether you think it's going to be able to work out. But I think they're wanting to get back to flat Earth talk, but all these things, like, you got to tell her, because people get stuck in the same old battle lines. So if you just tell her, and it'll start the same old battle lines and fights, and you guys won't hear each other. So you got to let her know, hey, we've been fighting, but we got to have a talk about this shit. This shit ain't working out. And then whatever available, hey, on her next day off, we got to have a talk about it. And then try that out and see where it goes from there.
She's not gonna give you any peace because she doesn't see any value for her in your own eyes. She considers that those guitars are more valuable to you than herself.
But yeah, that's all the advice they're gonna let us give you for now. So try that out and see how that goes.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you a lot.
Do you play the guitars?
Yeah, I do.
Cool.
That'll help a lot, guys. I do really appreciate it. I'll try to do some fun stuff that he likes to do.
One guitar
watch a stupid girl movie.
one guitar is enough for singing. You know, if you
No,
like
I'm not.
playing.
I'm not gonna sell my guitars. It's not. That is completely out of the question.
Okay, do you have
Sell
all your
them.
do you have all your guitars in display, or can you hide some out of sight?
They're away
Some
from
kid.
where my son can get them. I don't know what you mean.
Like if you have them up in display, it's really easy to access. Then yes, something bad might happen to them. But if you have like one in display and you can hide the rest of them where it's hard to get to, I would do that personally. You see what I'm saying or no?
Yeah,
You're
I
too
do. I
attached
might just. That's
to
probably a better idea.
material. Too attached in the
All
material
right, but yeah,
world.
just have that talk and let her know. Let her know, like you told me, that if you felt like everything was going good, you still want to be with her. But if things are going how you're
Yeah.
describing, that you're wanting to separate, that way she'll know you're serious. But yeah, they're wanting to move the topic on. I wouldn't mind after you do that if you want to talk more about it, like sometime when chat's dead. If you, I wouldn't mind going into off another channel, like an off-topic one, and you could update us on it.
Well, chat was dead when we
I
were
wish
talking
you
about this.
guys
If you guys
sort
want to
out
talk
your
about flat Earth, you
problems.
guys are definitely. I'm more than happy to go back to listening because I like hearing about that stuff too. And thank you for all the help. I do appreciate it. Not, I have talked to her before, but I'll give it another shot and I'll try a couple different things. And like I said, or like you said, I'll talk to you guys about it at a different time and let you know if it works or not.
Good
It's
luck with it.
about making her
Good luck,
happy.
man.
Yeah. Good
But I
luck.
won't sell my guitar. Thank you, man.
Make sure you do your best, so that way you know, that way you feel better about it. What, no, either way it goes, whether you break up or not, you'll know that you put
Scale
the
of 1
best
to
effort.
10, how hard I tried.
Where's the curve?
I don't know. Do you know what it is?
On the hills.
Can we bring a globe in here or something, man?
You guys have one. There's a guy named Ender if you guys want to unmute him. I'll unmute him. Yo, Ender. Speak up, buddy. Ender. You'll go back on mute. God damn. You're going back on mute.
Couples consolation.
Man, trust me, I've been through so much of these. But I actually have another question I might ask you guys. So recently,
Sure, go ahead.
I've been getting in touch with my little brother. I've been getting him on to, to see the reality that we see it, right? And
Yeah.
I've finally got him interested in the topic, but not enough where he can go research it or like join this Discord. Because I've been trying to get him to join this Discord, but he's one of those, he makes fun of you when you talk about this topic, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I finally managed to break through to him and like explain to him where he doesn't see it as a crazy anymore. But now I want to get him interested into taking the next step. So how do I do that? Ender,
What
we can
age
hear you
is
typing,
your
man.
brother?
Oh, hello?
Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
What up?
Take him to a large body of water. Take him to a large body of water and ask him, where's the curve? That's how you do it.
Yeah, Ender is new. He's newly VC verified if you guys want to cover it after this.
There ain't no thing but a chicken wing.
he's a smart guy. He knows like all this stuff. Like when I argue with him, like he knows all this like scientific terms and stuff, right? I would say he's even like smarter than me in this place. So like I just want to like get him into this Discord, and then if the guys can talk to him, I think he would listen to the guys here better than I can ever do it myself.
You
Yeah,
know,
we'll
you
destroy his
mean
program.
he knows about the flat Earth, or
I've started with him. I finally got his interest with it, but
yeah.
I don't think he knows the model that we use. I don't think he knows anything
We
about this
don't
topic.
use a model, bro. What are you talking about? What model?
Okay.
No, I know, but I mean not the globe model. He thinks that Earth is a flying frisbee in space. So I want to get him understand it's not that.
Well, it's definitely not that.
Then he doesn't say he's a flat Earth, is it?
No, he's a globe earther.
Yeah. So he knows very well the globe model.
Yes, he does.
Mm. Man, get him in
Everyone
really
knows that
quick.
by
I'm gonna ask him one
default.
question. Yeah, I'll ask him one question. Let's see how good he knows his model.
Yeah. Curvature, rotation, and the vacuum of space. Second law of thermodynamics.
Did you guys hear my new song I made?
Yeah, I heard it
earlier,
last night. Yes.
What do you mean? I
what's his
just
name?
did it today.
Earlier, Lou was playing it, and somebody was like giving like a little speech, and I was like, man, Lou, that's like increasing like that rhetoric value. Like it was so good the way that it was playing lightly under whoever was talking. I don't remember who was talking.
In the background, yeah.
Oh yeah, which song was that? Was it the number 15?
I don't know the name of the song.
No voice. It
I don't know.
was just instrumental.
Yeah, I was thinking like from now on, like whenever we're like debating, someone should like play Vlad's music like when our team is like speaking, and then when the other guy's speaking, like it's just nothing.
But the sound of that instrument, it sounded like saying flat Earth, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know which one you guys are talking about.
Well, I have to hear it again and then save it. I wasn't inspired to save. But I think High Sky played it.
That's cool. I remastered most of my tracks, so they sound a lot better than they used to. Yeah, I learned a lot of new stuff, and every time I make a new song, it gets better and better. So that's why I don't like listening to my older stuff because it's a lot worse than what the new stuff is coming out with.
Man, that song was really good. I mean, this one they played last night.
Shit, I wish I knew which one it was. Oh my god, I almost died, man. Wow. Is Ender in the house? Where's Ender? We're trying to talk to Ender here. He's all quiet and stuff.
You done a lot faster if I was playing with you. My fucking random shootings. I just fucking randomly like fired off a couple rounds every time I was playing with you.
Yeah, that's nothing, man. It's okay. I've seen some crazy shit. I mean, I got some good score today. Today I got like 10 kills, I think, this one game. These other games I get like 6 kills. But I'm playing obviously solos, like you get more kills in solos than well no, actually it depends what team you're with and stuff, but yeah. Flat. Being tracked.
You guys ever heard of reptilians? Do you think they could be real on a flat Earth?
Yes.
Where do you think they would live? I was thinking maybe underground.
To be honest, I don't know.
So wood, there's usually like a little like salamander under there. So
I
maybe
would
they're
ask for proof of
maybe they're cold-blooded and the sun hurts them.
maybe, yeah. You got any proof reptilians exist?
No, I was just I just wanted to ask. I wanted to ask earlier, but I wasn't too sure because it sounded really weird.
Man, it's all bullshit, man. It's all bullshit.
Cause I watched this like news thing earlier, and it was some guy talking. He kept saying like classified, and something about like 2048 or 33, something like that. There's gonna be like some attack, and I don't know. Maybe it was just like made up.
Yeah, man, it's the scare tactics. It's all fear porn. They want to scare people, man.
Yeah, that's what someone was telling me the other day.
So all they do is they try and, depending on what level you're at, and so if you're a conspiracy theorist, reptilians will scare you shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to see what people would say on this place. That's why I mentioned it.
Are you a globe earther or a flat earther?
I think the Earth is flat. I've come here a few times before.
Okay, you just don't have no tags. That's fine.
Excuse me?
You have no tags. You don't have a tag, so we don't know.
Oh yeah, I don't have a tag or nothing. The names, it just shows up green.
Yeah. It's all good. Stick around. You'll know it's flat by the end. It's not I think it's flat. I know it's flat. I don't believe it's flat. I know it's flat, So there's a big difference.
No, yeah, like I'll say it like that then. I know it's flat because
it measures.
I see around, and if I go like at a high elevation and I look around in the city, you could just see the whole city. You don't see the city start like curving. You don't see like some buildings a little sideways,
Exactly. I mean, like you can see like if you go out into like a big lake or an ocean. Yeah, Battle Mod. You can use whatever you want, bro. Not a problem.
I don't think you would see the.
Go ahead. What do you mean?
I think it's one of the worst arguments.
Hold on. You don't think you can see the curvature? Hold on. You cut out, Hank.
60-something miles, you see 1 degree of tilt, and it's hard to see 1 degree of tilt like right under your nose.
No, hold on.
It is observably.
What's the span that you're saying? 600 kilometers is 1 degree of tilt, you say? You're cutting out. Hank.
Was I breaking up?
Yes. What were you saying from the beginning? Let's go.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good argument. You would not see a tilt after like 60 miles?
No. I never say building tilts. I know that your peripherals should be bending. That's what I say.
Yeah, I was just correcting the guy not to make that argument in the future because it's one of the worst arguments to make because it's really hard to see 1 degree of tilt right under your nose. But as far as you looking out into the city it's observably flat. We don't witness any curvature. We don't experience any curvature. We don't experience motion. All these things is something that you have to deny your primary knowledge in order to believe the secondary knowledge. And that's only by choice, not by empirical experience.
Yeah. But let's say if it is bending at 8 inches per mile squared, right? If, you know, and you're looking at, let's say, a city from afar, right? And you're out on the ocean looking into, let's say, Chicago skyline, right? Pretty sure you can see like the whole city and more, right? So at that point, you should see your peripherals bending somewhat, a little bit. You know what I mean? It's not gonna be like a drastic curve, but you should be able to see like a slight bend to your peripheral vision if we were on a ball. But we're not, so it's always flat. Because 8 inches per mile squared is a pretty serious, curve. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it would definitely be detectable, and the fact that there's still people 6 years later that haven't been able to detect it, that's a fucking problem.
Yeah. Wait till they change the radius on you guys, man. Oh man, it's coming. It's coming. Oh, we were wrong about the radius. Now it's like 8,000 miles. Yeah, right. Now I'll throw everything off, so they have to stick with the radius regardless.
Yeah, it's too late now. It's double down or death.
That's right. Oh, we got another person in here. Let's unmute this guy named Al. Al, you there, buddy?
Yeah, what's up?
Welcome to the server. How you doing?
Just stand in yourself?
Oh, fantastic. What brings you by?
You know, friend showed me the server and I was like, damn, it's kind of hype. You know,
Wait.
I'm not a flat earther myself, but you know, I was kind of curious to see what it's about. And you know, I'm open to suggestions and
Okay. You want me to convince you that's flat within like 5 minutes? So I can do that.
sure.
Okay. What's the radius of the globe you think you live on?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, so see, how do you believe you live on a globe when you don't even know the dimensions of this globe?
Because school tells me that
Because who told you that?
the school that I go to told me.
Right. The school's controlled by the feds, right? And the feds tell us a whole bunch of lies. Okay, so Google the radius.
Lie to us.
Hold on. Google the radius of the ball for me. Just Google it for me.
Radius of the ball.
Well, no, the Earth. Oh, shit.
No,
What's the radius of Earth?
Of the Earth.
Yeah.
3,958.8 mi.
Right. So with that radius, do you think we could calculate for curvature? Like what's the curvature rate or what's the drop rate?
Probably, yeah.
Right. So instead of doing all that math, let's Google it again. So Google it. What's the curvature rate of Earth?
Okay.
Right. What is it? What does it say?
7.98 inches per mile.
Squared. Don't forget reading those brackets, because yeah, it used to be the formula, right, with the power of 2, but now they changed it because now they want people to miss that. But it's squared, 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Right.
Right. So how much curvature would there be over, let's say, 40 kilometers or let's say 25 miles? How much drop would there be?
I don't fucking know. I'm in middle school.
Well, bro, it's 8 inches times 25 to the power of 2. Simple. Right? And that's how much drop in inches you get. Yes or no?
Sure.
Right. So now we take high-powered lasers, right? We bring them over large bodies of water, right? And then we shoot these lasers across these large bodies of water to see whether there's curvature or not, right?
Right.
And guess what we find?
Curvature.
No, quite the opposite. It's perfectly flat and level. Big guy. That's why we're all flat earthers. Welcome to Flat Earth. You want to see the evidence or the proof?
Sure.
Okay, are you in live stream voice text yet? Oh, here. Since you're an okay talker, I'll VC verify you for now. Don't make me regret it, bro.
I'm gonna be
What?
honest. You're gonna regret it.
Verify.
Don't give it to me.
Control V here. No, now you can see the live stream voice text above the live stream channel we're in, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, it's the chat channel we use. I'm gonna post a link here. Right, it's an engineering paper done by engineers. Right, they went on and did this, what I said, right? And we didn't just do it once; did it like multiple times. I think eight observations they did across different locations, right? And nowhere did we find curvature. And this is just one example. We have like thousands more. We have people all over this earth that do these observations, right? And we have observations where we can see for hundreds of miles straight, flat, over large bodies of water, right? Where the curvature rate is at 8 inches per mile squared that they say is nowhere to be found. But if there was such curvature, there would be obstruction by the land or by the massive water that's curving. But we never see bendy water. So in 5 minutes, I just broke your whole globe Earth.
That's
Yes or
wild.
no?
That's kind of crazy.
Yes. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro. Who's next? Should I do this meatballs guy? Here, let me do meatballs. Yo, meatballs, welcome to the server. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fine. What about you?
I'm fantastic. Are you globe Earth or Flat Earther?
I'm a globe Earth guy.
Oh, bro, did you hear anything I said to Al?
No, could you actually repeat all of it for me?
Oh, hell yeah, no problem. That's what I'm good at. So, what's the radius of the ball you think you live on?
No clue.
So this is my first point, and it's always the same. Every time I talk to a globe Earther, right? Do you know the radius? At least, do you know the size of the set ball that you think you live on? No clue.
No.
But don't you find that strange already? Like you're believing into something. You believe in something, but you don't even know anything about it.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's a flawed system there. That's your whole belief system's flawed. Okay, so Google it. Google the radius of Earth for me, please.
(6,357 kilometers).
Sure. Let's just say 4,000 miles. I like to do miles because we're going to go into inches pretty soon, right? So with that radius, can we calculate for curvature? Or can we yes, exactly. So instead of doing all that math again, blah, 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 Google, what's the curvature rate of Earth?
(6 feet).
What? Curvature rate?
Right, 6 feet.
No, man, it's a rate. It's supposed to be a rate. What's the curvature rate of Earth?
All right. 7.98 inches per mile.
Squared. Don't forget. See, everybody. See how, like I said, they always don't read the brackets. It's squared.
Right, you told me to look it up, but the squared wasn't there. So
The squared is there. Get out of here.
no, it's not. Look it up.
Oh, bro, I'm gonna take a screenshot. I've done this before. You don't need to argue. I'm gonna Google right now.
Oh, if you have evidence, I'll believe you.
I'm gonna square. It's squared, bro. It has to be squared because if it wasn't squared, it'd be a linear line. It'd be a straight line. You know that. It'd be a slope. It wouldn't be a curve.
Exactly.
Right. So it's squared.
Yes.
Perfect. So, how much curvature would there be after, let's say, 25 miles? Meatball.
At least 3.
8 inches times 25 squared. Can you do that math or no?
Nah.
Are you trolling?
No, maybe I'm just too lazy to do it. Here, I'll come out my calculator. What do you want me to do?
Go 8 times 25 times 25.
8 times 25 times 25.
Yeah.
5,000.
Is it really? Hold on. Let me double check that. Maybe fucking shit. 8 times 25 times 25. Yeah, you're right. 5,000 inches. So there'll be a 5,000 inch drop, right? So if we divide it by 12, we get that in feet, right? Divide that
Yes.
by 12. You get that in feet, right? So how much feet? So about 416 feet of curvature that would be over 25 miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said to Al already, if you're in, oh, hold on, you're not even VC verified here. I'll VC verify you too. Let's verify your ass. Verify. Verified. Control V inside. So, go into live stream voice text. It's the channel right above the one we're in. It's a
Yeah, I
text
found it.
channel. Scroll all the way down, and you see I posted a links FE Core. It's like at 1:33. Well, depending where you are, it's 33 after the hour.
Yeah, I got it. I'm looking at it.
Okay, so this is a PDF, about 128 pages of engineers going out to large bodies of water and shooting lasers across these large bodies of water to try and find this curvature, right? So the longest distance was about 40-something kilometers, which is about 25 miles. I'm guesstimating here, right? And guess what? There is no 400 foot of drop, right? So if the laser was shot 2 meters off the ground, it hits the target 2 meters on the other side of the lake. Oh, there is no curve.
Shouldn't it have been like hundreds of feet in the air above their head, like a Batman signal?
Yes, it would have been up
If
in
the
the
Earth was
sky.
a globe.
Yes.
I have a question.
Go ahead,
So
Al.
wait, real fast, before you ask your question. So the thing about the difference between flat earthers and NASA is you can't verify anything NASA's doing in space, but we're asking you to go to a large body of water and verify this yourself. This is something that you can do with Earth curve calculator and a mirror, like just a mirror
Yeah.
on the other side of a lake. So
Because
go ahead.
mirrors can shine the sun across the, so the light is direct, right? It's straight line. And so from one end to the other, and you can see, like, if you put a mirror on the shoreline and you do the shimmering thing, you can see across, and you'll see that shimmer. Isn't that crazy? Okay, so I made 2 flat earthers already. Yo, this mice guy, yo, bro, I'm gonna kick you, Micer.
My question was, so you know how, like, when we look into the sky,
Oh, hold on. Before you, because a lot of people do this, right? So how is looking up into the sky measuring the ground we're standing on?
what?
How is looking up into the sky help us determine what we are standing on?
I don't know.
Well, see, that's a non sequitur, what you're about to do. But okay, go with your question. I'll answer it regardless.
So when you look up into the sky and you see supposedly other planets like Mars.
Supposedly, how do you know they are planets? How do you know they're terra firma?
Well, I mean, I'm just assuming here. I'm not convinced yet. But why are they all circles?
Well, they're not.
So
They're just shiny lights. They're just bright lights in the sky.
they're just bright lights in the sky.
Yeah, have you ever taken a telescope and done it yourself?
Once or twice, yeah.
Right, and they're just shiny lights, bro.
I got a better question. What do we see on Earth that makes it a logical inference to say all the circles we see in the sky is what we live on? Do we see curvature? You see evidence of curvature any day you walk out your house? I mean, we could see spheres in the sky, but if we don't see no evidence we live on a sphere, it's not a logical inference to say that's what we live on.
So you're
Just
saying, let me get this straight. So you're saying that even though there's a bunch of spheres or supposedly spheres or circles.
Okay, hold on.
Listen, do you see evidence of curve in your everyday life to make you think what you see in the sky is what you live on? Yeah, I want you to make it a logical inference to me. Show me where we see evidence that where we live resembles what we see in the sky.
When we're on the high mountain top.
Hold on, Al. No, you never
true.
Al, go into live stream voice text if you're still in there. Get just posted a picture, right? And see those little shiny circles? These are the so-called planets, right? These are close-up images of these so-called planets. That's how they look like when you really zoom into them with the telescope, right? They're just shiny, flickering lights. They just have their own colors and their own characteristics.
What's the top left one?
I don't know. They're all different. They're labeled in other ones. I don't know, but I know this is how they look like because I've seen it myself.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay, and then back to your whole being on a mountain. How about take a plane? When you're on an airplane and you look out the window, do you see curvature?
Yes.
No, you don't. That's a lie.
I have a couple photos actually.
Go ahead, please post these photos for me. Send them to me directly. I'll post them into live stream so we can all have a glance.
All right. Give me a moment. I got to go through my camera roll.
Yeah, please. We're gonna be like.
Yeah, even Neil deGrasse Tyson agrees 35,000 feet isn't even close enough to see any curvature because of the size of the Earth, and you don't even know the radius. So you couldn't say your relative relationship from the size of the plane to the size of the Earth and the distance between. It's tantamount to a BB being 2 millimeters off a basketball.
Maybe it was just a large hill.
No, you also can.
Listen, you can't call it topography curvature because we know there's hills, mountains, and valleys. But just because the horizon is broken up by the topography of the land, that's not evidence of curve.
And I'm pretty sure you were looking at something else and you thought that was curved, but the actual horizon's right behind it, and it's a flat line. That's one. And number two, cameras, they have a curved lens. They kind of tend to fisheye depending on the angle. So if you're not perfectly level to the horizon, up or down, you will have a bendy to your picture. So that's why I want to look at your picture and tell you what is wrong with your picture, because I know pretty much that there's something wrong with your picture if that's how you think it is.
I mean, that's assuming I can find it. Give me a sec. I am looking through my phone.
Okay, we have our own. We have our high altitude balloons that are like hundreds of thousands of feet up in the air taking video camera footage, not just images.
So, like, have you seen that Red Bull one where they, like, had the guy?
Yeah. We use that one all the time because if you go into the cabin where the actual GoPro, because he had multiple cameras on there, right? He had one on his body, one outside, and one inside, right? See, the ones he was using on the outside, they were fisheye lensy, right? So if he was tilting the camera upwards or downwards, the curve will go up or down. It'll be convex or concave, right? But guess what? When they took the shot from the inside, right? So there was a camera mounted inside. It was perfectly level with the horizon, and it was looking out towards the horizon. Guess what? It was flat. We have videos of that too.
Straight line. What about? So.
What about it?
Why do people? Who makes the spherical Earth image? Who does that?
Well, the liars, bro.
Who are the liars?
We can be specific who makes it. We can be specific who created the blue marble. Don Pettit, an employee for NASA. He says it is CGI, but it has to be. That's because they're not taking pictures with cameras. They're getting telemetry data from.
What gentleman? What gentleman was this? Oh, sorry,
Don Pettit.
No, it was
Rob Simmons.
Yeah, Rob Simmons. It was
Robert Simmons makes the blue marble, but Don Pettit admits it. CGI, because it has to be.
Yeah, we have all this. Ow. You think these questions we haven't answered
I
before,
also
bro?
have images from 35,000 foot, bro. Give me a minute, I'll pull them up.
I mean, I'm sure you guys.
I don't see any curvature.
I'm sure you guys have answered these questions thousands of times, but I just haven't heard the answers myself. That's why I've been asking.
No problem. We're here to educate. Enjoy. If you're looking in live stream voice text, all my friends that are listening to this conversation, they've been posting. As the subject is changing, you get GIFs and images of stuff that we've done before, bro. Like, look at Geppy Gets again. See that blue marble, the NASA light thing? See all the cloud patterns? They're the same, right? Well, they used the doubling tool, right? So they were lazy. These NASA employees, they're really fucking lazy. They skip certain things they think people won't notice. But if you look at this blue marble that they did, look at how the clouds are all the same.
Photoshop cloning tool.
Yeah, the cloning tool from Photoshop. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
It has to be. That's what he even says it on the video. It's like, well, it has to be.
So I just posted that video, right? And in the video, right, you can click on the link down below in the description, and you can actually go to NASA's website, and it shows you that he actually is who he says that he is, and he says that the blue marble is photoshopped, and it has to be. So my question is, why does it have to be photoshopped if we've got all these satellites orbiting in space, orbiting the Earth all over the place, like thousands of them? Why does it have to be photoshopped? He says that he takes images and data and he stitches them together, and he says it looks flat, so he has to make it look curved.
But can I Google this?
Why does it? Hold on. Why does it look flat and he has to make it look curved?
Because it's flat.
That's right.
Good answer. It is flat. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro. Sooner or later, you're gonna realize for real it's flat. No fucking around.
And those
Seriously, all the new guys
images,
should watch that video. Go ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
those images which show a flat horizon, they must stitch them in Photoshop or 3D CAD software to create that blue marble.
That's crazy. So like, all right. So wait, let me Google. Is the blue marble Photoshop?
Dude, why are you Googling it? I just brought you to the horse's mouth.
I know.
Original data, bro.
So wait, is
Why are
Google
you
not
Googling it?
trustworthy? Is Google not trustworthy though?
I'm searching in secondary sources when I provided the primary source.
Well,
is what I'm saying.
Google's not a source. Google's the search engine. So we'll critique source individually because information is about source.
Is it safe to get any of my information from Google?
No, okay, hold on, Al. Remember
I was just specific about that. Google's not a source. It's a search engine.
Right. Al, just remember what I told you about Google, right? I told you, okay, Google the radius, Google the curvature rate, and they give you these numbers, and I just showed you how they're false in real life.
Right.
So how do you go back to Google and say, okay, Google's going to give me the right answer when I already showed you 2 instances where Google's lying to you?
You're right. That was
right. Okay, and then Hank gave you a NASA.gov link, bro. It's straight from the horse's mouth. That's the only place all this information is coming from is NASA, bro.
But can't that come from other
I told you about the
space
link in the
agencies as well?
description.
All right, I see.
Yeah.
So
that's a NASA link I posted too.
What about other countries' space agencies?
They all work together, bro. It's the New World Order, remember?
Well, hold up. Listen, let's cover that. Why does Japan's look so different than the blue marble? They got a green marble. Good point. So how come none of these images collaborate the other image?
Wait, there's a green marble?
Yeah. You brought up the agencies. You haven't looked at their images?
No, I was just curious.
Oh, so we're going to make an argument from a standpoint of ignorance then. It's always
wait,
faulty logic and fallacious reasonings. Well, look up the other agencies and you will.
Roger.
It's all bullshit. Just remember out.
I'm not going to do your work for you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Meatball.
So, you guys said that the sun was a beam that shines directly down onto the flat Earth.
No, we didn't.
All right, explain.
Don't straw man us.
Well, correct me, though.
It's a light we see in the sky. Hold on, Vlad.
Where is that light coming from then?
I just said the sun, light coming from the sky.
Right.
We're not the ones that postulate to know exactly how the sun works and what it is. We haven't made a positive claim on the sun. How do you prove that it's what you say it is when you're missing the major evidence, like neutrinos? The helium-4 plus neutrino, which would be present in a fusion reaction or fission reaction, isn't present when we see neutrinos. So how do you explain that with your model? You say you know what the sun is, but you can't prove it.
None of that has anything to do with what I just asked.
It does.
I asked you what...
The fact that you can't correlate it. Listen, I gave you the answer to that. We don't make a positive claim on the sun.
I feel like
is that not specific enough?
You're getting a little bit too aggressive. Please relax. So
I don't care how you feel. Leave your feelings outside. We make no positive claims on the
we're trying
sun.
to have a discussion.
Do you have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with that?
I don't at all. I don't have a problem.
I'm not going to address your damn feelings, dude. Just either ask a question, accept an answer, argue it, give an answer.
You didn't let me finish my question, though. Just please relax.
Actually, I didn't. You just been interrupting me since I started to actually answer it.
Okay, can you please?
That's a two-way street. Listen, dude, don't do that crap.
Listen, can you please repeat yourself or correct me? Right? What's your guys' perspective on the sun? Right? What do you think it is?
We make no positive claim on what the sun is. For the third time.
Do you have any ideas or beliefs on what it is? Like theories?
We don't get into speculation. We get into that which you can prove and demonstrate. We're imperials.
Everyone is free to speculate on his own. But
yeah, you can speculate.
The flat
but
Earth
the thing is,
here,
we're empiricists, or at least wannabe empiricists, right? We only like to talk about things that you can verify for yourself. So if Robert Simmons makes a blue marble in Photoshop, how am I supposed to verify for myself that that's what the Earth looks like? Right? That's why flat earthers go out to large bodies of water that are at rest. And we know the physics of water, right? It's usually flat and level when it's at rest. Large bodies of water, when at rest, are level. They're not curving. Right? And you can verify this for yourself by going out to a large body of water that's at rest and testing it with a mirror and an Earth curve calculator. Right? We're not telling you stuff that you can't verify. We're only telling you things that you can verify for yourself. That's the difference between religion and empiricism.
All right. Thank you for telling me that, Ankil. I thought Battle Model would be extremely rude.
in the globe model for the sun,
we're not here to listen to your
daylight
opinions. I'm not the one.
We're
Keep
trying
it
to have
up.
a discussion, and
Listen, don't tell me what we're trying to do at my server. This ain't your server. You're not at your house.
So this isn't a discussion.
Listen, stop snowflaking this
Listen, Snowflake, it's not about your opinions. It's not about your feelings. If that angers you, then leave. Go up, click, leave the server. We're not here for your opinions or your feelings. We don't care what you feel about people here. That doesn't prove shit.
Okay.
I'm not the one, dude. Learn it quick. If you want to hang out.
I have a question.
You're here by invite.
See, Al does the right thing. He says, I have a question, and waits until we say, yeah, Al, what's your question?
Was that the cue to go, or?
Yeah, that's the cue to go. What's the question?
How did the flat Earth come to be?
What do you mean? It was always there. You should ask yourself, how did the globe Earth came to be? And go look at the history of how they created the globe. Remember, back in the past, everybody knew it was flat. This whole globe idea is very early, man. It's young, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't learn about Jesuits and how all the educational system and all roads go back to Rome.
Okay, well that answers my question. Thank you.
See, the globe is the only one that is belief because, for example, the daylight, the sun, the positive claim they have is that the sun is 93 million miles away. Who did measure that? Who took a tape roller and measured meter, inch by inch, all that distance, 93 million miles?
I have another question. Sorry, I've been asking a lot.
Yeah.
Go for it.
But you know how once in a while there's a solar eclipse, right? When basically when the moon passes in front of the sun. Well, if the moon is just like a light, how does the shadow get projected onto the Earth?
Okay, listen. Again, remember, hold on. Remember what I told you already originally? Al, I said, how are we looking? Why are we looking up into the sky to prove what we are standing on, right? So there's phenomena that happen up in the sky, like what the sun is, what the moon is, what the stars are. We don't know. We will never try and tell you what we think. We don't want to speculate, especially to new people. We always want to focus on the earth and the body that we are standing on, right? The curvature rate. Where's the curvature rate? These are the more important questions. Looking up into the sky and seeing all kinds of crazy phenomena doesn't prove shit. You know what I mean? Nobody's been there. They're lying to you if they tell you that they've ever been there. All that what do you call the ISS photos, all the fucking the moon landings, all that shit's fake, bro, and it's provably fake.
Hollywood did it too. Yeah, what ISS does, Hollywood did it too, and much better.
All right, so I have a question. So if you Google the terms solar eclipse totality map and you click on images, right, you'll see that the totality of an eclipse. Can I be heard?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If you Google those terms specifically and you click on images, right, you'll see that the totality of a solar eclipse is only about 70 miles to 100 miles across. Sometimes larger, but those are some of the smaller ones, right? If the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, how is the shadow only 70 miles across?
I just wasn't listening, sorry. I was talking to my sister. What was that?
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate your time.
Listen, if you go look into these things, right, especially these solar eclipse, what Hank said is the shadow that's being cast by the moon, right, on this plane is too small, right, for what they say it is. If you understand the math and the ratios and how it all works, that shadow should be covering a lot more than 70 miles. You know what I mean?
See. I got you, yeah.
Right, so there's like, if you look at the live stream voice text, we're posting all that extra stuff. Right? Like I said, doing this, like looking up into the sky and trying to figure shit out about what we're standing on, you'll never get anywhere, ever.
But never mind.
So off the top of your head, we'll give you a quiz. What's the radius of this ball that they say it is?
What was it? 4,000 miles roughly?
Roughly, good. I like it. Just guesstimate, it's fine. And then what would be the curvature rate?
I don't remember.
8 inches per mile squared.
8 inches per mile squared. What's the curvature rate of the flat Earth, or is it just nothing?
There is, because it's flat. If there's no curvature, it's flat. It's an oxymoron.
So is it like completely flat, or is it like a little? Is it like a little curve?
No. There's topology. There's mountains. There's hills and shit, right? We don't argue that. We're talking about it's a flat plane. It expands flat. It doesn't curve anywhere.
Infinity?
Huh?
Like, does it like? Can you fall off? Can you like?
No, nobody knows the end of these. Nobody's ever been there, bro.
Okay, I want you to think about this logically. In your model, there's a ball spinning, flying through space, around a sun, around a galactic center, shooting off from a Big Bang. And our model, we don't really have a model, but it's flat and stationary for tens of thousands of miles. Which one are you more likely to fall off of? A spinning ball that's flying through the air? Or a flat stationary plane tens of thousands of miles? So why would you ask a question like that? You're more likely to fall off of a stationary plane.
I think we need to explain gas pressure to this guy, how it works. Explain to him that we have walls of a container that we live inside of that give us air pressure so we can live.
There's walls.
Yeah, that's a little bit too advanced for this guy right now, but yeah, if we want to get into it, can you have gas pressure without a container?
I think I can clear this up very quickly. So we live in the Antarctic basin, all right, the continents, and the center north point is in the center, all right, like a record on a record player, it's the center, the hole in the record on the record player, and as you go southward, you're moving just outward, and as you continue to go outward, eventually you run into Antarctica, which is a ring of ice around the outside, kind of like the crust on a pizza. Now, we can't verify what's a few miles past the shore, because we're not allowed to go there. We're not allowed to travel freely in Antarctica. But we do have air pressure, and by definition, since we have air pressure, we must have a container because it's gas pressure. And so somewhere out there beyond Antarctica, there could be more land, and then eventually walls of the container that we live inside of, or there could just be 1,000 miles or 1,500 miles out. There could be the walls of the container that give us air pressure. But one way or another, the end would be walls of the container that give us air pressure, not a cliff that would lead out to space.
I got it. So that makes sense.
Okay, so wait, just real quick. So that probably sounded like a bunch of speculation right after I said that we don't speculate. So I'm going to ask you to look up the definition of gas pressure. Will you do that for me and read it to me?
Yep. Definition of gas pressure. Wait, do you want me to read it aloud or just quietly?
Yeah, please, just real fast. What'd you come up with?
All right. Gas pressure is caused by the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with the surface of objects. With objects. In general, pressure is defined as the force exerted on a given area, E equals F times A. Note that the pressure is directly proportional to force and inversely proportional to area. End. Period. That's it.
All right, so what area are they talking about?
What area?
Let me help you out. If you wanted to contain some gas at a higher pressure than at your current altitude, right? So let's say you wanted like 35 psi, like in your tire, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would have to have a container, right?
Yeah.
Right. So can you have 33, 35 psi on your rim without the tire?
No.
Okay, so where is the container for the atmosphere that is gas pressure that you're breathing right now? In your model.
The ozone layer.
The ozone layer is gas. Can gas contain gas?
No, but I feel like if the molecules were dense enough, the gases inside, which are made of molecules, couldn't get through it, no?
Okay, I just explained that in order to have gas pressure, you have to have surface area, i.e. a container, right?
Right. Okay.
Okay, can you have gas pressure without a container?
No.
Okay, so
can't you hold it
if you had a ball of gas, sorry, let me finish. If you had a ball of gas, let's say like Jupiter, sitting next to an almost perfect vacuum, let's say like the vacuum of space, is that possible?
No.
Can you have the Earth's atmosphere floating in a vacuum? No, because anytime there's a vacuum, there has to be a container, right? Containment is required for vacuums.
Right.
Right?
Makes sense, yeah.
I can't just hand you a vacuum without a container, right? If I were to hand you a vacuum, it would be in a container.
Right. Okay, I see where you're coming
So
from.
how are you breathing right now?
By inhaling.
Right. How's that possible on a globe Earth in the middle of a vacuum?
That's a trick question.
No, a trick question would be like, did you stop beating your wife yet? How many years have you been beating your wife? Right? That's what's called a loaded question.
Oh, you're just...
Right. See, that's a loaded question. How are you breathing right now is not a loaded question, because you should just be able to explain that, well, I'm breathing gas pressure that, by definition, has to be contained by a surface area, or i.e. a container. So where's the container in the globe Earth model?
So I'm a little
You guys
confused.
can
Does that mean we're
continue.
surrounded by like walls or something? Because I'm just kidding. I don't understand how. Is it just a big container or something?
Well, we can go into speculation about the firmament, right? But
Well, he said it had to be contained, so that means
well, it is contained. I know it's there for a fact, right? Because I understand this. But to new people, we don't really like to get into the firmament thing because you need to look into this like a little bit longer. You know, you need to process this information a little bit more because we already. Ow! How long have you been looking into this? Like today, right?
Today. Is your name Al? No. Like today, you know, I don't know. I've always been like a global Earth kind of guy, you know, because that's how I was brought up. But I've always been kind of curious, you know, to hear the other side of the argument, see what other people were thinking, you know.
Right. No, but how long have you been actually like looking, or like looking for the information?
Like looking hard or just looking?
Whatever. Gauge. I don't care how much you gauge it, but I mean, like, did you like how? Because let's say I started looking into this like maybe 6 years ago. Maybe it's going on to 7. I don't know. It's been such a long time, right? And I remember even when I started, I wasn't really too focused on it, right? And I would look at certain things here and there. And there's a thing called cognitive dissonance that you run into, and we all go through this because we all grew up believing we were on a ball. We all were deceived by the space light. We all know what you know about the ball, Jupiter, Mars, all the whole solar system. We know it all, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They teach this to everybody. So there's a thing it's called cognitive dissonance that you run into, right? So depending on how long you've been actually looking into this, the information will register like more. See, that's why I asked you for the second time, what's the radius and what's the curvature rate? You still had a trouble to recite the curvature rate, right?
Right.
So if I ask you, what's the curvature rate right now?
8 inches per mile.
Squared.
Squared, yes.
Right. So remember that. Because when you go out and do it yourself and test it for yourself, and you're going to just use approximations, like long distance observations, you don't really know the precise distance of certain things, but you can still approximate it, right? And then using those approximate numbers, you're going to get an approximate result. And you'll see that it doesn't really matter if you get an approximate, everything's flat. There's nothing curving. Even if it was like perfect, right? Even if you had the perfect measurements and the perfect numbers, that curve will never be found anywhere. Do you get what I'm saying now? So, but it's going to take you a while for that to register, and that's when the whole gas pressure without a container is going to sink in, and then you're going to start wondering about how it's all contained, and then you're going to go do more history, and like you'll know one thing is all the ancient cultures in the past, they all believed in the firmament dome. And do you know what the firmament is?
No.
Well, if you look into the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, all those books, right, religious books, I'm not a religious guy, but even those books talk about the firmament, right? And then you go into other like Aztec, Mayan, Norse mythology, Chinese people from the past. They all knew it was flat, stationary, with a dome above, right? But you wouldn't know this because they don't teach you this stuff.
That's
wild. You get what I'm saying? It takes a while for all that information to register in because it's way too much from the beginning. Because I'm pretty sure like this is the first time you had a conversation with real flat earthers, right? Today's the first time.
Like this is the first time that I've tried to actually understand you guys. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people that like remember what you used to do. You would what do you call dismiss everything we used to say. Like it'll go in one year out the other, right? That's what a lot of people. That's called cognitive dissonance. You don't want to hear the truth. You know, you want to be stuck in your matrix.
Right.
You know, and we try to unplug people. You know, I'm Morpheus and you're Neo. You know, were you taking the blue pill or the red pill? Right? I think you want the red pill.
What's that, a Star Wars reference?
No, the Matrix, bro. I am Morpheus and you're Neo. That's Matrix. You never seen the Matrix? You never seen the Matrix, bro?
Yeah, that's not important. I just want to point out that...
Is it a flat Earth theory?
No. It's a mainstream movie. It's a trilogy, right? 3 movies, right?
Wait,
one movie.
Is it about flat Earth? Should I watch it?
It's not just about
you
flat Earth.
Understand it.
Yeah.
You won't get it. Not yet. You're not ready yet. But here's the thing. Remember I said that this is all empirical, right?
Right.
We're not giving you some fucking fairy tale, right? We're not giving you some religion or belief system, right?
Right.
What we're giving you is freedom of choice that you've never had before because you never thought to ask certain questions, right? And the thing is, you must think for yourself and question authority. And in order to question authority, you have to think for yourself, right? That's a famous quote. You ever heard that?
Nope.
So all we're trying to do is get you to break through your programming because you've been programmed by the television, by media, by school, by your parents, by your doctor. You've been programmed by everybody, and all I'm asking you to do is to think for yourself and question authority. Do you know why I want you to do that?
So I can think for myself.
Yeah.
So you can be free. Because I want you to be free. Free your mind. Right? Because you've been programmed. Like a computer. How do computers work? You assemble them, then you program them. Right? Your little brain is like a program. It's like it's been programmed, right? Well, all I'm asking you to do is to reprogram your brain with knowledge, things that you can verify with 2 or more of your senses, so that you can establish truth and foundation.
I like your thinking. I like it.
Yeah, Hank is very grounded, you know?
He sounds
And I still can't believe you haven't watched The Matrix. Listen, write this down. Watch The Matrix. Just the first one. You don't need to watch the rest of them. The trilogy's kind of shitty afterwards, but the first Matrix, it will open up something in your head, trust me.
Wait, what's it called?
The Matrix. It's with Neo. It's an action movie. There's like bullets flying. He stops bullets. He's faster than the bullets. You got this chick named Trinity. She fucking does all kinds of crazy maneuvers.
And
it's a sci-fi action movie, but it's kind of like, it's good to know because you'll understand that, okay, you're stuck in the Matrix, right? And there's like a whole other world that you can't even see. You know what I mean? Because you're programmed, and that's what the programmers want you to believe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. So it's like
there's reality, you know, there's the real world, right? But you don't see it. You're still stuck in that Matrix. That's what all Globers are. They're stuck, man.
They're stuck.
Yeah, man.
But what he's trying to say is that the entire movie, every word in it and everything in it essentially, is a giant metaphor for reality.
I got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a metaphor. It's not like, yeah, exactly. I should have said metaphor. I can't believe you still haven't seen The Matrix. I mean, I thought that's like one of the mainstream movies everybody sees. God damn. I guess I'm too old now. I'm getting old, man. Yeah, it was 1999. Were you even born at 1999?
Nah.
Ah, you're too young. That's why. Okay, I get it.
So what happens when then everyone stops talking? Do we just watch a movie?
No, we'll ask somebody else. There's more people waiting to talk.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I mean, like, oh, bro, hold on. There was another guy that, here, I'll go VC verify him. I'll bring him in. If Ender had questions, and if Meatball, you have any questions, feel free to talk. Don't be afraid of Balamod. His bark is worse than his bite, bro.
You're not wrong.
Hey, Balamod's like, with the sigh.
I just speak loud so that I'm heard because people like to keep talking over you and then tell you you're being rude. I get annoyed. I get annoyed easily.
I know, but you also got to understand, you have this latency issue, right? So, like, when you start talking, we won't
Other people got to understand that too, bro.
But these are new guys.
We're on the internet. We're on the internet. There's going to be lag.
Well, some of us don't have lag because we have super internet, right? We're connected directly to fiber.
Oh, okay. Super internet.
I do. I have like the best internet you can have. Apart from
you got pizza internet. Don't lie.
What are you talking about, man? 500 up, 500 down, bro. What up?
Mr. Latency?
Get on my level. Get on my level. I got like 1 ms lag. I don't have no lag. No, 1 millisecond ping time. What's up?
Mine's about 30 right now.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. So when you start talking, by the time anybody hears you, you're already halfway through what you're saying, and that's why you get the interrupt. Okay, Orlando Hunter, I'm going to unmute you, buddy. What's up, Orlando?
What you hunting? Gator?
Orlando, don't be shy. Yeah, you're kind of quiet. I heard you say something, but you're kind of quiet, bro. Oh, dang. Okay, well, while you guys do this, I'm going to pull the other guy from VC Verify.
What do we do, man? It's quiet.
I have another question. Do you guys believe that the flat disk Earth is like stationary?
Wait.
right there.
Flat disc. Are you picturing a flat?
Flat Earth, like, you know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question? That's not our. That's not what we believe about Earth. So that's a straw man. You when you think of flat Earth, do you picture third disk from the sun floating in space?
Well, I mean, like, just like, you know,
yeah, no, what?
Like a plate almost, like, you know what I mean?
So, are you picturing a flat disk in space?
Yes.
Well, that's a no. Most of us don't believe we're a disk floating in space. We don't see any empirical proof that there is an outer space to go to, that's a tangible place. Most of us believe it's more like the floor of the universe and everything revolves around it. More like geocentric. And yes, it'd be stationary and fixed firm.
So not like spinning at all, like not like a record on the
No, we're not Flat Earth Society. We don't believe in a disc that's spinning slowly while it goes upward at a certain rate. No. We don't believe that crap. Flat Earth Society, they're not flat earthers. They're globers that got so tired of getting wrecked on facts and science that they went and made a flat earth community, and they tried to make us look dumb that way because they couldn't beat us.
All right, thank you.
Just to confirm, so you guys are not the Flat Earth Society?
We are not the Flat Earth Society, and the Flat Earth Society isn't flat earthers.
Yeah, I recommend you guys actually like read the general rules. Kind of goes.
Yeah, it's right in the general rules that we're not the Flat Earth Society. I used to just ban people when they brought up that Flat Earth Society crap because I feel it's like a troll, but...
Sorry, I didn't know.
You know, you're alright. I was going to say, I learned that not all people are 100% into this, so they don't get it. They're just asking what their heart...
So
what they're aware of.
Sorry.
Go
Here's
ahead,
the Flat Earth Society. Yeah, there are people who believe in the globe because they're sun worshippers. I think, it's my opinion. And what they do is they make bad arguments on purpose, right? So it's like pissing in the punch bowl. You take one sip of the Flat Earth Society's arguments, and you don't want to drink no more because it tastes like piss, right? So they say stupid stuff like the Earth is a disk flying through space, upward at 9.8 meters a second squared, right? Which is a terrible fucking argument. Never met a flat earther that actually believes that shit. But when you hear Obama say we don't have time for the Flat Earth Society, that's what you're going to Google, and that's what you're going to find, right? So that is a very dishonest tactic. It's called straw man. So a straw man is when you misrepresent someone's argument to make it easier to just stick a torch to it, poof, it goes away, right? What you want to do is you want to steel man someone's argument, and you want to clarify. So what you mean is that blah, 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 and you add to their argument and make it better, right? Then attack it. That's how you argue with someone to find out the truth.
Cool. So I have another question. So when the supposedly NASA or SpaceX or one of these so-called space agencies shoot a space rocket into space.
They don't shoot it into space though.
They don't.
No.
Let him finish.
So like, does it like when it goes all the way up and you can see like you can actually see like parts of the so-called rocket like falling off and kind of falling back to Earth? Where does that like top part go? Because I mean, they say it goes into
You
space.
tell us. Do we see it? Can we prove where it went? Can we test it? Or can we repeat it? Not but. I ask you a question.
Sorry,
Do you see evidence that it goes into space and orbits a sphere?
Maybe not orbits in a sphere, but goes into space. Yes.
No, we don't. We can't see it breach the atmosphere. I've watched launches. Well, you think we haven't? You think we haven't been to Florida?
Yeah, all you see is it
I was a Marine.
It goes up and then it
Thank you
goes
for your
away
service,
from you.
sir.
How far is space from the ground?
Far.
They
Okay.
do a
So you know you
parabolic
can't
arc,
see
right?
200 miles away, right? You know that.
Right, but it's obviously just not going to disappear, right? When it goes up there, it's you see it.
What
come back
happens
down,
is
right?
that it literally it makes a parabolic arc, right? Because what they say they have to do is actually have to gain speed. So they need that arc to gain speed to go into outer space. So what you visibly see is a rocket that literally goes up and then curves just about the time it hits the clouds and then goes off into the distance. So you don't observe anything other than that. Then it goes a cutscene, and then it's in space.
No. I'm not talking about streams. I'm talking about like actually witnessing the rocket launches in person.
Yeah. Well, then you just witnessed the first half of what I just told you.
But wouldn't it come down at some point, or would it like? So, wouldn't someone see?
Well, the oceans are by and large, like 90% of the Earth. So, I mean, they got plenty of places to hide it, right?
That's true. It's true.
Like, say, the Bermuda Triangle?
Or like, say, the NASA graveyard, which they've are actually open about.
You know those things you can buy on like eBay where it's like a giant balloon and you can attach a camera to it?
Yeah.
Well, what about those? Have you guys ever tried that personally?
Yeah, we have a lot of people who do that stuff. Over 120,000 feet up, just over 20 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you know what we see?
A curved Earth.
Not a globe.
Is there like any curvature, or is it just completely flat?
What you see are barrel distortion effects caused by the exposure and saturation between the dark and the light. But when it levels out, it's not curvature, it's just barrel distortion. You'll see everything kind of change towards the center of the lens because that's where the angle is on the lens. It's not the actual thing you're looking at. It's the lens. Look at that GIF right there. It's showing
Roger just posted a picture. A GIF, actually. Yeah.
This is how you kill the virus.
No. One above it.
A sand bucket and the globe that he's burning. Oh, the one above it.
One above it, bro. This is at 120,000 feet, I think.
And if you look at all of the corresponding footage from NASA at the same altitude, they distinctly show an overcurved Earth in every single example. Only independent footage shows stuff like this because they don't want you to be thinking in flat. They want you to be thinking in curve.
Interesting. So,
well, it's much more than interesting.
It's very interesting. I don't know.
It's jaw-dropping, bro. It's
not only that,
jaw-dropping.
but the curvature on a ball would eventually, especially at high altitude, the line of the horizon would have to show more convexity and actually go below the center frame. It would not be rising to the center of the camera. So we have a flat line, which is a problem. And then we have a flat line at the center of the camera, which is a big ass problem.
There's another one. California Nightmare posted another one. We have tons of these. It's not just a single. There's like a whole bunch of people that did this already, man. You know. And even SpaceX fucked up. You know how that SpaceX launch they had?
Which
one? Oh, they murdered it. They murdered the globe even.
They killed it.
Yeah. Do you know what they did?
They launched a car into space.
No. It was the other one. The one after, I think.
I don't follow SpaceX that much.
Well, I understand, but if you ever seen their video of the rocket trying to quote unquote go into space, you literally see the barrel distortion, right? And if the camera is angled one way, you see a convex Earth, and then when it angles the other, because it's swaying back and forth, right? It's not perfectly, because especially if the rocket's flying, so it curves one way, which makes a concave like bowl type fucking image, and then at some point it starts curving the other way, then it makes a ball type image, right?
Right.
Can I elaborate real quick before it goes away? Jelly posted an image. Now, at the time, we did the math on this. So the car right there is actual SpaceX footage with the ball behind it. Okay. Now, to see a ball like that, you would have to be about 30,000 plus miles away at that size and curvature. Now, that's not even trying to explain why it's planet ocean. Okay. But to see it like that, you'd have to be over 30,000 miles away to get a frame like that. So this is clearly the worst fakery you can imagine or even come up with. This is just supposed to reaffirm what people already believe rather than prove anything. Because this is showing it at like 120 miles. I think it was 122 miles when this shot was taken.
And I mean, well, it can't be.
You see the discrepancy?
Yeah, that's interesting.
And not to mention that every depiction of the Earth looks entirely different.
Maybe.
And across different space agencies, it's almost like you're looking at a movie that was made by a different production company. Because that's pretty much what it is.
Do you think that could have anything to do with it?
The camera wouldn't have that big of an effect. We're talking like completely different types of details, completely different rendering, completely different software. Like it is,
right?
It's like, you know when they remake a video game or a movie and they give it to a different company and it's just like not the same.
And it's like shitty, yeah.
It's just like that. Yeah, it looks like, what the hell is this? It's just different.
And how about maps? Like how did human like? I'm sorry, I'm not informed enough about this, but like like maps, like when you look at a wall and it's just like the continents.
Well, if you notice, every map is not an exact depiction of size and distance. There is no accurate map.
Right?
No map is accurate to 100%. Isn't that interesting? Especially globes. Globes are not accurate to 100%.
But it's like a rough estimate, right? Like it's
not even close.
No,
they changed the size of continents and the oceans in order to favor what the map is good for.
So could we just like all live on one giant circle in like a puddle?
I mean, it seems like from
look at what I just posted.
Looks like continents.
Yeah. Thank you, Hank. From what I know this far, 5 years into it myself, it seems like we are in like, a large lake with a bunch of islands on it. With maybe there's even more than that. Than what they told us.
Undiscovered islands?
Well, and the islands being the continents. Like, if there was a lake and there were, little islands on that lake, I mean, it's like a big puddle with islands on it. That seems to be where we live and how it works.
Is this last map the map you guys believe in? Looks a lot like Game of Thrones.
No, there's no belief. We're done believing, dude. What we have are depictions of what a flat surface would look like, but that's not the entirety of the Earth. If there is enclosure, which according to physics, there would have to be some force or something, like some barrier between the gas pressure and the ground. And not only that, but we don't know what's below us either. So, I mean, for all I know, the Earth could be shaped like an egg, and then we're on a flat surface in the middle of it. I mean, we don't know what the whole entirety of it is. We just know where we stand is a level surface by measurement, because we measured it, not because we're guessing or anything.
Right. Okay, well, that answers my question. Anyone else?
It's pretty profound, right? Like, you came in here thinking disk in space, and then you found out that the only way it could be disk in space is if you're believing people that don't want you to look into how serious and reasonable this not so much of a theory is, which kind of leads you to wonder, right?
Yeah, this has been an experience, very enlightening. Have you guys ever, as a quote-unquote NASA engineer or someone who majors in astronomy, ever, joined and tried to rebuttal your arguments?
Oh, man, every single one of the smartest people you can think of have come in here. I mean, even the people who make the curvature calculators have come in here and got crushed. They don't stand a chance.
What's his name? Mick West?
Mick West.
Yeah, that's on Helioskeptic channel, so that's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live on YouTube. That's a channel. Right, if you go in there, you can find him. He came in here. He's the guy who made the Tony Hawk Pro Skater video game, and he's done a whole bunch of other stupid shit too, right? Well, he came in here and completely got destroyed because he didn't know the 3 points of the scientific method, the 3 constituency points for the hypothesis, right? So the independent, dependent, and control variables, right?
Right.
And he's a science communicator, right? So if you're a science communicator but you don't know what science is, what does that tell you, bro?
Did Hank Hill cut out for you guys?
No, he's fine with here.
You can put it up.
He's
if you
getting
find
paid
it.
too much.
Okay, it's on my end.
Yeah, California, yeah, it might be on your end, buddy.
That science communicator is getting paid way too much.
Do you guys think he's just like a scam artist? Or do you think he genuinely believes in what he's preaching?
Yeah, that's
Scammers, bro, all of them. They all know it's flat. They all know it's flat, bro.
Yeah, I have a question for you guys.
What?
These newbies.
I think he weighs.
Do you know how much it costs?
He's a fatty and a fat head.
2 people talking at once. Can't understand either one of you. Sorry.
I think he knows too much. He knows he's lying.
I mean, he's kind of making bank while lying, though. I mean, I'd lie if I was making that much bread.
Yeah, that's what NASA does. NASA's making bank, bro. NASA's making so much money.
What you have to understand is that these science communicators, their main interest is to keep people fascinated with the pseudoscience, because it gains them military and government contracts, which pays a lot of salaries and can go on for decades. Okay, so it's kind of like I'm not going to say that, but like the health industry or big pharma, they'll give you donuts or they'll put stuff out there to make these conventions appealing when they really just serve to suck you dry.
70 years of sucking us dry. Do you know how much did it cost a trip to Mars in the 18th century?
How much did it cost? I'm sorry.
Yeah, a trip
like a bus
to Mars.
trip to Mars in the 18th century.
Yeah.
They're $20.
No, 10 cents.
$25. Oh, 10 cents?
10 cents.
So wait, you're saying people went to Mars in the 18th century?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. They call it a
It
circus.
was a snake
you
oil
know.
salesman.
They had
It's a circus.
circus.
Like,
Yeah.
Hey, thank you,
That's
Helio.
where that's where it's coming from. These Mars.
I just noticed that
tourings
link.
and-
I appreciate that. I recommend everybody
Yeah,
download that
So-
interview while it still
Whoa,
exists.
whoa, wait! You said wait, hold up,
Right.
hold up, hold up. You just said
Elio's
that,
always lurking.
whoa! You just said people went to Mars in the 18th century, right?
Come on, man.
I thought they
We're
were
being
just
really.
circus, it was a circus attraction.
But
You
I thought
go
they
to
were
the
just
guy,
lights.
you step in his little tent. Listen, bro, it's a circus. You go to the guy, you step in through the little window, you step into his tent, and they show you a bunch of cartoons and shit. It's not real. It's a joke. But they've been
Oh,
selling
I
it
thought
for that
I
long.
thought. My bad. I misunderstood. Sorry.
That's
I
all
thought,
right.
Oh man, Hank Hill, you're right, dude. Everything's a tent, even in outer space. You look at the new designs for like space stations and stuff. They're literally fabric walls, and they're expanding. So they're supposed to launch up in their little, rocket propelled balloon, but it's actually just a little tent, and it's supposed to pop out so they get more space and they can go inside. Bro, no fucking way. You can't do that on Earth. There's no way you can do that in space. I'd be more compelled to believe that we can go triple the atmosphere in that kind of setup than we could go in negative inverse to triple. There's no way. I'm not convinced this is not going to happen, bro. We're not taking literal tents into space. That's not how the ISS is going to work. You can't even keep you can't keep it pressurized. It would never survive. The structure's not strong enough. I don't know why people even gobble this up anymore. Right.
has anyone ever walked in a straight line around the quote-unquote globe? Oh, I also have another question. Sorry.
Well, that doesn't make sense right off the bat. You can't walk around in a straight line.
Well, they kind of just
And
walk as
there's
straight
no
as
land masses that connect all the way around.
And then they what if they got like a giant cruise ship to pick them up and then just kept going in a straight line?
Well, how do you when you're not going in a straight line, you'd be going east or west, I'm assuming, right?
Sure.
That would be a
Well,
circle around the north.
I think what we need to do is we need to create a amphibious trolley, right, with
There you
a
go.
monorail. All right, and we just connect it all the way. If we can go in a perfectly straight line, just get it.
Now you're thinking.
Yeah, this is maybe going to be the thing right here. Nice little amphibious trolley, take you around the world, prove the globe, and make sure that that's straight. Make sure there's not a single bit of curvature in any bit of that monorail. Right, we'll throw it all the way off.
Okay, and
look at what Jelly posted. Hold on, before you move from that, look at what Jelly posted.
Jelly.
It's the last picture. You see that?
Uh-huh.
That is not an accurate representation. It's called the AE map or the Gleason's map, right? It is what it might look like, right?
Right.
It's flat, north in the center, and the extremities is the south. So the south is surrounding us, right?
Right.
So when you're doing any circumnavigation, you're always using the North Star to navigate.
Right.
Right? Because the North Star never moves. Remember, when you're lost in the forest, in order to find true north, or if you want to find north, all you got to look up in the sky and find Polaris, the North Star, right? And you'll know the north. Remember, that's the wilderness survival training.
How about so you guys, do people live on the bottom of the flat Earth, or is it just people living on the top?
There's no bottom.
So
nobody knows about any other sides or We just know about the surface that we're all on. It's
Yeah.
missing all the curvature it's supposed to have.
It's true, but I've heard that the bottom is actually maple flavored baked beans. And
we're not going
That's
into that.
silly. That's not true.
Bacon
no,
bits
it's actually really who knows, dude? Come on, seriously. I'd love it to be baked beans, gold, diamonds.
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Nobody knows. You know the deepest hole ever dug was about 8 miles. Did you know that, Al? It was done by the Russians.
Why?
Because yeah, that's it. Nobody knows what's underneath past 8 miles.
Why did they stop mining down though?
It's not mining. The drill bit doesn't penetrate.
Sorry, drilling down.
Yeah, it doesn't penetrate any further.
Yeah, they just couldn't drill further.
I thought they stopped because it got too hot.
Doesn't work anymore. Well, yeah, the thing fucking breaks and melts out and melts. It doesn't work.
The friction creates heat, which wears down the components as well.
But then couldn't they just take the drill out for like a day or two, let it cool off, and keep going?
No.
I'm pretty sure they had cooling. They poured water in there to cool it down as well too. It's just not going to happen at that point.
So you're saying that the reason they can't go any further was because of previous heat when they went down? I got you.
Well, when you go down, if you ever know anything about, like, a lot of people go down into mine shafts, they get really hot.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Because there's no air conditioning.
Well, that doesn't even matter. It's just that the pressure, there's a whole bunch of factors that is involved. You just get too much heat for anything. And the deeper you go, the more and more heat and pressure.
Interesting. But I think if they had air conditioning, it'd probably help, though.
Doesn't matter, bro. It's not. It won't be enough. It's like hot, like Satan's asshole down there.
How would you know? Sorry.
Because the drill bit gets melted, bro. The drill bit. Do you think they're using some cheap ass drill bit, bro? The drill bit's like massive, huge.
Wait,
Yeah, if you ever check out the Curse of Oak Island shit on TV.
Those those mills are tungsten carbide.
Tungsten carbide.
Yeah, super durable metal, bro.
The strongest metal.
Yeah, this is
not
this
exactly
is
easy to melt either.
This is what they use in pretty much all kind of drilling shit. It has to be that strong. They can't cheap out on shit like this.
Is global warming real?
It's the top quality.
Obviously not. If there's no globe, how can there be global warming?
But I mean, the temperatures are rising, right?
No, it's all lies, bro. It's all bullshit propaganda again, pushed by fucking leftists.
But I feel like
what is the optimal
Your feelings don't mean shit here. Remember, Al. There's reality and there's your feelings. You can feel whatever you want, but I'm telling the truth. That's all lies and propaganda pushed by your feds. The politicians, the scam artists, the ones that take your tax money. Now they're taxing everybody because of the Green Deal, right? The Paris Climate Accord. Let's tax the fuck out of everybody again, based on a lie.
They want to close your farm. They want to close your business.
Yeah, they want to tax you for feeding the plants.
But check this out, right? They don't want to tax like China and India, where it's really bad. They only want to tax like the first world countries, like the West. Right? That sounds fair, right? Right?
Well, no, that doesn't sound fair. But actually, didn't they try to tax China, but they didn't want to do it? And they said no. They didn't want to join the Greenpeace Accord or Green New
Because a
Deal.
lot of people know it's bullshit anyways, bro. You know how much flat earthers are out there? A bunch. No, there's a lot. There's a lot more. No, there's a lot more than you think, man.
Like how many? Give me a number. Give me a number.
I don't know. I can't tell you, but there's a lot more than you think.
Enough for an army.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's enough people in this Discord for an army. It just wouldn't be a very good army.
I mean, there's a lot of people that don't believe the West Side, right? If you go to Russia, I know the Russians, because I am Russian and I speak to Russians on a regular, right, from Russia. And these guys, a lot of them know that we live on a flat stationary plane. They know that the government's all bullshit and lies. It's all propaganda. The West is controlling Russia right now. Well, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's Putin is a puppet. All these politicians are all fucking puppets. It's all a big stage show. It's just show.
But who's the stage master then?
Yeah, you don't know who the Federal Reserve is or the World Bank? Do you know who they are? You know who controls those?
I think the World Bank.
Yeah, you know the name Rothschilds?
Rothschilds, yes.
Yeah, do you know who they are?
No.
No?
The Rothschilds, right? The family?
Yeah.
I've heard of them.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people like them. They control us.
What about Bill Gates? Does his family control us?
Hold on.
Yeah, he's part of that.
He's a puppet. All right. So, do you know what a city-state is?
A city-state.
A city-state, like the Vatican. It's its own country.
Yeah.
It's not in part of Rome, right? They got their own government, their own money, right? Everything.
Yep.
Well, there's a place called London, right? And inside of London, there's a financial district called the City of London. It's a city-state. And in Washington, D.C., it's another city-state. So you have the religious, the monetary, and the military part. That's where the power lies in the world. And it's all with a federal bank.
That's crazy.
And every country before 9/11 that didn't have a federal bank, guess who they are? The bad guys. North Korea, Iran, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan.
Wow. That is eye-opening.
See, like I said, remember when I told you the Matrix, blah blah blah. When you know that the Earth is flat, all the other truths come out. You know what I mean? Who's lying? Why they're lying? Blah blah blah, etc. etc. It's a lot of speculation, but it's a very accurate speculation.
Where do you guys think wind comes from? Do the
wind?
Yeah, wind.
Pressure. Pressure systems.
Like wind.
Yeah. I understand wind. It's easy. The sun heats up. Listen.
Ow, you're not spiraling, right? Ow.
No, he's not.
Right. Wait,
Hold on. Ow.
Yes.
When the sun heats up one part of the Earth, right, it creates heat, right?
Right.
And then the other part is cooling off, right?
Right.
So what happens when there's an exchange that happens, right?
Right.
Hot to cold? Is that how it works?
Hot to cold makes rain.
Not necessarily, but it causes wind too, it causes movements. We live in a dynamic system. As the sun circles above us, right, it causes the weather patterns too. The only heat source is the sun, man. If it wasn't for the sun, we'd all be dead. You know that, right?
But if
there is a little bit of geothermal. We get a little bit of heat from the Earth, but not enough.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but it's not as much as from the sun. The sun is the spiel.
So the sun is obviously real, right? But you guys don't really know what it is. So.
Well, do you know what it is?
No.
Exactly. No, can you tell me who knows what it is?
The banks.
The who?
The banks.
No, that's bullshit.
Oh, I thought they were behind everything. So wait, but they
don't know everything. They're lying about everything, but doesn't mean that they know about it.
Okay, but you said that people projected things onto the tent, right? Like some things. So what things are projected and which ones aren't? I thought we were in a tent from the.
Are you talking about the firmament dome?
The dome. Sorry, the dome. Sorry, I guess it's a dome.
The firmament. I like to call it the firmament. What about it?
So you said that some things were projected, right, onto it? You showed.
It's all speculation. Again, you get into speculation shit. But yeah, some people think all the stars and stuff are projections. Yeah. So what about it?
I was just.
I can't give you answers about the sky. Remember what I told you this?
No.
I told you this like in the beginning. Like every time we're talking about flat Earth. We're talking about what we're standing on. And when you look up in the sky, it's all speculation. You know what speculation means? It's all guesswork. Get what I'm saying? You're just asking these questions that we're going to give you like guesses about because we don't know. Nobody knows. Only God knows. That's your answer. If you want, go find God and God will tell you.
I thought you were an atheist.
Never said I was an atheist.
Ew.
You don't need a religion to know that God is real, you know. So That's a misconception. Are you an atheist?
No, sir. I'm a Christian.
Okay, so did you read the Bible?
Not yet, sir. I'm just in
Well, start reading it because in the Bible it tells you it's flat.
That's crazy.
Right. So if you're
Job 38:14.
Yeah, we have a lot of Bible literalists on this server. They will quote from the Bible if you need it. Psalms 19:1. That's another one. And you know who wrote Psalms? Who put Psalms 19:1 on their tombstone, on their grave?
God.
No, you know who Werner von Braun is?
LeBron James?
No, Werner von Braun.
Oh, Werner von Braun.
Yeah, do you know who that is?
No, sorry.
He's the NASA rocket scientist that built the rocket for NASA.
Which rocket?
But I think it was one of the first ones.
One of the first ones?
It was. Just look it up. Operation Paperclip.
I'll do that right now, actually. Right. Anyone else?
The V2 rockets, the famous Nazi rockets.
Yeah, man.
Von Braun, V2 rockets.
So when he died, and that's what they do a lot. They like to repent, I assume, or confess their sins. So his confession was on his tombstone. He literally wrote, he made them write Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone. And if you go read Psalms 19:1, it talks about the firmament and the flat earth. And this is a NASA rocket scientist that used to be working for the Nazis in the past. He was a very smart guy, that guy. That's why they brought him over to America to build the rockets for them. See, there's a lot of history you don't know, bro. See, that's the thing, man. Welcome. You'll know more shit. You're welcome, actually. Not welcome, but you are most very welcome.
Question.
Go ahead, Ender.
I was listening, but I toned out for a minute. What was the answer to the wind question?
The sun. It causes heat, right? And when you create heat and you got cooling, it causes wind.
Oh, okay.
What about the spinning?
There's no spinning.
So then,
Flat and stationary plane.
Oh, is that from the pressure?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. When you heat something up and then something on the other side is cooling, right? It causes wind. Right? Hot pressure goes to low pressure.
Are there any direct points on where the sun hits the earth, or is it just all just straight on?
What do you mean?
Well, prior to this, I believe that the sun hit directly at the center, like the equator of the earth, but
no.
So where does it hit?
Well, it's close. Okay, first of all, the sun is close and local, and that's 100% provable. Can somebody? It's close and local. Okay, can somebody post a picture of diverging light rays for the kids?
Yeah.
Please. Okay, so come to live stream voice text, right? If you guys are there already, Get is going to post diverging light rays for you guys, right? See those diverging light rays? Everybody, Owl, Meatball, A-Hat, you guys are seeing them, Ender?
Yes. Yes.
So if you use a little bit of trigonometry, just, again, it's all approximations. Do you think the sun is 93 million miles away when the rays are spread like that?
Not a chance.
Don't you think that can be doctored?
These are real. No, we have multiple. This is not just a single photo.
You can see it in your everyday real life. If you look at the sun peeking through the clouds, it's crepuscular rays every time.
Right.
Always. They're never parallel. You never see parallel rays.
Would it hit these certain angles that you guys are talking about every time?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, the position of the sun obviously changes because the sun is the thing that moves. We do not move. The sun, the moon, the stars, they rotate above our heads, right? And this is an approximate distance. Because of the angle of these light rays, you can approximate the sun. We can't because it's an apparent position. We don't know what it is, but one thing I can tell you, it's closer than they say it is, right?
Yeah, that thing looks really close. You think it's so close that you could like Like kick a giant space football into it or something? Like shoot a rocket into it?
Listen, stop asking these ridiculous questions because now I think you're a troll.
Yeah, if you want to go for crazy things like that, just try it and come back to us.
Okay.
Exactly.
I also have a question.
Go ahead.
You guys know what the circumference of the flat Earth is?
No, we've never been to the extremities.
Okay.
We cannot.
So there's this thing called the Antarctic Peace. The Antarctic Treaty. Yeah, sorry, Get. So
Go
the
ahead,
Antarctic
you
Treaty.
tell them.
I'm sorry, Get. So there's this Antarctic Treaty, right? And if you look it up, it's the longest treaty in history that we know of that nobody breaks. Nobody ever breaks it. So you're not allowed to go to Antarctica just willy-nilly. You can't get in the boat like this. This one guy from Holland or Scandinavia, somewhere in that area, he went there and got arrested by one of the New Zealand or Australian governments. And if you go there, you're breaking the treaty that all these countries signed. So we're not allowed to explore the Earth. You heard of passports, right? You have to have a passport to go somewhere because you have to get permission from the Queen to travel, right? You're not free to go. You can't just go to Mexico, right? That's illegal. You have to have a passport.
Okay, Al, I see you found an Antarctic cruise. What about it?
Well, it's not just a cruise. It's also flights to Antarctica. But
You should know
sorry.
that there's a difference though
Those are
between a guided tour
Ender was about
a
to talk
short
about
trip to the coastline of
Yeah.
Antarctica versus independently
Try-
traveling and doing a measurement of the circumference.
Try to book one tour.
Now, I have a question on Antarctica, but I Googled some of this. Is that valid? Because I typed in here, can anyone go to Antarctica?
It's just as valid as Wikipedia. Anybody can put anything on Google, right?
I mean,
it's the internet.
Theoretically.
So
because-
here's the deal. Information is information, right? Some information is better than others. Like if you got primary source, like someone who's actually been to Antarctica, that's going to be better than some jackass on YouTube who's speculating about what it would be like if he could go. So always go for primary information, right? And all information is that what it is. It's just information. Some of it might be right, some of it might be wrong. You have to use discernment, right? But that's why you got that clump of neurons between your ears, right? So you can figure out what's true and what's not, right? Like if I told you that I can fly around like a bird when I flatten my arms, right? That's going to be wrong, right? But, okay, thanks. But if I tell you that space-time is a made-up concept, it's not actually real, that checks out.
So based on that, we can ask astronauts about the Earth, right? Based on asking someone.
Yeah, cool. There's astronauts that tell you it's flat. They admit it. They've never been to space. Even what's his name, Buzz Aldrin, told the little girl that we've never been to the moon. Ha! They start admitting on their deathbeds. They know, and they start admitting this stuff. This other Polish guy said it was flat. It's a Polish astronaut. There's a whole bunch of them, bro.
Huh.
You know, the ones that break the silence, the one that go against their masters.
Yeah, when Russ Grissom did it, it didn't turn out too well for him. Him and his crew were burnt alive on the launch pad because the inside of the shuttle or the spacecraft blew up.
Oh, actually, I have another question. What about these space launches down in Florida and in Texas? Where are those going? Do they like hit a roof or something? I don't understand.
You watch a rocket launch, you watch it go off in the distance, you don't see it anymore.
Yeah, straight.
I'm standing there next to you. I also don't see it anymore. You turn and ask me where did it go. How am I supposed to know?
Well, I mean, we could ask people in there.
We could ask other
the live
people
stream
around
from
us,
that.
hey, we all saw it go out of view. Where did it go?
But what about like the live streams of the thing?
So how do I know that the live stream is that rocket? So I don't see the rocket anymore.
We have, listen,
Well, I mean, you
Andrew,
see yourself in the background in the beginning.
hold on, listen. We had people from our server, they went to Florida, they went to go see these launches. And you know what's funny? They recorded them too. They were live streaming these launches. You know what's funny? the way the rocket's actually ascending. It's not the way it should. It's really slow. It looks like it's balloons with a bunch of lights, and there's a reason why they do that. There's a reason why they launch them on non-windy days. Because if there's even a slight breeze, they stop the launches. Because then the balloons don't look like the same. Anyways, there's a lot of they do a lot of fakery, and plus NASA's the biggest consumer of helium. Why does NASA need all that helium? Oh yeah, to pump their balloons. Huh.
So am I getting out of this? They're not rockets; they're like balloons.
No. There are some rocket launches for sure, but they go all the way into the ocean. But then there's things like the Starlink. You guys ever seen those Starlink shits?
Yeah.
Those are balloons in the air with lights on them.
Balloons can move that fast?
Yeah, especially when they catch a draft. Yeah, man. You know how there's what do you call them?
Seems like the fuel would be hot.
There's no fuel.
Oh.
It's helium balloons in the sky, bro. You never seen helium balloon satellites? They admit it. They're called satelloons.
No, haven't seen those.
NASA satelloons.
Balloons. How would they control that exactly?
They don't control it.
So the re-landing, right? That's fake.
Wait, that's not true. Sorry, Vlad. So I talked to people who operate hot air balloons, right? And I asked them, how do you navigate? How do you get around when you're up there, right? And they said what they do is they have this computer when they go up there. The computer tells them what altitude they're at. Well, they have this computer program that tells them their altitude and what the jet streams are doing at their current altitude. So if they want to go in a different direction, they go to a different altitude, and this allows them to navigate, because if they go higher, that's going west. If they go lower, it's going east, and they can get back to where they started, right? Because they often land where they start out, right? Isn't that the goal, to land? Yeah, so this concept could be easily done if you had in the Satelloon some sort of mechanism that allowed them to gain or lose altitude in order to go into different areas and surveil different areas, and then come back to the launching pad and drop off or get more, or some may even stay up for long periods of time.
Huh. Okay. I'm trying to wrap my mind around it.
Right, but that's accepted technology. We know about that.
Can I backtrack a little just to ask a question? Do you know when you were going back to saying all those astronauts that admitted the world was flat on their deathbeds? Where did you get that information? Because I'd like to do some more research about it and just find out more about it.
I mean, Werner von Braun style shit.
What was that?
Go look up Werner von Braun in Google and Psalms 19:1. You'll see his tombstone.
Got it.
But couldn't have someone else just done that? It's a tombstone, right?
Okay, so.
I mean, that just seems like speculation.
Well, most of this shit is speculation. 100% fact we're talking about is it's flat, it's measurably flat, it's observably flat, and the rest it's all speculation, like I originally said.
Okay, okay. I'm just confused. If it's speculation, how is it fact?
Never said it was fact. Just go look at it. Hank told you it's just information. Do what you will with it.
Okay.
There's another story you're just not being told. We're here to tell it.
See, the thing is, we've done research before Flat Earth, right? Right, and then after Flat Earth, we come in contact with this, Flat Earth thing, and then we got really fucking hungry for information. So some of us didn't sleep for nights on end, just going through all the information we could. And back in 2014, 2015, the internet was a lot different than it is now. Now it's heavily redacted and censored, right? So back in the day, we could see stuff that we can't see anymore because it's gone, right? The internet has changed drastically. So when you go to search something now, if you were just to type in Flat Earth, you're going to come across Flat Earth debunk over and over and over and over again, Flat Earth debunk, right? When really, if you're looking for Flat Earthers, you would want to go to the source and talk to Flat Earthers, right? But you have to weed through tons of debunk videos which are usually fallacious. In fact, probably almost every time, right? And if you were to get some of those arguments and come back, right? Like write down their arguments and come back, we'll show you how they're fallacious, right? Go ahead and get the debunks if you want to. Come back in a week after compiling the arguments and see what happens. You're going to get destroyed, right? Because do you know what a logical fallacy is? Any of you know what a logical fallacy is?
The logical
I talked earlier about a logical fallacy. I talked earlier about straw man, like a straw man, right?
Right.
Okay, so look up your logical fallacy is, or thou shalt not commit logical fallacies, and it'll explain it to you, right? So one is no Scotsman wears a kilt. Well, I know a Scotsman, he wears a kilt. Well, no true Scotsman wears a kilt, right? That's a logical fallacy, right? Because you just got proven wrong. Right, how about this one? There are no black swans. Okay, well, I went to Australia and I got a picture of a black swan. Okay, well, no true swans are black, right? No, that's not how that shit works. You just got proven wrong. Here's a black swan. I captured it. I brought it back. Here's the black swan. So black swans do exist. It only takes one to prove them wrong. And no matter what logical fallacy, yep, not gonna work.
I have a question about the Werner von Braun man. So you said what was the verse? Psalms
19:1.
19:1, right? What does it actually mean exactly? Like, I can read it out loud if you want. Like,
Yeah, you should read it out loud. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Just get some water here. Okay. To the choir master, a psalm of David. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the sky above proclaims his handiwork. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork.
Yes.
Remember when I talk about the firmament, bro?
I do remember you talking about that, yeah.
Exactly. So this is Werner von Braun on his tombstone, the rocket science from fucking Nazi Germany, right? When he died, he made it so that they wrote that on his tombstone.
And
It's a confession. They all confess, man. They know they're dying and they've sinned, right? So they confess before they die.
So
They always do that.
is it somehow recorded of him actually saying that, or is it just speculation that that's what he told them to put on the tombstone?
It's on his fucking grave.
I mean, I know.
that guy could just be a mega troll, low key. Like when you think
Yeah.
about it.
Couldn't
But
anyone?
why would they
put it
let
on?
him put that on there?
Well, what if he just wrote, "I love my family"?
Exactly. Why would they let him put that on there? If they
But he
wanted
did.
to keep it a secret.
It would be. It would
A
be very
non-disclosure agreement
odd.
expires after you die.
That's wild.
What was that, Hank? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, just what's that?
A non-disclosure agreement expires after you die. So if I contract with you, right, when I die, I'm no longer bound to any contract that I've made here on Earth, right?
Well, doesn't that mean he can't say it when he's still alive?
Right. A non-disclosure agreement means that you basically can't talk about whatever it is that you're working on with the person you sign it with, right? But after you die, you're no longer bound to it. How can anybody bind you to anything? You're dead. Your spirit is free. Your body is in the dirt.
I just wanted to take this moment to say Happy Easter to everyone. Just
thank you.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter, Ember. Happy Easter. Happy
Yeah,
Easter.
whatever you do, don't look up the origins of Ishtar, where they sacrifice the babies and dip the eggs in blood. But yeah, don't look that up.
Okay, can we get back to the flat Earth here? I'm still a little confused.
Well, now I've got to look it up.
Yeah.
All right, what do you want to know?
No, let's not talk about that, please. No.
So it's like
Just, one second. For the videos of the
That's pretty loud.
astronauts admitting that the Earth is flat, who wants the videos of the astronauts that admit that the Earth is flat? I can send it to you in DMs.
Yeah, I mean, you could post it in the voice text thing too.
Yeah, I'll take it. Hook me up.
All right.
Oh, what was I saying? So is the Arctic wrapped around this flat plane we're on? Is that The
the Antarctic.
Antarctic. Okay. What about the
But
North?
that is still we cannot say for sure. You
Right.
cannot say for sure because no one's allowed to actually go there. There's a lot of reasons we can.
No one's allowed to go to Antarctica?
Well, it is
We're not allowed to load a ship
hard.
and go there.
But this website says I can book a flight right now.
Oh, actually, you should pull up
Okay.
the Antarctic Treaty because my grandparents, they paid $20,000 each to go to a cruise to Antarctica. They were not allowed to get off of the ship and actually step foot on the land.
Wait, what was it called? Antarctic Treaty, right?
Yes. It has a whole, you have
I've already told you guys about
to
that.
fill out an application. It costs so much money and you have to have, like,
When was this? That your grandparents did that?
Doesn't matter the time. Listen,
It's so loud, whoever's doing that. I don't know who's talking, but when did you say your grandparents did it?
oh, this was early 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah. What's that noise?
somebody's rearranging their furniture
Yeah, that's weird.
with the open mic. But yeah, okay. So Antarctica. Not saying people can't go there, because people can go there. They can book a cruise, they can get a job there, people go there, but you cannot go there independently without permission, without an escort. Okay? That's it. You can't bring any like fuel past 60th South Parallel, according to the treaty.
No heavy fuel.
Right. No fuel stores.
Nah. Tourism, civilian tourism is not permitted.
Civilian tourism is different than independent coordinated exploration.
I had another
Yeah.
question actually. Sorry to ask so many questions. But you guys said that there was a projector of sorts, right? You know, to project onto the dome or the.
No, we didn't say that. That's speculation.
Oh, that's speculation. Sorry. Okay, that kind of answers the
Look.
question.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. What we can see and observe and detect with our senses, that's reality. So we see lights. So there's lights up there, right?
Right.
What it is, we don't know. The ancient Germans thought that they were the campfire of the gods, right? That's a nice philosophy
Ancient
or religion
Germans.
or whatever.
Like how old are we
Yeah.
talking here? Because I don't think they were called Germans.
Spearmen? You don't think they were called spearmen? Right.
Wait, let me just.
So try to focus, okay? Try to focus on what I'm saying.
I'm getting off topic here. Getting off topic. Focusing.
Yeah. Right. Focus on what I'm saying. So when we're talking about science, natural science, right? It's only limited to what it can do, right? There's certain things that science can't do. So anything outside of science that someone believes is science is called pseudoscience. For example, if you think you can manipulate the variables in space and you're doing science, well, you can't manipulate the variables in space because you're a human, you're here on the ground. So you can't remove gravity from the entire universe to test and see if that's why things are falling, right? So this is what you call a philosophy. You're outside of the realm of science. But when they teach it in school, they tell you, hey, we're going to science class, we're going to learn about gravity, kids. That's pseudoscience. That's not real science. Real science is observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable, empirical. Look that up.
Are you saying gravity isn't testable?
Okay, let's go over some terms, right?
Okay,
So
yeah.
the main concept of gravity is from Einstein, special relativity, the bending and warping of space-time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so how would I verify that the space-time that exists in space, which is allegedly a near-perfect vacuum, right? So there's no material, right? So this non-physical, metaphysical space-time that exists, how do I prove that? It's like proving a ghost exists, right?
With
Because I'm afraid
formulas
of
and
ghosts.
math.
Hold on, bro. Relax, let me finish. I'm afraid of ghosts, right? Because they might punch me in the face and break my nose. Well, a ghost
Well, that's
doesn't
just
have a
crazy.
hand. Oh, yeah, I know, right? A ghost doesn't have a hand to punch me in the face with. Why would I assume that metaphysical, which means non-physical things, can affect the physical realm, right? Because that's dumb, right? So space-time exists in a vacuum. There's no material. Why would you assume that this concept is bending and warping and affecting reality? I got another concept for you. How about my freedom? Can you bend and warp my freedom?
I think with some laws, yeah, you might be able to, yeah. But probably not, yeah.
I don't know. If you pass some stupid laws, I may not obey them. Go ahead.
I didn't get the last question, but I don't know who's talking. But go ahead.
Oh no, Ender, you can go. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, okay. I'll just go back to some Arctic stuff. So it's the Antarctic is wrapped around everything, correct? I forget. I think there's a man I was
It's
talking
just
to.
a concept. We don't know what the Earth actually looks like, right? But if you go south anywhere, you end up in Antarctica, right? So if you go north far enough to where you reach the North Pole, you keep going, you're heading south again, you end up in Antarctica, right?
Right.
Is that correct? If you head south anywhere on Earth, you end up in Antarctica.
Well, you might wrap around, right?
Right. So, and the flat Earth concept, right? And we don't know this for sure. We assume that this is the outer boundaries, right? We don't know, but we assume that it's the outer boundaries. So we think that the Earth is encompassed inside of that. We don't know that for sure. And we don't have a model.
Why hasn't
I know that for
theory?
sure. So you don't have to say we, like you speak for all flat earthers, because I know for sure Antarctica is the perimeter. You could prove that numerous ways.
Have you seen it though? Have you seen it?
Yeah, how would you
Seen
prove
Antarctica
this?
with my eyeballs?
Yeah.
No,
Rapping.
I've also never seen Niagara Falls. Does that mean it's fake? No.
No,
well, it
but
might.
other people
No.
have seen it, so I don't
Yeah.
know.
Isn't it going back to speculation?
Yeah, isn't that just? Sorry, I don't mean to gang up on you here with these other fine gentlemen, but doesn't it just seems like that's just like I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So it sounds like a lot of this science is speculation. But when you have this other science kind of colliding with it, how can you that has significantly, I don't want to say evidence, but they have more conclusions, I guess.
Science, by definition, cannot be speculation. Just so you know.
So
by definition, we're either not talking about science and talking about speculative theories, or we're talking about things we can test and observe. Right?
But you said you can prove this, which means you can prove it scientifically.
I know. I said I
no,
know
no, I think it's
Antarctica is
just
the
your
perimeter.
That's still a speculation, though. The only things that flat earthers can actually prove is that the Earth has no curvature, it's not spinning, and we have a contained physical barrier. Those are the three things we can only prove.
Here's the thing. We don't all agree with each other. That's how you know that we're not a cult. We have knockdown, drag-out arguments in here because we don't all agree, right? And that's okay. Different people have different ideas.
I came out in the first place and was like, don't say we when you're saying,
That's
we
fine.
don't know what Antarctica is. I know what Antarctica is.
Okay, can you said there's many ways to prove this. Can you explain one of them or show me somehow?
Yeah, well, one of them is the drastic temperature variations between the alleged North and South Pole. Another one would be the Antarctic Treaty, which restricts travel to southern latitudes. So I just started with the first one. You want to talk about the first one? Drastic temperature variations in the north and southern latitudes?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So if the Earth's a tilted ball in space, we would have somewhat analogous temperature variations in the north and south, and we don't. It's much colder in the south.
You know what?
Yeah, but I'm a flat earther, and I completely disagree because that's making a huge assumption just because of a temperature change.
Right. That's what we were saying.
That's not
It's
it.
just-
Yeah.
There's
like a
no
lot of
assumptions
speculation.
made there. It's a drastically different temperature variation. It's much colder in the south. There's no assumptions made.
Sir, you know
Yes,
what the
you're saying it's
equator
colder
is.
in the south, therefore we're surrounded by a ice wall of Antarctica.
No, I know you're saying all that. I said it's colder in the south. Okay,
No.
can we just stop there?
Nate,
He's asking
Okay,
about
see.
Antarctica wrapping.
Sir,
around.
We
sir,
just
you
stop
need to
there.
calm
Guys,
down.
relax,
Reindeer
please.
and trees in the northern
Hey, you're not allowed to
latitudes
pipe down.
and penguins and ice in the southern latitudes. Are we going to debate that?
Sir, you're at a 10 right now. I need you at a 2.
I don't care what you need me at. Okay, I need you at a 10 because you're at a 2. Grow the fuck up. Grow some balls. They're lying to all the children. Everyone thinks they live on a cartoon. All your friends and family, loved ones you claim to love are being lied to. I've tested it for 5 years. Do you have anything intelligent to say
Fuck
right now?
yeah, let's fucking go, dude. Let's go.
Do you have anything intelligent to say right now? Please, Mr. Globehead, let's go.
This
Let's
is
go.
ridiculous. This is just ruining.
We're just trying to have a simple discussion, sir.
Okay, listen. He's muted. Relax, everybody. Just
No,
chill the
I
fuck
love
out.
his energy. I love his energy. How dare you?
That's fine if you love his
That got
energy.
me very hyped, actually.
Relax, everybody.
Ready to go. Let's burn your local courthouse down. Come on.
Oh my god.
Sorry, guys. I just. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
wait a minute.
cannot
We don't believe
stand
that
when
shit.
I cannot stand when flat earthers, I don't care who they are, make these declarative statements. Okay? The only things were that nobody should be telling Globers that we know for sure that there's a wall of ice around Antarctica. Nobody can prove that. It drives me nuts. The only three things we can prove is there's no curvature of the Earth is not spinning, and we have a container because we have gas pressure here on Earth. That's it. That's it.
I agree with that.
That's it.
Clap it up. Clap it up.
Because anybody who starts saying speculative things, you're just on the same side as the space junkie Globers. You're on the same side. You're sipping Kool-Aid again. So, sorry guys. I just had to say that.
Perfect, Kai, and that's well said. Like I originally stated to you, Al, right? There's only a few things that we know are 100% fact. It being flat is one of them. The rest is speculation. When you look up in the sky, that's all fucking speculation. You can't prove shit with any of that, okay? And you always keep coming back to these weird fucking points. I understand it's cognitive dissonance for you. I already explained to you what cognitive dissonance was. This is your first day looking into this, and that's why you keep repeating the same questions over and over and over again, which is fine, right? But you got to understand, you got to learn. Okay, again, what was the first thing? What's the radius of the globe you think you live on?
Around 4,000.
Something.
Yeah,
Okay, around 4,000. Oh, yeah, okay. What's the curvature rate at that point?
8 inches per mile squared.
Right. Now you take those values, go outside when you have free time on a large lake, large body of water, and go measure it for yourself, bro. There's different ways. There's different ways you can do it. But you don't need high-powered lasers. Hank told you about mirrors. Take a mirror and a friend. One friend goes on the other side of the lake. You put the mirror on the ground and see if your buddy can see that reflection on the other side.
What if I don't have any friends?
Well, that's your problem, Void. And if you keep trolling, you're going to get a quick ban. I don't need these side comments here.
You can even just
Jesus
I've
Christ.
been here for months. Chill out, dude.
I know, hold on. Nathan, I'm sorry I had to mute you for a minute, but this conversation was, I'm going to mute you right now. It's no problem. There's no need for yelling. It was these guys are kind of cool. We've been talking for like about 2 hours. Al just is in a cognitive dissonance state, and that's why he keeps repeating these beginner fucking questions all the time, which is fine. We don't need to get all fucking hype up about it.
Can I have Nathan explain the temperature differences in the north and south?
Yeah, no problem. Nathan, go ahead.
The terms.
Yeah, the sun circles polar center, so it's hotter there.
Polar center?
Well, I'll add to that. The sun actually oscillates between the tropics of Cancer and the tropics of Capricorn, right? And this you can do yourself. Hold on. I did this myself. It takes about a year to do it. You take a reference point. See, I went on my balcony. My balcony never moves. I know that for a fact, right? And I always have a time, like about noon. I look up in the sky and I see what position of the sun relative to the horizon. Like what's the angle of the sun relative to the horizon is, right? And you'll notice one thing, that it changes, and it's a daily change, right? So during the summer, it comes closer to the tropics of Cancer, which is moving closer to the North Pole. And then as winter starts setting in Canada, it's moving away from us to the tropics of Capricorn, and it oscillates throughout the year. You know what I mean? And that's where you get your the temperature change. Because remember one thing I told you? The sun is the heat source. It causes the winds, it causes the temperatures, it causes the seasons.
Doesn't that evidence prove that we're going around the sun?
No, because Polaris never moves. And that's why that's the one thing that really solidified it for me. Because the North Star doesn't move. How come the sun changes positions?
A better argument would be the night sky doesn't change every 6 months. It should be totally different.
That's another point, yeah. If you looked at the stars, they never changed. For thousands of years, they've had these constellations in the sky.
No. What I'm saying is, if we orbit the sun, the night sky would change every 6 months. Totality.
I agree with that. Yeah.
All of it. We would be on another side of the sun, guys, blasting through the fake Milky Way galaxy you guys believe in. We would see an entirely different night sky every 6 months, but we don't. Check out my speech in Dallas. It was really good. If you need a link, let me know.
I need a link.
And on top of that, what I said about the stars, just like Nathan said, right? In their model, we're rotating around the sun. As the sun is being propelled through space, as everything is being expanded, so there's so much motion and commotion in the space they call, right? That the sky should never be the same, right? But it's always, the constellations never change. The positions of the stars never change. They just rotate around above us.
Right.
That's it.
Sorry, go ahead, Endo.
I was just gonna say, could it be that the way we, from a globalist, I don't know the word, from their standpoint, couldn't it be proven that the tilting of the Earth is just never enough for us not to see the same stars?
What tilting?
No.
Your presupposed tilting?
Yeah, I mean, there's no tilt. I told you the pole star, the North Star, never moves. If you were tilting, that star would not be in the north.
Also, if the tilt was real, we would have analogous temperature variations in the north and south, but we don't. I already went over this earlier. Globers want to deny it and deny horizon, deny sea level, deny airplane level flight, deny constellations, deny stationary pole star, and then ask us stupid questions.
Please
while our
relax.
Kids.
Yeah, they haven't gotten
all
to
the
denying all
children.
that yet.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be talking while you interrupted me. Go ahead.
Yeah, because they weren't to that stage of denying everything yet. So I just wanted to clear that up for you.
Yeah, they're just asking questions. That's what kids do. They ask questions.
We
try to answer them.
Granted, they have trolley vibes. I'll give you that. But
couldn't the South be colder due to its? If you
Super
went
boring questions, super unrelated to the floor being not curving in all directions.
Fucks. Thank you.
Dude, oh my god.
So does he? I assume he doesn't speak on behalf of you guys, right? When he talks.
No,
about
we're all individuals. We're all incredibly individualistic, right? And you'll find that there are some things that we agree on, right? Like the 3 things that the lady pointed out earlier. Highest Kai pointed out. But there's a lot of stuff we disagree on, right? So this guy, Nathan, he has different opinions, which is fine. It's perfectly fine to have way different opinions than the rest of us. It's perfectly fine. No big deal.
Then why are you muting him?
I didn't mute him, but I'm assuming that.
Yeah, who did mute me? Why am I keep getting muted? in a fucking flat Earth channel. Like,
sorry, Nathan, you
I was Bottomod that muted you this time. The first time was me.
why can't someone explain to me why I'm being muted? What I did wrong?
Hostility.
I will.
It's really overwhelming.
As soon as you're done complaining, I will.
Yeah.
Please finish.
And then
So I just thought it was. I just thought it was getting a little.
Whoever's muting
Yeah, I heard what you asked. Okay, can I have the opportunity on our live stream to tell you why I did that? Are you done? It's getting a little emotional, man, and we just don't need emotion in it, man. You guys got to try to get along together. If we're a team, then we're a team. If we're not a team, then we're not.
So we can't bring emotion into Discord.
It'll be obvious about.
So we can't be passionate here.
It'll be obvious in the way we act. You can't be passive. You want to play a semantics game?
I said, so we're not allowed to bring emotion here. We're not allowed to be passionate. Is that what you're saying?
Did I say that?
Monotone robots?
Holy shit.
Oh, do you think yelling at me is going to help your plea, bro?
I don't have a plea, bro. I'm wondering why I'm getting
Actually,
muted.
you
And
do.
You're saying don't bring emotion into it. So I said we're not allowed to be emotional.
Here, let me yell at you and see if you get pissed off. Oh, fuck, you do the same shit, mister. I'm so great. Shut the fuck up. That's why you got muted. How you act. That's the part you play in what happens to you.
What was I saying? Oh, couldn't it just be that from a globalist standpoint, the South Pole is surrounded by water compared to the North Pole?
There is no South Pole, okay?
Right. I'm saying you're saying what's the temperature difference, right, Nathan? What were you saying again about the North and South being different temperatures?
You have drastically different temperature variations in the North and South.
How much is drastic?
Also, we have drastically different fauna and flora. Now, I know 90% of Globers are going to have to Google what fauna and flora
I'm doing it right now. I don't think I spelled it right.
It's plants and animal life.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so how does that wrap into that?
I'm not gonna lie, that shit made me laugh.
You're welcome.
How does fauna and flora get into this?
It has nothing to do with it. The shape of the Earth. It's flat. You could test it. There's no curve anywhere.
What if
hills?
I have a question. What if NASA, right, and say they're fake, whatever. What if they offer you to get in one of their balloons and just go straight up? What would you guys do it?
So if NASA wanted me to go in a balloon.
Right. I was told that the rockets were, well, I don't even know. Not the rockets, but they were using balloons instead to land stuff like that. So I was just saying balloon.
Those were just to fake it.
Oh, I might have been mistaken then.
Yeah. But they did say that there were some real rockets.
Yeah, you guys, what happens, like I already explained, we give you so much information at once, right? You guys trip over it, right? We've been doing this for like maybe a couple hours now, a few hours, right? Like I know Al's been here, Meatball's been here, A-Hat, Andrew, you guys, all four of you guys have been listening for quite some time, and we overload you with information, right? That's why you guys keep repeating the same questions. We've already gave you the answers for them, and
it just feels contradictory almost.
What's contradictory?
If you were to get in a rocket and go straight up, you not a fake dummy in a rocket. If you were to do it, would your mind change?
I just saw a rocket launch at the Kennedy Space Center 2 weeks ago. Rocket launches don't go straight up. They're parabolic. So what are you talking about, bro? Rocket launches don't go straight up.
Okay, then we'll use balloons. You go on a balloon straight up. And
the Earth doesn't rotate under you. So you know the Earth isn't spinning. Cool. What's next?
But I was talking about curvature. You'd see the curvature.
Oh, curvature? Well, that's a Snoop Dogg argument where you say I have to get high to prove where we live. The Earth, if it was curving in all directions, would be measurable from the surface. Do you understand what I just said?
Well, that doesn't. You can't measure it by yourself on the surface.
What do
of
you
a
mean you
square
can't
mile.
measure it by
You can
yourself?
measure the
Yes, you
curvature
can.
through a mile. You think the Earth's going to curve through a mile over a
Yeah,
mile?
0.666 feet.
Exactly. Ender, what's the radius of the ball you think you live on, Ender?
I think Al stated earlier 4,000 or 5,000 or something like that. I don't know.
4,000 miles. That's at the high end. It's like 3,900 something, right? So
Six, the number of the beast.
Yes, Merlin, relax. So, Ender, with knowing the radius, can we get the curvature rate?
I don't know.
Yes.
Well, the answer is yes. You could look up a curvature Earth calculator formula on the
looking it up.
website. Yeah, you could. Earth
that real
curve
quick.
calculator.
And on top of that, listen, Ender.
Yeah.
It curves every mile, right? So you can measure it. And the thing is, every other mile, it's a ball. It's like, listen, if you take 4 parabolas, you put them in a proper position, you can somewhat make out a circle. It's curves, right? Your ball is always curving. It has no choice but to curve. But when we go out and measure it over long distances, it doesn't curve. And there you go. There's your answer. Everything else is just stupid.
Who's Riggs?
Who's Riggs? Is that
OG.
Yeah, who's Riggs? I'm just wondering. I don't know who Riggs is. They got a lot to say about me in the chat. I'm just wondering if they want to talk to me directly, or you just want to make comments in the chat about me.
No, we probably shouldn't have that kind of conversation on the live stream.
Oh, we could, because I'm very open.
Why
I'm
would you
very
have
truthful.
drama? Why like
Okay, let's not all yell at once.
Get triggered, dude.
Whoever's actually banging on their desk, it's like super annoying now.
That was Meatball. Meatball got muted, don't worry.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys gotta, like, it's getting close to 35 people now, 36 people now, so you guys gotta chill out. We don't want to
Who cares? I don't care if there's 3,500 people.
Let the noise. Let the noise.
You think I care about
God, dude.
why are you getting so emotional?
You cry so much about getting interrupted, and then you just talk right over people.
Everyone's like, "Oh, we gotta
You're
chill out."
fucking hypocrite, man. Cry.
Yeah, we just gotta.
I'm not even high.
You guys need to step it up.
You need a tissue.
I don't. Am I crying?
I hate this.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Most
at all
of us are here
whatsoever, bro.
30 hours a week asking
You're starting to piss me off, dude.
Because Rick, you want to talk to me directly.
You're starting to
and then
piss me
everyone
off, bro.
freaks
You might
out
want
now,
to check your
okay?
course and
So I'm not
redirect.
crying about anything. I asked who's Riggs. I asked.
You're starting to piss me off. You might want to check yourself.
I'm sorry, Glober.
I'm just trying to keep it civil. I really don't care about what people think or why they did it. I'm
All
just
I
trying to
did
keep it civil, bro. If you think what you're doing is civil, you're wrong.
Battle mod. Can you hear me out or no?
I've heard it.
Asking
You
who's this
screamed it for 5 minutes, dude. He
All
didn't
I said
answer.
in the last
He
30
isn't
seconds.
trying to. I've been listening. I know what you said.
Yo, Mike.
He didn't play party to it. He said his piece. He ain't trying to argue with you. Move on, please. And thank
Yo,
you.
Mike, he's muted. Just move on. Just move on. Don't unmute him. Just let him leave or let him just let him go. Somebody change the subject.
Is that
Keep
Brad?
going. Yeah, it's Brad. What's up?
Let him leave. Let him go. Like, is that your argument? Like, oh yeah.
Oh,
you
for
disagree?
fuck's sake, dude.
Nathan, have you played sports?
Hey, I just got here. Actually, you guys want a perfect excuse to move on. Like,
Yeah, I
you
was
know,
smoking
you guys
and
got it right here.
You a curling player?
Can I ask?
Why does it have to get personal? Like, why do people have to bring
I thought I was learning so. We were having such a good conversation. I feel like, and I was. I mean,
Right, Al, don't worry. We get this because, again, Hank explained to you we're all different.
Right.
We don't agree on everything. The one thing that we all agree on as flat earthers, right, is that it's 100% flat, measurably and observably flat, right? And you're here to learn that, right?
Yeah.
Right. And you've learned a lot so far, right?
Yes.
Right. I know
I
most of
don't
you
know if
guys
I've
have been-
learned. I've gathered information that will
Right.
help me make a
No,
decision.
Here's the thing.
We
You can learn
don't
from
want
people
to
you
discuss
disagree
this
with.
anymore. We got more important things to discuss. All right, handle that outside of this discussion right
Come on,
here.
Witchcraft.
What's
Let
up,
Hank
man? Flat Earth. We're talking about flat Earth right now.
Relax, Witchcraft. Let Hank speak.
Yeah, I just got in here. Can someone
I'm relaxed. I'm saying flat Earth right now. Relax.
So they say that the Earth has like magnetic fields, right? They say the shields that protect us from the cosmic rays and everything, right?
Yeah, the
Well, they say that this is generated from the core of the Earth, right?
Mhm.
So there's a problem with that. Does anybody know what that is?
No,
I do not.
It's called stupidity.
The Earth is hollow.
So if these magnetic properties were capable of being magnetic still at that temperature, then that wouldn't be a problem. But can magnets operate at that high of a temperature when they're molten?
They'll melt.
I actually don't know.
Wait. The magnetic field isn't. Are you saying they're magnets?
So are magnets magnetic when they're in molten state, when they're in a liquid state?
Yeah, Hank, they are not saying they are
What
magnets.
happens to
They're
them?
saying it's a iron nickel, molten iron nickel alloy, which is spinning. And when you spill liquid metal iron, it does generate a electromagnetic field. But the problem is when you spin a liquid metal iron, nickel, it tends to solidify, you know, and
You cut out
generating
for that
that
last part.
electromagnetic field.
You said
And you
solidify.
need to input a lot of more energy to keep it in a liquid state. I mean, I have no idea what is powering that kind of a core, you know. It doesn't make sense. I mean, to have that kind of alloy in a liquid state, and you know, it's so hot that thousands of miles on the outside, it melts rock, and it brings rocks into a liquid state. So
Thanks for clarifying.
those are temperature, yeah, like nuclear fusion and stuff like that, which is impossible. Yeah.
I've got an answer for that. Only an nth degree of stupidity can power something like that. No amount of common sense or logic can.
Yeah.
Hello, get big, get hello, everybody.
Hello, Iggs.
Hello.
Welcome.
Can I ask a question? It's kind of about the Earth. So, if we consider the
ask.
Earth to be flat, what about like the other planets? What do we consider them as?
Okay, I got a question for you. I'm just going to mirror your logic back at you. Baseballs are spheres, tennis balls, soccer balls. Therefore, American pigskins, known as the football, it must also be a sphere, right?
Yeah.
Right? No, footballs are egg shaped.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Right. So the things in the sky have nothing to do with what's here on the ground. Right? They're totally
I think
different.
what he's asking though is more like, what is the interpretation of the other planets compared to
It's
ours?
a light.
Ours is flat.
They're lights.
It's a light.
They're light in
Then
the
how do they get
sky.
those lights in the circular rotation, or not circular rotation, permutation?
Well, they revolve, you know, like they're being animated every night, you know, for thousands of years. We know they spin, you know, around Polaris. And we know this from very ancient civilizations. They show us that Polaris was the center of the sky, you know, of the heavens. Always. And
Thank
all
you.
other stars and constellations, they spin around. So you wake up in the morning, you eat, you go to school or work, you come back home, you do stuff, you sleep, and you then repeat. It's a cycle. You're going in a cycle. The same is what the stars in the sky are doing. Have you seen rocks, solid rocks falling on the mountains continuously and repeating that action next day? do rocks perpetually fall, like, and then they climb the mountain back and they fall again, they climb the mountain back, fall again? Can rocks do that?
This is Eastern European
Non-living things, yeah.
jokes.
How can a non-living thing repeat something?
Oh, with God, going back.
I mean, we're not talking about, CD players or, yeah.
So you guys are just gonna keep me muted indefinitely? Like,
oh,
that's how we're gonna do it
is
here?
it my turn?
Go ahead.
Well, that was boring. Yeah, rocks. Yeah, doing things over and over again. Rocks don't do anything. Rocks don't evolve. You didn't come from rocks. So we're just gonna mute flat earthers indefinitely.
They come to rest.
Because we don't like their passion. Because we don't like their emotion. We're not allowed to be emotional in here anymore. Is that what I just heard on the live stream?
Nathan, you were a little bit belligerent, bro. A little bit belligerent.
I'm not belligerent at all, bro. I only attack
Calm
people's
down.
arguments.
Okay, well, just take it down just a notch, man. You don't have to
No, I don't have to take it down a notch, bro.
Hey, shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up, man.
I don't get it.
Okay, I didn't really.
What
get
a retard. Oh, yeah. You sound like a bitch, man.
Get. I didn't really understand his example of the rocks at all.
Can a rock perpetually just do something that's it's not living, dude? Can something not living perpetually do something?
Something not living cannot do something that a living thing would do.
Exactly. So
What about a robot?
there we go.
Well, how do we know that that's not a living being?
No, rocks don't do anything, guys. They're not living. They're inorganic. Who keeps muting me?
Oh my fucking god!
Cry me a river, bro.
Oh,
Cry me a fucking river.
Shut the fuck up, Nathan.
Well,
just shut up. Please continue.
How do we not
So
know, the plant? Oh, sorry.
Let's talk about rock.
I was gonna say, bro, it's those things either up there are rocks or they're not rocks. You have to make up your mind. What is it? Can you go on it or you can't go on it?
Not rocks, in my opinion.
they're not. So
Okay,
then,
so
maybe
then-
they can be alive then.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
rocks
then
are
you can't
living.
go on them.
That's a cool story.
But we're not
Who
talking
keeps
about
muting
rocks,
me?
we're talking about planets.
Who said rocks are living?
I'll just ban you.
You're gonna ban me.
Yes. Do it again. Try me.
Stop antagonizing. Just stop it.
Have you guys talked about the
Hey,
Earth
who's me?
calculator?
Who said try me? I'll try you. I'll try you, bro. Who are you?
Oh my god. No one
Who
has
are you,
time.
bro?
Nobody has
Who's this
time.
guy?
for
Who is this dude that keeps on
Nobody
saying
has
try?
time for this fake big dick energy. Sit the fuck down and let's talk about the Earth curve calculator. I hate this personal drama. It's ridiculous.
Big dicks aren't
It's not
fake.
personal.
Yeah, well, he
personal,
has
it's just
fake big
stupidity.
dick energy, so I can't stand it. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I can't talk about anything because I keep getting muted. So
Oh, actually, I have a question. I've seen a lot, and I have been in a commercial airline, and I think I've seen the curvature of the Earth at about 30,000 feet. Why is that? Why am I wrong?
Because you're thinking wrong.
I'm thinking wrong. Okay. How am I
Yeah,
thinking?
adjust your thinking. Yeah, adjust your thinking.
You saw
So
the
Neil deGrasse
curvature
Tyson-
at 30,000 feet.
hey, I got muted again. I wasn't even saying anything.
Don't interrupt.
What's
Nathan,
that
stop
about?
trolling
Why
us.
am I getting muted?
Nathan,
I'm not even
stop
speaking.
trolling.
Who's muting me? I'm not
Bro,
even
You're
talking.
trolling the fuck out of the server
I'm not
right now.
even speaking, and I'm getting muted.
Shut up.
Why are we being trolled by flat earthers? I don't get it.
I don't get it, dude. What is wrong with people? Like, I just can't.
Why is Ender repeating himself? You're right, Kai.
You just told me to change my thinking when not you, Nate. Or
No, you're repeating the same stuff you started with. We already covered the 30,000 foot.
Did you guys show him the Earth curve calculator and the Black Swan yet?
No.
But he thinks he can see stuff that's not there. That's for the mental illness.
I know. But I just want them to learn something, okay? Because, wait, nobody talked about Black Swan and Earth curve calculator?
No, please.
Okay, so we talked about Antarctica, but we didn't talk about Black Swan. Damn. Okay. Let's actually teach you guys something that you can do yourself and learn, because this is the most important thing. Okay. So they give us the specific size of the Earth. The radius is 3,959 miles. From there, you can do spherical trigonometry and determine the curvature breakdown that you should see everywhere. Because if it's a sphere, it has to curve all at the same rate.
Right.
So that is 8 inches drop per mile squared. So you take the mile and you square it, and then you times it by 8 inches. So let me send the official calculator, and we're going to have you guys plug in some numbers, and then we're going to see if the rate of curvature that NASA tells us actually shows up in real life. Because if it doesn't, then they're lying.
Kai, I already went over this with this guy, with all of them actually. Yeah, you can repeat yourself because again, I already told them they have cognitive dissonance. They keep asking the same questions over and over.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
Other than that, they've been pretty cool so far.
Yeah.
No, go do it again. No, Kai, it's fine. You can if you explain it in a different angle, maybe it'll set in better. Because I explain it my way, and maybe they don't get it.
Yeah, please.
Okay, I'm gonna actually have one of them like plug in the numbers, because I just want them to practice this so they can do this themselves. You know, like, so they don't have to listen to us, because nobody wants to just listen to people they don't know. The thing that will change their life is if they can do the math themselves and then see in real life, oh my gosh, I'm seeing too far. So let me pull up the formula.
Way too far.
Yeah, way too far.
Or, oh my gosh, I've been duped.
Yeah, and you're just like, wait a second. So if I see too far, and then you just you're more accepting of seeing things in a new way. Like, you can't even start to think about the sun being like a small local light source and like anything like that until you start to see, oh my gosh, like, I'm not on a ball. So, okay, I just posted in a live stream the Earth curve calculator link. Does one of these nice little new globers want to click the link for me and be my...
Clicked it.
Okay, when you have it pulled up, please let me know.
I have it pulled up, I think.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so the Earth curve calculator requires 2 values. The first value is eye height. That's important because of angular resolution. The higher up, the farther you see. So we need to take that into account. So for that, I would want you to put in 8 feet, okay?
Yes, that's there.
Okay. Oh, it's already filled in?
Yeah, 8 and 10.1
Okay,
miles.
perfect. Oh, I didn't know that it was actually going to fill those in. Okay. So when you hit calculate, what does it say that the D1 value is? It's the horizon distance. Do you want to read that for everybody, that number?
3.463579 miles.
Okay, perfect. So again, like I said before, NASA told us this is where they went wrong. They told us the specific size of the ball. From that size, the breakdown is 8 inches per mile squared drop. So you can see here the H1 value is 29.3 feet drop. And the horizon, because again, you're on a ball, you can see the picture at the bottom of the sphere. The cutoff where the horizon, the physical curve of the ball should take place is at 3.46 miles. Well, here's the problem. In just one observation, we can debunk that. Let me pull up this here. Oh, let me zoom in. Okay. Now, the same person who was helping me with the curve calculator, can you tell me where the horizon is in this picture?
1 sec. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. The what?
The horizon. Where do you see the horizon?
Right at the top of the circle.
Okay. So it's behind. Sorry. No. In the live stream voice text. Sorry.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry. Yeah. I should have clarified that. It's the one I posted for Kai. And remember, so they told us, you did the calculation. The horizon should be, the curve of the ball should start at 3.46 miles. So that means we should see the horizon at that point. But in this picture, where do you see the horizon?
6.08.
So the horizon is behind these oil rigs, and we don't know actually how far it is, but we know it's further than 10.1 miles because that second oil rig is 10.1 miles away. So just to recap, the oil rig is 10.1 miles away. The horizon is still far beyond it. But yet when you did that math in the Earth curve calculator, it told you that the horizon should be at 3.46, can be no further than 3.46 miles. So here you're seeing 3 times farther, plus, right there. And this is a great example because this is done on water, and water is level. So
how do you know that it's actually at 8 feet?
The observer height?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this
And
was
this is-
taken from a video.
Yes, it's a still shot.
Mm-hmm. And the point of me showing you this is not for you to just all of a sudden be like, oh, some chick on Discord showed me a picture. I now believe. We don't want anybody to just keep believing anymore. Now you can do these things yourself if you live by a body of water. Like Vlad has been saying about the mirror test, this is what you will use to just, if the lake is, let me pull up the chart. If the lake is 10 miles away, sorry guys, 1 second. The lake is 10 miles long. It's a 66-foot drop. So if you were able to see your friend, who's only 6 foot, holding a big poster, like let's say you just get a dude on the other end of the 10-mile lake holding a giant pink poster, and you can zoom in with a camera and see him, well, that should be impossible because at 10 miles away, there should be a 66-foot drop. And again, you're doing this over water because water is completely level. We have sea level. You don't want something with topographical differences because you could be at different points of elevation. You want to be water, especially frozen water, is the best way to go.
I think I have a question. Wait, actually, never mind.
So, what do you think about this, right? The globe says we can only see 1.22 miles at a 1 foot observer height, yet we can see 10 times further. Cannot be a ball, right?
Yeah. But how are we sure that let's say the camera isn't pointing directly downwards or directly upwards to your friend? How do we know that we're not
Because then you wouldn't see him.
Listen, first, this is taken from a video, so I invite you to look at the video, right? It's an unedited video.
How do you know that?
Okay, so let me post it. 1 sec.
Right. I'm just saying. You say it's unedited, but how do we actually know that? 'Cause-
Okay.
Well, there is video forensics that you can take it to a forensics and have it break it down. And I guess the number one key would be if there's no cuts, right?
Right.
Well, and the whole reason I even brought up the link is so you don't have to trust our video. Because I know that I've heard that so many times. Well, it's just a video. Great. Now you have the tools, though, to do this yourself. Or just when you go on trips, if you're in Key West, in Florida, and somebody tells you, because they say that you can zoom in with a telescope and see Cuba. Cuba's 90 miles away. This is over flat water. At 90 miles away, according to the Earth curve calculator, there should be a 5,400 foot drop. And the highest point of elevation in Cuba is like 6,500 feet. Okay, that island should be hidden. There's no way you should have a telescope be able to see through a physical thing blocking it. I can't just whip out a telescope and see through a mountain. That would be crazy, right? So
Superwoman.
Yeah.
And the most important part is, Ender, we are not trying here to convince you, right? We're giving you the tools to do it yourself. This is something you can test for yourself. You can go to a large body of water and test it, right? Don't trust us. Don't trust NASA. You can do this yourself. Okay? We're not trying to lie to you or convince you of anything. We're giving you the tools. We have no reason to lie to you, right? The thing is, I've done this myself. I've been to a beach. I've been to a beach with my binoculars, and I saw an oil tanker at 24 kilometers away. There should be 33 meters of curvature between me and the oil tanker, and I could see it in full.
And do you get the argument, like, sometimes I bring this up, like, a pregnant lady who's 9 months pregnant is going to have this big curving belly, and she's not going to be able to see her feet, right? Because her belly's in the way. So it's not the best example ever, but it's kind of the same thing with the Earth. You're not supposed to see forever, or you're not supposed to you have a limit to how far you can see, because eventually this curve of the ball that you're standing on is going to get in the way.
Well, the human eye can't see that far as well, right?
Yes, we have limits to our vision, and there's things in the atmosphere that or pollution. There's totally things that affect how far we can see. We cannot see forever. But like Roger just said, there are examples where we can see too far for the globe to be real, to be a actual reality. 30
Every
kilometers,
time.
that's not a problem. Yeah.
Okay.
Every time.
Now let's just say this is all true, whether it's proven or not. I don't know if this was already a conversation. If so, I wasn't here. How are seasons a thing exactly on a flat Earth?
Same as.
How are they? Wait, how does he know how they work on a globe Earth?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I know that
let's.
Well, from a globe Earth standpoint, it wobbles and we go around the sun. So
when we're in summer, are we closer to the sun or farther from the sun?
Closer.
Are you sure?
We're tilted up at the sun.
Nope. See, this is the thing. Glober 101.
No, we're tilted down. Are we?
Heliocentrism, they tell you that in summer, in July, the northern hemisphere is farthest from the sun that it will ever be. And in the winter, we're the closest. Okay, seasons don't make any dang sense on the globe model. Okay. So I'm not you can ask about seasons, but I would just advise to understand your own model's explanation of seasons before you ask us how seasons work. You know what I'm saying?
Seasons work they work all the time. Every year, all year, in the past years.
Yes.
From when you were born till the day that you'll die, and it won't change.
All right. So, Andrew, I remember. Hold on, Andrew. Remember what I told you? I already said this. Remember when I said the sun moves between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn? It oscillates.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Right. I literally stood on my balcony. I went to the balcony on my for a year. You have to do this for a year. You know, Polaris doesn't move. I live in Canada. It's Polaris always in the north. It's always there, right? Now you see the sun going back and forth between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. When it's closer to Cancer, it's summer, where I live in Canada. When it's closer to Capricorn, it's winter. The sun is the heat source. The sun creates the seasons. It creates all the winds and all the temperatures and all that. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, what flat earthers are saying is like the sun is actually in the summer. The sun is actually closer to you, physically closer. That's why the days are longer. The daylight is longer in the days, and that's why it's hotter. Because flat earthers are saying that the sun is actually closer to you during that time, which makes way more sense than the complete opposite, like the heliocentrism says.
Right. If you go into live stream really quick, Mar Toth, right? He put a meme up, right? It's called the Analema. Do you see it, Ender?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Live stream. This is how the sun oscillates throughout the year. Somebody stood there for a year and took pictures of it throughout the year. See, it kind of makes a figure 8 pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Move closer and further, closer and further. All right, that's how it works. This is where they get the tilt on the heliocentric model, but doesn't make sense because Polaris, if you know what Polaris was, it would have to keep up with that tilt, and that's impossible.
Yeah.
Well,
you have to look at it in different angles.
Far away and.
Well, yeah, exactly. We'll create that triangle. Please draw out that triangle for me and tell me how Polaris can be stuck in the north while the sun is moving.
Okay, I'm working on that right now, but keep talking about what.
Well, trust me, I had Globers do this. I had Staunch Glober do this, and they got puzzled because they understood what I was talking about. Because once you create those angles, when you create those triangles, you'll understand that that's impossible on the heliocentric model. And then look at the second picture. See, Gabriel Donato, what did he put? You see how the time-lapse camera, it's on the left side, you got the time-lapse of the sky, where all the stars are moving out around the center point, which is Polaris, right? In the heliocentric model, do you see how the sun is being propelled through space as the balls are moving around it, doing all kinds of motions? Well, yeah, the sky wouldn't look like that, wouldn't have perfect circles. These are just nails in the coffin, bro. If you look at them really closely and you apply logic, you'll understand, man.
Well, on that heliocentric model, right? If you look at the bottom right picture, in that model, all the planets, I assume this is of our solar system.
Well, that's what they say. That's what they say is how it does. Right. That's exactly what they say it's doing.
So let's just speculate here. We're tilting up and down and we're spinning left and right, or right and left, whatever. At what point would you not see that North Star?
As soon as you have a 1 degree tilt, if Earth even moved 1 degree, the star would not be in north. It would move. And they say it tilts at 23.4 degrees. That's what they say.
For the North Star?
Well, yeah. No, they say that the pole, the angle of Earth tilts at 23.4. That's what they say, bro. I didn't make these numbers up. They did.
Wait, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So does the projection also move with this circle thing, or does the projection do
what projection?
Well, there was I think Decken Frost had posted a picture earlier of what the projections look like if you look really closely through like a telescope at them. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Are you talking about the stars?
Maybe it was the stars.
That's just an image through a telescope or a high-end super zoom lens camera.
Right.
It's not a projection.
It's not a projection.
We don't know what it is. Remember what I told you about the sky? Everything we think or you hear about the sky, it's all speculation.
Okay, so us being under a dome is speculation?
No, that's
gas pressure without a container. That's provable, yeah.
How is that provable? But
can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, with gravity.
No.
Oh, that's great. I love that.
Okay, go ahead, take over.
Gravity affects gas?
Pretty sure gravity can hold gas in a place.
Yeah.
Okay,
What about if you fart?
Let's
If you fart, do you smell it?
educate you on the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay.
I like this one because I have a fun analogy. So, second law of thermodynamics is talks about high pressure always goes to low pressure. This is a natural law, so this always happens. And you probably don't realize this is always happening because they don't point it out to you. But yeah, high pressure will always go to low pressure. That's called entropy. Gas will fill the available space. So you have a balloon, helium balloon. There's pressure inside of that, and you pop the air. The air is going to disperse in all directions. It's not just going to float. The gas inside is not just going to float down. What the analogy I like to use,
right? But
is
what
like
if there was an extreme amount of gravity on said thing? Would it then go down?
So, hold up. Okay. So, I like this analogy. Do you know what hotboxing your car is?
Yes.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay, perfect. So imagine that you're in your car, you're smoking weed with your homies. You're filling your car up full of smoke and gas, carbon dioxide. Okay? Inside the car, it's full of puffy white smoke. There's a pressure gradient. You roll down the windows. What happens to the gas that's in the car?
It escapes the car.
And it fills the available space. Doesn't just sink to the ground. It fills the available space. Gas is omnidirectional. Always. Always. So it's not affected by gravity. Or when people when people smoke cigarettes, their smoke would go straight to the ground.
What if, right, you just take that same analogy, but it doesn't dissipate like after like 15 seconds or whatever? You're saying it wouldn't go towards the ground.
I'm saying gas is omnidirectional.
So gas does not react to gravity. It does whatever, right?
Yes, it's omnidirectional. Now, obviously, there are some things that are affected. Temperature can affect air, right? Hot air rises, cold air sinks. But gas itself, when you pop the balloon, the helium balloon, that gas is going to be omnidirectional. Now it'll equal. Now there will be an equalization. So, like helium is less dense than room air, so it will rise. Right? Helium rises. Where's gravity in that moment? It's rising.
What is the... Wait. I remember learning about this exactly. Yes.
Real quick, while there's a moment of silence, you say that gravity holds in the gas pressure. Why is it when I open the propane tank that it spews out the top? Wouldn't gravity hold that down?
Amount of mass.
No?
I mean, if you pointed it down, it'd spew out down. It's just the way you're pointing it and you're expunging your open.
Right. Gravity is pulling down, though, against the gas pressure spewing up, right? So the claim was, I heard a few seconds ago, that gravity holds in the gas pressure. Well, why do I have to sell propane accessories? How come you can't just come buy propane? You have to have the tank, don't you?
You cut out a little
You
bit.
can't just show up with some gravity and be like, "Yeah, I'd like 250 psi of propane." Where's your tank, sir? I got gravity with me. I don't need a tank.
Different particle max.
Maybe a Ziploc bag would work.
Yeah, what about that?
You still there? That's still a container, you dummy.
Oh.
The Ziploc bag. Wow.
Got ow. Unbelievable.
Sorry.
I had a.
Yeah. Gas needs a container or it will escape. It will fill the available space.
It will escape to what extent?
Sorry,
will it escape the Earth?
Will fill the. Yeah, well, so they tell us the atmosphere is an open system. They if you Google right now, is the Earth an open atmosphere? They'll say it's an Well, I cannot speak tonight. The atmosphere is an open system. It had to be open because they told us that they sent astronauts to the moon. So there has to be it has to be open for them to do that.
What does open mean? That doesn't make much sense to me. Open system?
Ask NASA. What does it mean?
All right.
How can you come in and argue?
Exchange of mass and energy. Let me pull up the full thing.
Well, listen, she's saying it's an open system, and that's the reason astronauts can get to space. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yes, hold up there, kid.
What about the penetration?
They have to move.
This is so
Go for it. Go.
brain hurting.
So
I'm getting the full
for
thing.
the reason the astronauts to go to the moon, they had to move the moon back into the atmosphere because otherwise they couldn't send them there. They had to change their whole rhetoric and bullshit and science.
No, sorry. Okay, they can't tell us that we're living in a closed system because that would mean that they wouldn't be able to go out of the Earth system. They wouldn't be able to go to the moon or Mars.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
I've just never heard the term open and closed system before, which is
Let me pull it up. Earth atmosphere.
Those are scientific terms, right? Two of them are possible. There's a third one. It's called isolated system, which is theoretical because there cannot be an isolated system in reality.
Yeah, one thing removed from another. Well said. Good point, Hank.
So we're in a dome, so and it's like closed off, so like right? It's closed off from whatever's outside of the dome, right? So
Yeah, that would be a closed system.
yeah. So does that mean that we could like suffocate ourselves within the dome? Because humans breathe oxygen, right?
Yeah, suppose if you were to kill all the
Freeze.
plants containing chlorophyll, I suppose eventually we would die. Yeah.
Wow, that's wild.
You ever seen the movie Biodome?
Nope.
I've not. Did on
As
Netflix.
as long as we're at homeostasis, we're fine. It's a biological dome. It's a system that works together in a closed ecosystem.
Sir, are you aware that Biodome is actually a comedy?
I'm the one that asked you if you watch it, right? So, do I sound like an unaware person to you?
No, you don't, sir.
I'm fully cognitive.
All right.
Kai, are you still working on
Yes, sorry guys.
No
I'm
worries.
trying to find this screenshot I had.
But I'm not. Who do you think the joke's on when people watch the movie? Who do you think the joke's on?
Them, not me and you.
Jeez, bro. Oh gosh.
That's why I got a lot of plants in my house. Helps your house from being a sick house or holding bad air in certain areas.
Yeah.
Ups the oxygen level in your home. Lowers the carbon dioxide level. We get most of our oxygen from the oceans, though, right? You know that, right? Most of it doesn't come from the trees. Plankton.
Comes from
Plankton,
the
yeah.
oceans?
Plankton.
Plankton.
Yep, plankton. Or protoplankton. They've got like heaps of names for it. I'm surrounded by it.
Now, if I look this up, am I going to find evidence backing this up? Plankton?
Yep.
Okay, I'm looking at that.
Well, wouldn't it be easier to just Google it, man? We've already said we're not trying to convince you of anything. We want you to think for yourself and look up science, learn science, and see how science contradicts science. That
Then
all
science
things don't work
contradicts
together.
scientism.
Science isn't a coherent, cohesive system. Some things work against the point, so it doesn't make a complete, coherent statement.
They tried to tell us that all the like it was all gonna die around here where I live, bro. And then they found that it comes on like on a 7-year cycle. Apparently, they didn't know that. I was in stitches. It magically came to life. Yeah.
The atmosphere defies all the laws of thermodynamics, all of them, but it still works because it's at a megascopic level. But the building blocks of it don't work that way. That's an oxymoron. Can't build a wood house out of bricks. Can't build a brick house out of wood, right? When it gets big, listen, bro. Them are 2x4s, but when it gets bigger, I mean, like fucking big, you know, so big you feel like an ant on it. It'll be a brick fucking house. Bet money. Bet money, man. Bet. Now, I can't demonstrate this, but it works out in the math.
How much does that cost a square foot?
Oh, a lot, man. Astronomical amount.
You're walking on wood, but this place is so big, it feels like concrete.
Yeah, we'll just have to bury it and petrify it, you know? Get it real wet and bury it real quick. 100 years later, brick, bam! You're leaving out time, Battle Mod. You're leaving out time. Over time, all things are possible. Sure, but that doesn't mean they're true. I'll tell you one thing that's not possible. Not even over time. You won't have a hurricane go through a junkyard and spit out a hot rod. Ever.
There are millions of
But I really think spontaneous generation could work if you really had a lot of time.
Abiogenesis. Yeah, rocks will give birth to life forms. Never. It's statistically improbable.
But
improbable,
not impossible.
Well,
yeah,
and I just
that's your only argument. Demonstrate.
But rocks
I
can
just
write genetic sequence.
Yeah.
Right, and the funny thing is, rocks are like the most basically the hardest thing on Earth, yeah. And these guys want to. Yeah, man, rocks. We're talking rocks? Yeah, rocks.
Yep.
They're the hardest thing on Earth?
Yeah.
What's harder than a rock, bro?
I'm sure there's numerous metals that are harder than a rock.
A diamond.
What?
No.
What do you?
No, you need diamond to cut. You need diamond to cut granite.
Exactly, but how do you make metal, brother? What do you pour it in? Another metal?
I don't know.
Or do you,
how do I make?
The first forges were granite pots and pots carved from granite and stuff.
Yep, you have to pour it into rock things, you know. How else is it going to hold?
Yeah.
Crucible.
It's called a smelting pot.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. It took me eons to find this damn screenshot, but here it is of it saying the Earth is an open system.
You know, hey, you know that's why rock beats scissors, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
What's up?
What's up? And that's why paper beats rock, because it goes on top of it.
We need to go fund Kai a badass computer, some Alienware, where she got that shit on a click with a little wireless mouse.
Sorry, I have folders for this stuff, but I had to sort through all. I had to sort through all my cat pictures to find this.
Well, Alienware's cat pictures. I got a bunch of them. But Alienware's quick processing. It's a gaming computer. That was my point. You go through shit quicker.
Sorry, I just wanted to say really quick. So, an open system is means that energy and mass can be exchanged between it. That's why I said when I said one example of us knowing that it's open is they sent astronauts to the moon. That's an exchange. They were able to come and go according to the heliocentric NASA.
What is mass? Diet Coke.
Pepsi.
I'm thirsty.
That man likes his Diet Coke.
But if it's open, the atmosphere is open, then the gas should escape because of the second law of thermodynamics.
So shouldn't we all be dead?
Yes, but we're not. Ding, 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 ding.
Exactly.
Ding,
That's
ding,
where
ding,
the gravity
ding.
comes in.
No.
Oh, fudge.
So,
Can you link this second law you were talking about? I don't know if it's been linked.
Just type it in, bro.
All right. Well, I just wanted her.
or
but I
here,
guess,
yes,
I'll use
specifically
Google.
just
No,
look
you
up,
don't want the story, bro.
entropy.
I don't want her source, but I thought Google wasn't very.
Oh, I thought you said story.
Oh, we covered that, dude. Listen, Google's not a source; it's a search engine. Christ, man, a source is when you give citation, you can't cite Google because Google's not the source of the information. They're just ones to help you find it.
Of course.
Yeah, it's not a source. Then quit calling it a source.
But if I use Google to find my sources,
then it's still not a source. The source you find is what we'll critique. Now you bust out Wikipedia and I'm gonna laugh at you.
all right.
But that's a source
NASA.gov.
for your sources. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's great. I like that.
Christ, dude, does a repetitive shit prove anything, or are you just trying to
I was just
imply
saying,
and ridicule? It's a tactic, and I'm just wanting you to know I'm aware of it. The implications of ridicule are annoying.
Sorry, my bad. I was just thinking.
They might go over some people's heads, but they don't go over mine. Is that civility? My pet peeve is a civil conversation. You'll realize it doesn't matter if you're flat earther or glober. If you're uncivil, you'll be moderated. Period.
So I have
So
some
I don't want to
questions
hear
about
no
gravity.
echo.
I have some questions about gravity for this person who is claiming gravity.
The secret god.
Ice cubes. Okay, I love ice cubes. When I have an ice cube in my hand and I drop it, or I let go of it and it falls to my kitchen floor, why does it fall to my kitchen floor?
Gravity.
I would think gravity.
Okay, great. Thank you. So now I take some more ice and I go outside and I put a cup of water on the ground. Okay? I'm putting the cup of water on the ground because we are told that the strength of gravity is strongest towards the center. Okay? So it should be really, really heavy, or the force should be really strong on the ground. So I have a cup of water sitting on the ground and I put ice cubes in the cup of water. What happens to the ice cubes?
They flow because of the buoyancy of the water.
Okay, thank you. So now for this, so when I first asked the question of why they're going down, you said gravity. But then when I ask why it's going up, now you're talking about relative density.
It's not going up. It's just floating.
floating. Okay, but it actually when it goes to the bottom, it rises up.
Okay, yeah,
It does go up. So, now you're saying that the reason for this directional change is because of relative density. Well, what if it's just relative density when I let it go? That would make so much more sense, because in the explanation of gravity is MIA when I drop the ice cubes in the water. And if there's a force, a downward force, then we should see that affecting everything always, not just sometimes. And
Well,
just
I still think buoyancy
relative
of the ice cubes.
Plus, you're
relative density
mass.
Relative density works like this. The medium that the object is in is going to affect where it seeks equilibrium. Sorry.
What happened?
So in the room air, the ice cube is more dense. So it's going to fall to the ground. It's going to seek equilibrium and it's going to fall to the ground because it's more dense than the medium. But when it's in water, it's less dense. And that's why it floats. That's why it goes up. So that's everything in life. You only experience relative density. You don't experience this constant downward force, or balloons wouldn't go up. Birds wouldn't be able to fly up. Planes wouldn't be able to take off. Evaporation wouldn't occur, so it should never rain. There's constantly things that are going upwards. I love my favorite thing when they tell you. Oh, sorry. I don't want to just rant on. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're all right. I just wanted to say that, like always just bring up the, when you fart, does it smell? It's just simple. I can't say it any simpler than that, gravity is that. I go, when you let one go, can you smell it? Seems to rise up from one end to the other.
It makes sense to me. When you you flex your stomach muscles, right? Creates a higher pressure system, and it has to go to the lower pressure.
Rocket science.
Well,
exactly.
This is what rocket science is.
Is all about.
They'll also say, like, okay, water, the oceans are sticking to the ball because of gravity, but yet gravity can't hold down the water that's going to be evaporated up in the sky for rain.
The density.
What?
The density.
Oh,
yeah, when we're talking about gravity,
that's what we're talking about.
That's exactly what we're talking
go
about.
up and down.
There is no gravity. You only experience relative density. That's all you've ever experienced.
So do you mind if I interject for a minute? Okay, so we talked earlier, right, about the scientific method, right, guys?
I don't think I was there for that.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's a cause and effect relationship. That's what science is, right? You're looking for the cause of things, right? So let's say you have objects, right? Well, you can manipulate the medium that the objects are in, and when you do that, it's going to cause things to go up and down. Is that right?
Yeah, that's why I'm a little confused about Kai's concept with the ice cubes and the air and the water.
Right. So can you manipulate space-time?
Not at this point in time.
Right. So we got science on our side. Right?
What? I'm lost. Hank, I'm lost.
We have science on our side because you can manipulate the independent variable. In this case, the independent variable is the medium in which an object is in, right? So let's say you got a beach ball, right? You throw it, it lands on the ground, right? You might say gravity. Okay, that's fine. Right? But then you throw it in the water, it doesn't go all the way down, right? And why is that? And I would say specific gravity. Look that up.
It goes to the furthest and heaviest medium.
Right. Can you look up specific gravity for me?
I'm typing.
Got it.
Right, because there's more than one theory of gravity. You know that, right? There's dark gravity, there's Newtonian gravity, there's Einsteinian gravity.
All of them.
Yeah.
Entropic gravity.
Yeah, entropic gravity. I think that's specific gravity. I think it's the same thing.
Homogenic gravity.
Yeah, that's what Eric Verlinde is purporting. Entropic gravity.
Easy.
And actually, the condition to prove that gravity exists is anti-gravity.
Anti-gravitic.
Yeah. If officially anti-gravity does not exist, any scientist and physicist will agree with this statement that anti-gravity does not exist, has not been discovered.
Because gravity hasn't been discovered.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, plot twist is because gravity doesn't exist.
Exactly.
All right, so did the new guy look up specific gravity?
I found very spotty things about it.
I'm just very confused. I'm just
Right. Okay. So
There's just a lot of things
Neil
going on
deGrasse Tyson dropped a microphone to prove gravity, right?
Yep. I go to a
Well, that's
tree
the
and I pick
effect.
an apple and it falls.
Right. That's the
Take
effect.
the
An apple and it
you
falls.
put it in
Yeah,
water.
wait a second. Wait. You go to a tree, you pick an apple, and it falls.
Yep.
You've picked an apple.
Yep. I picked it off the tree, and now
Okay,
it's falling because I
But then
dropped
you
it.
take the apple and you put it in water and then you bob for apples. Oh my gosh, it's going up in that moment.
That depends on
Could
the
it
mass
be
of
because
the
the apple is less buoyant or more buoyant?
Exactly. That's why things go up
That's
and down.
why it fell down in the first place. Thank you. Yep. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Just
No, you're
when
good.
it's in apples, I just gotta go.
Yeah,
for
this apple thing. Yeah.
So it's all about buoyancy and not gravity.
relative density.
Relative density.
Gravity are one and the same.
Relative density, right? It's relative to the medium that it's in, right? Did you know that you can take an anvil that's made out of steel and it floats in mercury? Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Isn't mercury one of the densest thing?
Yeah.
Thingies
There you go.
elements?
The densest liquid. Yeah.
Right. So what you're manipulating is the medium, right? And in science, when you manipulate the independent variable, that's how you find the cause of things, right? So I can't manipulate the bending and warping of space-time, for God's sakes, it's just a concept. But I can manipulate the medium that objects are in, right? And when you do that, you'll find that the cause of things going up and down is relative to the medium that they're in and has nothing to do with crackpot, crazy-haired fuddy-duddies who come up with crazy theories that we chase our tails for 105 years in colleges instead of taking Tesla Tech and studying that, right?
Hank, if you watch Doctor Strange, problem might be solved.
Yeah, I don't watch it.
It's the one thing I watched in the past 2-3 years. I asked my brother, and he goes, "Watch this," and I'm like, "All right, it was good." Doctor Strange, the bending and warping of space time is pretty funny. It's cool. I think that this is why all these nonsensical theories work. You put them on, you make Marvel superheroes from them, and then you teach them in so-called school education. Education, which actually means it's called it means training for animals. If you want to learn something, you get erudition. So that's something you might want to look up, study up on.
So, do you guys get what we mean now by relative density? Does that make a little bit more sense now?
No.
No.
I am not on board with this.
Okay. What is your concern?
Where do I start?
Yeah, you start
I'm
with
still-
curvature, Ender. You start with curvature. that is the stuff that makes space-time makes stuff turn into balls, right? So you start with curvature. Pretty easy.
Oh my!
You have to start from the beginning, right? That's the only thing.
I'm sure he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know the different kinds of gravity. But
yeah, I know.
what is the problem with relative density?
Not a problem with relative density. It's
Uh-huh.
it's the disproving of gravity via what you're saying.
So gravity is okay. I guess we do need to talk
Bro,
about gravity.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask you something. To prove something, you have to be able to disprove something as well. Do you know that? That's one of the scientific methods too. It's a bit of an intense one, but it is.
See, I think I understand this problem. He thinks that the science is settled on space-time, right?
Yeah, gravity.
How is this wrapping to space time? I don't understand.
Listen, relativity, gravity hasn't been proven, so we don't have to disprove it. That's simple.
So there was Newtonian gravity, and that was mass attracting mass. And they said, oh, the mass of the ball is attracting the apple, and that's why it's getting pulled down when it falls off the tree. But then that was debunked by Albert Einstein's gravity, and that is the bending and warping of space-time, like Hank has been saying. Sometimes you might have seen in high school they do like a video of like a trampoline and they put a bowling ball center.
How fun is it?
And
it's
they're
like dropping it in water.
The fabric, they say the fabric of space-time is getting pulled down and warped by this heavy bowling ball. But as Hank has said before, space-time is just a concept. They cannot demonstrate this, and when they try to demonstrate it, they use physical things like a trampoline. But space-time is a concept. Because if I said, hey, can you give me 10 minutes? You can't give me 10 minutes. Time is just a conceptual thing. Because I would love to get 5 years back on my life, but I can't, It's just a concept. So they're trying to tell you that so when you say gravity, you're literally saying that time is being bent, and that's why things are falling down.
I want somebody to bend an hour for me and give it to me, and I'll pay for it. Can somebody bend an hour for me?
Wait, can I just ask a question really fast?
If you don't like relative density, then I advise you to look into incoherent electrostatic acceleration. This is what they teach at MIT University in USA, one of the most prominent universities, and they teach this in physics.
Yeah, I bet they do teach that there because they were the ones that got Tesla Tech. It was Donald Trump's Uncle John, who worked at MIT during the time when he got all of Tesla's information. When Tesla died, they confiscated all his stuff illegally.
Yes.
Right? And then gave it to Uncle John for a year to look at. Yes. Right? And literally Donald Trump's Uncle John at MIT had all the Tesla information.
Wow.
Or
why do you think he got to put in the thing for the so-called fucking, what is it, space agency bullshit?
Right. I think the new guy had a question.
Yeah, can I ask? Wait, Kai, can you send like a video or like an image of like the trampoline thing that you like do in high school? Because I'm not in high school yet.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, here's the thing. They teach the wrong stuff to you, the Newtonian gravity, when you're in like middle school and high school, right?
Yeah.
And then when you get to the collegiate level, that's when they start teaching you more wrong stuff about bending and warping space-time. But the current accepted mainstream so-called science is the bending and warping of space-time. And I could post several links to back that up, right? It's not some shit that we're making up, right?
So
They
wait,
really
what's
think
this?
that- Go
What's
ahead.
his name? I was just going to tag him in it. Oh, or did you already see it? Gravity visualized. So what this guy is using is spandex fabric material, and he's putting these little balls in, and he's saying, "Look, this is what's happening. It's bending." But the problem is they're using a physical material to try to explain something that is not physical. Space-time is only conceptual.
Have you seen
Right,
the
and this
computer?
Just want to say real fast, this is dishonest, right? Because when you teach somebody something, you teach them through demonstration. Like if I were to teach you how to fish, right, I would show you how to hook the worm and show you how to cast it and use the bobber and wait for a nibble, right?
Yeah,
well, what they're doing here is they're taking this physical fabric, and it's supposed to be analogous or represent this metaphysical, meaning non-material space-time, which is a magic trick, right? It's the oldest trick in the book, right? I'll sell you this beautiful car, right? And then after you sign the document, here's the lemon. Wait, that's not the car that you. Wait, what just happened?
You get a cart and a horse.
I want to add a point to this gravity example with the spandex table. Do you know what happens when that guy places a big ball in the center and the other small ones, he spins them and they spin around the big ball? Do you know what happens if the big ball is moving on that table when
Then
it's
everything will
moving?
just like surround it.
No.
So
All
what
the
happens?
balls you throw at it, they will not spin around the big ball, but they will be pulled towards the ball and then propelled forward into the direction which the big ball is going. It will throw them far away, much farther. It will accelerate, and so they will just jump away from the table.
What are you considering, like away from the table part? What are you considering space is?
Well, it's not a piece of fabric.
Well, it's not spandex.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
you
Away
guys are
from
saying
that.
you can't represent things that you cannot see via physical objects.
Yeah.
No.
Time is the concept. Like,
There's
how can you...
sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say, like, time. So time is just, it's a concept to keep the slaves going. Yeah, it's as simple as that, yeah? Like, as I said, give me...
Concept to keep civilization running via fair.
Yeah, to keep civilization running where they're running.
Yep.
Yep, exactly, nowhere. So the whole point is, give me one bendy hour, please.
One bendy hour?
He wants us to bend
Yeah.
time to give it to him.
Yes.
So
Can you bend 1 hour for me?
Yeah, it's
I
only
cannot physically bend an hour for you.
it only exists in maths, right? It only exists in maths. Nobody has ever
On
bended
paper.
space-time.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah,
an idea,
stuff on
right?
paper,
They made this up, right? An idea, and then he created formulas to back up this idea, right? Nobody has ever seen space-time. Nobody has ever manipulated space-time. It's an idea. And Hank put it very well. What we can manipulate is the medium around the object, okay?
So we can't manipulate time, bendy or otherwise. Can we manipulate space? No,
And
we
see, that's
can't.
why we're talking about science versus scientism, right?
Yep.
It's scientism to think that gravity is a scientifically proven theory, right? Because what's the difference between a theory and a scientific theory? Anyone? Oh, science, right? You have to do a hypothesis test in order for it to be graduated to a scientific theory. Because any, idiot can come up with a theory about green grass growing on the dark side of the moon, right? But you have to test it. You have to verify it, right? And that's why that you have the independent and dependent and control variables. Because when you manipulate the independent variable, you can see that what is causing this natural phenomenon, this effect, right? You drop the apple, right? What's causing that, right? Well, when you fill the bowl full of water and then you drop the apple, right? It goes to the bowl, but then it rises to the top of the water after it splashes, right?
Yes.
And then you remove the water, right? That's your
And then it
independent
goes
variable.
down.
And then it goes down, causing things to rise up
It is
and down.
denser than
See,
air,
this is
but
the
not
actual
as dense
cause.
as water. Therefore, it floats. Is my
Right.
okay?
Right.
So you're
And
agreeing with that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yes, and there are apples who actually sink, and if you add salt in the water, then they will float.
Uh-huh.
And I think Hank was saying this, but it just popped into my mind like a rubber ducky in the bathtub, okay? The rubber ducky floats when the bathtub is full, and then you drain the water, it's gonna fall down if I just let it go into the bathtub with no water. And we can just keep doing this again and again and again and again. Is gravity getting turned on and off like a light switch? No. It's
You're
just
making.
I don't understand that analogy at all.
Oh wow.
okay. Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Do
Okay,
y'all
do you
understand?
understand
I'm
science?
standing above. I'm standing
No, it
in
doesn't.
my
I don't think.
bathtub, or I'm
Yep.
standing in my bathroom, looking down at my full bathtub full of water,
Yep.
and I drop a rubber ducky in the water, and it
Yep.
floats to the top. Then I decide to drain the bath water, and I remove the rubber duck. I let it go. Now in my bathtub, there's no water. The duck just falls to the bottom of the tub. Then I fill up the tub again with water, and I let go of the duck. The duck floats. I drain the
But
tub
isn't it
again.
always
The
at the
duck
bottom of where it
falls.
possibly could be because of the buoyancy and the weight?
Yeah, aren't you literally saying
No,
it
you
floats in water
see,
and
you
doesn't
can.
just goes to the
Yeah.
bottom?
So it's
If you
relative density. The density
you should.
of the duck, the direction the direction the duck goes to seek equilibrium is based on its density in the medium it's in.
But you're not adding the main factor, the water.
Water is a
She
medium.
put out.
Room air is a medium. You
Yeah,
see,
water's a fluid, and so is the atmosphere. The atmosphere is a fluid, right? Like when you wave your hands back and forth, it
Yeah.
feels like what it feels like in water, right? But in water, it's a lot stronger, right? It's a lot harder to wave your hands around, right? So the atmosphere is a fluid, right? It's not frozen. It's not a solid. It's a fluid, right?
Yeah.
I don't know about
Okay,
that.
so when you have a hot air balloon, right, it rises, right? And then if you let
put
all the
heat
hot
into
air
it,
out,
yes.
you go down. If you have a helium balloon, it rises. Why does it rise? Because the atmosphere is dense enough that it can hold it up. So
or it's
why
just
does the apple fall? Because the
lighter
atmosphere
than
is
air.
not.
Couldn't
Why
it
does
just be
an apple?
lighter than air, so it goes up?
Right. So why does the apple fall? Because the atmosphere cannot hold its weight. It goes down because relative to the atmosphere, it's more dense, but relative to the pail of water, it's less dense. So this is what is actually causing things to go up and down, right? It's relative density, the medium. So do you understand how science works, right? You
Yes, but
wiggle
these
the
analogies
independent
are
variable.
they're not making sense.
How are they not making
It's
sense?
not an analogy. I'm giving you a scientific experiment that you can do. It's testable, repeatable, observable, falsifiable. This is an
Right.
experiment. This is not analogies.
You're okay. Say the term one more time. Medium, relative medium. Is that it?
Relative density.
Relative density
Well,
of the
relative
medium
Okay.
and the object.
Now, you take your rubber ducky with your bath full of water, right?
Yes.
You drop it. Now it's at the bottom of the medium of air, like it would be if there was no water, and it's at the top of the water
Why doesn't it sink to the bottom of the water?
because it's buoyant in the water, so it's at the top.
Okay.
And the reason it's not
That's-
floating to your ceiling is because it's denser than the air.
I don't think you get it yet.
I
Well,
don't. I really don't.
You don't get it. I can tell you why. When in that bathtub, can you have a bubble of air in the middle of that water, which is not rising up?
Can you have a
Can you
bubble?
have that?
Yeah, can you have
how could you trap a bubble of air in the middle of the water inside it?
By putting something on top of it. Like if you had a cup.
Not covering with a solid. I mean in a free state. Yeah, you take a straw, you put it in the water, and you blow air in the water. And to trap all that air to make it stay inside in the middle underwater.
You can't.
You can't? Yes, you can. When you place a woofer, a speaker, a very loud speaker underneath the tank or
Thought you just said no physical water, though. I mean, no physical things and stuff.
And when you hit the correct ultrasound frequency, you will be trapping that bubble of air inside that liquid.
Right, but you said in a
It
free
will
state, so
never
why are you
rise.
allowed to use that?
It will never rise.
Why are you allowed to use this
And
speaker?
also,
He's showing you that there's an
you can
exception.
levitate. You can levitate a liquid on air with ultrasound frequencies.
He's demonstrating you.
Okay. Yeah.
No, he's trying to demonstrate that there are other ways that this place works.
Yeah.
That's what he's trying to say. What
So
is who's?
with the let's go back to the ice. Okay.
Yep.
Why does the ice not sink to the bottom of the
'Cause
cup of water?
It is less buoyant or more buoyant than the water. I don't know if it's less or more, which is why
Let's not use the word buoyant. It's used dense. Even
it's less dense.
It's less dense.
It's less dense than.
let's make. I'm just gonna say heavier. I know that's not the right term, but just
okay.
It'll be easier. The ice cube is not as heavy as the water, so it floats up. Okay. But when the ice is in the medium of room air, okay, so it's not in the medium of water anymore. The ice is now in the medium of room air. Now it is heavier than the room air. And when it's let go, it falls down. That's where it wants to equalize.
Right. Now the ice cube's in the water, they're still touching the air at the top of the ice cube, but there's water below. So is there two mediums? Or is there only one medium?
No, it's in one medium.
Okay, but how is it one medium though? If you were to drop the ice cube above like in the air, you drop it down into the water, hits the bottom, but it comes up because it's less dense. It's still touching the air because it's at the top now, but it's still touching the water. So is there two mediums?
It is a solid, and it depends on the water temperature. Do you know at which temperature the water is the most dense?
No, not
4
off my head.
degrees Celsius. At 4 degrees Celsius, the water has the highest density. And below that, going towards zero, it increases its density. And also when you go above 4 Celsius, it increases its density. But ice, it is much less dense than the density the water has at the temperatures above 4 degrees Celsius.
The ice is still in water. It's in the medium of water. It's floating on the water. Maybe the air is surrounding it at this point too, but it is floating on top of the medium of water. And if there was a downward force, it would push the ice cube to the bottom of the water. Because that is what they tell us. They say that these heavy oceans full of gallons, millions, trillions of gallons of water are literally sticking to this spinning ball in a vacuum because of gravity. So the gravity should have no problem making the ice sink to the bottom of the cup. Should have no problem. But ice is defying gravity or evaporation. Gravity should have no problem keeping the water vapor down. It shouldn't rise up because there's this downward force.
But it's not, water vapor is now gas compared to water, which is a liquid, which is more dense than the gas.
You're right. But
you're saying that you need to understand, you are saying that there is this magical force that is pushing things down to the ground, but things are still going up and defying.
We wouldn't have any evaporation.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question: is the water gas, right, the vapor, is it? I can't believe I said that. Is it mass?
Sorry.
Is the water vapor mass? It's material, right? So it's matter.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
mass, right? Does
Technically,
mass
yeah.
attract mass?
Yep.
Right? Doesn't okay. So how come the water vapor evaporates, leaving the highest amount of mass in, the highest amount of gravity, right, which is the Earth, created by the mass of the Earth, right? Why is it leaving, not giving a fuck about gravity? Why is it like going up, up and up and up and up, defying gravity completely if mass attracts mass? And then the same for the atmosphere. Why is the atmosphere up so high? Right? It goes way, way. They say it goes all the way past the moon. The moon is in Earth's atmosphere, according to space.com.
630,000 kilometers high.
238,000 miles on average.
And don't forget the clouds. Why are the clouds up above us? They should be. Like,
we should be dead with like nothing, with no particles whatsoever.
like.
So, what is the speculation on how we are functioning? Like, how are humans still alive?
Relative density.
This is like, I'm not even talking about density stuff. I'm just talking about like
in general.
That's the ultimate
in general.
The science that studies how we are functioning is genetics, and it is the science which study life, and is the most complicated science out of all.
I have a question, although it might be kind of stupid. But how come a plane never crashes into the dome? Like,
they don't fly that high, and
but a dome has to touch the ground at some point, right?
You ever been to Antarctica? Have you ever seen a flight fly from South America to New Zealand or South Africa or vice versa? Right? They fly over the north all the time. But the truth is the Earth has never been circumnavigated north to south to north. Right? Which is possible on a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But it's not possible on a flat Earth, right? So the problem is that they fly over the north, not directly over the North Pole, but they fly over the north region all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
But wouldn't the shortest route from South America to South Africa be over the South Pole?
Well, isn't there a jet stream, like a flight path that most planes take because they can save fuel and...
Yeah, you answered the question with a question.
So, sorry, what was the question?
Wouldn't the shortest distance between, point A and point B being South America, Argentina, to South Africa where the Dutch people are, wouldn't that be over Antarctica?
Sure, yeah.
It's never been done.
So you're saying from South Africa to where?
Yeah. South Africa to South America, or Australia to South America, or Australia.
Yeah, try to look
South
up a flight from Buenos Aires, Argentina, to Johannesburg, South Africa, and it should just be a straight shot from one tip to the other tip, straight over the ocean.
And
but they go
up
to I think they have a layover in like Amsterdam.
Yeah, all the flights, they always have layovers, right? And you might find the exception to the rule, right? But most of the flights, they don't make sense on the globe Earth. But when you you take those flights and you lay them over the AE map, they make a lot more sense. For example, there was a woman who was pregnant on a flight, and she was flying out of I can't remember. It wasn't Cambodia. It was like Southeast Asia, right? And she was flying to LA. She had started giving birth on the flight. She went into labor. They made an emergency landing in Alaska. Yeah, and they should have landed in Hawaii, but that makes sense over the AE map, but it doesn't make sense over the globe.
How does it make sense over the the map you're referencing compared to the globe?
Well, I'm sure somebody will post some pictures.
If I just can say something, this is just something that they've written about. You can go check it out. It's what is it? Encyclopedia Americana. What is it? 1945 or 1954? Look up what is it? Antarctica, and they've got all the measurements from top to bottom, from left to right, highest point to lowest point. I don't know. It's pretty weird that they would put it in there and put like so-called measurements, and now they've got the whole thing blocked off. Just saying.
And what were you saying if we flew off from to get to Australia from, like, let's say, like just West Coast, United States? Like, where would you go from?
Yeah, can you see the picture Get just posted? This is great. It shows the flight on the globe versus the...
So at 35,000 feet at the bottom of South Africa, we don't see Antarctica? You're not seeing this border? Based on that picture that I'm looking at?
Mm-hmm.
Where? Okay. This is just... Okay. Again, we don't have a model, so this is just showing how the continents... I would just focus on the continents. I would just kind of ignore the Antarctica part right now.
Okay, so on that bottom photo you have. So are these flights?
You ever flew that route?
No, I have not flown to Australia yet.
So how could you say what we do and don't see?
Well, have you flown the route?
That's not the question.
I mean, I answered. I was just asking if you've flown the route, though.
I've flown the route.
I didn't hear you answer.
Oh, yeah, I said no.
We have people from Australia in this group.
Yeah. I've flown many routes.
Down over there?
None of them make sense.
So on the bottom, the second photo, the flight path on a globe Earth. Are these lines, right? So one's from South Africa. You're saying they pit stop in the US and then hit Australia? Is that what these lines are representing? These are, flight paths, so I assume so. So it's saying Australia.
Somewhere in Europe, London, you know.
But looking at the specific example, right, that's probably Sydney. Sydney looks like San Francisco. And then down to South America. That's what that's looking like. Where in a 2D photo, compared to a globe, the distance, I don't think would be flyable. I know it would be, actually.
Yeah, I've got some. Yeah, brother. I used to fly non-stop from. I'm in Victoria, Australia.
Yeah.
So it's like the most, south point of Australia, and I have to get to like Macedonia, Eastern Europe. Yeah.
Yeah.
From here, I go to the UAE, and there's like it's like the quickest route. Right. The other one is Singapore. So I just sit in the airplane for like, whatever, an hour for refueling or so. Why would I go from here to like the Middle East supposedly to get to like Europe, Eastern Europe? Does that make any sense?
So, to be honest, your mic was a little bit scuffed, but you're saying from Victoria, you went to the Dubai?
UAE, yeah.
And then you went to where after?
Europe.
I mean, do you think that could just be because there's not a lot of interest from Victoria to Europe and you have to stop in the UAE, which is a global hub?
Nah, bro, it's the largest plane. It's the biggest thing ever.
From Victoria, right?
Even flying seats. Yeah, bro.
And where'd you fly in Europe?
Sorry?
Where did you land in Europe?
Well, there's a few places I can land until I get to my destination. It's either like Istanbul, or I'd go to Austria,
Italy.
Right.
Italy, whatever.
And you're saying why don't they just go from Victoria straight there, or why are they going to Dubai instead of elsewhere?
Yeah, why am I going to the
Connection
Middle East, right?
flight.
Yeah.
So
What about jet streams and following those?
That's it. I don't want like jet streams. The quickest, the quickest way to get from one place to another is a straight line. So from point A to point B is a straight line, not a curved line, no circular motions, no triangles.
That's the shortest distance between 2 points, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Speed.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, why would I go from here to the UAE?
I mean, to me, that seems like a simple. The flight is just the hub is in UAE, and then you're breaking out from UAE. Like in America, we have.
Doesn't make sense.
So you have all the
way up, come all the way back down, but on the flat,
all
map, it's just a straight line.
All the Europeans want to go to the UAE before they want to get home.
Well, before I would get too confident and just saying, "Oh, well, that makes sense for it to land in the UAE." The plane itself is not even designed to fly on a globe. Commercial airline planes are designed to fly over a flat stationary Earth. And I have a PowerPoint for you guys with NASA documents and from the FAA website where it says this. Exactly. They're not designed for a spherical Earth.
We got military engineering instructions too.
I would love to see that PowerPoint.
So you can consider it
and it's got
level,
screenshots, the
flight.
links, and the page numbers. Let me pull that up for you guys.
Now, who is this made by?
This originally comes from, the real credit goes to Flat Smackers Playlist. They spent time going on all these military and NASA websites and pulling the documents and finding the text. So I just put it together on a PowerPoint because I just wanted it to be easy for people who came in here.
Yeah, well done, Kai. I always say to everybody, if you go on the NASA websites, if you just spend like, I don't know, a couple of hours clicking through all their bullshit, you will find that they still have on there that they assume everything's flat and non-rotating. Just spend some time, instead of spending time maybe with your hand in your pants, whoever is listening, put it on the mouse, click on NASA.
That is hardly appropriate.
You know what I mean? Like, it's still on there.
I got a question. So I've been looking at the map, right? I keep going back to it like over and over again. The one that has like the shrinking continents, right? It's really fun to watch, right? Because Battlemon posted it 7 minutes after the hour, in case you wonder what I'm talking about, right? And it's shrinking to the actual size, right? And you notice that the southern hemisphere doesn't shrink very much, right? And in doing so, right, by showing us the actual amount of land that's up north, what they're actually doing is showing us the actual amount of land that's down south, which is a lot. Right? It's a lot of land down there. Just in the map alone, they're hiding land.
I know that they are. They're liars, bro.
Okay, I just posted the PowerPoint. If you guys want to look at it. One I like is slide 4, page 32. This is the engineering analysis and design of the aircraft dynamics flight model for the FAA. Page 32, the observant reader will notice that the aircraft equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth, and that we here assume the development frame was the northeast down frame. If you continue, the last sentence says, the model is adequate for all vehicles traveling under Mach 3. So aircraft are not flying at Mach 3. So they say it right there.
Correction, commercial aircraft are not flying.
Commercial, yes, commercial aircraft. And the only ones that are going above Mach 3 are, I think, the ISS. What it says on.
Fighter jets.
Yeah, the suborbital craft and spacecraft such as intercontinental ballistic missiles, satellites, or the space shuttle. And those last two are obviously quite questionable.
All the lies. Yep.
Yeah.
See,
and that's not, and we haven't even brushed the surface of the planes going the opposite direction as the spin of the Earth. Okay, like that's also a disaster too, because they're trying to chase a moving target, a target that's moving 1,000 miles per hour, where they're only going 500 miles per hour. It's a disaster on the globe.
This is one of those rare moments where Hank Hill is signing off. I'm leaving these globe earthers in good hands.
Yes.
I bid you
Bye,
adieu.
Hank.
Bye, Hank.
Pleasure.
Hi, Hank. Thanks for your help.
Happy Easter, Hank.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Bah humbug.
What did he just call me?
A humbug.
Humbug. The bug that hums.
So Kai, is your flat Earth speculation? I think that's the word. Is your speculation that there's a dome? It's like a dome over us.
It's all we can know for sure is there's a good analogy that somebody in here named QE made up. And this is how it goes. The antecedent to a steak is a cow. If there's a steak in front of you, it doesn't matter if that cow is a chick or it's got a dick or if it's purple, green. If you're looking at a steak, you know it came from a cow. Now we can translate.
Or it's lab grown meat. You know, that's the come up. So I don't know.
But for right now,
Fine.
Right now we're doing okay. So same with gas pressure. If we have gas pressure, we know that that there's some kind of physical containment. We don't need to know if it's rainbow or glittery. Maybe there's leprechauns at the end. I don't know. But all we know is we can prove we have gas pressure. We're breathing. You can measure gas pressure with a barometer. But in order for you to have any kind of gas pressure, period, in the definition, gas pressure is caused from the gas bouncing off the walls of its container. So we have a container. That's why we're able to have these.
And that container is not our atmosphere?
No, because one, it's open system.
So you can't have an atmosphere with open though?
The problem is the open atmosphere is in a vacuum. The air would escape and fill the vacuum.
How come? I have a question that kind of relates to this. So when you go sorry, I know questions are they're bothersome. But
no, they're not bothersome. It's just hard. It's just kind of hard if we skip around a bunch, right? Like that's the only thing where it gets kind of annoying.
I'll ask later. It's fine.
Okay, yeah.
If you can, brother, just write it down or something. Keep it in mind. Sorry, Clay.
But these are great. Like you're gonna have like 1,000,001 questions. Like so it's definitely like if it doesn't get asked today, come back and ask it tomorrow.
Well, speaking of, what time are you guys? When do you guys do this? Is this like a daily occurrence?
24/7.
24/7.
24/7. We are here for you. Just Kai's trying to brush everybody off in a polite manner. It's like
we're competing with McDonald's and Walmart. Always open. And if you guys want to hear more chicks talking, feel free to join us Friday nights at 5 p.m. Eastern. We have a bunch of our Flat Earth ladies
Is
So
that
if
in
you
here? I need to write
decide
that
you
down.
want to join the flat side and you want a chick, to talk about the sun with, come check
I
it
like
out.
how you enunciate that. Yes, we are using our women here to get more nerd boys in here. Where else can they talk
And
to
our girls are
beautiful ladies?
cuties.
Yeah,
we have
yeah.
cuties.
Where else can you science nerds who sit in your mama's basement all day long talk to a beautiful lady?
Our chicks have no dicks.
I should hope so, sir. I should hope so.
They never had one either.
Exactly. That's affirmative advertisement right there. That's factual advertisement.
Oh, that's truth in advertising.
Yeah.
It's the law.
Completion of the law.
Oh yeah, only me and you got that.
Yeah, that's it, brother.
So yeah, if our system is an open system, kind of like back to the hotboxing analogy. So like you're hotboxing in the car with your friends. Snoop Dogg's there, tons of smoke in the car. Now we're going to reenact the Earth's atmosphere. So we're going to roll the windows down halfway because the system is open. There's an exchange of mass and energy. So we got to roll the windows down and we're going to spin the car, drive donuts in the parking lot. We're just going to do that for about 35 billion, however old the Earth is.
The representation of the
is still
atmosphere,
going to
though.
be...
What if you put a paper bag over the windows now? What you roll them down, but you put a paper bag over the windows.
Yeah, that's not a representation of the atmosphere containing the atmosphere, because none of the atmosphere is a physical object.
I also don't think a paper bag would cover the window fully.
State of matters.
Okay.
State of matters.
We don't need to get into the
I'm trying to create an equal analogy.
The analogy's not amazing.
It's not
I'm just
equal.
doing it because it's just super easy to visualize how over time we should have no air at all left.
Yeah, because high pressure can't exist next to low pressure. High pressure has a tendency to move towards low pressure.
Yes.
Until it reaches a hydrostatic equilibrium. See, so you can't just have open high pressure next to low pressure. It'll fill the space, and it'll fill it evenly. It'll
the high pressure in the car when the windows are rolled up, you roll the windows down, it's lower pressure outside. So
yeah, that's why your ears pop out.
It's a pressure thing, or is it the gas is just expanding?
Both.
But
if gas didn't expand, you wouldn't have pressure.
Yeah.
If you don't have the walls of the container to push off of, well, then you don't have pressure either, because it'll just keep moving exponentially until it does fill up the space. The entirety of the space, evenly.
Isn't that called diffusion?
It is.
Another thing that's fun to watch is all the ISS bloopers. It's not, it's not going to prove anything, but it's just so funny to watch. Well, yeah, I mean, there's always those one people though that's like, no, it doesn't look like there. It's like, come on, that dude just fell while he's in zero gravity.
Quite, what's funny? I don't know if you've seen it when the guy drops the wrench when he goes to like screw something on and he drops it, just goes clunk on the ground.
Oh really? Oh my god!
In the circumstance where you state NASA's funny, they make people laugh. This does prove something when you play it. People laugh.
Yeah. Proves that laughter is great. But yeah, that was funny as this poor guy got him like on NASA for the thing, and the actually is full like bubble suited, it looks like what's that cartoon called that with the cowboy and stuff. He looks like that dude. And he's doing the thing with the wrench, and he's just trying to tighten some bolt, and he drops the wrench, and just within half a
To
second.
be
Boom.
to be specific, it's a Dutch astronaut on the Kuipers, and he turns a knob or something in the toilet, and then it fell. Right. So I just posted the video.
Thank
There's
you,
so
Gerard.
much, right? Pulling wires, and it's just a small compilation.
Yeah, that first one you posted, Roger, where he grabs the wire behind him. Oh, that's one of my favorites. Bingo. You can see the little shirt. The shirt is literally like tweaked up already to go, like, because they're on harnesses.
Yeah.
And
What-
once you
What's
realize they're
from
on,
being on harnesses though? Is that a gift from being in space?
yeah, they're supposedly on the ISS doing backflips, but they're
Yeah.
wearing they're wearing these little harnesses with little wires, and that's how they're actually doing the flips. They're not in zero gravity.
But the wires aren't like
As a
tight.
That,
They're
or
loose.
it just keeps them in space when it looks like they're talking to someone though.
as a
See, this is why I don't show people Globers, because they just justify it. No, like
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm saying they're in
another
space, and you're saying they're doing flips on ground
I've
via a
got
wire.
something for you, bro. Yeah, I've got something for you. You're in space. You're in the middle of nowhere. What is up? What is down? What is left? What is right? Please tell me. Explain to me.
It's all relative to
Exactly. So why would you have a harness hooked up to anywhere if it's all
because you
relative?
have in this example, you have a camera fucking facing you to be in front of the goddamn camera. What do you mean?
So why is it up there?
You just got triggered. You just got
So
triggered.
wait, say it again.
Does your butt hurt?
No, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, sure. Relevant.
What was the last question? Higgs?
I said why then if you're facing the camera, yeah, why would you have it hooked up or like above you? Why not have it like towards the camera? Yeah, so you can pull yourself towards the camera.
Is that
If
is
it's
that-
relative
is
to
that
the camera.
relative to the GIF that Roger posted?
You just
Your example is not
concentrate
making
on what you just said to me, bro. You said it's relative to the camera.
Right.
So if it's relative, something's relative to the camera. Yes. If I'm talking to the camera, I don't need something hooked up above me to do backflips. I need something relative to the camera so I can go backwards and forwards and interact with the camera to help me with the camera.
No, you just need something relative to the camera so you can't go out of the camera's view, which can be on the
Yeah,
ground.
but you are.
On the
But you
bottom
are
space.
going out of the
Right?
camera's view, bro. You are.
Maybe he should watch like a nice like compilation videos
Yeah, I think.
before even justifying, because I just can't. I'm sorry, New Glober. I think you're really cool. I'm really happy we've been able to have this conversation. But I've noticed something, that there's this instant justification before you're even aware of what.
I have instant justification, but you guys have instant disapproval of the same exact
No, I guarantee you, I have watched way more NASA footage than you have.
What if I link you someone in the ISS right now, the same GIF, or a random GIF?
What if you don't?
What if?
I'm just saying you would go and
link it.
disprove it because you don't believe or whatever in that space.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
No, listen, we don't just throw things out. We critique everything on a specific level. So we're kind of like specific gravity.
Well,
we
and
judge it by its relative density.
Density.
And it's
So we
not
should
like
have a lot
we're just like poo-pooing space. Like, oh, I just hate Elon Musk. Like, so I'm just like denying space. It's because it literally cannot exist with natural law. Because
So
in
I
our
gave you-
reality, what we demonstrate with how gas behaves and how gravity is not existent, okay, we know that space doesn't exist. So then when we see them doing these sketchy things in the videos, it's just really obvious to us at this point.
Relative to the question that was asked earlier about the Earth, so from our perspective, optics, in reality, the Earth is a flat, level, motionless, contain system, and NASA is made as a production, as a movie production, the Apollo missions and all that stuff. So
Well,
that's
they
stuff
own
in
a
the
lot of
ISS.
studios. They own a lot of studios. They hire a lot of artists. They employ more artists than Disney, right?
Yep.
JPL Studios. Why they got major production studios? Better than
That's
Hollywood.
pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Well, it's a conundrum, that one.
And they get $60 million a day.
Shit, Hollywood puts movies out for $3 million and make you think you're right in space.
Exactly.
Are you telling me Interstellar isn't real?
That leaves a lot of money to cut up too, bro. You can get your cut. Just DM me in private.
Sweet, I'm down. What was the password again, bro?
And
Space.
most likely they film it all in the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab because it has a full replica, quote unquote, replica of the ISS. It's huge. And then, ironically, though, they say that they're just there to test the spacesuits. First problem is water. Water is the complete opposite medium of a vacuum of space. Water has high pressure. As you get further down in water, there's higher pressure. Space, there's low pressure. So they're testing their equipment in the complete opposite medium. It would be like firefighters testing their jackets in freezing cold, like without fire. Like it just makes no sense. And so that's where they film it most likely because they have a whole mock-up replica of the ISS. And on the spacewalks that they claim are real, you can see bubbles floating from their suits. And actually, one time, an astronaut almost drowned. And you can go just search this right now. An astronaut almost drowned on his spacewalk, and now all of the NASA spacesuits have snorkels in them. I shit you not. They all have snorkels in them while they're supposedly in outer space.
Can you send the link to that?
Yep, I got you.
Do you know why space is the final frontier?
Because it's hard to get to.
Because you'll never get to it. You die.
Made in a Hollywood. It's made in a Hollywood basement.
Basement, yeah, that's true too.
The sky's the limit.
Okay, wait. I posted this article.
But yeah, space is the final frontier.
NASA rigs up snorkel and spacesuit after risky water leak. You can't make this shit up.
Did everyone see the screenshot I just posted? And then a link above it. All you have to do is watch the bathroom tour for the ISS. You realize they don't even have they hover over a 3-inch pipe hole. And she goes through the whole thing totally gaslighting.
Did you read this article? Because this article says in the second paragraph, one of the 2 U.S. astronauts preparing to embark on a series of spacewalks later this week and next we'll be hearing. He wasn't actually on a spacewalk. He was.
That's proof of space. They say in it.
Find where he almost drowned in space. Yes.
They practiced in the water.
Why?
It was filmed on. It was there. You can watch the video footage supposedly when they're in space and he's almost drowning.
Do you have the video footage? Because I don't think it's on this.
I would bet money that they were drowning in the underwater before launch.
I'm sure they were drowning. I don't get that.
Okay. Would you become a flat earther right now if it happened when they said they were in space?
You definitely.
I'd consider it more strongly.
But I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
I consider it more than now.
I'm so tired of this justification before you even know anything about the subject. This drives me nuts, guys. Come on here. We're having a good time, but you're killing my buzz.
But the article just counteracted.
Boys, these guys are putting stuff on TV, telling you something, and then rubbing your face in it. So I don't know how you can not be upset at somebody like telling you, here's $1 million, but then turn around and literally diarrhea in your face and say, there's $1 million. Just like
Space is in your mind. It's made in TV. It's TV programming.
I just
Hell, live-ation.
You know, I would be upset if anybody. You guys get upset when your friends lie to you about little
Space
things.
is a privation. That place they claim they are at, the Narnia. Narnia, it's a contradiction of natural law. You can't go there to the place they claiming. So that's why they gotta make it in cartoons, TV, and propaganda, because they can't go there in reality.
Here's the video. Spacewalking astronaut almost dies. The video from ABC News.
Can't leave the containment of the Earth. Can't go there with the technology they show us.
Yeah, apparently it was like a like a G1 phone, like one of those Get Smart. It looks like a Get Smart shoe. The technology. It was $199 and rips out his shoe.
These guys are not getting into those rockets.
It's just it's a joke. It's a big penis like going nowhere.
Okay, wait.
It's like a
Can
giant
you
vibrator.
read the 5th paragraph in the article you posted?
Oh, did you watch the video I just posted?
I'm gonna click on it right now. But I just
Okay, because she literally just said that it says it in the beginning. Move on from the article.
But now you're changing your sources. We're talking about the previous one.
You're saying that the astronaut almost drowned in the NASA buoyancy lab.
Listen to what he has to say about the paragraph.
I'm saying
the paragraph
look at the video. Look at the video I posted. The video. Watch that one.
Okay, I'll watch this one.
Thank you.
This is like taking what's it called? That faith goers God away.
You're basically arguing Narnia because
I mean, I'm arguing a paragraph from the article that was linked, so I don't think.
Okay, sorry. I just pulled the first link. My bad for not reading the whole thing.
Okay,
I provided a video where they clarify 3 times in the first 30 seconds that this was on their spacewalk. But it doesn't matter because even once you see that I'm right about this, you're just going to justify the next thing that we bring up. Right? Like you're just the next thing and the next thing.
Yeah, I mean, well, he has to prove his gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just what the is from my.
Did what now? Say that one more time.
System.
Say that one more time.
The atmosphere.
What is atmosphere?
That keeps the gases in.
So you're saying gas is containing gas?
Yes.
Yeah.
How could gas contain gas?
Denser gas.
Because of the density.
Demonstrate it.
I mean, just fly a rocket straight up. Are you going to hit a ceiling or something? I don't understand.
We haven't flown a rocket. You can't verify if rocket's flying all the way to the freaking space. So can you verify or show me
more evidence about ceiling? Is what I'm saying.
Can I ask these guys one question here real quick? Is that all right?
Yeah. No. I want them to verify gas containing gas because gas is, is not a solid. Right. So I want him to prove that first of all.
I'm gonna type right now. What holds the gases to the
container? A container.
A container. Okay, so a fucking storage container.
So the question is this. How do you contain gas? In other words, how can you have gas pressure? Google that.
How can I have gas pressure?
Yes.
I'm gonna new tab.
What is gas pressure?
What is the definition of gas pressure, first of
all?
And while you're at it, could you also Google the speeds that they say the Earth is turning, orbiting, and wobbling? Do that. Want to know what the rotation of the Earth is? How fast it goes around the sun? How fast the sun moves?
I mean, we're not actually relevant to the question. We could do that right after the gas pressure part.
Roughly 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, we could do that after the gas pressure part. But let's not jump around. Okay, whoever's barking, you're about to get muted or banned.
Man.
Yeah, he's spiraling.
That was funny.
Yeah.
I'm looking up. It says no. It says gas pressure. The sum of forces while molecules striking the wall divided by the area of the wall is defined to be the pressure.
So without a wall, what happens to the gas?
Keyword wall.
I mean, just a concrete wall going straight up 30,000. You know,
I don't need to know. I don't need to know where's the wall of the container, but it needs a container to be able to maintain a gas pressure without.
That's kind of what gravity in the atmosphere is.
There is no scientific validation for gravity, so I don't even go there. So we're trying to figure out the wall.
No scientific anything of what you're saying.
What do you mean? Can you contain gas pressure? That's a natural thing. You could test this. You cannot have gas pressure without a container. That is
the container is gravity in the.
Are you denying natural law?
Sorry. Can you validate? Can you scientifically validate gravity?
You know what? I should ask Newton because he hasn't done a good job. I guess.
Oh my god!
He was superseded by Einstein.
You're 105 years out of your pseudoscience, bro. Because Newton got replaced by Einstein's theory of general relativity.
I should ask Einstein.
We already went through this. I think he's about to a lot.
Can I ask him a question?
Well, just real quick though, the reason I brought up the speeds of the Earth, if you look those up, you have to consider that we're flying at millions of miles per hour.
No, we're
different
not.
Directions. Yeah, it adds up to millions of miles per hour because they say that galaxy is swirling at millions of miles per hour.
No, we're not.
Yeah, but we don't feel that.
Right, and exactly. Well, first of all, that's one thing to consider. Think about the atmosphere. Think about the atmosphere containing itself. Containing itself.
Objection.
Nobody proved we're moving in any medium.
I'm saying what they say. What they say is we're moving in all these different directions.
I'm trolling you, dude.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, what their theory is, you have to consider what they're telling you. We're going 67,000 miles per hour around a sun that's 93 million miles away, hurling through space, and then the sun's going 500,000 miles per hour. And you think the atmosphere's
a million times bigger than us.
And it's in the vacuum, right?
Assumption.
Our atmosphere is just magically being contained this whole time as it's zipping through the space.
Can I just really quickly
when you say something has to be bigger, then it's unfalsifiable. You can't test this, right?
What? When I say something,
well, if I could just really quickly address what what you said about the gas pressure thing. You replied with atmosphere and gravity, basically, right? So if I have a simple question: if you're standing anywhere on the surface of Earth, what direction is gravity relative to you?
Relative to me is going down towards the sun.
What direction would it would be acting downward? Okay, so gas moves in all directions. How can you then say it's affected by gravity?
Listen, typed in Google, what keeps the gases on Earth? Literally the first thing.
Yeah, it's a cool story. Wow. So the story is that gravity keeps the gases on Earth. That implies that gravity acts on the gases, right?
Yes.
So how can you demonstrate that? How can you demonstrate that something that moves inherently in all directions is actually being pulled in one direction?
Yeah, I mean,
that literally goes against everything you can demonstrate.
They're telling you gravity. We could switch that for unicorns. What keeps the gases on Earth? Unicorns.
If Google gives you the wrong answer, do you want to know, or would you rather just assume Google is giving you the right answer?
Well, I'd rather assume these thousands of articles would give me the right answer, but I mean,
that sounds like teenage
thousands of articles.
I mean,
what about all the thousands of manuals that we just showed you? All the manuals say it's flat. So
hold on. So if I tell you, let me get to this part where you can understand. If I tell you unicorns are what keeps the gases in, will you take my word for it?
No, I will not take your word for anything.
Right. you would want to verify this, right? So why are you taking their word for it? That gravity takes their thing without any verification.
I'm not taking their word. I'm taking literally hundreds of thousands of scientists throughout I don't know how many years saying gravity.
Any validation. Can you give me any validation? This is the thing, though. You're accepting the story. Hold on. You're accepting the story. Now, can you verify the story?
Yes. Probably.
Who are these scientists?
I sure believe
Name
so.
the scientists.
How can you verify
Name
the
the
story?
scientists.
I don't want to go into I don't want to follow him in whatever direction he wants to go. I want him to actually validate what he's saying.
I need you to validate we are enclosed in a physical. I don't know if physical is the word.
We have gas pressure.
Container.
We have gas pressure.
I know you to tell me who climbed the ladder
antecedent
50,000 feet to put that wall there.
To have gas pressure in the first place, you require a container.
Exactly.
And he read the definition. It says walls.
Walls.
In the definition of gas pressure.
Walls. Okay. Now walls. Where are the walls? How does no one see these walls? How do planes not see these walls? How has no one flown to the walls?
How do you know that?
Spiral is insane, Ender. Come on.
I mean, you guys are just making no sense. There's a wall and no one's seeing the wall.
You're making no sense. Hey, hold
Okay.
Frustrated.
Listen, we only travel on approved routes that have been the same routes forever. Nobody goes outside of them routes. They tell you be a pizza driver rather than an explorer. Be a delivery man because we found everything there is to find and there's no need to explore. So nobody explores. So and you're asking us why nobody explores to find these places that are
Why don't
outside.
you buy a plane and go try?
That are outside. I do own a train, guys. So outside the normal and okay routes of travel. So you're not free to go wherever you want to go. I'll cover the next one. You're not free to go wherever you want to go on Earth. You need to get a travel plan, get it ready, and then get it okayed by the Port Authority, whether it's by boat or air. You're not free to just go wherever you please. You can't travel from state to state or country to country. You can travel state to state, but not country to country without permission, without verification and certification. Unless, of course, you're a First Nations person, then you go to Canada or Michigan. But right now, you can't go state to state. You got your COVID card. So travel is restricted. Travel is restricted, and you act like we're free to go wherever the hell we please on Earth. It's just not true.
I'm not restricted. I can go anywhere right now. I have a COVID card. So I don't know if
Just to make
that's
sure.
True.
Anywhere. Define anywhere. Can you cross the border into another country without permission?
I mean, I don't need permission to walk down. the
No,
border
so
with
you're
my
not free to be. You're not free to go anywhere.
I don't even think this kid is old
I
enough.
disagreed with you. What do you mean? I just said no. I don't need permission to walk across the border.
I don't even think this kid is old enough to opunate a car. Okay, Ender, we've
Well, listen,
I have a nice car, thank you.
You can sneak in the country, but you'll be returned. There's punishment for that. That's the
Yes,
point.
guy.
Ender, we've appreciated you having a civil conversation with us. I do feel like now, though, you're starting to get a little in cognitive dissonance. You're starting to just kind of say
No
some
longer productive.
silly
The thing is that
responses.
happens.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
you're saying
what
silly
city
things.
responses?
Everything that you have brought up, we have
Ender's been
given
here
you
before.
definitions. We've given you NASA documents. We've given you videos. We've given you the Earth curve calculator. Just don't be so hostile, okay? That's
You guys
all
are just saying I'm immediately disproving stuff, and that's
No,
just
but
not
you're
true.
just
No,
whack-a-mole
nobody
and
said
things.
we're
You're
saying
whack-a-mole and
consider this, but you don't consider it. You just hand wave it. But
Yes,
you were
just
here
let it
before,
sink
and you repeated the same premises over and over again over the last hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah.
You're just repeating what you said the first few times.
Okay, explain this to me so I can at least go to bed with some knowledge in my
See,
head.
you can't even address what people say. You move on to your next rambling. You speak babble, and that's annoying.
I'm just searching for answers, and I thought you might have them.
I
that's
want to
all.
make sure.
No, that's just your appeal to somebody's emotions, and my
given
emotions
you
are done.
Real quick, can I just have Ender look at that picture I just posted in the live stream?
Now,
just that one picture. Can you look at that?
I know you guys. You just want to let him obfuscate, and I was trying not to. I was trying to get an answer.
Who's talking? I don't know who's talking.
This is New Perspective. I was just asking him to look. as far as the ISS goes, just to make a point about the ISS stuff, because you were trying to like justify some of the things we were showing with the harnesses and all that. And just look at the toilet. Look at that toilet, right? You see the toilet? She's holding it up. Okay, now 340 days is the longest anyone stayed on the ISS, according to them, right? Their claim. Can you imagine hovering over that 2-inch pipe hole there to shit? And if you should watch this, I'll put the link for the tour of the bathroom. She's totally gaslighting you the whole time. It's hilarious, dude. Speaking of diarrhea in your face, I mean, they're like, she's like, it gets really messy in here. There's some white puffs, you know. I mean, can you imagine? There's not even a seat. There's no seat. You have to hover over that pipe hole every single time you go, and there's no gravity. And the poop would be flying all over the place because supposedly there's no gravity. Can you imagine having explosive diarrhea in that bathroom for 340 days?
That's what I said.
And all they eat is liquid food. All they eat is liquid food.
I mean,
Bravo, bro.
Okay, think about it, right? You gave me the, I don't know if it's you, but someone gave me the gas analogy of opening a gas canister or whatever. And
I'll get you diarrhea in your face, bro.
Look at that. What do you think? Does
Can
that
you,
make sense?
can you let him
The toilet.
speak? 2 seconds. Let him speak.
Toilet.
I'm just saying, okay, think about it, right? Now, listen, you go to the bathroom on that thing, is it not pushing it down?
There's no gravity.
Doesn't matter, you're pushing it.
Suck it.
You don't need gravity. You can push something, and it'll go that direction. There's no forces on it.
Right, so you're saying it would be okay to hover, no seat whatsoever. Hover over
You
that.
can sit.
and
You can sit.
all of your poop in there, and hold the cone in front of you to pee in. It's ridiculous. Just watch the tour.
I'm just saying, you can sit on top of
You
it,
think
poop, and go
that
down.
would be
It'll go
comfortable
down.
for a year's time. You would be you just be kidding.
No,
yourself. You can't.
why would I live on this thing for a year's time? Nothing
Well, that's
about
what
that
they
is
say
fun.
that people do. Right, it'd be ridiculous. And why wouldn't they give him a seat?
It has an airflow system.
I think what he was alluding towards was something
Actually
called,
makes coffee too.
Yes. Thank you for saying that.
They recycle.
Have you guys heard of something called force equals mass times acceleration? Or one of the, for example, Newtonian laws that an object remains like for every action, for every action is an up and equal reaction, right? So if you're pooping, if you're pooping in space, right, you're creating a force causing poop to move towards a certain direction. Because, for example, there's like a gravity and air friction, right? The object is going to maintain its path. So you can literally just poop in a certain direction. Now people
doesn't need to be gravity for it to go down.
This is such a joke.
And mass is defined as the ability to resist force.
How are you going to justify when the astronaut Don Pettit says that they take astronaut shit and turn it into coffee? Are you going to justify that?
I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
Oh,
I'm just saying, it's a simple thing. If you poop down, it goes down. Like, you don't need gravity.
The liquid diet and the shits, the runs. Did you miss that part? You can't shit solid when you're living on liquids.
And the astronauts
Yeah,
literally
you can. I mean, obviously, you
No,
can.
you can't.
Yes, you can.
You can,
physically
obviously.
impossible. Are you this moronic in real life, or are you working at it right now?
So you're saying you can't poop solid if you're on like a liquid diet of some sort? Is that what you're
Have
saying?
you ever been on a liquid diet, son?
Have you tested this claim before?
Yes, I have.
Yes, I have.
I was on a liquid diet for a month before I had the surgery. You don't shit solid on liquid diet, son.
Yeah, have you changed a newborn baby's diaper?
I had diarrhea before you were born.
Just watch the
That was
tour.
long ago.
You will realize that she's a duper's delight all over
Nothing,
the place.
nothing bad.
When
It
you watch,
was a joke.
when you watch the tour, dude, you're gonna laugh your
Well,
ass
you're
off.
getting close,
Don't.
bro. You know what's up.
Listen, hey, you have your fun. I had mine. Okay, it
The
was just
same
one.
results you got last time. You know what's up.
I mean, I'm still reeling for the fact that you said like you can't have a solid shit from like a liquid diet. I mean,
you cannot.
You can't. A newborn baby diaper. Hello, newborn babies only
But have
drink
you-
breast milk.
Yeah,
I know. Are you a parent?
What the fuck are you talking
Are you a
about?
parent?
I mean, have you ever seen a baby's like poop? I mean, it's kind of slurry.
Yes, I fucking had 3 kids. Yes, I had
It's
seen
kind of
baby
slushy, right? It's
shit.
kind of like
It-
it's not exactly
mush.
exactly like water.
It's fucking
Literally
mush.
liquid. It's literally liquid.
I know. What the hell is this dude talking about? And when you start to feed them solids, then they begin to poop solids, and they get that constipation poop that doesn't wipe off, it smears. And as a parent, the first time you're like, oh my god, this shit doesn't do nothing but smear.
The funny part about it is they made the toilet look like that to laugh at you for believing it.
Yeah, idiots like this, hell yeah. They think you can poop solid from a liquid.
Wait,
isn't that toilet like $30 million?
To hover over it.
That's called flushing.
And hold
liquid diets is a flush.
Hilarious.
Hey,
Wait,
you know
are you
what?
saying they're on liquid diets?
I'm no medical expert here, but like, I never knew that you can't have a solid shit.
Liquid diet is a flush. You're flushing your system with liquids.
No, but I thought you're kidding. You basically, when you drink, for example, a liquid diet, yeah, you urinate it out. And if you can't, for example, if you start shitting diarrhea,
shit water too.
You pee out your butt, basically.
if you're shitting diarrhea, it's obviously due to some kind of irritation, or because your body can't absorb it.
No. Well, your bowels are irritated because you're on a liquid diet. Yeah.
So if you don't have anything solid, and you can't, it doesn't digest, how are you going to transfer it to your butt? Like, just think about it. Any reason.
No.
Logic, anything.
No, protein shake, I don't know about that. I don't know if that...
No, even a protein shake, nothing. No,
Really?
You don't get poop from protein shakes.
Wait, you kind of do, because like this way.
Kind of do, bro. I've even done that. I used to be a bodybuilder. I went on a flush with just protein shakes. You don't get medical protein shits from a protein shake.
Oh god, that's disgusting.
Anyways, the Earth is level, contained, motionless.
Here's a great
dynamic system.
Meatball posted.
So I want to know this here, like, how come, like, here's like, let's say, what's the point of NASA? Like, I'm trying to extort money from the government or something.
Well, the government...
NASA, Disney, and Hollywood work in the same field.
Government. It's their side project. They have like really awesome orgies or something.
Sure.
How many people are into this conspiracy? Thousands?
Millions of people have figured this out. That's the only reason we're here. Nobody wants to think it's true. None of us wanted to think it's true.
I want my cut of the 18 billion.
I generally would love
anybody
the idea
new
of that.
here, if we were to convince you, we wouldn't respect you because you have to find out for yourself. It's something you realize, not something you're convinced of.
I mean, to be honest, like, when did you start like realizing it was fake?
You have to look into all the videos and just see that it's impossible.
My first realization wasn't fake. I don't look at anything that's fake. I want to know if I can test it, repeat it, or verify it. If it's unverifiable, then it's just not scientific. So when you start to critique science like that, you find 90% of the science on globe Earth is unverifiable, untestable, unrepeatable, unfalsifiable. Therefore, it's not science. It's just
often the
storytelling.
Often the case it's not really testable because it's very expensive to test. They got a
bunch of reasons and excuses why, but nobody cares about the excuses why it's not tested. Scientific theories are backed by experimentation. If your theory isn't backed by experimentation, it's just a colloquial definition of the theory and therefore a fairy tale.
Can I go back to the toilet one? I don't know who's talking about it. Was it you?
If you got a shit, man, go wherever you gotta go, man.
Go back to the toilet. We were way here.
So
watch the tour. Watch the tour and laugh your ass off, dude.
I want to know where you get fiber from the shit solid from a liquid diet. Can you give me that one?
Astronauts are not on liquid diets, right? Why is this liquid diet thing?
Everything's in tubes.
There's no fiber.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter, dude. Even if it was a solid poop, that toilet's ridiculous. You have to admit that.
I mean, yeah, but are you trying to like prove something other than it's just stupid? Like
I didn't say anything about it. I'm just saying. I'm saying, do you think
at this point I'm just ridiculing
you want to be on there 300 days, pooping on that thing, hovering over it,
and
holding a phone in front of you to pee?
There's a signal and there's air pressure. So I mean,
I've actually been to a country.
Yeah, and to have air pressure, you need a container.
Dude, they're in the fucking ISS. What do you mean?
Yeah, and here on Earth we have gas pressure.
Yeah, you have an atmosphere.
And to have gas pressure in the first place, you require a container.
Just watch the tour, dude. Watch the tour. She's like, and we have wipes in here because it does get a little messy. You know, she's like,
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question regarding gas pressure stuff?
What if the answer is no?
Go ahead, Dream.
Like, for example, if you're in a container, right? Wouldn't the gas pressure be like uniformly distributed,
No,
right?
no. You would expect in a dynamic system like the Earth, you would expect gradients, right? You ever heard of a bottle garden?
Bottle garden? No, I haven't heard. Can you explain?
Okay, so people have bottle gardens for 20, 30 years, right? Where they have a big bottle, and there's a garden in it, and it just thrives, right?
Oh.
It's closed off from the outside. Yeah. So the Earth is a dynamic system. The surface of the Earth generates the gas, the trees, the oceans. It generates the gas. The sun excites the gas. It moves up and it cools off. It flows down again. So, but you need this container to get the pressure in the first place, because they claim the globe, right? The globe is inside of infinite vacuum, ever expanding, right? It's next to a low pressure system, a vacuum. It would dissipate, right? Gas, the physics of gas, it will always fill the void. It will always fill the available volume.
Well, like, have you taken into consideration gravity and its effects on gases?
Oh, Dream, I've tried, buddy. Good luck.
Gravity doesn't affect gas. Where do we see this? Can you demonstrate this?
There's like, I remember watching this video of like this gas that was heavier than air.
Yes.
Like, to the point where you could, like, for example, load
I know.
an aluminium tub on it.
So where's the gas put into?
What do you mean? What's the gas put on? Basically, the gas itself, right? It wasn't like, for example,
That's
like
density, not gravity.
Yeah, basically, like so density.
No gravity required.
So no. Here's like, if something is denser, right? Obviously, it sinks to the bottom, right?
Yes.
And something that has less density, right?
Well, it depends on buoyancy.
Yeah, but my point here is
the destroyer is a lot heavier than the water underneath it, but it's buoyant. Displacement.
My question here is this here, like, you have two different gases, right? That you have two different density. The one's light and the other one, and that one floats to the bottom. But what force pushes the heavy one to the bottom? Is it gravity? Or
no, it's density, right? It's less dense.
Yeah, but what's
denser?
It's called displacement. You're under the ideal that you need a force.
Why do you need a force?
Because you think gravity causes weight, and weight causes the separation of different density materials. Yeah. But you see, nobody demonstrated that weight is caused by gravity. Where's the cause and effect experimentation that proved gravity causes weight? You can't even prove gravity, but you take all these assertions that are circle jerks. You say gravity causes all this stuff. You never proven gravity, and then you say the stuff you say it causes proves gravity. You can't do it. Prove gravity.
I'm asking you to explain the phenomenon of like where denser atoms.
That's because you think you have an answer, but your answer is undemonstrable.
I'm asking the question. What do you think causes that?
Listen, you're comparing it to gravity and the fact you think you have an answer. How about we don't know what causes it? How about that?
So you don't know. I mean, that would literally.
No, we're not the one. You don't know either. What's gravity? I don't know. You can't prove it.
I mean, saying you don't know something, like, I mean, it's a really.
I'm just saying you don't know gravity either. You believe you do. It's a belief. You can't prove it.
I mean,
you can't show a cause and effect relationship.
I mean, for example, if I look at the field of physics, right, and I look at Newtonian physics, all right, we were able to, for example.
We're not under Newtonian physics. We're under relativity.
Yes, it's Einsteinian. We've moved on. So let's move on.
I was saying, like, Newtonian physics, like, determines, for example.
We're under Einsteinian.
None of that shit in Newtonian physics is demonstrable. None of relativity is demonstrable. That's why they're still trying to prove relativity is true. And nobody's trying to prove Newtonian physics are true anymore. Because we're under relative physics.
Okay, can you explain to me what do you mean by, like, we're under? I'm actually confused. Like, what do you mean by we're under relative physics instead of Newtonian?
The warping of space-time and time dilation, gravity being an effect, not a cause, gravity not being a force, Newtonian gravity is a force of attraction between two particles or masses. It's not true no more.
But
not by your science or your theoretical science.
No, I mean, like, if I was under the assumption that, you know, relativity is basically comes into effect when you look at, for example, quantum physics, you know, like that kind of stuff. But like Newtonian physics is all about
theoretical. You can't demonstrate any of that either.
Yeah, both.
You're trying to reify everything. You're taking all these premises. Excuse me.
No,
you're taking all these premises based on the initial statement: gravity. Gravity does this. Then you build all these stories on top of it. Now you're going to the stories that have been built on top of an unproven present, an unproven premise, and you're trying to prove the premise with the unproven theories based on the unproven premise.
Hey,
it's
I'm not trying to prove everything. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just like expand my horizon and try to understand.
Well, I know. I'm saying you don't know what gravity is. Modern science doesn't know what. We haven't established a cause and effect relationship, and you're asking us to do something you can't do. We're perfectly.
You're right. I can't.
If it's not empirical, we don't accept it. You want speculation, but we don't speculate.
I mean, you're right. I can't prove what gravity is, but like, for example, I can't tell you that. For example, if you were to drop two items from a
that's a rate of fall. You can't tell me why it happens. We all observe the same shit. I'm not trying to tell you why it happens.
No, you're right. You're right. Nobody knows why we have like this phenomenon where things.
Yeah, you drop shit. You build an entire story on it, and you try to use the story to prove the why. Things drop.
What did I say? Tell me. What was the lie?
Well, you went from physics. Lie? Who said you lied?
No, I mean, like, I don't get it.
I was very specific about in what instance you're using it.
I'm confused. Did I say something that was wrong?
Gravity to physics. Physics is based on the theory of gravity and observation. You try to use physics to prove gravity, but nobody proved gravity, so they stem from gravity.
I'm confused.
Not applied science.
What did I say that was wrong?
I was specific about it twice.
Like, yeah, I mean, I don't really catch that.
Physics says this. Is that based on the original premise of attraction or warping of space-time? Yes. Nobody proved that, and the premise based on that isn't proving that. It's circular reasoning. It's reification. It's fallacious. It's like I say the land is this and this is why. I make a map of the land and I say the map proves my premise on the why. When I didn't demonstrate shit.
Yeah. So, Dream, are you conceding? Right? You already told us I cannot prove gravity. I cannot validate bendy space-time. So, I don't know why you're still claiming bendy space-time whilst you are not able to validate it.
I didn't claim anything to do with. I didn't say anything regarding general relativity. I was asking why we live under general relativity rather than Newtonian physics.
Because that's the consensus, right? They couldn't explain that this is they couldn't validate mass attracting mass, and it didn't conform to some things they thought they saw when they looked with a telescope, right? So they made general relativity and special relativity to explain away what they saw, right? But it is only in the maths. Nobody has ever manipulated space-time to validate that this is real.
If we could, for example, manipulate space-time, we could probably move faster than the speed of light. But like,
if it's a hypothetical, nobody has ever done this. Why would you? Okay,
so like, you know, for example, I 100% agree with you. Nobody really 100% can like has it like. A theory that explains what gravity is. Some people say it's like a particle. So some people say there's a particle called the graviton, which is responsible for gravity, but nobody's really like seen this particle or evidence for it.
We do. Listen, it's called relative density, right? When I manipulate the medium around the object, its behavior will
change, right? When I have a beach ball and I throw it up in the air, it will fall down because it's denser than the air. But when I take it down a pool and I drop it, right, it shoots up because the water is denser than the beach ball. I've now manipulated by the scientific method the medium, and I proved that the medium was the cause of the behavior of the object.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I agree with you. Denser things tend to float to the bottom quicker than things that are, for example, like it's like when you see separation of liquids. Different liquids have different densities.
Right. So where's gravity? When I manipulate the medium?
I mean,
it's a story, bro. They made it up to make you believe you're on a ball, because space-time makes stuff turns into balls, right? And the necessary antecedent for a ball is curvature, conforming to a radius of 3959 miles, 8 inches per mile squared, or 8 centimeters per kilometer squared. So where is this ball you say we are living in? Because if it is not a ball, then there is also not a gravity with bendy space-time, they tell you. It's that easy.
All right. I mean, to be honest, like, I can't really answer your question because I don't really fully understood it, like, because you're saying so many terms that kind of my mind's went blank for a second.
That's not a problem.
Can you simplify it for me? Like,
well, okay, so they tell us we live on a ball, right? On a spinning water ball, hurling through space with speeds that you cannot imagine, right? The Earth is spinning on its axis with 1,000 miles per hour. It is orbiting the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour. The sun is flying through our galaxy with 500,000 miles per hour, and our galaxy is moving around the Great Attractor with 1.2 million miles per hour.
Right.
Okay, so for it to be a ball in the first place, there has to be curvature, drop over distance. So wherever we go and we try to measure the surface of the Earth, there is no curvature. Right, when we go to large,
you make good points. Like when you, for example, you'll say, well, if you're living on a globe, you have to see some effects of like curvature.
Yes.
Well, yeah, we 100%. I get on that. But like, here's the thing, I've always thought about this. Yeah, like, for example, if you're on a flat Earth model, right, and you see the sun is rotating, right, here's the thing. Wouldn't you see the effects of the sun, for example, like an object is moving away from you, and as it moves away from you, wouldn't it get smaller and smaller?
We have such observations, yes, of the sun shrinking. So,
it's not. So that's how it works. Okay, but let's say this year, like if you're on a flat Earth model, right, and the sun is approaching you, right? Let's say you're watching the sun approach you, right? It shouldn't. For example, like. Depending on your height, right, the relative height you are, even if you're on the ground level or if you're like 100 meters above the ground, right, the time in which the light hits you, would it be any different? Like difference between like, would the sun? Would you see the sun observe? Like, would you observe the sun quicker depending on your relative?
No, what you're doing here is what we observe in reality is what we observe, right? Every human being on this flat level, non-rotating plane has only seen the sun, the moon, and the stars move. Am I correct? Right?
Shall I actually just? Oh wait, I was trying to like share screen share, but I was gonna paint like, for example, like a tower, right? And on this tower, there's one person at the top, and there's one person at the bottom. Now, if the sun is coming in from, let's say, the left, right, and we assume, like I'm not sure if on a flat Earth model, you guys see the sun is always in relatively the same position in height, basically, right?
Well, no, we don't know. How would you know, right? How would you measure the distance to the sun?
No, I mean, it's not. It's like, would you? The sun obviously is not going to be close to the floor, ground level, right? But does that
Well,
change?
that's something you don't know, right? It's not on the floor, but you don't know the distance to the sun, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it could move up or down. I don't know. Could be.
I mean, like, it's going to be higher than you could ever, for example, reach, right?
Obviously, right? Yeah, obviously.
So, like, for example, you're watching somebody at the tower, at the top of the tower, and somebody at the bottom of the tower, right? Now the sun is coming in. Who would see the light approaching first? Would they see the light approaching at the same time, or would they have different times?
When you're this has to do with optics, right? When you're closer to the ground, the angle of your viewing is smaller, right? So the floor is closer to your eyes, so the angle is smaller, so your eyes aren't able to make up that much. But when you go higher, your eyes are further from the floor, so the angle is wider, so your eyes can make up more.
Mm-hmm. Now
this is how optics work.
Okay, now let's replace the sun with a plane, right? Like an airplane.
Yes.
Would you see the airplane first on the ground or atop of the tower?
I would say that you wouldn't see the airplane at all because it would be too small for you to see, right? An airplane flies at 10 kilometers, and when it's pretty far away, you wouldn't be able to see it anymore, right? The same as you can't see a fly at 1 mile away. It's too small for you to see.
I mean, like, so basically, no. Your answer. Sorry, I'm confused. Your answer is that it's too small for your eyes, or the ground level somehow affects your eyes.
It's multifaceted, right? So we have angular resolution, angular size reduction of the object. Shit shrinks when it moves away from you, right? So it gets smaller. It's not actually getting smaller, but it appears to get smaller.
You're right.
Okay, when it's when it's too small, your eyes aren't able to make up the image anymore, right? So when it's too far away, you wouldn't able to see it anymore. It's also about angular, the angular resolution from the floor and your eye. We have a whole channel, right? I can post it in the live stream.
Oh, by the way, I also was going to ask you this question, right? Since you said we're in a container, right? Is it this? Would light reflect off the container?
Yeah, that's why we see. Well, this is speculation, but I think we see rainbows, double rainbows, sun dogs, halos because of this container we were in.
No, but don't you only see rainbows, for example, when it's like raining and the sun is hitting it through the water droplets?
Yeah, but it is a curved image, right? It's a curved image, and you have halos around the moon and the sun dogs.
Oh, you mean that like phenomenon where you see like halos and that? I mean, I don't know. I can't really explain why it's in that shape. I'm not really sure why.
Yeah. Right, but the point, what we are doing now is speculating what is in the sky, right? You and I will never ever go there, Dream. You will never go to the moon or to the sun and actually test what it is, right? So all we ever see are lights in the sky moving over our heads. The only thing you and I, and every human being on this plane can test is the surface of the Earth. And when we go out to
what's stopping us from, like, let's say, flying to this container, like the edge of the container?
Money.
What's stopping us?
And permission. So we have so the sky is being watched and is controlled, right? You need permissions to even fly a drone these days. Right.
Yeah.
So you have if you have a drone that's bigger than a certain weight or size, you have to have a pilot license these days. You can't fly high with a drone. If you want to build a quote unquote rocket, you need permissions to launch. You need money. You need a whole crew, right? So,
I mean, I hope random people wouldn't launch a rocket.
Sorry, there was a guy who was trying to launch a rocket, wasn't it?
Yeah, he died.
Yeah, he died. Yeah, he died.
Yeah, so that was Mad Mike. Let me help you. Let me help you out, right? Because you read a hit piece about some guy that claimed to be a flat earther. He wasn't. He was a stunt man. He was a stunt man and not a flat earther. Some guy paid. Listen, Ender, because you try and make a smart ass remark. He was not a flat earther. Okay. Some people bought some spots on his quote unquote rocket research flat earth. He wasn't a flat earther. Then he did some stupid things, and it was painted on the flat earth community, because look at these stupid flat earthers try and find the dome, right? Ridiculous. It's how many Globers did ridiculous stuff, died, and then people went out and wrote an article. Look at this globe believer, tried to prove the globe and died, right? Nobody. So it has to be always painted in a hit piece. He wasn't a flat earther.
No, I mean, I was
Anyway.
looking up, you know, I'm surprised that you really need permission to fly a rocket. Especially if you're in America, you need to from like the FAA, which is like regulates.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they made the sky forbidden. They made the sea forbidden.
Exactly. But you can't do it as long as you have like permission.
Well,
because like I think because like they need to monitor the airspace for like enemy things. Like example, if a country launch a rocket, you know, they want to be able to see, oh wow, something entered our airspace, you know.
Right. So again, it doesn't even matter why they have these regulations. There are regulations, right? And then people come to us, well, why don't you go to Antarctica? Yeah, there's an Antarctic treaty, the longest running treaty that's ever been signed by, it's now 70 countries on top of my head, which doesn't allow free travel to Antarctica, right? You need permissions, you need money, you need a crew, you need a boat, you need fuel, you need supplies. So before you even get there, you're probably paying a couple of millions of dollars before you even got there, right? And then you have
you can't just fly there commercially?
No.
I'm not saying like get on American Airlines. I'm saying
no. It's not. It's so there are a few boat trips you can get, or a few plane trips, right? But these are tourist things. They take you to a ceremonial pole. You pay like $10,000 or $5,000 to $10,000. They take you to Deception Island. They take you to a ceremonial pole, and then you go back.
Oh, speaking of Antarctica, I want to ask you a question, right? You know, there's a weird effect where like there's like times where there's 6 months of the year it's in darkness, and 6 months of the year it's in like constant light, right? Like there's a weird effect where you see the sun, you know, the sun never sets below the horizon, but progressively over time, it goes slowly dip below the horizon. You won't see it for like months at a time, resulting like months of darkness in the Antarctic. I don't know how that would happen like in a flat Earth model.
Well, there's no flat Earth model, right? We are looking at reality, and we see that in the north we have days with no sun, days with sun, but in the south there's a different thing, right? There is no 24/7 sun in the south, and the footage that we get is being tampered with.
Isn't there 24 hours of sun in Antarctica?
No.
There isn't.
How do you know
this?
Provide
Because I can provide you a few videos where you can clearly see it's been doctored. So if you have,
you can say it's doctored, but how do you know if you haven't verified for yourself?
Okay, let's watch it, right?
I mean, I wouldn't. I think on the internet you can like fake anything, but like I think the only
but this is being given out as true, right? They say, well, look at this. This is the proof that there's 24 hours sun in Antarctica. But when you look at it, it's doctored.
Yeah, but like at the end of the day, like it happens in the North Pole, right? Isn't it? You get 6 months of darkness, 6 months of light, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, how come that happens there?
I'm just
look with the South Pole. I've seen like write-ups from people who've been there, and I believe they've been to the islands before the South Wall. But yeah, there's definitely the 6 months darkness there, which makes sense when the sun is close to the North Pole. Yeah. But yeah, it's hard to get some verifying video because, like what you were saying, there's obviously doctored stuff. But this was
I'm saying like how does the sun like cause 6 months of darkness, 6 months of light in the North Pole? Like, how does that even work?
Well, that would be opposite, like because it's close to the south. If it's close to the south, but there would be. Are you saying there is 6 months darkness in the North Pole?
Yeah, 6 months darkness,
okay.
6 months.
Yeah, there you go. Because it would be close to the south. So the sun would be going around the south and far away from the north, given that the 6 months darkness. And thanks for verifying that because I've been searching for a while. And then when the sun's close to the North Pole, that'd be the 6 months sun. So it makes perfect
like basically the sun expands it like rotation, right?
It's not expanding, like, just it's like
I mean, if you're like, for example, if you think the North Pole's in the center of like the flat Earth, right? Obviously, if it's causing 6 months of light, it's obviously like rotating closer to the center. But then as the it moves from summer to winter, right? The rotation of the sun expands and it moves closer to the wall, the Antarctic wall, right?
Yep. And also, like the summer and winter is opposite on the hemispheres. So when you see on the flat Earth map, it makes perfect sense because of the position of the nations.
Well,
it's amazing.
There's an issue, right? As the sun expands its rotation ring, right? Wouldn't, for example, its trips around the map take longer? So wouldn't you look, for example, short days, longer days, you know?
As far as you'll see sunrise and sunset occur faster near the southern edges of the Earth.
Mm.
Yeah, they do like the short winter days and long summer days. So, yeah.
So a revolution still takes the same amount of time, which therefore would increase the speed of its trajectory at those outer edges. So yeah, I think it does that.
Is that what happens? Like, this is like as the ring expands, and that explains.
Actually, if you look up science, they say that the speed of the sun changes throughout the year. So it kind of goes along with what you're saying.
Sorry, you were very muddled. Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, I said if you look it up, man, you'll find that the sun does change speed. Even in the elliptical orbit, by their law, it changes speed. Kepler's law, speed in orbit can be constant due to elliptic. Can't go into a corner, bank in a corner at 10,000 miles an hour and not increase in speed. It's just all there is to it. Or decrease coming out, or increase coming out and decrease going in. It's the same as a car on a race car on a racetrack.
I think it's kind of like. Oh wait, have you guys heard that news where this one billionaire is planning to take like 7 people to space with him?
Yeah,
Which
Verizon still owes me money. Verizon still owes me money. I can't get my money back from the last asshole that pulled that scam.
I'm gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'll make a sacrifice and I'll apply for it. Yeah, I'll take a little camera with me.
Yeah.
Don't call me like FBI agent if I actually report back the sphere that the Earth is a sphere, right?
I'd take the chip. I'd pay to go, bro. The thing is that the people have collected money on this scam before, and nobody ever went nowhere. Shit, they're supposed to have an escalator to the moon. What?
This billionaire is actually planning to do.
Verizon, dude. I'm telling you, they sold tickets to space, man.
Yeah, because honestly,
they fucked everybody out their money.
It's dumb as fuck to so-called get people to pay for a ticket. You know what I mean? If you don't have the technology or you don't have the resource to provide that service, it's a dumb idea. You know what I mean? And it's most likely just a publicity stunt.
It's like asking for a PS5 pre-order money before they even show you what it looks like or any games for it.
Yeah, but I heard, for example, like this, you could pay like $11 million to actually visit the International Space Station. That's how much it's going to cost you. So you guys want to chip in $11 million?
Wish.
I'm willing to take the trip.
Hey, if you need to make it real quick, put all your money on MVIS and the stock market and get that quick.
Nah, I'm a Globie.
Don't assume all of us would have the money pool, have $1 million. Don't do that first.
I mean, to be honest, like, I'll be honest with you. I kind of think like, you're entitled to your opinion. You're not entitled to your beliefs. Like, I don't consider anything anything harmless. I think this is kind of really harmless. It's interesting to like be in this community. It's not like you guys are like actively harming anybody, you know, by having these beliefs.
We actually encourage people to research science and prove us wrong. So we're a good thing for science. Science that you can't question. Science that you can't question isn't science at all.
No, you're 100%. Like people, I meet a lot of idiots who treat science like a religion. It's not. It's just a method. You know, it's just a tool that we use to like.
It's not a group of people. It's not a consensus.
There is no church. There is no church of science. You know. There's no like priest standing on, you know, that kind of stuff. It's kind of dumb, like, but like, I really be honest. Like, people, you know, always appeal to authority because most people just, you know, they don't want to think for themselves. They just want to follow.
They're lazy
in the group.
Well, they're just lazy. They want to think they're smart because they agree with a smart person or what they believe to be a smart person. They don't even research to see if this person's who they say they are.
I'll say this. You guys got like a healthy. You guys got a good level of skepticism, at least. You know what I mean?
It could be a blinded by hate thing too. You know, the new ideas come through.
Do you guys ever like think, okay, well, there's a chance I might be wrong, or is it like, are you like 100%? I'll never be wrong.
No, I don't ever believe.
No, so you don't think there's any chance of you being wrong, like a margin of error.
No, that's not what I said.
Not at this stage.
I don't believe 100%. You can always be wrong. There is no 100%. We don't. Listen, everything changes with the growth of knowledge and the demonstration of new facts. So, what we think something is for 1,000 years, that'll change because our understanding of it will change.
Exactly.
Through application. And we know it's not theoretics that apply to applied sciences where we apply it, we manufacture things, we create things. That advances stuff when you theorize about how you make something better and then you try it. That's trial and error. And that advances things. But theoretics as far as where we live, that doesn't advance anything. Just gives you a new story, an ongoing, growing story, so you can feel like you fit in because you agree with the whole of something. So you feel like you're a part of the whole.
I'll agree with you this, yeah. Like, people do this thing where, like, if they just assume like everything about science says it's 100% truly factual truth. But the thing is, we can always be wrong. We can always like have a margin of error, and like as long as we admit that, there might be a chance that we're wrong. Like, there's no such thing as a 100% impossibility. You know,
at this stage, there's so much.
There is no 100%.
I think it's 100%. But anyway,
There is no 100% science or knowledge. That's my opinion.
I'm just like, you know.
Actually, yes,
What
there
do
is
you guys? What do you,
100% impossibility. There are impossible things. They exist.
what do you guys? What do you guys think of like the field of like immortality? What's your opinion? Like, what's your opinion on that?
Never happened.
Huh? Like people actually trying to like figure out okay how to make people live longer. You know?
Maybe live longer, but immortality never happened. It's that implies a perfect system, a perpetual system. It'll never happen.
No, not true. Life.
We have CRISPR right now, which is like gene. We can edit genes right now.
Do you think death is the end of life?
I don't. No.
I mean, I kind of think like nobody came back and said, you know, here's.
Well, that's because you move on.
Like
you have to have a physical body to be alive. That's the question. That's the ontological question.
Yeah. I mean, now we're getting into like metaphysics and what, you know.
Yeah.
No, not metaphysics, but you can get into scriptures, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We have
I'll be
answers.
honest with you, I don't believe in God. Like I don't believe in religion, that kind of stuff.
It doesn't matter if you believe or not. That is your choice, you know, and it is your own luggage, mental luggage.
What do you mean mental luggage?
Yeah.
I mean,
your education.
It's not
You don't believe in your own parents.
No. My parents were extremely religious, but I choose not. I just basically said I never believed in it.
And you don't believe your parents.
No. Obviously, if you think my parents, if you believe your parents are like the authority on what you should believe, then you haven't really
believe them or you don't believe them. You blah 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 blah.
No, what I was saying is basically, I know my parents, and I know they're human, and I know they can be wrong. I see, you know,
I didn't
everyone has
what they are. I ask you if you believe your parents or you don't.
You don't have to believe. You just don't have to have the same beliefs as
I mean, you have an age. By this age, you don't know your own parents. What the hell?
Listen, the kids
are you trying to take?
The children of this generation think they learn more in high school than we learned in college. Yeah. They also got told by our president to drag their parents to the future. Without experience, you guys believe you know more than us. But I get it. As a parent, I get it. Children, it's the conundrum of being human. We always think, as a child, we know more than everybody. But then as an adult, you realize you don't know much of shit.
No, I would argue it against. I'd say as a child, you kind of have like a period in life where you believe your parents are like the supreme authority on what is true in the world. But as you grow older, you start to realize they're human beings with their own flaws, and you realize, wow, maybe you can't be trusted for everything.
There's a period of teen years where you think you know it all too.
Yeah, no, teenagers. We reject our brain scans of teenagers. Like their brain is like in a state of flux.
I was a teenager.
I mean, obviously, when you're a teenager, I think, you know, personally, it's like the reason why teenagers act the way they do is because they're coming to deals with the shock that their parents aren't, you know, always right. You know, they're like, oh my god, if they were wrong about this, they can be wrong about anything.
Right.
You know how irrational
parents actually. It is rarely when parents are right or any man is right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it is rare occasion.
What I think is when the teenagers, they start to grow up and then they start to realize like that not everybody is right and they should believe off their own things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like that's why they go like full reverse course on like I can't trust anybody, therefore I can only like, you know, I can't trust. Everyone was wrong. I'm the only person who was right. So the only thing I can verify is the things I can, like, the only thing are true are the things I can verify by myself. So therefore, you know, they might appear as people who think they know it all, but in reality, they're still coming to terms with the shock and trauma of having this thin veil, you know, removed from.
Realizing life isn't what was presented to them.
Mhm.
A lot
I
of
mean, I
parents
can see that way. I see that way.
hide their children from truth and reality. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we should just be honest with children from the beginning, you know. But like, people have this kind of.
Well, yeah, that's how I feel. Some people say your daughter isn't mature enough for this conversation. You need to send her out the room, Mike, and I tell her she's just as mature as me or you because she's been a part of every conversation since she was born.
Kids are surprisingly kids are intelligent, actually very intelligent, and like, but they're also curious. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, like, I don't. As long as you explain things to them in a rational way.
Opinion, we should teach them how to use their brain. That's part of their.
How many times did you try that in your life?
Try what?
That what you explained it now 5 minutes now about
what, just being honest and like explaining things in an honest and open way.
No. That things that with kids, you know, what you said last sentence.
Oh, I said, like, for example, instead of lying to them about like creating a sense of false reality that's going to set them up for like traumatic experience later, why not just be like honest about the world? Because like we used to do that for centuries.
About the world, yes, but about everything, no.
No, you can't explain to them the birds and the bees like from like, young age, obviously.
No, I'm saying there are the moments you need to lie, something like that.
I would say not lie. I wouldn't say not lie.
That's not lie. Yeah. What I'm saying is not a lie. It's a like a covering something. It's better.
You mean omission? Like don't give them information they don't need to have.
No. But for example, I'm saying my daughter 7 years old, but I'm not pushing her in with the flat earth.
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, let them find out things for themselves and like see.
For example, even if I did that, I think that she will think that it's globe.
Yeah, it's because like peer pressure. You know, she go to school, tell them, "Oh, I believe in the flat Earth." And
no, man, not even school. I'm watching cartoons with her, and man, there is a globe. A lot. No. I'm telling you, there is a lot in every cartoon, and I'm watching like 1,000 of them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah.
Not in every, but in every character. Let's say Peppa Pig, whatever cartoon it is, it must be 1 or 2 or 3 shows where cartoons were showing, space and everything.
Hey, Sasha, what do you think about just like explaining both and stuff?
Yeah, but I think for 7 years old, she will be asked in the school, and that will be like pointed to us, to me, not to us.
Well, I mean, like if you showed her both and didn't like say it was either one, just kind of like explained it, then it would be just something she's fascinated with. Be pinned on.
If anything, you probably the curiosity you'll encourage in her probably make her a scientist in the future. You know.
For example, I am from Croatia, and we started to go to school at 7.
You started school at 7.
Yeah,
that's
7
crazy.
years old.
Over here, like most countries, I think it's like 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah.
Now it's like 5. But my daughter started with 4.5, 4 almost, and that is for me. That's like prison.
That's why they need all the globes and that's why they need all the cartoons and all the globes in the cartoons, so that they're already kind of pre-programmed before they go to school.
That's just like that's too much, right? That's too much saying like.
No, it's not. It's not too much.
I mean, like this, like listen, for example, if you're an organization that's trying to keep a secret, right? You do realize that the more people you add to that organization, the greater chance of the organization like secrets being divulged. You do realize that. So a conspiracy can only a conspiratorial.
No. It's innocently done. They want to push people. They call it like if they want to push children into a career path, like a STEM program, they're going to push everything that's part of the STEM program. Okay, so they're gonna get them intrigued with like beakers and goos and and making things explode and smoke and stuff. They're going to put this stuff in the cartoons, and they're going to put science and spaceships and rockets and dinosaurs, all this stuff into cartoons. So it's not like you're intentionally trying to lie to kids. They're trying to inspire them to go into these programs that feed these corporations.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea, to be honest. It's actually a good thing. It's like,
well, if it wasn't lies, then that would be a good thing, right?
I mean, think about it. Like, we need more engineers, scientists, people who are creative, inventors. Do we? Like, obviously, to improve our lives.
Do we?
I mean, would you thank the person who invented the car?
Man, I would.
Dude, the first car was invented like almost 200 years ago. So, I mean,
wouldn't you like thank that person?
What you want with the car now? What do you want more with the car?
What do you want more? I mean, they're running out of shit to do with cars.
You have everything in a car. You have fucking GPS. You have computer. You have music. You have. You can open the roof. You can do everything. But even car is computer now. A little computer. You don't. They have. They have even cars with. They make
people who know trades. We need craftsmen, artists, people who want to work the land. People want to get off their fucking ass.
You know what I want?
More of these people in front of screens.
I want my flying cars. I want my Back to the Future hoverboard.
Well, then make it.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Trying to make it.
But listen, man, listen. What happened 1 year ago?
What do you mean?
And do you know what people was buying 1 year ago? A lot, like incredibly a lot, more than anything. Do you know what was that?
What?
1 year.
Masks.
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper.
Say that again.
Toilet paper, man.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I was buying?
What?
Flour.
Flour. Why?
To have for the bread to eat.
Oh yeah, for the flour, the bread. I think you meant actual flowers.
Dude, you'd have so much flour you could wipe your ass with bread. You can't eat toilet paper.
Because you know how many leaves you have outside? How many leaves we have outside? Do you know how many water we have at home?
Why? What happened?
Do you know that we can wash ourselves?
Wait, is it because is it that bad over there, like in Croatia?
In Croatia? Man, that was in all world. Everybody was buying. I am in UK now. It was supermarket without the toilet paper, man. 1 year ago.
I didn't care about the toilet paper. I just used less.
Yeah, same. Honestly,
whatever.
Take a shit and shower. That's what you gotta do.
Why was toilet paper the thing people were buying? I still don't understand. I mean, these people actually don't buy the large pack or what?
You know what you should do? Get yourself a bidet. That'll change your life.
Look, all I'm saying is, shit before you take a shower, and then you're good to go.
That's exactly what I do. Every morning when I can, take a massive dump, hop in the shower. That's it, clean.
Hey, nature's remedy right there. There you go.
I mean, toilet paper's been around for like a century or two, maybe or two, right? Well, people just wipe their asses with water.
Other question: how car, whatever, laser, give me some modern technology. Will give you survivor after some big crisis. Do you know what you mean? Like people need. The first thing what people need. It's.
I mean, here's like, no, you're right. We're more in a precarious situation that we like to admit. Like example, our society is actually quite similar to the Bronze Age civilizations. You know that. You know what happened in Bronze Age civilizations? They went from they started trade. There was more of a globalized network of trade, right? Surprisingly, in the Bronze Age, right? And what happens is, over time, people started specializing. You got special artisans. Like technology became more complex during the Bronze Age. Like civilization was really complex during the Bronze Age, but then the Bronze Age collapse happened, and it was like centuries of regression. Until so. If our civilization,
I have a question for you because you know what's happening.
Yeah,
what's happening in 4,000 years ago?
What do you mean, like for the Bronze Age clocks?
No. I'm precisely saying what happened 4,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago, in the age of Egyptians, let's say.
I mean, I would, 2,000 years. So 4,000 years ago. Yeah, you're right. There's probably ancient Egyptians around, Chinese, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. What happened in that time?
People were just living their lives, building up civilization.
Which
farming.
technology they had?
Where did people live the Bronze Age? I mean, which continent?
No, I want to get him which technology they had in that time.
Yeah.
They probably didn't have that much technology. Like, it was maybe just farming tools. They were just like getting,
They didn't have technology like us. There was like a low technology.
Yeah, it was probably low technology. You're right.
I don't believe in that. I cannot believe in that, man.
What do you mean, like you can't believe it?
Low technology.
Like how they build all that things.
Oh, you mean the pyramids?
No, I don't mean only pyramids. I mean about all world architecture in that time, from I don't know, 12,000 years ago till let's say year 0.
Yeah, it's basically, even though we might have different technologies, whatever, we're more technologically sophisticated, we were still, people there back then were just as smart as we are today, So they could have done anything they wanted. They could achieve any goal they wanted.
And do you know what? Why
they couldn't be smarter?
They weren't smart, to be honest. But they weren't
smart. Okay, but then, do you know what sculpture is? Making a statue. Sculpture, yeah, to sculpt a statue. Do you
I have
know
no idea. I can't you're very low key. Speak
what
up.
is considered a good sculpture?
Oh yeah, sculptures. Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what is considered a good one?
Isn't that based on?
I mean, what you consider a good sculpture is all depending on your perspective on what good is.
No, symmetry.
Symmetry. You got a point.
Yeah, precision in symmetry.
Yeah.
How do you achieve that?
It depends on how talented you are.
Sorry?
Like, it depends on how talented you are. Like, some people can create sculptures that are really realistic. Some people can create.
Do you know that Europa, in USA, you are learning that Europa had a Paleolithic era before the beginning of the Stone Age. Paleolithic era.
Yeah, Paleolithic.
Yeah, you heard about it, yeah?
Yeah.
Prehistoric man and stuff like that, yeah. But in Europa, actually, in some countries, you find gold artifacts with high precision symmetry.
Yeah, but I think
silver coins, gold coins. They had the money system.
I think that's because
and they had buildings also. They had very complex, big cities from the Paleolithic times.
They're probably
how do you explain that mankind discovered the bronze, and that was 4,000 years ago, when the Paleolithic is like 8,000, 10,000 BC.
His thing, like, there are probably civilizations.
And they were working with metals. Mankind has always used metal.
No, there is. Look, here's the thing, like, there is a notable progression in the technological advancement when we look at, like, for example, dig sites and archaeological evidence, right? We see people progressing to more and more complicated, like, technology improving over time. But there was a period in, like, history where we did use bronze mainly. But if we knew that iron was better, we would have used iron, right?
I think it was scarce.
No, just because you don't find iron tools, ancient iron tools, that doesn't mean they didn't have them.
Yeah, but then here's the thing.
Iron has been always used, melted and remade.
But if you find nobody with their iron tools, how do you know?
Yeah, new usage.
If we, for example, I'll give you this. I'll make a concession. You might be right. There might have been a civilization we don't know about. That might have used iron tools, right? But then again, the norm for that society was to use bronze tools. That's why we call it the Bronze Age. You know, the invention of iron tools might have been earlier than we might know about.
The Bronze Age doesn't make any sense. You know,
no, the reason why we call it Bronze Age is because you know why? When you look at the archaeological evidence, majority of civilization.
Well, this archaeological evidence you say is actually the corrupt version of history, which is being pushed in the educational system.
Oh my God,
man! How you can prove it archaeology? Anything?
I mean, we're getting to the territory of saying, how can you prove history happened? Look at the evidence. If the evidence, if the evidence,
if you have a book, and something written, you can maybe prove it, but you cannot prove like that. Archaeology. Do you know that they don't know, man, that how old is Göbekli Tepe, how old is Stone Age?
The reason why we call it the Bronze Age. The reason why we call it the Bronze Age, because you know why? Civilizations their primary focus was around bronze. They were trading with each other to create the materials necessary to create bronze. The entire economies of those civilizations were dominated by bronze. You know, weapons were made from bronze.
You see, in Croatia, these guys from Croatia, they know that they have some ancient ruins in that country, and they are very famous, and they predate by many thousands of years these
it might have been
Bronze Age, and they were using metals and ceramics and
wait, which in Croatia, right?
in Croatia, and they were using also golden these forks and spoons and vases,
for example,
they were aristocrats.
Listen, if you want to, I think that all history, it's almost 90% of history. It's a fairy tale story, and because if you can watch documentaries about Egypt, for example, watch anyone, and you will see in that documentary that they are speaking too much about something that they could not know. For example, they are speaking about some pharaoh, what his wife was doing, how was the battle in that year, with whom they was fighting. That they cannot prove that, man. How they can prove that?
To be honest, I have no idea what the conversation was heading towards. But
written. Do you know that they have all stories what happened during that period? They could only say stories what was written on that. I don't know how you call it, hieroglyphic.
The thing is, when it comes to history about the brand at that time, we're only working with fractions, a fraction of what was really done, produced, and stuff like that. There are languages that we've lost, just civilizations we don't know about. History. The thing about this here is
but how we can write the history if we don't know?
No, here's the thing. Most writing, for example, there is a form of Greek right now that we can't, for example, read properly. You know what I mean? There is there was a 400-year period where in ancient Greece between the Mycenaean collapse and the rise of the ancient Egyptians, right? The rise of the ancient Greeks, where there's a 405, I don't know, a couple of 100 years period of darkness where nothing was written down, right?
Yeah.
And you see that kind of stuff everywhere. We have an incomplete picture when it comes to history, when it comes to that particular time. So I understand why you're so skeptical. You probably think to yourself like, yo.
No, I want to. My question again is how we arrived to that story about Egyptian.
It's because we have evidence of, for example, that thing.
No, we don't. We don't have, man.
Like, okay, what do we? Okay.
What are, for example, what are pyramids for you?
Pyramids are burial sites. You know, like.
Do you know that
they are not?
Do you know that they never ever find anybody in pyramid?
In pyramid,
There was
no dead.
No, they didn't.
Okay. Really? Okay. Didn't comment.
Really? Yes, I watched like 1,000 of documentaries. They didn't. And do you know what? Also, they are saying that a lot of people around pyramids was living good, you know.
Yes.
It was looked that people was not like where was living that all that slaves who was doing that.
There was burial equipment found in the pyramids. Mummies were found in some of them.
No.
You know, the pyramids. So there were bodies found inside the
pyramid. In which pyramid was found which pharaoh or mummy?
I mean, if you also go to, for example, you might think to yourself like, okay, well, the act of creating pyramids as tombs was unique to the Egyptians. It wasn't only unique to the Egyptians. I think in the Aksumite kingdom, which is far south, right? They also had like mini pyramids built for burial.
Yeah, and
the practice of using pyramids.
That means Aztecs, Mayas, Cambodians, Bosnians, pyramids. They didn't find bodies.
No. Here's the thing. If you listen to what I just said right now, I said to you, there is evidence of like in around that region of people using pyramids as burial tombs, right? If you look at the Aksumite kingdom, same thing was done. In Egypt, there were body found in pyramids. So one could basically conclude, okay, well,
where are you pulling this? Tell us a name or a name of a pyramid or of the name of a mummy which was pulled out from a pyramid. Tell us one. You keep saying, you keep saying that they found dead bodies in pyramids. But tell us one. Which one?
Hold on 2 seconds. I'm actually here. There's about 255 pyramid structures in Sudan which have served as tombs. So hold on. Let me find exactly which body. I think it was Tutankhamun. Was it? Wait, you might be right. I might be wrong about this. And they may not have found bodies, but they found sarcophagus. You know?
They found a box.
Yeah, boxes, something.
A stone box, which was what? Empty.
Yep.
Yeah, it could have been used for various things, I suppose.
Exactly.
Basically the reason. They're saying the reasoning
you could
for
make,
that.
you could make this cabbage in it. You know.
There's a thing we used to do back in the past, which is like painters. Like painters use this concept called blue, right? There was a kind of a pigment, right? Painters used to use back in like the 1800s, 1700s, and guess what? They got the materials to make that paint from mummies. Do you realize that? And think about this, yeah. Also, people have been looting the pyramids for like centuries. You know.
Well,
I think there's like holes in pyramids focus on stars.
The mystery of the pyramids, you will not find it because you're searching it in the wrong place.
Okay. What do you think the purpose of the pyramids are?
You need to have a greater understanding of Greek mythology and knowledge of the Greek mythology. I mean, it's not actually Greek mythology, it's ancient Greek writers. You need to dive into their mindset, thinking, and study these ancient languages. Greek and Latin. And if you're wise enough, then go to Proto-Latin, you know, and then you will find some tablets.
The pyramids weren't. The
Yeah.
pyramids were actually built by human hands, and you know why I think it's built. You know why I think it's built by human hands.
You cannot you cannot prove they were built by human hands.
What do you think they were built by? Get
No.
Giants with pulley systems.
No, I will post you now a picture from
Angels.
Lebanon. Can you watch?
Yeah.
Wait.
You know.
From Lebanon. It's not pyramid. It's not pyramid.
I mean,
you are telling me that they move this with the hands. Look at the picture.
yeah, but
Look at the picture.
where is it? Live stream voice chat. Let me see.
Yeah. Live stream voice text.
That's huge. That's really big.
Yeah.
That's
not
humans
even
on
with a
the
crane.
stone. You know?
In today's times, it's very hard to move such stone.
Can you like post? Can you post this picture of this? Google this pyramid and post it.
It's not pyramid. I need to find. It's you can find Bolivian some. It's a temple or something.
No. I'm talking this pyramid right here called the Bent Pyramid, right? It's about 2000. It's built around about 2600, like 2600 BC, right? But almost like more like 4,600 years ago, right? But the pyramid is really messed up, meaning that they built it, but they fucked up in construction. You know?
Well, no.
And then
it was.
Then they got better,
destroyed.
and they built this bigger pyramid that was actually, well,
that place got destroyed.
No, it wasn't destroyed. It got look at the way they built it.
No, it's not. They didn't start building and then they quit.
No, they built it wrong. Like it's messed up.
No, they didn't build it wrong because you can see in the walls that you have the 100 or even micron precision. You know, those stones were CNC machine.
Man, look in Pumku. That is Peru or Chile or something like that. They have holes, drilling small holes in granite stones, you know?
Yeah.
4,000 years or 5,000 years ago, you know?
And
drilling, you can see
they were assembled like a puzzle, yeah.
It looks like laser cut. Today we can't cut that stone only with the laser or diamond and nothing else.
Have you seen that video of a guy who built a temple right out of a stick? Like he carved a major
the coral palace.
Yeah, the coral palace.
Yeah.
That's done with just a stick. Like that's it. But the guy managed to do it, you know what I mean? Like
that guy
you have to understand like you have to understand like we found, for example, if the pyramid was being constructed right, we would have found evidence of like a settlement nearby of, you know, construction workers, that kind of stuff. We found like evidence of people, you know, workers working there, you know, near the pyramids, building construction.
He did it all alone, and he wasn't
stupid. We've been doing impressive. We've been doing impressive stuff for like millennia, we've been building stuff like that's really impressive for millennia. You know, human beings are more capable than we give ourselves credit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It doesn't mean that everything that there is built.
I think human beings are very capable creatures. You know, we can do a lot of things. Like to kind of say that we didn't build the pyramids, that kind of stuff, is kind of disrespectful.
You see, all around the world there has been found giant skeletons.
Yeah, but listen, if you have,
they have been taken and hidden.
If you're saying that humans didn't build them, where's your evidence of anything else of any sort building them? at all.
Evidence for what? Sorry.
How they were built other than humans.
It was giants. We have the scriptures and even Greek mythology talking about them.
Okay, so
And
you're using Greek mythology as
no,
the
not
evidence.
only that. Not only that. Also
You can
the
watch also
scriptures and
maybe
in
get
Eastern
that.
Europe. In Eastern Europe, you have many. One of the oldest art. I think it's actually the oldest art in the world. It's called the art of Cucuteni.
Oh, so
And
basically, you're saying like there were giants
yeah,
before, but
in
then
this,
there was a flood.
you see, this art is about how you design the ceramics.
Wait, can I ask you a
What
question? Can I ask you a
models you
question?
are drawing on them, on ceramic.
Okay, wait.
This isn't evidence at all of anything.
Also
Okay, wait. Can I
about
ask you a relative question? Can I ask you a real question like this here? So you say like giants built it, right? Right? Where did these giants come from? Like
crossbreeding with angels.
How come they're not alive anymore?
Where are we from? Come?
They
Yeah,
have
like I
been
mean,
cursed to die
like
just like the man.
Huh? Where we are from? Come.
what happened to these so-called giants?
They died.
How did they die?
What?
In the flood.
What happened with all Egyptians, man?
Wait,
What happened with all Egyptians?
wait. So wait, they didn't wait. Are you telling me the giants died in the flood, like Noah's flood?
Yeah,
But then,
probably like
when did Noah's flood happen? Was it like before the Egyptians came around, or was it after they came around?
The
it
creator that made
happened
the
very
planet
long
Earth.
time ago. It happened
No,
very
I'm
long
just generally
time
question
ago.
like what time period? Like you said, the pyramids were constructed by giants. But what period did Noah's flood happen then?
Practically, we don't know anything about this.
I mean,
We can only assume, man. Everything.
These are
We don't
just
have
blanket
exact
statements.
dates about this.
Like
you're making big statements. I'm just asking like you would clarify how it's possible.
Speculation, like everything.
Well,
I mean,
it's not
like,
speculation.
isn't you're basically you could be wrong about the giants, right?
No.
He could be near to he could be really near to truth with giants, but it's not provable so much, you know.
But he just said he can't be wrong, therefore discrediting anything he just said. He can't be wrong with no evidence whatsoever.
Giant skeletons have been found.
I saw some things, but I don't know if it's that evidence. You know, maybe it's fake. I don't know. You know.
I think we did build it, but it's basically people can't believe it. Like, you know.
I can tell you some things. What can how to say go in the direction of giants, but maybe that's nothing. For example, big buildings with big doors, and you have also in Egyptian you have some drawings on how hieroglyphs. You have big people and small people, and you have during the 1080s and 190s in the drawings you have. I think that one guy was making videos about that. I forget his name. And I watched that, and it's very interesting, you know. Look, for example, for the big books. You will be surprised how big books exist, how they are large. You have a book like a room.
No, the whole giant thing doesn't actually make sense.
Why you will make a book big like a room? Tell me.
Say it again?
For whom? Why you will make a big book like a room? For whom?
Big as a room.
I have no idea why, to be honest. I don't know why.
If you want to search, look in that, and you will find out how big books are. You can watch the videos, and they're really big, and they are not how to say.
The size
for us, size is not good for us. You know, it's really big.
but that's just like a matter of preference. Some people might like it big, some people might like it small. It depends.
Yeah.
But then that's not really evidence. It's not like people say, "Well, this room is too big for a human being, therefore it's like it can't be made for a human." It's kind of like a flimsy argument, to be honest. Like people.
Other things, they said that they find the bones. I don't know. Maybe they're fake because I saw them like millions on the video. But I'm telling you, maybe they're fake.
Yeah, maybe they're fake. People now make a lot of hoax stuff. That's hoax.
But if they're not fake, I'm telling you, Giants was here. That's the problem.
But if they weren't fake, that's the real thing. If they weren't, then they were real. Then
You can go on YouTube and watch about Giants. You can find out so many interesting things.
Yeah, but if Giants were real, right? Wouldn't they like outcompete us? You know?
No. But do you know? For me, it's this problem. I think that shape of the Earth now it's controlling everything. Because if we go back to the flat Earth, somehow we will go back to other questions even easier.
Yeah, that picture looks hella photoshopped. I can really tell it's photoshopped.
What? No, man, that's real, man. That is 100%.
Bro, that's so fake. I can tell.
I don't know, man.
Like, if you look at the lighting, look at the way the hand contrast against the skull. It's hella fake.
That's a depiction, but actually there are.
That's so fake, man.
In official,
I don't think that. I don't believe in Giants. If Giants were real,
if you're writing it off because somebody shared a meme,
they would
then
be
you're
still
not willing
alive.
to look into it.
I could jump on. I could jump on right now and make a story about giants or chemtrails or fucking anything.
Oh,
as long as it makes sense, you guys would believe it. I guarantee it.
Jazz, nobody wants your opinion.
Exactly.
I like the jazz.
Exactly. Can you shut up? And that's okay.
Okay, you've sent me a challenge. I'm going to put something out there, and I guarantee you, everyone who is
challenge for you. It's good, man. For you, challenge.
We'll make videos about it.
You're a contrarian by default. Default contrarian.
I'm quiet. Carry on.
Yeah, that's
making my point.
right.
Guarantee you believe it.
Yeah. I don't believe it. I say that I have read about this and I know other things which are true. They are solid gold artifacts in museums. Yeah.
Okay.
Solid
But what
gold
happened to these giants? How did they die off? That's the real question.
Man, don't ask me. Go and ask them. You know.
But if you believe,
I know. You're not listening.
Like if you believe that the giants are real, you should at least like figure out why.
No, archaeologists have found such skeletons buried in the ground, and when they found them, they contacted the museum to expose them and give them away. But a team quickly came, and when they heard that giant skeleton has been found, they quickly came, took it away, and threatened everybody not to speak about these things and cover everything,
Okay, so this whole conversation.
If these people were talking about it, go in a press or,
Why would they want to suppress it? That's the real question. Why would they want to suppress it?
Listen, let me finish. Yeah. If these people try to write a book or go to the press and speak about this, they would have been losing their license. He was an archaeologist. Yeah, he was living from digging, and finding stuff. Yeah.
But like I don't get it. Like if at one point it was common knowledge there were giants here, what's the point of hiding the fact that there were giants?
It doesn't fit the narrative.
How much effort would it take to make people forget about giants? What's the purpose?
as much as they put
What's the
into it.
purpose to forget about flat Earth?
Genealogy, you know.
Hey,
Those
how
giants
are
what's the
giants?
purpose to forget about flat Earth?
Okay, but here's if what's the link between
But
flat
here
Earth
is the
and
I need to turn it back because
Yeah,
we're
let's
speaking
turn
too
it
much
back
about
to
giants. We
flat
need to
Earth.
come back to this server, and this server is called Flat
Yeah.
Earth server, and we
Okay, but
are looking for curvature.
before you do, can you like explain to me what's the link between giants and flat Earth?
There is no link.
I told you before, you can go inside of that and look for the giants. I don't care for the giants. I could believe in giants. I could not believe in giants. Maybe I can go and prove that. I don't know. But
Oh,
let's see.
I'm not asking for evidence. You know, I'm
Let's
not
see.
asking.
No.
Because
I
if
started this
let's say that
because
if that giant was real, they should live on this flat Earth, not on globe.
yeah.
Is that true?
And I mean, if his Bronze Age was real, then Tooth Fairy could
Bronze Age also was on the flat Earth, man.
Yeah.
That's the point. All the time we are on the flat Earth.
No.
Why do we need tower cranes to build skyscrapers? We could utilize these people and give them a job.
Yeah, that's true. Do that. But like, they're probably dead. They're all
Very
dead by
funny,
now.
Jasm. Yeah.
They're all dead. But like, what killed them? That's the question. I'm always like,
Yeah, I suppose the work killed them, but you got to feed them as well, and they need a lot of food.
Exactly. And like, it's not. I mean, you might say, well, we used to eat people, but then you think to yourself, humans not really like. Even lions don't even like eating humans. You know that lions opt for other animals over humans, only eating humans because they're lazy. You know.
Yeah, like
tell me about pigs.
You're gonna need a
I'm
train
sorry.
line full of
Wait.
dead lions and giraffes.
No. Wait a minute. You said
What
that,
pigs are doing, man? You said about
guys
lions.
spoke.
And or giant woman.
Wait.
I'm not discriminating.
One moment. One moment. This guy made a bold statement. He spoke about lions that were eating men.
like lions generally don't prey on human beings.
Listen, let me finish. In nature, what is the predator for man?
Or for a coal power station, it's coal. So for a giant, if we're utilizing their energy, then that would be probably
Jasm,
meat.
No, I asked it from the animal kingdom.
Sorry.
Humans, obviously,
what's
humans
the
used to be
predator?
humans probably like big apex predators like tigers, lions, but like
wait. Do lions go exclusively search to find men and kill them?
not really, because like human beings.
They hunt men.
They search for
Human
meat. I'm pretty sure they don't search for a Greek salad.
No.
Yep.
Search for meat.
Like, have you seen?
But we are searching for fun to kill lions.
It'd be nice to be a male lion, wouldn't it?
Look, you know what it is. Like I said, when you look at a human being like a hunter-gatherer, they're very tall, very skinny, not a lot of meat on their bones. You know, sure, they're easy to kill, but they're not going to produce a lot of meat. You'd rather hunt like a water buffalo that has a lot of meat, can feed entire variety of lions.
True. That's not true.
You're saying that man is not enough meat.
Yeah, definitely. Have you not seen like hunter
Not for
gatherers?
the energy.
Yeah,
I mean, it's energy cost versus energy gain.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know why a lion doesn't attack.
Well, see, that's the thing.
By default.
If it was 1635, I'm not gonna go for your cabbage crop. I'm gonna go for the deer that's fucking hiding in the woods behind my wee shack, if you could call it that, because it's pretty rundown.
Have you guys seen a caribou tornado?
No, but plus human beings are not really like.
Or no, a deer tornado.
No, I haven't seen deer
tornado. Do you mean shark tornado?
No, deer tornado. What they do is in the tundra, they run in a circle, and because they're all running in a uniform pattern in the circle, no predator. I'm drunk. Sorry. no predator can target one single animal. So it disorients the pack animals trying to kill them, and all of the little tiny babies are in the middle, and all the adults are running in a crazy circle on the outside. It's called a deer tornado.
Hang on, hang on. You hang on. You're not going to tell me you run them down, are you?
I'm actually gonna check
What?
this out.
No. I just saw a video of it. I'm like, I didn't know I saw a picture of it. I'm like, what is that? And I looked at the title. I'm like, what's a deer tornado? And I went on like a Google wind tunnel of deer tornadoes.
I know, that's all right.
It was so cool. I think it's so great. Isn't it great? Like how like animals adjust through like hardship.
Oh yeah, no, it's called a reindeer cyclone.
Reindeer cyclone, yes.
Yeah, it's a reindeer cyclone, and it looks super trippy.
Yeah.
So I can see why it has.
I was high as fuck when I saw it the first time. I literally watched it was a GIF. It was a GIF. I watched the GIF for like 20 minutes. I'm like, when is this video gonna end?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know when. Like, I don't know. You know, I'm gonna take you guys to space. That's what I'm gonna do. Then we'll see. You know, who's with me? We can go contact that billionaire guy who's gonna give us like a ticket to space. Who's coming with me?
That is stupid.
Oh,
Contact
Jeff
a
Bezos?
billionaire.
Or are you talking
Why
about
do you
Elon
want
Musk?
to contact a billionaire?
The billionaire is gonna go to the moon. You know. So you'll see the entire.
What?
Yeah, he's planning to go to the moon. He's
You know what's
looking for
cool
some-
is I just found out there's like a.
billionaire? Which billionaire is that?
Yeah, Japanese billionaire. 8 people.
I mean, that'd be a great story. I kind of want to see a movie about that. Oh, that's a great idea for a D. I'm gonna write this down for a D&D. I write D&D campaigns.
I'm gonna head off right now, but it was nice catching up and talking to you guys. Yeah, nice conversation. Peace
All
out.
right, have a good one later, dude.
Take care.
Anybody else? What is it? What's going on in the live stream right now? Oh, what are we watching? Hello?
Yo, Jazza. Oh, he left. What the fuck?
Oh no!
Unlucky.
You're never gonna catch me. All right, it was fun talking to you guys, but I got to go back to my campaign and decide how we're going to continue on this Feywilds adventure.
Enjoy your time.
Hi ho, Silver! Away!
"新しい音声機器を検出。ディスコード新しい音声入力機器、スピーカーフォンを検出しました。切り替えますか?"
Speak English.
一番下にミクル板倉。
You will be reported for ban. Proposed.
Yeah, English only, buddy, or I'm gonna ban you off the server. Last chance.
僕のところにあるよ。マイクオープンになってる。マイクも。通話中になってるよ、それで。誰か話してる。
Sayonara.
Sayonara. Hello?
Yeah, sayonara. Banned.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Mod.
Yeah, no problem. Anybody else on the East Coast right now? That's in here? East Coast of America?
No, not sure.
Because the
What
sun
time is over
the,
there?
the sun is just rising.
Oh,
And I got a picture of the moon,
morning.
and the moon is like at an angle, like the face.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Oh,
Good,
maybe
good,
I'll get an
good,
even
good.
better picture.
And
Hold
you?
on.
What'd you say to me
Starting
again?
a good day.
Oh, I thought you said my name.
Yeah, I want to see a Glober explain this shit.
We got a NPC Glober in here. If you want to take a crack at him, I think they're working on him, but they didn't get very far. This guy Ender.
Yeah,
Tinfoil Man unmutes. It's only been 6 hours. Hello.
Explain this.
Man.
Hello.
Explain this picture, buddy.
I don't know, man. It looks fake, man. It just looks fake. Sorry.
Yeah,
It
this
just looks
kid literally believes every mainstream.
No, it's just
idea.
fake. I didn't take that photo. So,
Do you think that's what our position is? That they're just fake?
no, anyway, you were in here.
No,
earlier.
dude, answer my fucking question, or I'll ban
Well,
you.
you clearly don't know what happened. So
Answer my question.
What was your question? I didn't listen.
Do you think that's our position that we just say the photos are fake? Do you think that's what we say?
No, I don't put you collectively. There were some though, yeah, for sure.
No. So you can test images, right? Are images testable for authenticity, whether they
Sure.
depict reality? They are?
Yeah.
So how do we test images from space?
I don't know. How do we?
Oh, okay.
Can you enlighten me?
You don't know. You're just making a claim and you don't even know what the base of your claim is.
No, I mean, I'm
you just said they're
asking you.
testable and now you don't know how to test them. That's kind of
Yeah.
funny.
I assume they're testable. So do you want to tell me how, or do you want to keep rambling? I mean,
Yeah, listen, you already said they're testable. You said
I
it.
said I assume they're testable. Right.
No, you did not say assume. You're inserting that
Okay.
now.
I think
Don't
they're
lie
testable.
to me.
Are they testable?
Are they testable? Yes or no?
I just fucking said I assume they're testable, man.
Okay, so the images depict something, right? They depict curving water, a big ball of curving water. Right, the edge of the ball is a curve of water. Now we can test whether water actually curves on Earth. And if it doesn't, then that image does not represent reality. No different than if I took a picture of a house on a beach and then I went down to the beach and there's no house there. Right? Same
Sure.
principle.
A little bit lost, but sure.
You're lost?
I'm a little bit lost.
You're
on your
lost.
analogy.
Holy
This-
shit, dude.
Oh my
I stand
God.
at a house, I go to the beach, the house is in there. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
Have you been
if you
through
take a picture of a
kindergarten?
house on a beach, right?
Yeah.
And then you go down to that same beach and that house isn't there, then that image does not represent reality.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. So if we take a picture from space of curving water, and then we go to where that water is, and there's no curving water, then that
So, you
image
realize
does
the
not
photo from
represent
space
reality.
Takes like a photo of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
And you're
It shows
looking
curving
at
water.
and you're looking at the water 6 feet above sea level. In
No,
a
we're not
small
looking at it.
area.
We're measuring it. We're measuring it.
Okay, you're
We're not looking.
Measuring. Yeah.
Measuring, like with a laser beam.
We must find that curvature. 8 inches per mile squared. Drop rate.
Yeah, that's what the images are claiming to depict. The Earth, the radius 3,959 miles.
Yeah.
Guess what? That's only in the image. It's not down here in reality.
So
I don't
what is
find
that? Is that
an
moon
inch
like?
of
Is it a
curve.
projector? Like, what is that moon then?
No, so that moon is directly in front of me, obviously, right? But the sun is rising to my left. My
Okay, so you
absolute
took the
90
picture.
degrees to the left. So if the sun is on the horizon, yeah, I took the picture just
Okay.
now. The sun's like 1 degree above the horizon.
Mhm.
So how is it lit illuminated that way? The sun is lower than where the moon is.
I'm sure, I am positive there is a definite explanation of that I do not have for you. At the top of my head.
But
But tell me your explanation of what it is if it's not the sun shining on the moon. What is it?
I have no idea. I don't make up stories.
Yeah.
Well, you do make up stories. So what is your explanation for what you just said?
What are you talking about?
Oh,
What story
Jazz
did
is
I?
back.
What story did I just make up?
Exactly what you just said. Go for it.
What story did I just make up?
You just said it, so you recanter it.
What
Why
did I
you got-
just say that I made up?
Yeah.
You just made everything up. So you just said it.
Jazza, why do I tolerate you on this server? Oh, that's right, I don't.
Oh, that's
Fucking
right.
sober up.
Nobody
Fucking
does.
sober the fuck up, dude.
See you later, Globe Cock.
Fucking dude, that fucking drunk. How does he keep getting back on here? That drunk. He's freaking hammered every time he comes on here.
Oh, you kicked Jazza?
He makes Helio look like a fucking goddamn.
Dude, I just came in to talk to him, man. Oh, I heard
Dude,
him
seriously,
on the fuck-
he looks like he makes Helio look like someone with 20 years sobriety. Okay,
Dude, that guy, he's awesome though.
No, he's not.
I fucking love that dude. for some reason.
Well, maybe the first 6 beers he's awesome, but the other 20 he's not so awesome.
Boo. I don't know. I always like talking to. I always talk about how Jazza believes in chemtrails. He's like, no, I fucking don't. And I'm like, yeah, you do. You talk about them all the time.
It's a pretty good
Dude,
troll.
I love Jazza, man. Peace to Jazza. I came in to just.
I want to ban him in a little bit. He needs to sober up.
Big up Jazza, though. Yep, next time. Good shit. How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you? I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Yeah, man, doing well, man. I was over around this week. Had a little time. Whenever I get some time, I'm always tuning into you guys, see what you're talking about.
Oh, awesome. Awesome.
But
I've watched
yeah.
you stream a couple times, your little music streams.
Yeah, I try to. Every now and again, I'll run the music, but I haven't done it in a while. I have such shit internet right now that when I actually get it, I'll pop back on and do some good stuff. But yeah. But until then, I'm just kind of chilling. You guys are my entertainment for the convo. That's right. You know, that's right. Yo, man, this is a good. You know, I don't know. As long as it's
44
a good
car
place
pile up.
yeah, well, hey, as long as there's like a spot for people to come and talk about it, I think that's what's up. You know,
Yeah.
and this is the spot right now. That's for sure.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, people shouldn't be getting their information off of TV. They want to know what a flat earther thinks. Come on here and ask us.
Fuck yeah, dude. No, I mean, how better to like it's like completely circumvents the bullshit because it's like, oh, it's like, you know, I don't know. It's so good. We used to, when I first got involved, it was like, used to be on the Google Hangouts and they would have the link in the description so you could just hit the button and join the conversation. It was like, so it was like any random person could come in. But you could only get 10 people in the Google Hangout. But then you got people that would, actually it was that cat Timmy Osmond that showed everybody how, he started hacking everybody's thing and kicking out the moderator, taking over the show.
Yeah, porn bombing and all
Well,
that.
I don't know who did all that shit because
P.
only
Mars,
shit I ever saw. There
Don
was different
Shredder.
characters that did that. Because
They
dude,
admitted
there was.
it.
Hey, bro, no, listen. There was the funniest one, the funniest porn bomb that ever happened. It was like the first one actually that I know of was the most classy, funniest shit ever because it was Nathan Oakley was doing. Do you guys know this story? So Nathan Oakley was
No.
doing. Okay, so back in the day, it was the arc. It was Oakley, Antonio, Linka. I think that was really the three, but it was like Architects of the Fourth Wall. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that show, but that's what they initially did, and and what we did, and so they did a solar. They were trying to get everyone to give their coordinates and use the thing to the solar experiment back in the day. And so I don't know if you guys.
Yeah,
are familiar with
I
that.
remember it. Yeah, I remember it. The
So,
equinox
a lot of people.
one, and there was a solstice one.
Right, they did. Well, they did it a couple times, and this one of the first times they did it is one of the reasons I even got involved, reached out, and ended up talking to Antonio, which led me to Oakley, which led me to Mr. Weiss. You know what I mean? Like I've talked to all. Like they're so. They were back then, a little like more accessible. I don't fucking know, but so Cathexis. Do you guys know who Cathexis is? Because Cathexis is a fucking legend, and a lot of the arguments that are made in Flat Earth, we call them echoes of Cathexis, because he was the Flat Earth apologist who has never come out as a Flat Earther, but was always arguing in defense of Flat Earth against the troll of the globe. So anyway, Cathexis, so what happened was Tim Osmond joined a call as Cathexis. Okay, same account, same everything like that.
That's hilarious.
And everyone in the panel, Oakley, fucking it. Everyone was like, Cathexis, hey, they were so happy that he was there. And then it was actually Tim, like the original Tim Osmond with an S, as he goes around. He's
Salt Lake City, Tim.
Right. All that, and fucking and the the theodolite dude and all that shit. So like so he joins the call as Cathexis. Everyone's like Cathexis, and then he plays like this classy porn because it opens up as a beautiful sunset. Like like Cathexis is about to give everybody his coordinates and tell them how there's no way that the sun could be. You know what I mean?
That's hilarious.
Oh, dude,
my God.
It was like, and that was like, that's where that shit is hilarious to me. And dude, do you know how many people were like, "Oh my God, I know it," and it was like, it was just, I mean, you could see how that's hilarious, right?
Yeah.
So,
as long as it isn't
so
malicious
like,
and he's just trying to be funny, you know what I'm saying?
Right. So there was like a classy air about that cat, but then other people not being as witty or as funny, couldn't get away with that, and those are the people who wound up coming in with that bullshit.
Yeah, like P. Mars and Don Shredder, they're just disruptors.
Well, right.
You know
Well, they just right. They're just not as entertaining as like my. I would even say like as so much as like my good boy Timmy Osmond out there. Like he's a cool dude and a free thinker to some extent. He'll because he's all about like the whole 9/11. I mean everything but flat Earth. But I even I've often said some of the most ardent voices out here against flat Earth I think are flat earthers.
Yeah, they just can't take it. Like it's too traumatic for them, so they can't admit it to themselves, so they fight it.
Well, I don't.
They're fighting themselves.
I don't
you know what I mean?
Well, no. Look. There's that, okay, but then there's also the idea that as a good, effective, like way to introduce flat Earth into every fucking facet of the world is to say that you hate it. Because it's dude, I've picked up, like you could be at a bar and be like, "Hey, you ever heard of these stupid flat earthers?" And then they're like, "What?" And then you're like, "Yeah, they're so stupid. They think like the globe's this big, and then this, that, and then they put this." You show them the evidence by acting as the person who's against it.
Yeah. They
It's
think
a fuck, and,
they,
you know, and
they
and
think you can see boats beyond 3 miles. Ha!
right, and people think to themselves like, dude,
That's
I've seen
awesome.
boats beyond 3 miles. You know, even like
That is an awesome psychological trick, man.
dude, Rupert, even like Rupert Sheldrake, he wrote about how it was the enemy of an idea that spread it more than the people that believe it. So you get like a Jem Panda or something like that. To me, that dude's like it's like I often think of like imagine like an agent like going after one of these Globers with like 7 accounts involved in flat Earth, and they're like, so you're not a flat earther? And they're like, no, I'm not a flat earther, but you're a part of all these servers that say it's but I'm not a flat earther. They're stupid. Like I just think how ridiculous that looks.
I heard Sly Sparkane whine. It was either him or, maybe it was Sly Sparkane whining that, he's being censored because he's considered a flat Earth channel, even though he's a flat Earth debunker.
Right, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it is hilarious. Oh my God!
And like you got to remember too, just saying flat Earth is a mind virus.
Yeah, exactly. They've been, because they've been brainwashing kids since school. You know what I mean?
Guys, I have a question.
Go for it.
So, all right, now let's pretend I have no opinions on anything. What
you shouldn't, but anyway, go ahead.
Well, over the time I've formed opinions, but what do you, Indio, also let's speculate that it's Antarctic around as the border?
The border to what?
Of the flat Earth, the border is the Antarctic, and then
you should know we don't think the Earth is a disc in space, right?
See, I know, but I'm confused what I've been hearing the past couple hours.
Answer me this.
I haven't seen an accurate.
I'm going to ask you a question that's never been answered in the history of man.
I'm ready.
Is the universe bounded or unbounded?
Not a fucking clue.
No one has a clue. And it was proven by Zeno, but with Zeno's paradox that it can't even be solved. Okay?
All right.
Okay, so you can't use mathematics to solve it. You can't solve it, right? No one's.
But you know what's interesting?
And bounded by what? Like, what's the universe enclosed in? Some meta-universe? It's like an infinite regression. You can just go on and on and on. What time was it before time began? It's just a mind-fuck question. So asking like where the edge of the flat Earth is like silly, dude. It's just silly. Go ahead.
Is it ever?
Well, aside from the edge, like just to go down the concept of like to have the conversation as opposed to like, you know what I mean? Like I look at it like what's interesting is that Antarctica is the most elevated area on Earth. So all of it, the driest, considered the most. It's the most elevated thing on Earth. And if you were gonna have I can take a microcosm of a cup out of my cabinet, fill it up with water, and I have a microcosm of a contained flat bunch of water. Like, you know what I mean? So it's interesting that Antarctica happens to be the most highly elevated place on Earth. And if in the azimuthal projection, it's proposed that it's around, it circles everything. That makes sense. Like in the idea of there being a sphere with a really high part on the top, it just seems weird to me, right? Like we've got this rock on top in the Antarctic, forgive me, in the south, and it's just really big, really elevated out of the earth, higher than everything else. Little portion of rock.
Maybe you guys can help Ender along. He seemed really confident in the globe, like he's 1,000% sure of the globe, and he's still around. So I'm thinking he's still wanting to talk about it.
Yeah, my.
So you just, but you just I explained to you, no one knows if it's bounded or unbounded. Then you asked me if it goes on forever. That's the same question.
No, I was asking if that's what you're insinuating, but then
I'm insinuating it's unknown. It's an unsolvable problem.
Okay, so by that we've never been to space, right?
There is no space.
Okay.
Where did the idea of space come from?
The idea?
The idea of space, that there's an infinite vacuum outside of the Earth.
I mean, it's just a theory on how everything was created.
Do you think they went to space and then that's how they discovered it?
No. You didn't have to go to space to discover
the idea pre-exists the number 0. Well, it's not really a number, but whatever. Right? It comes from the Epicureans in 325 BC. Right? It was their philosophy, their metaphysical philosophy, that everything was matter or void. And the Earth was matter and everything else was void. Yeah, so it's a philosophy. It has nothing to do with science or anything like that. Get the idea of atomism from the Epicureans, which we know is wrong. Right?
I'm just trying to get an accurate representation of what the flat Earth looks like, is all I was trying to do. But yours has depicted a little bit different from what I've heard.
I mean, a representation, like a map.
Yeah, have you ever seen?
Not a map.
Ender, have you ever seen those the there's a GIF or like a video of the proposed movement of the sun around a flat Earth?
Yeah, can you share that actually again?
I personally don't have it right now. I'm sure one of the people here may have it.
Some share that.
Yeah, I'll do that for you. I'll do that for you.
But the importance of that, and I only say this just because, and the only importance of that is to give your mind something to absorb while considering the ideas. Now, does that mean that all of us think that that's what it's fucking going on? Not necessarily. It's just a model to explain an alternative answer with the same set of fucking information that the globe uses. So it's this is why the thing is that really the choice of any of this discussion is whittled down, in my opinion, to the philosophy regarding the information. Because for me, I see it as in the globe paradigm, you inevitably have to wind up with this nihilistic fatalism. Because there's you're a piece of mold on a rock floating through space. It doesn't matter if you go to war and kill everybody for the UN. If you understand that possibly the alternative to that has some other ramifications philosophically, but you've never even been introduced to the idea, and part of that idea kind of to me entails having a different perspective on the same set of information. I've asked somebody before, how big, somebody asked me, how big is the universe? And I said, how big is your universe? And they said it's 4.7 billion light years across, whatever. I said, well, great. That's how big mine is.
Yeah, why not?
Right. So, yeah.
It's a made-up number anyway.
Right. Or, hey, whatever. So, I'm going to accept the same set of information. Hey, whatever. So, that's all. I'm not going to fight it. Okay, it's you're going to fight for Cavendish. Okay, cool. What else do you have?
Does anyone have that GIF?
What's up?
Hold on, I'll post one.
Well, no, there's no other experiment. Oh, forget me. I'm not going to get into Cavendish. But yeah, I would just say that to look at something like that model as an alternative to what what we've all been taught is it's helps your head open up to these ideas, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's what anybody fucking believes.
The flat Earth does not make any sense when you can have light at either pole for 24 hours in a row.
Well, right, but then there's the idea of hey, can you show me evidence of there being 3 days of sunlight at the South Pole that's not fucking completely doctored? Because the North Pole, there's people every year with their cell phones, they're freaking this, they're filming it all the time. In the Antarctic, it's Jim's head was in the way for 5 minutes there, but it really doesn't matter. It seems really weird, dude.
Well, see, but would I actually be able to provide you anything that you think isn't doctored? Truthfully,
Look,
yes.
all the Antarctic video
didn't go up on it. Yeah, maybe.
All the Antarctic videos, easily provably doctored, not just us saying it. We can prove it's doctored. Absolutely prove it. The one with the watch, it goes out of sync, right? So there's another one that has it's supposed to be 24 hours later, and it's the same fucking clouds, same shadow, same everything. It's an identical frame. Like, why are they doctoring anything? There's a website of a Norway website, where this guy has continuously filmed the fucking sun in the Arctic for 5 years.
I had a photo. Let me try and find it.
And then if you look at the Journal of Edmondson, he said that they didn't see the sun the entire time they were there except for one day. But it was light out, but there was no sun.
I think it's taken from a research facility in the Antarctic. I posted in the thingy. It's over a 24-hour period.
Yeah, like, what's your source? What's the source of that?
Oh, let me go back to photo.
Listen, would you submit that to a scientific journal?
Sure. So
Okay. So what are the requirements to?
I mean, I could do a scientific something. I could literally do that. Just because I did it doesn't make it not scientific. I mean, anyone could do a scientific something like that.
Anybody can be an astronaut, right, guys?
I think that's a false equivalent.
I know, I'm busting your chops.
Okay.
But like, I definitely agree with you. It's like, you could definitely submit something and make an experiment. Of course, that's what we all agree to. But the point is that when it comes to this Antarctic shit versus the North Pole sun movements, like every fucking year, there's like 1,000 fucking YouTube videos of somebody in the Antarctic, like, oh my god. So in the Antarctic or in the Arctic, that's what's happening. In the Antarctic, not so much. But everyone's like, well, you don't really go down there. It's like, yeah, I hear you. Which makes it a hard point to prove if you're going to try to do it. But the footage of the North Pole is not as hard to come by as the footage in the South Pole. As far as that idea goes. You know what I mean? So if it is a point of contention, could you agree that Flat Earth has an issue? Has a rightful issue?
Yeah.
Right on. Because, that's the thing, is that there is a problem with the Antarctic. It's not that we're not rejecting it. It's not that somebody didn't show us the footage of the Antarctic. We've all seen it practically if you're into this shit. But at the same time, what's crazy to me is that the controversy about that Antarctic really raises the ire in certain people, so much so that it's like, why are you so invested in it? Why would anybody be personally invested in the story that the government fed you about anything? Why would you know what I mean? Why would it be a personal issue? And the problem with that, I think, is that they've got everybody, the MK Ultra program was to get everybody on board with international politics and world-shaping views so that nobody would handle the affairs of their local area. So everyone's thinking that they got to worry about fucking China and Russia and this and that and the other thing, when it's like, dude, it's take charge of your town. Fuck international politics. Fuck this. And why would we be invested in anything other than our well-being? And why would we fight over some information that none of us can verify?
I'm looking at a video right here of a 24-hour time lapse. Does not appear to be doctored to me. I'd like to hear your thought if I shared it. It's 2 minutes.
Share the vid.
How do I get punished for swearing? What the fuck? Oh, I can't see if you type in.
Muñaño.
Did you post that footage of the sun you were talking about?
Yeah, I posted in the chat, but I don't know. I just got my role removed. So.
Entering Prudential. Doors will open on the right. Prudential. The destination of this train is East Street VA Medical Center.
Face coverings are required on MBTA vehicles.
Where'd you post it?
In the live stream chat.
I saw something get posted and deleted within like a half a second. It was probably like automatically removed for some fucking reason.
Yeah. Huh.
So
Can you try to
I
post
see
it?
something go in and it was gone. I was like, oh.
Maybe try to post it
Might have
again.
been
I
a
don't
swear
know.
word in that link on accident.
I can't even. I don't even have. Oh wait.
Symphony.
Oh, but yeah, okay. Yeah, it did it again.
Yeah, he has detention.
I wonder if it's not like a highly contested, some footage that people are sick of debunking. To be honest with you, if it's not getting posted. Okay, yeah, there you
Destination
go.
of this train is East Street VA Medical Center.
Oh, right on,
Face
brother.
coverings are required on MBTA vehicles.
Oh yeah, I've seen this before. Oh yeah,
So
I've seen this
probably
one. I've seen this one. Yeah, if you look at the sun, as far as like, I mean, I'm not a like a fucking video analysis, but if I remember correctly, this was concerning the light rays on the sun. Like if you try to film the sun, you're not going to get those like. If you look at the sun, it looks fake as fuck. The light rays, those spikes coming out of it.
Can't they be just done?
Yeah, I saw it.
Different aperture and shutter speed settings.
I mean, I'm not an expert in cameras, but to me, it's just that I remember this footage. I remember thinking that it's fake when I first saw it, and it looks fake to me now. But it doesn't. Like again, it's like it's like how come it's not footage from last year or somebody took it like recently? How come it's always the same footage, man? Like we always get presented like these, like I've only ever seen like 2 or 3 videos. There's like actually only 2 videos that I remember. And like, I'm amazed that there's just not that much footage and we always get shown the same footage, but there's people every year doing the fucking North Pole.
I mean, yeah, if you look at the last literal 2 seconds, it shows the process there. I don't see much of how it be doctored.
Well, I tell you, here's the thing. Like, do you accept that the lunar rover shot off the moon, or not the lunar rover? The that they shot that the footage of the whatever it was. I forget the correct term. The lander shooting off to go meet the other spacecraft as they were leaving the moon.
No, I have not seen that.
Okay. Okay. Has anyone already posted that footage yet, or do I have to go look it up? Where's the?
Here, I actually have to head out, but send me in a DM.
The moon landing and the. Has anyone posted that yet? Hold on one sec. Usually people had posted everything in here, so it's quick with it. But like, there's like footage of like the rover leaving Mars, or not the rover.
I know what you're talking about. The limb relaunching back up.
Yeah, I just want. Hold on, let me see here. I got it just now. I just want to make sure. I'm curious if this is also does not, or if this passes the smell test to you.
Yeah.
Ender, are you there?
Yeah, one sec.
Okay, yeah. Watch that footage. I'm just curious. Like, do you accept that?
From 1972.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear his thoughts on that as well.
From the looks of it, it looks terrible. But then I realized that how much force is needed to get off the moon's atmosphere, and it makes more sense. But it still looks terrible. But I can't really see what's propelling it.
So basically, no matter what you ever see, as long as there's a consensus of people believe in it, you're going to believe it as well. So that's obviously not real.
No, I mean, I haven't seen this on the NASA website or anything. I'd have to look. Oh, it's on Smithsonian. So yeah, if they posted it, I would automatically assume that it would be real. Yes.
Right on. So you accept the Antarctic footage, and you accept the that footage right there.
I mean, that looks terrible.
Did you get the vaccine yet?
No.
You getting it?
Yeah, probably get Pfizer.
Right on, probably get that one. That's right. Right on, dude. I mean, and who am I to judge? You know what I mean? I just was curious. You know what I mean? Sure, whatever.
Is the Pfizer versus Moderna?
Yeah, I was gonna just ask that, dude. What's the point of contention?
Is it kind of like PlayStation versus Xbox, or like are there a bunch of fanboys?
No, from the stats.
Do you like CNN or CNN?
Is this Android versus iPhone?
Wars, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you just say InfoWars?
Yeah, love that channel.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're all about that controlled opposition.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Are you all? Hold on. Wait a minute. What do you think? So you agree that? Actually, I'm not even going to go there. I just can't.
Okay, no. Zed.
How do you feel about Mark Sargent?
No, I do not watch InfoWars. It was a joke.
We could tell. But I was wondering about Joseph Watson. How you felt about him?
Joseph Swanson? I don't know if
Joseph Watson. That's all good, though. It's all good. Carry on. Crypto, carry on, please.
Like full NPC.
No, I was just asking him a question.
So New York Times and CNN, stuff like that. Wikipedia, all that.
How do you feel about Arab guys, aeroplanes and box cutters?
How do I feel about what?
Stop, Crypto. Stop.
I can answer. He believes everything the official released statements. So
I mean, Zed,
whatever
you've had your mic muted all night. If you want to talk to me, we can just talk, buddy. What do you believe? Tell me. What have you seen? What have you done? Do you believe that there's a fucking dome? Is there a projector on the roof? Is there an AC injected in the roof?
he keeps making these comments, so he'll keep repeating.
You haven't talked, but you keep talking shit about me. So I just want to hear what you have to say.
You're talking to other people. You notice that you repeat the same questions over and over to mock, and then
you don't have any evidence. Like Giants, yeah, the fucking Giants. Are you here for that?
This isn't about Giants. This server isn't about Giants. Just saying.
Crypto, were you here when Giants happened?
No, but whenever I hear it come up, I always remind everyone when Giants come up that this server is not called the 24/7 Giants Discord.
Man, the Giants was just great.
No, but it's not the topic.
I think
why would we talk about?
We were talking about how Egyptians built the pyramids, and Giants was the main culprit.
I mean, they're
Yeah, I love
literally
it. I
hundreds
love
of
it when
possible
Giants comes up for
explanations.
some reason. I hate the Giants conversation so much that I love it. It's just that embarrassing that it's. I don't know.
Giants rule.
The whole. All of a sudden, we start getting pictures of serpents in the clouds and stuff like that too, and I'm like, yeah, that's who I want to be associated with. That's.
I have to admit, the best evidence I've seen for giants is that there was some. I saw it on TV. There were some giants in New York. Don't know if you guys have seen this.
The New York Giants,
yeah, they've all got padding and helmets. Yeah. That's the best evidence I've seen. No, but for real though, like we're talking about the flat Earth, right? So you want to ask us a straw man question about a dome that we may or may not even agree on internally? I don't know. It just seems like a waste of time.
It's just.
Well, yeah. You know what though? How about this? What are the
pinpoint one?
Hey, what are the Van Allen belts?
Yeah, I don't know if I know what you're referencing.
The Van Allen belts?
Yeah.
Haven't you been here before, Ender? I recognise your voice.
No, just tonight.
Okay.
No, I've not heard of seen of these. I don't think.
Well, how about this? Do you have any evidence of curvature of Earth?
Yeah. You go really high.
What would that be?
And then
Sorry?
you see it. You're really high in a plane, you see it. But any
You
photo
never-
I provided
You think I've never been on a plane?
No. Okay, I'm not saying go 30,000 feet. I'm saying go 6,000 feet.
Have you ever been that high?
I've not been that high.
How could you possibly know that you?
I mean, there's photos, but again, they're probably doctoring in your eyes, so there's no point. I mean,
Right, but tell them about Neil deGrasse, Crypto. Tell them about Neil deGrasse. And also, I was thinking, bring up the idea that the moon is now in the atmosphere. And Neil deGrasse.
No, I'll let you do that if you want. But look, none of this is relevant, dude. Like we're talking about your. Sorry, I'm not saying that to Issa. I'm saying that to Ender. Like we're talking about your personal experience. You're telling us that you can see.
You can definitely see some curvature at 35,000 feet over an ocean. 100%.
Wow. Definitely.
Definitely.
Yo, what's your take on Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I don't know. I haven't watched too much of him. I feel like he was more of he was like a scientist or, whatever, but he was like
Would you consider him to be trusted?
I mean, yeah. Not like
right. So he's trustworthy in the scientific community, therefore you could give him some backing because of that, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, he says you can't see he says that anyone who says they saw curvature is deluded because you can't see curvature up until like 300 miles up above the Earth.
Now, if you can show me the clip of that or whatever, because I actually do have to go for once, but I would actually love to see that if you had it.
Yeah, he says, can somebody post that? I know everyone's got access to this shit. I don't. I'm rolling a fatty.
Wait, you're saying that you found because I've been looking for the clip where Neil deGrasse Tyson actually refers to the ISS, but I can only get him where he refers to the Felix Baumgartner jump. But I did post Paul Larson, the planetarium director, the educator, who did.
Hold on, just well, real quick, because he respects Neil deGrasse.
Well,
and and he respects a lot of that, and that's why I'm just one point at a time, in the sense that
it's the same point. Paul Larson, who did this what do you call it?
Whatever.
He did something on Eratosthenes, and within that presentation, he says and explains the math on how you wouldn't see left to right curvature from 250 feet. Therefore, the ISS is, they can't be, the curve that they're showing, so-called, is not the curvature of the Earth.
Right, but Ender knows who Neil deGrasse Tyson is. And he trusts him. He trusts him. So, yeah, I'll find the clip. I'll get it.
Okay, but put it in the thing and I'll look. But yeah, I do have to hit out. Yeah, with someone like that, I would respect what they said and look into it a lot more if it was someone like that. It's easier when you know someone. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, you've seen his stuff before, so you relate. Compared to someone random from the internet.
Does someone have that clip? Because I can't find anything but the 1 hour fucking presentation that it's from. I know you guys are so good over here with the fucking clips and memes and shit. You know.
Hello.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and drop the clip in the chat.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, I think I cut out about halfway through a sentence about 5 minutes ago. Apologies.
Oh, good. Did somebody drop that or no? I'm still trying to find like a quick clip of it.
Yeah, I've been looking for. What did you say you had the hour-long video? Because I'll comb through that and figure out how to clip it later. Because I've been looking for that for a minute.
Yeah, let me give it to you. This is the hour-long clip. But yeah, it's Creation Bear. Might have just got it. Yeah, that's a good one. That stuff is flat. Exactly. Because remember, even like, think of how many heads have been kicked off fucking YouTube.
So, is Ender still here, by the way?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm about to go, so whatever it is.
All right. Okay. I mean, would you be able to answer one of my questions?
Sure. I'll try.
Okay, so I was asking you just before I cut out. You believe that you can see curvature from 60,000 feet, but you've never actually experienced it. Isn't it a bit weird to say that you know that that's true? Haven't verified it.
I have seen enough evidence to prove my claim.
But you haven't seen that because you made the claim you can see it from an airplane at 60,000 feet, which you haven't seen. So don't you think it's weird to claim that?
No, I said I think you can from 35,000 feet of the ocean.
Oh, you said it was guaranteed.
I mean, you
Okay,
can't
yeah,
because
I mean,
I've been on many flights throughout my life, probably 100.
Did you see what do you think about the Red Bull jump? Did you see the Red Bull jump of the guy up in the balloon?
Yeah.
That's what Neil deGrasse is talking about.
So, planet New Mexico is a planet.
Yeah, that's one of our
clips right there.
I'll contend that that entire thing was hoaxed.
So do you think that the curvature that was observed from the Red Bull jump is the curvature of the Earth?
No, because you cannot see the whole Earth from that area, but you can see the curve of the Earth from. Yeah, let's look at this. Did he post it?
I don't understand. You've said yes and no to the same question.
Are you looking at the GIF? This is from it.
Yes,
that
I'm looking at the GIF.
Okay. Do you see that curvature? Pretty awesome, isn't it?
So is that the curve of the Earth? Yes or no? Is that the curve of the Earth?
Yes, at the edge of that is the curve of the Earth.
At the edge of what?
Well, not the curve of the Earth, but the curve that you can see from that height is right there.
Can someone?
You've said yes and no to the same question.
What do you think is past that? More fucking land? What do you mean?
Yes, there's more land past that.
It's a globe, hence the land on the other side of the curve.
Hold on. Can we stop this right now? Buddy.
I don't.
I'll ask again. Yeah, I'll ask again. Yeah. You see that there's a supposed globe in the Felix Baumgartner jump, right?
I mean, part of it, yeah.
But there's curvature. It's caused by a lens, but let's pretend it's not, right? What do you actually see in the Earth in that portion? Do you see like South America and then North America and then a bit of Europe maybe over to the right hand side, or do you just see land?
I think to the very north. What is it? East? No, northwest.
You do know that GoPro sponsored that jump, right?
Yeah, and
no, let's just ignore the lens. We all know it's a lens effect, but he's denying it, right? So let's talk about what's actually in the frame. What's actually on that supposed globe?
Land. Like that's
just land, right? So do you think that like half of the globe is just land?
No, but you're telling me you don't
why
see
do
a
you see
curvature
that?
at the edge of that?
Listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He literally tells you
Don't listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Let's talk about this. I just want him to understand this, please.
Exactly. That's an answer.
So you've got a globe which is entirely land, right? But they tell you, sorry, half of the globe is entirely land. You can't see any shapes of any continents or anything like that. But they tell you that the globe is 70% water. So even based on this observation, you have a dilemma. Either they're lying about the composition of water on the globe you think you live on, or this image isn't the globe.
Or it's just not high enough.
What do you mean it's not high enough? It's 120,000 feet.
You said you could see it at 60,000.
You said you could see curvature at 35,000 feet.
What you're saying
and earlier
is
you said
this is in the whole
earlier you said you could see it at 60,000 feet, and now 120,000 feet isn't high enough. What's going on?
No, I still see a curve. I mean,
bro,
from the lens.
I don't know, man. Is it the lens? Because it looks like the Earth.
Yes, that's from the lens. I don't know why this is so hard. It's a GoPro camera, dude. It's a fisheye lens. They don't even deny that. Do you know what fisheye lenses do?
So tell me how this is fake. I need a step-by-step. How the fuck do you fake this? Please tell me.
Watch the clip.
No
I'm
one
gonna
said
go get
it
it
was
right
fake.
now.
What do you mean? He just said
No one said it was fake.
Yeah, he did.
No one said it was fake. No, I never said fake.
Not you.
No, I never said fake.
Yeah.
Well, the person who said fake, I don't know who they are because I didn't hear anyone say fake. But whoever they are, leave it to the side. I know you're clutching at straws, but we're talking about what we're seeing.
It's all different
right?
fucking topics.
I know you're clutching at straws, but let's talk about what we're actually seeing, right? There's two cameras on this rocket that I know. Well, there's a third one pointing down, but it doesn't matter. That one doesn't show anything. One shows a curved Earth. The second inside camera shows a flat horizon. Which one do you believe?
Can you repeat that? I was watching the video, to be completely honest.
There's a second camera on the inside of the Baumgartner jump, supposedly, and that shows a flat horizon. So which one do you believe?
In the GIF that Lou posted?
Bro, I'm talking about the actual Red Bull jump in entirety.
Yeah, I'm just
video, but yeah, it's also shown in the GIF that I posted.
Okay.
Right. There are two cameras that show you the horizon. One shows you a supposed globe where all you see is land, and the second one shows a flat horizon. So why are they so different, and which one are you going to believe?
Those aren't so different. What do you mean? One's inside.
Curved and the other's straight.
It's straight, dude. He's in a white suit with a GoPro in the back of this fucking thing with the sun glaring on the other side, and you're telling me that that's a straight line horizon, really?
Actually,
first of all, the white suit is completely irrelevant. Like the fact that he's wearing a suit, I don't even know why you bothered mentioning.
You have a completely
We're talking about two cameras showing different things.
The camera that's from behind him inside of the capsule is not a GoPro lens. The one on the outside is.
Yeah, and it shows a flat horizon. You don't seem to want to explain this. You seem to want to clutch at scrolls,
I don't know how you
red herring, and do all of these kind of obfuscation tactics, but you don't seem to want to actually answer the question.
It's all white. What the fuck do you see in all white? I don't know.
Who cares if it's white?
With anything.
I didn't ask the color.
How do you depict its horizon when the whole thing is entirely white?
Let me ask you this. If it's not the horizon showing as white because of the focus of the camera being on the inside of the cabin, what the fuck else is it? If it's not the horizon that's showing
it would be the exact same thing as the outer camera.
All right, let me point this out.
But it's not. It's consistency here. That's why we're asking which one do you believe? Because you can't have both.
Aside from seeing that it's flat from the shot from inside of the capsule, we can also see that the horizon is at the center of the frame, which is showing that the horizon rose to the center of eye level as he went up, which is what you expect on a flat Earth.
Yep. Yeah. So which one do you believe? I mean, it's the same question again and again and again until you answer it. Which one do you believe?
They're both the same exact thing. So
They're not though, are they?
They literally are.
Dude, no.
Do a mental projection of the area based on the first image from the outside of the cabin, and try and finish off the 3D volume of where
Right,
everything
now,
is. And
if
now put yourself in the cabin and explain to us how that horizon all of a sudden showed up straight out from him instead of beneath him like the rest of that globe would have been if these were consistent images. They're not. It's obvious.
I'm also just so tired of hearing this guy. Can someone just play through the Groovy Bot Neil deGrasse saying, "You think he's in space? No, he's not." I mean, dude, you're wrong.
Hey, Creation Bear, that's your job, man.
Never did I say he's in space.
I know.
When did I say
I'm
he's
driving.
in space? What are you talking about?
Neil deGrasse Tyson literally says, "You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and you think he's in space? No, he's not." He says,
And I
they
said,
use a
never
fisheye
did I say
lens
this
to
Red Bull
curve
guy's
straight
in
lines.
space. When did
Okay,
I
I know.
How are you going to hear what Creation Bear says if you're talking over
You
it?
just said
Why
it
don't
3
you-
times, Crypto. What the fuck are you talking about?
What did he say?
Hold on.
What did he say? No, hold on, Creation Bear. What did he just say?
What did Creation Bear just say?
Yeah.
Which I repeated literally 6 times, that he's not in space. Never once I say he's in space.
That's
He's talking
not
about
what
a clip.
Creation Bear just said.
Yes,
Try
yes, it
again.
is, dude.
No, it isn't.
Christian, what did you just say about
Yeah,
Neil
that's
deGrasse
not what I'm
Tyson?
trying to say, buddy.
Okay,
I'm trying
you
to
just
say
said that he's not in
if you
space.
finish, hold on.
Okay, go.
If you watch the clip, what does Neil deGrasse say? He says, that stuff is flat. You're telling us you see a curved Earth. He's saying it's not there. It's from a GoPro fisheye lens. You're done.
Do you need evidence that?
The hour
Do you
long
need evidence
expert
that Neil
talking about?
deGrasse Tyson? Bro. Do you need evidence that Neil
I'm
deGrasse
not
Tyson
talking,
said
I'm
that?
talking to Creation. I'm trying to see what
Bro,
he's talking about.
do you need evidence that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, then let's someone provide that evidence because
Right,
It
it's
happened,
been provided.
so-
I really wish I could hit that clip for you, but I'm on the road. So if anyone else can hit that,
there must be someone in the live stream.
I don't have that link saved, but I could definitely play it if somebody provides a link.
I dropped all 3 clips into the chat. If you guys want to just use those, you're more than welcome to.
Oh, all right. Let me scroll up. Which one should I do? This one, full conversation. That seems
18 minutes after the hour.
all right.
If the moon is approximately 50 feet, I think, 30 to 50 feet from here, this would be, to this scale, a mile away. Show us where the International Space Station is, Hubble, etc.
Oh, okay. So if the Earth were actually this size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump.
Is someone playing it?
Yeah.
Oh,
unmute the bot.
Now,
No, I was hearing it twice.
It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but
Yeah,
the
this is
honesty
what I was
of
saying,
it
Christian.
greatly
Never did I
diminished
say this
what
guy
think
was in
people thought he
space.
was actually doing. And not only that, they made
That's all I
sure
was
to
saying.
photograph him standing there
Are you
with a
listening?
really wide-angle lens. which
Crypto, what
curves
the fuck are
horizontal
you on
lines.
about, dude?
So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's.
You're listening to Groovy Bot right now.
He's in space.
I am
Look at that.
watching it on my
No,
own.
he's
So I'm
not. At that height, you don't see. You don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. It is. You just don't. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. And then I showed examples.
Uh-oh.
I stopped it. It's fine. Anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. Just wondering if Ender's actually watching
See,
it.
so that clip's great. You know why? Because it just told me that he wasn't in space, which I knew he wasn't in space.
Bro, no one's
Bro,
saying that you
we're not
said he's
talking
in
about that.
space.
Bro,
You
yeah,
keep
you've
saying that there's
completely
curvature at
misunderstood.
50,000 feet.
Maybe.
You've completely misunderstood the whole point. Deliberately, I think. I think you're deliberately misunderstanding. No one here cares if he
I
was
would
in
not
space.
waste my time.
No one here cares if he was in space. Yeah? That's a red herring. No one cares. What we're talking about is whether you can see curvature from that height. You said you can see curvature from that height. Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't. Who should we go with?
Mind you, at double the height he's saying you can't. So which
Now,
one of
off
you
of
is
that-
lying?
Well, okay, you said 35,000 feet. You also said
Right.
60,000 feet. This
I think
Felix
35
Felix
35 was
was
commercial.
supposedly at 128,000 feet, and he's
Right.
saying that it looks flat from there.
Uh-oh.
Or that it should do.
No, with
Right,
that
row,
clip
rack,
of Neil deGrasse Tyson right there, it would seem that you can't see the curvature of the whole Earth from I don't know what height you guys just said.
You don't see the
100
curvature.
No,
of
you
the
don't
Earth.
see any curvature.
Okay,
And you claimed you're guaranteed at 35,000 feet you could see it.
You're finished.
I mean not really, but yeah, I can't see
You
curvature
are.
for 35,000 feet.
Well, which
Still
one of
not
you
really.
is lying? Are
don't-
you lying or is Neil
You don't have
deGrasse
to
lying?
admit defeat to clearly have lost. Like, you just lost this point 100%.
Yeah,
I
this
cannot
is what
see
he
it from
does.
35,000 feet. I would see something else, but it's not curvature of the Earth.
Oh, well, wasn't that a guarantee?
Oh, well, I'm glad that you admit that now, because earlier you said that you would.
I would have guaranteed it 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, you did guarantee it 20 minutes ago. You could see curvature at 30,000 feet. Guaranteed.
Why do you think I said to you, do you think I've never been in a plane? That was a direct answer to your claim that in a plane you would see it.
Now, if I were to provide the same clips from the same guy saying, proving whatever I was trying to prove, would you guys take it to...
Wait. So who's lying, you or Neil deGrasse?
No, I just told you Neil deGrasse is clearly correct in this, and I was clearly wrong. I couldn't see the curvature.
So what evidence would you
Okay.
present that would go against Neil deGrasse?
Well,
No, I'm
more
saying
importantly,
I'm not talking
more
about curvature
importantly,
stuff. I'm talking about
let's stay on topic. Let's not let him red herring this. Yeah. More importantly, Neil deGrasse you've just said he's clearly correct. Therefore, on that Felix Baumgartner jump where we were showing you the video earlier, you claimed that the curvature of the Earth is there. Neil deGrasse Tyson is telling you it isn't. So what is going on with that curvature? Is that a lens?
No, he just said you just can't see it from that far.
So then why is there curve in the image? Is it a lens?
Sure. Fuck, fine.
Thank you. I've been trying to say that for 20 minutes.
He says a GoPro on the side, right? So it's the GoPro lens that does.
My God.
So it's
Why,
not
why is it like getting truth out of a globe is literally like getting blood out of a stone?
I mean, you're talking about curvature, not talking about the globe.
Curvature of the Earth, you dummy. Come on.
From 120,000
you in
feet,
the same conversation as us?
I don't know, man. You guys think space is fake at this point, so I'm kind of giving up here. At that point,
But who
you're kinda
cares?
right,
Who cares if we think space is fake? We're talking
Why
about
are you going to
curvature
insults, though?
We're talking
I
about
said- I just said
curvature
you
of
proved
the
it right.
Earth. I swear I was talking. I swear I was talking.
Man.
Right. We're talking about curvature of the Earth, whether
Yep.
you can see it from that jump, right? You have flip-flopped and not admitted that you flip-flopped. Very
I just-
frustrating.
What do you
Why?
mean? I just told you I was wrong.
Originally, you said, Originally, you said that you could see curvature from the Felix Baumgartner jump. Now you're saying, no, you can't. Clearly, it's a lens, and you're not admitting that you've changed your position. It's really weird. I don't know why you don't just say, actually, you know what? I was wrong. Sorry. Let's
literally
move
said
on.
I was wrong.
Instead
and Neil
of
was right.
showing it, hold on,
What
I'm
are you
finished.
talking about, man?
Instead of
You're
throwing
really
out
making shit up.
passive-aggressive bullshit.
You're literally making shit up. I just said I was wrong, and Neil was right. What are you talking about?
Why are you talking? Okay,
you're
instead
lagging,
of
man.
throwing out
You couldn't
passive-aggressive bullshit, like, you guys don't believe in space, which is composition. Now, I will finish in a sec, I promise, then you can talk for as long as you like. Now, see it from Felix Baumgartner, then we can move on.
I think I lost a lot what you were saying. She lagged out, but I'll take it to heart.
Okay. So, can you admit that you were wrong and that you can't
Yeah.
see curvature
You
from Felix Baumgartner?
cannot
That's all I want to hear.
see of the
Perfect.
whole Earth, especially in whatever video I just saw Felix. That you're saying.
Perfect.
Now,
we can
what I
move
was
on.
asking, though-
Apologies, Issa. Please go ahead.
What I was asking is, can I provide the same type of clip, YouTube context of Neil deGrasse Tyson, proving other points not based on curvature? Would you guys actually look at it?
Sure.
Okay. Now I don't have time for it right now.
But I don't know why that's relevant, because we were talking about what you can actually see.
Right. I'm just talking about different points about whatever, maybe. I'm not talking about curvature. I'm talking about anything flat Earth related. Could I provide Neil deGrasse Tyson clips disproving it?
He's wanting to know if we'll take Neil's word, like it's gospel, like he does, and the answer is no.
Okay, so the same clip that you provided me is good in this scenario, but not another scenario.
Well, that's because you wouldn't listen to us. We had to resort to that for you to even admit the point.
Right. It's
you clearly agree with this.
It's called a hostile witness, right? So we've taken someone who is actually for the globe Earth, who has a counterpoint to what you believed, and that is the only purpose.
Yeah, so the issue we have is you're not taking any point based on its validity. You use nothing but appeal to authority fallacies. You literally will only listen to a point if it's somebody you believe has authority on it. So this is just to illustrate that
I'm listening to a scientist, though.
Facts are not based on consensus. Okay, so that's the point that you were not able to see, and it took this much effort for you to be able to see that.
Based on curvature, right. I had to see a clip from a scientist explaining that jump, that I could not see the curvature, right. That was needed.
Brilliant. Yeah, appeal to authority, like you said.
Right. You don't need to critically think as long as one of your masters claimed it.
Okay, man. Yeah, great addition there.
It's literally what's going on, though, bro.
Not really, man. I saw proof from scientists. You guys aren't scientists. It's not that hard.
You saw no, you didn't see proof from him. You heard his opinion on a stage.
No, I heard his explanation.
No, you didn't.
Which I'm sure if I typed this in on YouTube as well, I would
No, you didn't hear any explanation. You heard him literally just declaring, "You don't see curvature from 2 millimeters off this beach ball."
Scale.
That's not an explanation. That's a claim,
dude.
Yeah,
it's not.
No demonstration. He just basically said, "This is what it is." Period.
If it is anywhere near an accurate representation, it makes complete sense. So,
which you can't verify. So how would you know if it's accurate?
Isn't it odd? We were all trying to explain that to you, and you wouldn't buy it until a white coat said it. As if we weren't trying to give you the same information with a better, example of what he did. Isn't that just ironic that?
No, why would it be ironic? I would listen to your word over someone like this.
Idea, but when he says it, automatic, go for it.
He definitely has a persuasion over me rather than you guys. That is 100%
That's
correct.
the point. You need to persuade yourself to think for yourself.
I can think for myself, and I think this guy is smarter, so I will go off his opinion more.
Well,
Brilliant.
You can think that all day, but some people will lie to you. That's the point.
Bro, he just said that an appeal to authority and believing what authority says is thinking for yourself.
A scientist is
This is insanity.
Authority, crypto.
He's clearly an appeal to authority, bro.
Okay.
Clearly an appeal to authority.
I'm glad you're so lost that a scientist is an authority.
Do you realize every field of science?
No, you think he's an authority. I don't think he's an authority. I like to use my own
You're
brain.
the one saying authority.
No. Appeal to authority is a fallacy that you are using.
How? Because a scientist said something and you said I'm appealing.
Because you're calling him a scientist and saying that because he said something, it's true. That's an appeal to authority.
Yeah, he's recognized as an authoritative figure in the in that department. So that's why it's an appeal to authority. That's why
not understanding though, every single scientific field, the scientists do not all agree. So which one do you go with?
I don't know, probably the ones with the vast majority of agreements.
Yeah, so that's the problem.
Oh, so an appeal to popularity. Okay. So if an idea is popular and people wear white coats while saying it, then it's always true.
If let's just say 1 million scientists in the world and 970,000 of them agree on X, yes, I'm gonna agree with them, bud.
Appeal to consensus.
Sure.
You realize that?
Yeah, I mean, none of this is. There's no reason to actually believe any of that. So let me give you an example. How many people voted for the National Socialist Party in Germany in the 30s?
Not a goddamn clue, man.
Okay, because they were pretty popular, weren't they?
Sure.
So was that the right choice because they were popular?
Are the scientists?
I didn't ask about that. I asked about whether
We're
it
talking
was
politics
the right
now.
choice. No, it's not. It's the same thing.
These are two completely different topics based on.
No, it's the same thing.
It's not, but okay.
Yeah, it is.
Scientists saying they like X, they like this toothpaste because it does whatever, and electing a political party is the same.
What do you think an election is?
The election is electing people for government offices.
Yeah, so lots of people agree, and then they vote for something, right?
No, I think lots of people choose.
Have you ever voted? Do you even know anything about anything? An election
you don't have to
is
agree
where
with everything
people
someone
go
says
to a voting booth, yeah? People go to a voting booth, allegedly, and they cast their vote, and the person who gets the most votes gets to lead, right? An election is itself, that is literally what it is.
That's not how it works in America, but it's okay.
No, it is.
No.
Well,
I mean, I guess
no, it
different
really
elections.
is.
It's not, but it's okay.
Crypto.
No, it is.
It's not.
Instead of him pushing back on your example, Ken.
Go ahead. This kid's obviously dumb.
What do you think about all of the scientists from the '60s that told everyone that it was healthy to smoke cigarettes? What about that?
Definitely wrong because they're right. What is it? Isn't there some drug DEA or whatever? Wasn't there absolutely no testing on cigarettes?
So then here's an example you can accept the logic in. There you go. The majority was wrong. So appeal to majority means shit all when it comes to evidence.
So you're seeing the problem now. That's why people here like to use the scientific method, because the paradigms of science change over time. When a consensus believes something is correct, it's very often proved, and nowadays in a very short time, to be completely wrong. So that's why things have to be testable, provable, and falsifiable. It has to be proven through experimentation. It can't just be taken at someone's word. You got to be able to test it, and we got to be able to prove it. So we're trying to show you the problem. Even though you believe that it should be correct, if you look through time, it's never been correct. The paradigm of science has always changed, and everything we thought we knew gets completely uprooted and completely changed, and models completely changed. So to assume at this point in time that now all of a sudden that we just have everything absolutely correct would be completely asinine. So that's why you got to look at stuff logically, and if you want to analyze things with science, you use the scientific method. You can't prove things just based off of other people's word.
Right, but this relates back to cigarettes, right? And how...
And literally everything else. What scientific model from 1000 BC, the top minds of the world, do we use today? They thought every point in time, people think we're at the pinnacle of society, we're at the cutting edge of everything, and things get completely uprooted and rewritten and revised and changed.
Yeah, basically every single thing that the masses have thought to be true throughout history, almost every single one of those things has turned out to be false eventually.
Right, now if you're saying to keep an open mind, because are you saying like that could happen again in another 300 years? We realize, fucking whatever.
It could happen tomorrow.
And that's a fair...
what people here are saying is that whatever the majority believes is literally irrelevant when you're talking about what's actually true. So just because people think things doesn't be true. Like you have to have a more objective standard.
Years. Yeah, not in 300 years. You're talking about years, period, or decades. Your entire gravity model, the mainstream model, they're updating it to electromagnetic instead. So it's not something way off distant in the future. These are things that at any time can rapidly turn on a dime because most things are not laws in science. They're not provable or backed and falsifiable with repeatable experimentation. So it's a lot of speculation and it's a lot of bullshit. And when you get down to the nuts and bolts and you ask people to provide proof, they're not able to. And if it's not just reasonable, you can't just say, oh, they might be wrong. If you look by the numbers, you would say with almost 100% certainty they're wrong. There's never been a time in history where everything is just correct and that it's just never changed. It's
Correct.
gonna change.
But how am I supposed to prove my point when like everything I've linked so far has been labeled as doctrine? Like,
well, you have to look up the scientific method. So people here are trying to argue, they're trying to debate with you based off the scientific method. You have to have an observable, you have to have an observation of natural phenomenon, and you have to follow the scientific method.
What
so that's why people are...
Hey, can I make a point real quick?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Would that be all right?
Yeah.
Like the idea that like we're not arguing against you, brother.
right, you're
We're not
arguing
arguing.
my evidence or whatever, right?
Well, no, not the evidence. We're arguing for the fact that you're arguing with the argument of who we are arguing against. And the issue is that you're coming in here with their arguments. They're not your arguments, right?
Well, and he's got their arguments wrong too. So
Well, hold on. Well, just hold on. I'm not trying to get about that, but I'm just saying, like, these aren't your arguments. These are arguments that an institution has made that you are arguing us about. We're challenging the notion from the institution, not you. You get it? I just wanted to point that out real quick.
Right, like an analogy, I guess, would be you're a Christian and we're trying to tell you why the church is a lie or some shit like that. Not that that's what we're trying to do at all, but just trying to point out fallacies and things like that you take as faith without even realizing that it's actually a faith.
Ender, you said that all of your evidence has just been claimed as doctored. Like, what evidence did you actually present? Because I heard you say the word Red Bull jump, and then I presented some evidence. I don't know what
and then
you
I changed
provided.
my opinion. Now, literally,
What have you provided?
I don't know how long you've been here, Lou.
Maybe an hour. I was outside
Okay, so-
doing a drone footage of the sunrise, and then I
Yeah.
came in.
So like a couple hours ago, probably like 3-4 hours ago, there was a bunch of people who were doing there was more people on my side. They all went to fucking bed, or my point of view. And it was all, what we do. We had seasons, we had tilt of the earth, we had space, we had how gases were all inside like a fucking storage unit, which was what I like to say, instead of walls and shit. Because that's how the gases stay in. The sun, we don't know anything about the sun, and it's just like there, like stuff against all this stuff and everything anyone showed.
Well, I get your frustration. Like,
it's like
we're telling you that all of that stuff can't actually go through the scientific method. It can't be validated. You can be told a story, but it can't be validated. Therefore, we don't have to actually, take that as evidence. And you're frustrated because that's the evidence that you've been given your whole life is the stuff that can't even be scientifically tested.
Yeah, and I just wanted to pick up on Issa's and on Lou's point. Like, Issa said that you come in with their arguments. Now, the problem is that those arguments shouldn't have convinced you in the first place because they're poor arguments. Now, we spend virtually all of our time kind of debunking poor arguments, and it can be frustrating if you think that, I don't know, for instance, you present a picture and you go, oh, well, this picture is clearly of space. But if you were to, in your heart of hearts, if you were to really think about that, right, is a picture really evidence of reality? You know that it's not. You know that it's not because Photoshop exists.
Okay,
And
so
that's
how
all
can
you
you
need to
then
say.
or anyone provide me a picture and expect me to think it's not Doctor now after we just said?
No, but I wouldn't provide you a picture. I don't think I've ever provided anyone a picture as evidence in my life.
I've seen about 50 tonight at least.
Oh,
which is
Okay, that's fine. But again, what you're doing is you're trying to counterpunch. You're not just accepting the point.
Okay, I'm just saying now if I can't present a picture, I will not take a picture.
No, but is that a valid point? I'm not interested in your counterpunch. Is it a valid point?
Borderline.
What do you mean borderline? It either is or is not valid.
I don't think it's valid that everything you see that's a photo can be photoshopped. I mean, it can.
That's not what I said. You're strawmanning my position.
Okay, so
What I said is that a photo, any one photo, cannot be evidence because photoshopping. Not that all photos are doctored.
Sure, any one photo could be doctored. Sure.
Okay, so this is why it's hard to accept photographic evidence at all. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then presenting an image of a blue marble that we've all seen, that's not convincing to anyone here. So what we're looking for is something that's verifiable, that's repeatable, that we can do for ourselves. And you should also look for that. Like, this is the thing that I'm trying to say to you, is that you shouldn't be convinced by their story. Because it's based on fallaciousness, it's based on wobbly reasoning, it's not solid, it's not verifiable, and you yourself should be saying, hold on, why can't I test any of this for myself?
I think my point of view, right, if I were to take everything I've known and just throw it out, right, square one, I'm a human.
No, you don't know anything. That's the problem.
Okay, great.
'Cause you don't know any of this stuff. You believe it. There's a difference.
There has been
Knowledge comes from experience, right?
Point.
Who was it?
Well,
that-
knowledge comes from experience, right?
Was it like Aristotle or something who said like the more, or I don't know if it was him, but like something along the lines of the more I know I don't know. So who said that?
Yeah, I think yeah. He said something like the more I learn, the more I realize I know nothing.
Yeah.
Let me find.
And the fool thinks he's a wise man, and the wise man knows he's a fool. So yeah. So I posted because you showed that image of Antarctica.
The video.
Let me ask you a question. If I went to Zoology Journal, the image of Bigfoot, would they publish that I discovered Bigfoot in that Zoology Journal?
Are you talking about the photo or the video? The video completely just bunks what you just said.
What video? Which video?
I
didn't see that video.
Yeah, there's a 24-hour Antarctic one. Oh, I DM'd it to Issa. I don't know if I said it right.
So, Lou, just to pick up on your point, apparently it was. Oh no, that's a different one. Apparently Socrates. Obviously, this is from AZ quotes. So take it with a Nesrut amount of salt. But it says here, Nusrat, sorry. The more I learn, the less I realize I know. Socrates.
Okay, I know.
And just describe the video to me. There's only like 4 of them, so I'm sure I've seen it, and I know the problem with each one of them. So,
camera on a swivel, Antarctic, 24 hours rotates.
Is there a watch?
Yep.
Your watch?
Yeah, it's that one.
Okay. So the watch goes out of sync, and I'll show you something else. It's clearly doctored. It's kind of funny. This is actually humorous. I made a gif of it. It's so freaking pathetic. But I just got to find it. Give me 1 sec. I sent it to MIDI, so I know where it is.
Just to go back a little bit with what Crypto was saying with you also, like, see, I don't really present photos of anything as proof or evidence, but photos or videos, they can help to elucidate a point that you've already been making and proving other ways. They can be useful. I wouldn't say that they are necessarily evidence.
So tell me what's wrong with the watch. So these are 2 successive frames in the full 4K video. All right. So tell me what's wrong with the watch here.
1 second.
I didn't download this off of YouTube either. I got this from the original source.
Right. I just want to watch it in action.
So watch the clock face, the watch face, and watch how it goes up and down. Why is it going up and down? Why is it bouncing? Doesn't do it in any other frame. Entire video, the watch is pretty stable. There's other problems. The watch completely goes out of sync. The minute hand and the second hand go completely out of sync.
Did you watch like the last 15 seconds of the video of it?
I've watched this entire video like 17 times.
Okay, so explain the last 15 seconds. How is any of that doctored in any way, shape, or form?
The video is completely. How much is it, like the entire video has to be doctored? Like, is that what you're saying? I prove that every frame of the video is doctored or something?
Different type of video. It's showing it from outside of this point of view.
You mean the one where they're showing where he's watching the camera? Who cares? It doesn't show that. It doesn't do a time lapse of 24 hours for that, does it? No, the source of this video, whoever made it, doctored the video. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
What do you get, a free one?
That it's no good if it's doctored.
Hey, can I ask Andrew a question?
Like, I mean, are you serious, dude? Like, oh my God. Like, how many times your girl got to cheat on you?
Clearly not enough, man, to believe that shit. Jesus Christ.
Yo, like,
if you see her cheating on you,